Chapter 1. Dragon Ball, on an obscure and remote planet within the seventh universe, shrouded in clouds. Amidst the fragmented dimensional walls, a man lay suspended in the eternal void of space. Having just slipped into a light slumber, he once again dreamt of his previous journey to the Imperial City for work, recalling the worry etched in his parents' eyes and the promises made by his beloved. "I believe in you no matter how long it takes. I will wait for you to return and marry me. Son, your mother and I possess little ability and cannot provide you with a lavish life while you work in the Imperial City. Please take care of yourself and do not overexert." The man's name was Gu Qingfeng, an ordinary office worker from Blue Star, who, after a series of professional setbacks and a drunken night, met with an accident that changed his fate. He found himself transported into the world of Dragon Ball, having become a warrior formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. When two immense forces collided in the cosmos, amidst the radiant glow, his true form came into view. The mightiest warrior of the dimensions, Gogeta. Gu Qingfeng was content with his new beginning, yet simultaneously dissatisfied. The power of this body could undoubtedly allow him to crush the vast majority of opponents, save for the Omni King and the Grand Minister. He believed there was no one else who could defeat him. Even the gods of destruction might not guarantee victory against him. However, his parents and girlfriend were mere mortals, and if it took him 70 or 80 years to return to Blue Star, those once dear to him would have long since turned to dust. What use was invincibility then? Moreover, in a multiverse of countless worlds, finding his home planet would be an arduous task. He attempted to breach the dimensional walls to traverse to another universe. Yet, with so many parallel planes, he could not accurately locate the universe he once inhabited, and after a year of painstaking search, he remained none the wiser. Suddenly, an inexplicable consciousness invaded his mind, and a chilling voice echoed. "You are invited to join a dimensional chat group. Do you accept?" After a brief contemplation, Gu Qingfeng concluded that joining the chat group could be beneficial. Perhaps it would offer a way to return to Earth. "Agree." The icy voice resonated once more. "Please enter your nickname." A familiar, yet foreign interface materialized in his mind. Familiar due to its resemblance to the chat model from his previous life, yet foreign as it appeared directly within his consciousness. Gu Qingfeng chose to keep it simple, adopting Gogeta's moniker. Dimensional Mightiest. Congratulations, Dimensional Mightiest, for joining the chat group. Please welcome our esteemed newcomer warmly. Do you wish to join the festivities as well? Although the chat group welcomed newcomers in the same manner, the tone towards the two new members bore a subtle distinction. In the previously quiet chat, upon seeing two new arrivals, members began to spring forth. "World Destroyer, Dimensional Mightiest, how intriguing. Merely a passing Kamen rider, remember me. Tony, not a heartthrob. Why are two more men entering? Can't you pay attention to gender distribution when inviting people? Don't you realize that there's a scarcity of women these days? Fire Fist Ace, welcome newcomers. Please introduce yourselves." With just a glance at the nicknames, Gu Qingfeng deduced the identities of the group members. These individuals were prominent figures within Blue Star's online sphere. As an anime enthusiast, he was no stranger to them. The World Destroyer was Kamen Rider Decade, the transformation of Tsukasa Kadoya, who possessed the powers of all riders and was regarded by others as the man destined to obliterate worlds. Fire Fist Ace was the brother of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, and a character of enduring popularity, gifted with the ability to manipulate flames at will. Tony, not a heartthrob, was none other than Tony Stark, the male lead of the Iron Man series in the Marvel Universe, often referred to as the world's richest man or a playboy. As for the newcomer who joined alongside him, named Do You Wish to Dance? This was likely Uchiha Madara from the Naruto universe. Do you wish to dance? To think I could be drawn into this soul state? Who on earth created this thing? Tony, not a heartthrob. This is the Dimensional Chat Group, primarily designed to connect characters from different dimensions, enabling communication and exchange. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a message flashed through the chat. Tony, not a heartthrob, has clarified for the new member, earning a reward of 100 points. World Destroyer. "Ah, I was a step too late. This guy beat me to it. How enviable." Fire Fist Ace. NB1. Tony, not a heartthrob. Hee hee, 100 points in the bag. Just a reminder for the newcomers, Points can be used to purchase items in the marketplace currently. Aside from daily check-ins, helping new members understand the group's purpose can also earn you 100 points. A message from a user with a green cursor also entered the chat. Dimensional Mightiest, welcome to the group. Please remember my face. Fire Fist Ace. The administrator has chimed in. Miss Yin Yao, do you know the newcomer? Seeking a leg to hug. I don't know, in the chat group has already indicated he is esteemed. Isn't that clear enough? You really are a fool. Yin Yao, having watched numerous anime, had briefed the others on various plots after their entry into the group, providing them with considerable assistance. She maintained good relations with the members of the group, so exchanging light-hearted banter with others was perfectly acceptable. However, her exposure to anime was limited, at least for the newly joined Gu Qingfeng. She had no idea which character he represented based solely on his name. Upon hearing the administrator's words, even in a state of soul, Madara felt a surge of indignation. To be underestimated was intolerable. Do you wish to dance? A mere speck of sand cannot compare to me to have this chat group, and the administrator regard me as a mere newcomer is quite laughable. Tony, not a heartthrob. You dare to insult the great administrator? I have never encountered someone so arrogant in my life. Do you wish to dance? Well, today you have. Tony, not a heartthrob. I warn you, do not be so haughty. Seeking a leg to hug. Tony, not a heartthrob. You should apologize to the esteemed newcomer if one day he becomes displeased and decides to eliminate you. We won't be able to stop him. Tony, not a heartthrob. Isn't it Dimensional Mightiest who is the esteemed one? You never said he was the only one. In a nameless, apocalyptic world, within a secluded little dwelling, the administrator Yun Yao let out a sigh of sympathy for Tony Stark. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Dimensional Mightiest is indeed esteemed, but I never stated that. Do you wish to dance? Isn't if he wanted to eliminate you, it would be akin to crushing an ant. World Destroyer. I feel you're deliberately setting him up, but I still want to say, well done. Fire Fist Ace. Same here, one. At that moment, Madara's heart was filled with fury. The chat group deemed him inferior to that man, and even a mere member dared to mock him. Recalling the imagery of his battle, he extracted the final confrontation with Hashirama Senju and sent it to the chat group. A notification appeared in the chat. Do you wish to dance? Has uploaded a battle video to the chat group. Tony, not a heartthrob, has accepted the video. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the video. World Destroyer has accepted the video. Seeking a leg to hug has accepted the video. Aside from Gu Qingfeng, who was already familiar with the Naruto storyline, the others uniformly received Madara's footage. They were eager to witness the might of the man whom the administrator believed could trounce Iron Man Tony Stark. After watching the footage, Tony suddenly wished to silence his own mouth. The battle between Madara and Hashirama, in his eyes, was akin to a clash with a deity. Do you wish to dance? I admit, I was in the wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Compared to Tony Stark, Ace was not overly shocked at this point. Madara had neither been resurrected nor awakened his Rinnegan, possessing only the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world of One Piece, the strength of an admiral would not fall short of Madara's current abilities, and Madara's power remained within the realm of Ace's acceptance. Fire Fist Ace. He seems to be on par with Old Man Whitebeard. If not stronger, we've gained another formidable individual in our group. World Destroyer. Techniques and ninjutsu. Such fascinating powers. I have a basic understanding now. As Kamen Rider Decade, Tsukasa Kadoya remained remarkably composed. He too could achieve such destructive capabilities. Indeed, the newcomer was powerful, yet in his view, merely adequate. Seeking a leg to hug. I just want to ask if anyone can rescue me. I've been hiding in a small room for ages, and am almost out of food. Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of surprise generally. Chat groups were capable of traversing worlds. Yet from the administrator's words, it seemed that was not the case. Isn't it possible for group members to assist you instead of relying on a powerful ally? Alas, my esteemed friend, it appears that this chat group inexplicably lacks the ability to traverse worlds. Furthermore, the items available for exchange start at a minimum of 1,000 points, which necessitates at least a month of diligent accumulation. At this juncture, Yin Yao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She, too, was a traveler of worlds, yet her fortune paled in comparison to Gu Qingfeng's. Having traversed to a post-apocalyptic world, her sole advantage was this chat group, a golden key to her survival. and she had been a member for over 20 days. Originally, she had anticipated that within another 10 days, she could exchange for some abilities to ensure her survival in this desolate era. But now, the supplies in her hiding place were dwindling. Most critically, the chat group forbade members from transferring points to one another, leaving Ace and the others well-intentioned, yet powerless to assist her. Gu Qingfeng opened the exchange page of the chat group and perused the offerings. Indeed, even the most rudimentary of devil fruits required a starting point of 1,000 points. The prices of various other items were exorbitantly high, yet, to his delight, he discovered something that met his immediate needs. The ultimate freedom technique was priced at 100 billion points. The coordinates of the blue star space were priced at 50 million points. If he could accumulate sufficient points for an exchange, acquiring the spatial coordinates would allow him to return to his homeland. However, Gu Qingfeng soon found himself troubled once more. With a maximum of 100 points obtainable per sign-in, even with extraordinary luck yielding the highest possible score each time, it would take over 200 years to accumulate enough. Never mind, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let us see if there are any additional rewards for the first sign-in. Dimensional Supreme, sign-in successful, earned 100 points. Fire Fist Ace, wow, that's impressive. The most I've ever scored in a sign-in is only 30 points. World Destroyer, I've only managed to achieve a maximum of 50 points myself, relying on a powerful ally, a true powerhouse indeed. Even a maximum score is capped at 100 points, and he has reached that limit. Do you wish to dance as well? What? One can even exchange for the Reincarnation Eye and Sage Body. It seems even the Six Paths power is up for grabs. Uchiha Madara was astonished. He had not anticipated the Six Paths power could be exchanged, although he had yet to witness it firsthand. However, the immense aura of the Yin-Yang power emanating from the shop assured him of its authenticity. Tony Stark, you've clearly never seen the world. What's so remarkable about this? As long as you possess sufficient points, anything can be exchanged in this marketplace. Dimensional Supreme, do not mistake your abilities for arrogance as a newcomer. You should proactively greet your predecessors. Everyone here is your senior. Fire Fist Ace, Tony Stark, are you out of your mind? Provoking one formidable figure isn't enough. Now you're antagonizing another. World Destroyer, Tony Stark, it's time to take your medication. If you're unwell, seek treatment and do not abandon hope. Gu Qingfeng held a favorable view of Iron Man, yet he was not averse to imparting a small lesson for such boastful remarks. Dimensional Supreme, when time permits, I shall visit your world, and we shall engage in a meaningful conversation. Do you wish to dance as well? Dimensional Supreme, should our paths cross, I will ensure you submit to the might of the Uchiha clan. Tony Stark, if you're unconvinced, come at me. After all, the more lies, the less one fears the itch. You won't be able to touch me. The chat group requires 100 members to activate the world traversing feature, which is a distant prospect indeed. The cold sounds of the chat group echoed continuously. The strongest of dimensions, congratulations to the 9th tier expert for joining the chat group. You are now promoted to the management of the dimensional chat group. Due to the presence of 2 administrators, the world crossing function is activated ahead of schedule. The strongest of dimensions has initiated the world crossing feature, allowing group members to spend 50 points to visit the worlds of other members. Given that the strongest of dimensions is the first 9th tier expert in the group, they can sign in twice daily for points, with the second sign-in yielding a fixed reward of 10,000 points. In times of crisis, group members may issue tasks to seek assistance from others. Fire Fist Ace, the fastest face-slapping scene in history. Tony, you're not fickle. What do you think? The World Destroyer, while it may seem somewhat unkind. Strongest of dimensions, could you perhaps live stream when you deal with Tony? It would surely amuse us all. Seeking support. Add 1. Tony Stark, who was languidly seated in his office, suddenly felt the world grow dim around him. Tony, you're not fickle. Awakened from a dying state, I realize the jester is myself. You all have gone too far, building your joy upon my suffering. Seeking support. Fear not. The chat group forbids the killing of members. At most, you might just receive a good beating. Tony, you're not fickle. It's easy for you to say that when you're not the one taking the blows, you bunch of gloating rascals. The World Destroyer. Strictly speaking, Ace and I could defeat you too, that you'd best behave, as apart from the administrators, you stand no chance against anyone else here. Seeking support. Heh, I'm merely a weakling. I truly apologize. Fire Fist Ace. Seeking support. Are you truly an administrator? Why do you receive the same sign-in points as us? Fire Fist Ace has been muted by administrator seeking support for 10 minutes. In truth, the disparity in the system is not Ace's fault. Another administrator, Yun Yao, is merely a figurehead, receiving the same sign-in points as ordinary members, with the sole power to mute others. However, women can be like this. At that moment, Yun Yao, filled with envy and resentment towards Gu Qingfeng, could only vent her frustrations on Ace. Tony, you're not fickle. Ace, why do you have such a loose tongue? Why bring up her lack of favor? You wouldn't dare provoke her further. Tony, you're not fickle has been muted by administrator seeking support for 1 hour. Initially, Gu Qingfeng intended to decline the position of administrator, but the rewards were simply too enticing. Administrator the Strongest of Dimensions successfully signed in, earning 10,000 points. You also wish to dance? Successfully signed in and earned 45 points. You also wish to dance? Tony, your luck seems quite favorable. Little one, it appears I cannot come over today to tidy you up. Tony felt a pang of anxiety. Offending a powerful figure was not terrifying, but rather the thought of them coming over to discuss life was daunting. Tony, you're not fickle. Strongest of Dimensions, you two wish to dance? I was merely joking earlier. Feel free to disregard my words. You also wish to dance? Strongest of Dimensions, let us battle, apart from Hashirama. None have the right to claim the title of the strongest. The chat group actively sent out a message. Please, Administrator Strongest of Dimensions, initiate a live stream to prove your strength and earn the recognition of the group members. The tone of the chat group was notably amiable, even imbued with a hint of reverence. Yet, Gu Qingfeng found himself troubled. He was currently in space. Where could he find an opponent? Did they expect him to use Uchiha Madara as an example? However, it was not a troublesome matter. Extending his senses to detect powerful life forms within the nearby star regions, Gu Qingfeng's expression brightened after a second. Found one, his body swiftly veered to the left and came to a sudden halt. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a spaceship of considerable size hovering above a vibrant planet, its emblem unmistakably that of the Galactic Emperor Frisia's clan. Group Administrator the Strongest of Dimensions initiated the live stream. The members of the group flocked to the live stream. Even the arrogant Madara wished to witness just how formidable this man, deemed stronger than himself by the chat group, truly was. What first met the eyes of the viewers was the figure of Gula, emanating an aura of malevolence, gazing down upon the massive planet below, with blood-red eyes, purplish lips, and his entire body enveloped in a violet shell. A tail over a meter long lashed behind him. From the imagery alone, he exuded an overwhelming sense of evil and brutality. Since you refuse to submit to me, perish, he cackled maniacally, as Gula's devilish laughter resonated. A sphere of destructive energy coalesced in his palm and was viciously hurled at a small asteroid. With a resounding explosion, the entire asteroid began to shatter, the once vibrant planet reduced to mere cosmic dust. The group members, though perhaps unversed in the cosmos, were familiar with their home planet's dimensions. The size of that planet was no less than that of Earth. Yet, it was effortlessly obliterated with a single strike, seeking support. Wow! What a powerful display! It seems formidable, yet I can't shake the feeling he is not a good person. Fire Fist Ace. Add one. While others were merely astonished. Tony was in a state of panic. With his meager strength, if the powerful being were to be angered, would a mere wave of his hand obliterate Earth? Tony, you're not fickle. Add one to may I inquire. Great One, if I can retract what I just said, the World Destroyer. Compared to the Great One, I suppose I am quite the compassionate knight. You also wish to dance? I acknowledge you. Such destructive power. Yet among all the ninjas I've encountered, none surpass you to Madara. Shall call you the strongest. Yes, the group members were awestruck by Gula's terrifying power. Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of indignation. Was this truly the image they held of him? This is who I am. As the words fell, a resolute and dashing visage filled the screen. A tall and upright figure brimming with explosive muscle appeared at the center of the live stream. With a confident and composed smile, even upon witnessing Gula's ability to annihilate planets with his every move, his eyes remained unfazed. There was no aura of superiority. He simply stood quietly amidst the cosmic expanse. Yet, the members watching the live stream simultaneously thought, before us stands an unparalleled champion. Gula sensed the unusual presence beside him and turned to regard Gu Qingfeng. The brutality in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension. As the brother of Frisia, the tyrant of a universe, Gula's strength far exceeded that of Frisia, possessing the power to destroy solar systems single-handedly. However, the mightiest beings possess an acute awareness of Gu Qingfeng's overwhelming strength. He knew without needing to engage that this man before him was not an opponent he could defeat. "Who might you be? I don't believe I have offended you." Gu Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that Gula indeed had not wronged him. While Gula could be described as a nefarious being, mercilessly slaughtering those who defy him, it held no relevance to Gu Qingfeng, as a traveler. He had never encountered Gula before, hence there was no basis for animosity. He could only blame his misfortune. Since Gula was nearest, he decided to employ him as an example, demonstrating his strength to the chat group members. "Oh, you have any final words?" "The World Destroyer. I initially believed that fellow was the Great One. His appearance startled me. Yet it seems he fears the Great One. Fire Fist Ace. Is it possible that someone as powerful as him is not the Great One's match? Tony, you're not fickle. Whether or not he is the Great One's match is unclear. But at the very least, the Great One should not be weaker than him. Also, may I express my thoughts? The Great One's entrance seems a tad hasty, seeking support. What do you know? This is called returning to simplicity. True strength is like this. Must one present themselves in a flashy manner like you? The World Destroyer. How refreshingly unique. The administrator lady is indeed a sycophant, confirmed. Tony, you're not fickle. Agreed. Add 1. Fire Fist Ace. Agreed. Add 1. You also wish to dance? Agreed. Add 1. Seeking support. If you dare speak of me again, believe me, I will mute you all within the confines of the recording. Gula's heart was increasingly gripped by terror. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, he resolved to unleash all his power for a desperate fight. Gula's frenzied roar echoed, shaking the space within a kilometer around him with his overwhelming force, creating rippling waves in the fabric of space. Enveloped in a purple aura, Gula's body surged with immense power, becoming significantly more robust than before, with sharp, horn-like protrusions emerging from his head, shoulders, and arms, transformed into his ultimate form. He exuded an even greater sense of oppression, leaving those in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Tony, not one to be easily swayed, thought, can this powerhouse truly vanquish such a monster? It feels as though he has become even stronger than before. Fire Fist Ace concurred. Indeed, the very space around him seems to struggle to contain his might. I never anticipated that such a formidable foe existed. Meanwhile, hidden within her room, Yun Yao's complexion paled. Even through the screen, she felt a chill of dread. Her previous confidence in Gu Qingfeng's strength began to wane. After all, Gula could obliterate planets with a mere strike, and now he had grown even mightier. In the chat, a newcomer remarked, I must admit, this guy is incredibly strong, the strongest in this dimension. Perhaps we should retreat and find someone weaker. The World Destroyer interjected, you're under no obligation to face an enemy you cannot defeat. Do you understand? Observing Gula's transformation into his ultimate form, Gu Qingfeng made no attempt to intervene, disregarding the group's pleas as he gazed at the fully unleashed Gula. A subtle smile graced his lips. I waited for you all this time, only to find your strength is so limited that a mere finger of mine will suffice to deal with you. Gula's transformation, while immensely powerful, drained his energy significantly. Yet his strength had multiplied several times over, and he no longer felt invincible standing against Gu Qingfeng. What arrogance! To perish in my strongest state should be a matter of honor for you. Not far away, the colossal spaceship remained passive, for Gula's loyal subordinates recognized the extent of his power and refrained from interfering in his battle. In an instant, Gula vanished, moving at a speed beyond human perception, and unleashed a whip-like kick towards Gu Qingfeng. If by mere happenstance, Gu Qingfeng raised his right hand, his index finger effortlessly blocking Gula's assault. Gula's full-force attack was easily deflected, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters. Unleashing a barrage of light waves toward Gu Qingfeng, Gu Qingfeng's right index finger glowed with a golden radiance. effortlessly blocking all incoming attacks. Countless light waves erupted in the void, devastating several planets caught in the aftermath of their collision. Gula conjured a purple sphere of destruction in the palm of his hand. Die, facing the 100-meter purple sphere capable of obliterating planets. Gu Qingfeng performed an act that drove Gula to the brink of madness. He opened his mouth and exhaled gently, sending a breath towards the light sphere, which then surged back towards Gula. His most potent attack was effortlessly returned by Gu Qingfeng's breath, and Gula, caught off guard, had no choice but to dodge clumsily. Initially, Gu Qingfeng intended to prolong the encounter, but Gula's weakness dulled his interest. It is time to conclude this. Against me, you possess not even a fraction of chance. After a brief skirmish, Gula perceived that Gu Qingfeng was not as formidable as he had imagined and was about to unleash a taunt when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain. His entire body weakened. The purple sphere in his palm dissipated, and with his last ounce of strength, he glanced down to see Gu Qingfeng's finger piercing his heart. Gu Qingfeng wore a nonchalant smile, as though taking Gula's life was but a trivial matter. It seems I have surpassed you by just a fraction. The same time, a golden energy orb pressed tightly against Gula's body, the powerful shockwave propelling him toward the spaceship. Before Gula's subordinates could react, he crashed into the spacecraft, followed closely by an energy orb. Upon entering, the orb erupted with blinding light, unleashing a force never before witnessed. Obliterating the ship entirely, Gula's subordinates attempted to resist, yet their attacks were utterly ineffective against the ORBS. The brilliance faded. Everything was rendered to nothingness. The towering ship and the fearsome Gula were reduced to mere ashes. The entire exchange unfolded in mere seconds. Observing Gula's attack, the chat participants attempted once more to persuade Gu Qingfeng to flee, only to witness a dramatic turn in the battle. Their once invincible foe, Gula, was swiftly dispatched by Gu Qingfeng with a single strike. You also wish to dance? It's impossible. I couldn't even see how he killed that monster. The worldview of Uchiha Bito crumbled slightly. He had believed that with his fusion of the 10 tails, he could match such destructive power. Yet, he could not fathom how Gu Qingfeng approached Gula or executed such a lethal blow. In truth, he was not alone. No one in the chat could discern the sequence of events. Gu Qingfeng advanced, pierced Gula's heart with a finger, and obliterated him and the ship in another instant. The entire process took but a fleeting moment. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "The chat group has a slow motion feature. I had to slow it down 50 times to barely catch a glimpse of the Master S move." Another user expressed admiration. "The Master is truly magnificent. I no longer wish to strive for strength in this chat group. Does the Master have a girlfriend? If so, would he mind changing? If not, would he consider adding another?" The World Destroyer quipped, "That is a minuscule difference. It must be billions of times greater. The Master S slight edge is likely the greatest distance in the universe." The strongest in the dimension ended the live stream. The strongest in the dimension stated, "Tony, not one to be fickle, there's no time like the present. I shall speak with you now." Tony, not one to be fickle, suddenly remembered he owed the Master some money. I realize my mistake. Please grant me another chance. The World Destroyer replied, "Low emotional intelligence. I would pay you to avoid attacking me. High emotional intelligence. I still owe you money." The strongest in the dimension declared, "I have no interest in money. It holds no value for me." Another user commented, "You clearly have a few screws loose. Given the Master S strength, do you think he would care about money? With a mere thought, he could claim the entire Earth." Tony, not one to be fickle, sent an exclusive red envelope, $100 million, for the strongest in the dimension to claim. The strongest in the dimension accepted the red envelope. Gu Qingfeng then grasped the significance of being the world's richest. He truly is wealthy. Although it may not benefit him directly, he could certainly use it upon returning to Blue Star. The strongest in the dimension mused, "While that may be the case, upon reflection, we are all friends in this group, that I am indeed magnanimous. I shall not hold this trivial matter against you." Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who had been anxiously awaiting, breathed a sigh of relief, only to repeat his previous actions. "You also wish to dance? Master, what do you find lacking? I shall seek out whatever you may need." "You also wish to dance? It matters not. I harbor no ill will. Have you ever seen an adult become angry with a child? Moreover, I am merely a soul now, lacking only the items necessary for my resurrection. Tony, not one to be fickle, noted, it seems the group shop has resurrection items, but the cost varies depending on the strength of the resurrected individual, starting at 100,000 points. Fire Fist Ace exclaimed. That is exceedingly difficult. The maximum one can earn in a day is 100 points. 8t this rate. When will we ever gather enough points for resurrection? Uchiha Obito contemplated Gu Qingfeng. As a special administrator, he could sign in for 10,000 points daily. If he were willing to assist, he could resurrect himself in no time. However, he pondered what he had to offer in exchange. After observing Gu Qingfeng's battle, he felt he possessed nothing of value to him. You also wish to dance? I merely mentioned it casually. In due time, someone will surely resurrect me. There is no need for concern, Ding. The administrator seeks assistance and has issued a task to procure sufficient sustenance for her and ensure her safety for a duration of 10 days. Danger level 7, with a maximum of 10. Reward points 100. Ding. In this group, adhering to the principle of mutual aid, all members may accept the task. Completing the task will yield reward points, and the chat group will assess the completion level, granting additional points as a reward. Seeking support. The World Destroyer, Fire Fist Ace, and Tony Stark. Someone, please come to my aid. I am on the verge of collapse from hunger, and the streets are teeming with zombies, preventing me from venturing outside. My points are scant, and I need to use them to exchange for supplies. Once I possess the means to protect myself, I shall gradually repay you all with points. Fire Fist Ace. The administrator is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Had it not been for her timely warning, Sachi would have fallen victim to Blackbeard's ambush, the World Destroyer. Indeed, if not for her alert, I would not have been able to save my sister, Tony Stark. Without her, I would likely have perished in the clutches of the kidnappers. But why is the difficulty rating of this task so high? Seeking support. I am uncertain. At least the zombies I have encountered seem akin to ordinary humans, far inferior compared to you all. However, they are immortal. Only by obliterating their heads can they be slain. And those bitten by them will also transform into zombies. Obito, a seasoned veteran of the shinobi world, offered a more discerning perspective. You also wish to dance. I suspect it may be related to the world's level. For her, the difficulty is rated at 7, but perhaps here it is only one that the strongest in the dimension accepts the task. Fire Fist Ace accepts the task. The World Destroyer. It seems I need not go. The big shots are already on it, and I shall refrain from joining the fray. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao, the task issuer, was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt exhilarated, never expecting the big shots would voluntarily offer their assistance. Compared to others, her relationship with Gu Qingfeng was rather ordinary. Ace and the others had resolved many troubles she encountered in the original storyline with her aid, establishing a relatively good rapport. Their willingness to help was thus within reason. Yet she had no substantial connection with Gu Qingfeng, nor had she aided him in any way. This was also why she had not tagged Gu Qingfeng. Now it seemed the big shots were quite amiable. You also wish to dance? I am powerless. In my soul state, I cannot assist anyone. The World Destroyer. Be careful. Although according to the administrator, the enemies are not particularly strong, being bitten would pose a significant problem. Ding, the group member, the strongest in the dimension, completed the task and earned 50 reward points. Fire Fist Ace also received 50 points. Ding, the task was completed in 1 second, earning an SSS Super God rating, with an additional reward of 500,000 points, while Fire Fist Ace received an extra 10,000 points. You also wish to dance? The World Destroyer. Fire Fist Ace. At that moment, a cacophony of disbelief echoed in everyone's minds. What just transpired? How could the task be completed so swiftly? However, their attention swiftly shifted to the extra points, and several individuals immediately became frenzied. Tony Stark, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. Good grief, 500,000 points. Even if I were to hit the jackpot and score 100 points daily, it would take me 5,000 days. You also wish to dance? Envy and jealousy abound. It's infuriating how high the extra rewards are. If I had a physical form, those points would be mine. The usually cold-hearted Uchiha Obito could hardly contain his excitement. This was a staggering 500,000. With such points, he could resurrect himself. The World Destroyer. Wasn't the task difficulty rated at 7? Moreover, it requires finding enough food for the administrator and ensuring her safety for 10 days. How could it be completed so swiftly? Tony Stark. This is what true power looks like. It's akin to having a golden thigh to lean on, completing tasks as if playing a game. While you're still trying to grasp the situation, they've already finished it. You also wish to dance? As a kind reminder, during task completion in the chat group, assistance is provided to members without physical forms, granting them the peak state of their physical bodies. Did you not notice that big shot? Upon hearing this, Obito checked the task benefits page and indeed found such a provision, which only deepened his gloom. You also wish to dance? 500,000 points. This should have been mine. The World Destroyer. Well, even if you had gone, it would have been futile. The extra reward should correlate with the task rating. Would you have been able to complete the task in 1 second? You also wish to dance? The World Destroyer. Thus, even if you had gone, you would not have received the 500,000 points. So cease your jealousy. Tony Stark. Fire Fist Ace, you fool. Why are you questioning us when you participated in the task and received 10,000 points? What is your problem? Fire Fist Ace. I don't know. I just arrived, and the task completion notification popped up, granting me 10,000 points. The World Destroyer. So your 10,000 points were essentially a windfall. Huh. Well then, everyone is welcome to be envious. Tony Stark. You also wish to dance? Time rewinds to a minute prior. Upon seeing the administrator post a task, Gu Qingfeng, with nothing else to occupy him, decided to lend her a hand. He casually accepted the task, curious about the amount of extra points, as he was in dire need of them. The coordinates for returning home sold for 50 million, while the price for the ultimate technique, the Zizai Ji Gong, was a staggering 100 billion AS. For whether this world harbored any threats to him, it was not within Gu Qingfeng's realm of concern. Let us be realistic. To pose a threat to him, an opponent would need the power to obliterate the universe. However, how could such an existence possibly thrive in a mere zombie-ridden world? As I pressed the teleportation button for the task, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped me. The teleportation commenced, and a blinding light erupted, prompting Gu Qingfeng to instinctively shut his eyes. Once the teleportation concluded, he opened his eyes to behold a gruesome sight. A man, his body mangled and bloodied, had pounced upon a frail young girl, pinning her to the ground. The man's half-eaten form seemed oblivious to his own pain, as he gaped with his mouth agape, lunging toward the girl beneath him. The girl on the ground was none other than Yun Yao, the administrator of the chat group, who had issued the task but had not yet managed to utter a few more words. Suddenly, the door of the room was flung open, and a zombie burst in, launching an attack against her. Yun Yao felt she might be the most unfortunate transmigrator, while others possessed extraordinary abilities or, at the very least, had mysterious powerful allies. She had only a chat group. Although the group's capabilities were indeed formidable, they demanded an exorbitant amount of time. Having been a member for over 20 days, she gazed longingly at the various abilities available in the shop, nearly drooling with desire, yet she could afford none. Fortunately, her companions in the group were kind-hearted, not shunning her due to her low points from issuing tasks. Once the big shots arrived to rescue her, she could easily thrive in this apocalyptic world by clinging to their coattails. Alas, her joy turned to despair. The big shots had yet to arrive. While the zombie was already upon her, yes, a fragile girl with no means to defend herself, she felt utterly powerless. Watching the zombie's grotesque visage draw closer, she dared not envision the horrifying fate of becoming a zombie herself. Just as she closed her eyes in resignation, waiting for the inevitable pain, she felt an unexpected sensation of being watched. With her tightly shut eyes slightly parting, she caught sight of Gu Qingfeng's gentle smile. While the male zombie had vanished without a trace, blinking in confusion, she rubbed her delicate hands to ensure she was not hallucinating. In the next moment, she sprang from the ground, leaping onto Gu Qingfeng's broad shoulder, and began to sob softly. She was merely an ordinary girl. In her previous life, she was unremarkable, having hidden away in her abode since her arrival in this zombie-infested world. This was her first encounter with the specter of death, and her heart involuntarily yearned to seek refuge in Gu Qingfeng's embrace. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was age-old, yet no beauty could resist the allure of a hero. especially one as devastatingly handsome as Gu Qingfeng. That moment. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. The situation was far too sudden. With his strength, evading the threat was a trivial matter, but adhering to the chivalrous code of caring for women. He decided to lend his shoulder to Yun Yao. Little did he know that once she nestled against him, she would not let go, but instead, her grip tightened. The pressure of her two soft mounds against his chest was quite uncomfortable. Although they appeared petite, their physical contact felt as if he were pressed against two formidable peaks. However, he was a man devoted to his girlfriend. While she may not be a breathtaking beauty, he was resolute in his loyalty and would not entertain the idea of polygamy. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere was disrupted by an apologetic voice. Did I arrive at an inconvenient time? Ace, the newcomer, appeared beside them. He and Gu Qingfeng had essentially arrived simultaneously, though the disparity in their abilities was vast. The spatial teleportation had little effect on Gu Qingfeng, but Ace experienced a few seconds of dizziness due to his lack of strength. Once he regained his composure, the chat group notified him that the task was complete, and he found Gu Qingfeng and Yun Yao still entwined. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Yun Yao snapped back to reality. Extricating herself from Gu Qingfeng's embrace and turning to face Ace with a flushed countenance, her eyes brimming with indignation. This made Ace feel uneasy, although he pondered what he had done to warrant such a glare. After casting several fierce looks at Ace, Yun Yao averted her gaze, ignoring him, the unwelcome third wheel. Ace, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, had no desire to speak. After all, it was unreasonable to expect him to simply stand there in silence. Gu Qingfeng also received the notification that the task was complete and was at a loss regarding how to face Yun Yao, deciding to take his leave. Now that the task is complete, shall we part ways for the time being? Yun Yao shouted, not intending to let him leave so easily. Where do you think you're going? I still haven't found any food, and what if another zombie intrudes within these 10 days? I would be doomed. Ace, gazing at Yun Yao's form, inquired with curiosity, what is that shimmering, multicolored shield around you? Is that an ability of yours, big shot? Gu Qingfeng nodded, it's merely a parlor trick. I call it the Soul Guardian. Any object that harbors ill intentions toward her will trigger the shield's protective mode, unless the enemy's strength is on par with my current state. It would be impossible to breach this protective barrier. Ace's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such an incredible ability. However, upon reflection, he recognized another issue. The chat group indicates the task is complete. Does that imply that within this world, no one can breach your protective shield? Yun Yao, standing beside them, recalled the firm muscles and broad, strong arms of Gu Qingfeng when she had clung to him. Were it not for Ace's lack of perception, she would have been embarrassed by the image of herself refusing to let go of Gu Qingfeng. As a girl, she too could feel shy. If it weren't for the overwhelming emotions, she wouldn't have acted so embarrassingly. You can step outside and boldly search for food. No zombies can harm you. Why not give it a try? Glancing at the 50,000 points in the shop, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt that returning to Blue Star was within reach. If only tasks consistently yielded 50,000 points. However, he had not considered that if someone else were to undertake this task, they would struggle to create a protective shield lasting 10 days. Simply escaping from the throngs of zombies to find food would pose a significant challenge, although zombies generally lacked intelligence and combat prowess. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Looking outward, the streets were teeming with them. Using Ace as a comparison, while he might be able to take down hundreds or even thousands, could he truly defeat tens of thousands? No matter who took on the task, it would be impossible to complete it in a short time. Yet here stood Gu Qingfeng. His strength was astonishing. Even a casually wielded shield contained enough energy to obliterate the earth. There was no need for concern that the shield's power would diminish over time. While many ants could indeed take down an elephant, no number of ants could vanquish Ultraman. The power dynamics of this world existed in an entirely different dimension. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Yun Yao hastily shook off her errant thoughts, examining the radiant shield surrounding her. She poked at it with her finger, discovering that it felt as if it were non-existent. Visible yet untouchable. Ace, misinterpreting Yun Yao's hesitation as fear, smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry. Just step outside and test the shield's strength. Both the big shot and I will be here watching. So there's nothing to feared. I wasn't worried at all. The big shot will undoubtedly handle it with ease. I merely want to see if this thing has any effect on me. Yin Yao shot Ace a sidelong glance, tossing her hair back defiantly as she strode toward the door. However, just before stepping outside, she hesitated. Though her gait was undeniably cool, she wondered if Gu Qingfeng and Ace were indeed following her. She heard no footsteps. What if those two had not come after all? Should she turn back to check? But would that only invite ridicule from Ace, that fool? Regardless, she resolved whatever will be, will be. Yin Yao steeled her courage and stepped out of the door, only to be met by a horde of countless zombies rushing toward her. The closest of these ghastly creatures was merely a dozen meters away, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Although Yin Yao held considerable faith in Gu Qingfeng, the sheer magnitude of the situation left her momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, as the zombies encroached within a 3-meter radius of her, an enigmatic and profound energy emanated from her being. The throng of zombies, as if they had encountered their nemesis, began to dissolve and dissipate, with the foremost dozens transforming into swirling blood mist in an instant. Zombies lack intelligence. Upon sighting a living creature, they descend into a frenzy, heedless of their impending doom. Rushing forth in relentless waves, the tide of undead surged from behind, yet under the protection of the luminous barrier, they fell like moths to a flame, each one perishing in droves in mere minutes. The ground was drenched in blood, the already ravaged pavement now a deep crimson hue. Remarkably, the power of the barrier showed no sign of waning. Could humanity truly possess such strength? Ace, standing behind Yin Yao, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. While he too could conjure a shield-like barrier enveloped in flames, its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Gu Qingfeng's radiant shield. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that any protective barrier, ultimately formed from various energies, would inevitably deplete unless continuously supplied by the user. The rough estimate suggested that at least 800 zombies had perished beneath the shield. Yet its integrity remained unaltered. Gu Qingfeng, standing right behind him, had not contributed any energy to the barrier. How much energy did it possess? How many of these barriers can you conjure at once? Boss, 10 or 100? Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, I've never tested it. This little trick consumes far less energy than I can replenish. I could use it indefinitely. It's merely a minor feat. I haven't even transformed into my Super Saiyan form. This barrier is simply a casual manifestation of my normal state. For him, this was merely a standard state, yet its power far exceeded that of a Super Saiyan god. His ordinary state alone possessed energy rivaling that of a Super Saiyan god, which explained why the barrier's power had not diminished despite obliterating countless zombies. The energy required to annihilate a few zombies was trivial compared to the potential to unleash enough force to shatter the earth. It would be more efficient to run into a block of tofu and perish. Meanwhile, the chat group was embroiled in a heated debate, struggling to comprehend how Gu Qingfeng managed to locate food within a mere second while ensuring Yin Yao's safety for 10 days. Do you also wish to dance? A mere zombie can be dispatched with a flick of the wrist, but providing long-term protection for the administrator is no simple feat. One can only safeguard her closely. The destroyer of worlds. Indeed, unless the boss intends to obliterate the administrator's planet and eradicate all the zombies, I cannot conceive of another method. Tony, the heartthrob. Now that you mention it, I find it quite plausible. The boss likely wouldn't care about a mere planet. Fire Fist Ace. The boss has employed a protective shield I've never witnessed before, as long as there is hostility directed at the administrator. Any entity approaching a certain range will be automatically annihilated. Tony, the heartthrob. What on earth is that? It can detect hostility. Are you pulling my leg? Fire Fist Ace. I have no idea. We're fine when we approach. But zombies perish. I'll start a live stream for you all. With that, Fire Fist Ace began a live stream. You also wish to dance? Enter the live stream. Tony, the heartthrob, enter the live stream. The destroyer of worlds, enter the live stream. In the stream, a sweet-faced girl with short hair stood motionless in the street, surrounded by a multitude of terrifying zombies that roared as they lunged at Yin Yao. Strangely, any zombie that ventured within 3 meters of her was obliterated by an invisible force, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. The scene was grotesquely bloody. Even the mindless zombies ultimately ceased their suicidal advance, deliberately avoiding Yun Yao. Their low intelligence did not equate to a complete lack of awareness. After all, even fish possess a memory span of 7 seconds. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their companions instilled fear within them. Tony, the heartthrob. This boss is incredible. One cannot fathom the extent of his abilities using conventional logic. You also wish to dance? Regardless, this is too exaggerated. A protective shield that can discern enemies? Fire Fist Ace. After watching for so long, I still can't comprehend it. The boss merely waves his hand without any intricate techniques. Tony, the heartthrob. What about food? With safety assured, how is the food situation resolved? You can't see any food. How does the task show as complete? The destroyer of worlds. Tony, the heartthrob, perhaps you should exit the group. Your presence is lowering the collective IQ. With the protective shield, the administrator can stroll about freely, openly raid a store for supplies. Fire Fist Ace. How did you become the world's richest man with such logic? You also wish to dance? Same question. Tony, the heartthrob. Fire Fist Ace, you're so clever. Why haven't you developed your own unique Iron Man suit? Regarding the jibe from Uchiha Madara, Tony Stark instinctively brushed it aside. He had known Ace for some time, and their relationship was relatively amicable. Madara, however, was different. He had previously offended him, and his temperament left much to be desired. He had no desire to provoke Madara. As Ace marveled at the power of the barrier, he was momentarily taken aback by Tony's inquiry, then candidly replied, "Because I have no need for it. Even without the armor, I could easily take you down. Why would I need such a thing?" Tony, the heartthrob, I am utterly at a loss for words. The destroyer of worlds. All right, let us watch the live stream in silence. Stop the bickering as the horde of zombies parted. Yin Yao suddenly turned around to see Gu Qingfeng's figure. There's a supermarket ahead. Why don't you accompany me? I can't carry much food back on my own. Though she recognized the inconvenience it posed to Gu Qingfeng and Ace. She was merely an ordinary girl. Hauling 10 days' worth of supplies would likely exhaust her, but Gu Qingfeng smiled lightly. With my protective shield, why would you return to that dilapidated house? You could simply stay at the supermarket. No one could harm you there. This notion resonated with Yun Yao. Despite her formidable strength, she believed one should reside in a secure location. Just because zombies could not defeat her did not mean they wouldn't be able to bite her while she slept. The boss, however, had forgotten that the protective shield did not require activation. It was always in an active state. I genuinely feel an urge to cease striving for strength. It seems more effortless to rely on the boss's skills. In my eyes, the apocalypse appears trivial, yet for the boss, it is hardly a concern. Nevertheless, she merely contemplated this. Possessing her own power was the true path to strength. Relying on others was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Gu Qingfeng nodded seriously. Then you need not exert yourself. With my protective shield, no one in this world can harm you. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled. Could it be that the boss intended to shield her? When a man aids a woman, there are only two possibilities. He has feelings for her, or he holds a deep fondness for her. Yet, it wouldn't be right to constantly trouble him for assistance. Always relying on him to provide a protective barrier in need. This one is sufficient. You need not keep returning. This shield will remain even if the world faces destruction. The possibility of the barrier dissipating prematurely due to energy depletion was non-existent. Though it was merely a trifle to him, it still contained a fraction of his immense energy, enough to pierce through dozens of Earths without difficulty. The energy expended in dispatching a few zombies was negligible, a mere drop in the ocean. Yun Yao was left utterly speechless. The boss was indeed extraordinary, providing a permanent solution to the problem. Before she could respond, Gu Qingfeng spoke again. Ace, you should accompany the administrator in searching for food. She likely feels isolated after a long time and requires companionship. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. After speaking, he departed, using the space of the chat group to teleport back to the Dragon Ball universe. Following the completion of his task, he could remain in the world where the task was issued for no more than 2 hours, but he sensed a change in Yun Yao's demeanor. Initially, she revered his strength. But after being saved by him, there was a hint of inexplicable affection in her gaze that he had no desire to entangle himself romantically. and since the issue had been resolved, he intended to avoid unnecessary complications. However, even the most formidable woman requires the protection of a man, and it was worth noting that although Yun Yao was a traveler from another world, she was still in her developmental stage and possessed pitifully low strength. The dashing and gentlemanly ace was indeed a commendable choice. Boasting sufficient power, he was not the type to claim every beautiful woman as his own. In his view, a man should, throughout his life, love but one. Left with their eyes wide in surprise, Ace and Yun Yao shared a pleasant rapport. It was undeniable that Yun Yao was strikingly beautiful. During his years of traversing new worlds, Ace had encountered few women of such exquisite beauty. Their time spent together in the group had convinced Ace of Yun Yao's kind-hearted nature, yet he pondered the issue of the protective barrier. Gu Qingfeng had merely stated that it would automatically defend against malicious intent. Could one truly approach her without ill will? Ace hesitated to make contact with Yun Yao. This was no jest. A moment's carelessness could result in the barrier striking him, potentially costing him his life. He was uncertain whether he could withstand it, yet he was not inclined to risk his life for the sake of flirting. Returning to Gu Qingfeng on a remote asteroid in the Dragon Ball world, he promptly opened his chat group, having just earned 500,000 points for the recent task. The messages in the group had surged to an overwhelming 99. And Gu Qingfeng did not bother to read the earlier messages, merely glancing briefly at the recent ones. Seeking support. Dimension's mightiest, I appreciate your assistance, and I shall remember your kindness. World Destroyer. I sense a peculiar aura. Could it be merely my imagination? Tony the Unfaithful. No, it is not your imagination. I sense it too. Gu Qingfeng chuckled, ignoring their banter, and opened the points door, gazing at the dazzling 5 zeros behind his points. This sensation was truly delightful. The only regret was that he needed far more points. Otherwise, he might have exchanged some of the 500,000 for minor items, whether it be the Sharingan or a devil fruit. While they might not provide him with substantial benefits, they would still serve as entertaining diversions. With nothing pressing to attend to, he thought it prudent to seek out someone for a spar, while also inquiring about the coordinates of Earth in the Dragon Ball world. After contemplating his options, he ultimately decided to seek Frieza, a renowned tank in the Dragon Ball universe. Who better to withstand punishment than him? With 2 fingers placed upon his forehead, he vanished from his location in an instant. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who was currently engaged in battles across the cosmos with his minions, trouble was looming. However, he had no intention of visiting Earth. As Son Goku and Vegeta, the 2 Super Saiyan gods, rendered his solo efforts futile at this moment, he had just been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and had developed his golden form to seek vengeance on Earth, only to be beaten mercilessly by Goku and Vegeta in succession. Unlike the original storyline, he chose not to destroy Earth and the Saiyans in a fit of spite. Instead, he fled in solitude. Visiting Earth was out of the question. He would never set foot there, especially since he could not contend against the 2 of them united. He could only prey upon other races to sustain himself. Well, Frieza, how have you been lately? While his subordinates attacked a planet, Frieza remained seated in his small spacecraft, casting a strange glance at the unfolding chaos below. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he discovered it was none other than the person he least wanted to see, Son Goku. Goku, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Frieza's words momentarily vexed Gu Qingfeng, but upon reflection, it made sense. Vegito was the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. With both their features reflected in his appearance, it was understandable that Frieza, having never seen Vegito, would mistake him for Goku. With a serious expression, Gu Qingfeng introduced himself. I am Gu Qingfeng. If you wish to avoid death, divulge the location of Earth. Ho ho ho. Upon closer inspection, you are indeed not Son Goku, but you are also an arrogant fellow, daring to speak to me, the Emperor of the Universe, in such a manner. Prepare to die. Frieza maintained a smile. Yet as he finished speaking, his expression twisted into a snarl, and a beam of deathly energy shot forth from his fingertip. Gu Qingfeng could not be bothered to evade. He allowed the beam to strike him, finding Frieza's attack far too weak. Ultimately, he could not escape the law of smoke without harm. Once the billowing dust settled, Gu Qingfeng stood unscathed. Not bad, but you still lack the prowess to challenge me. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Frisia's eyes. Merely the fact that this man bore a resemblance to Goku was enough for him to desire his death. With a thunderous roar, he began to gather energy, flames swirling around him, the intense energy wave shattering the ground beneath him for hundreds of meters. Blinding golden light illuminated the sky as the 24K pure gold Frisia emerged. His energy soaring to the heavens, powerful enough to cause the entire planet to tremble, that Jiu Qingfeng made no effort to halt Frisia's energy gathering. No matter how he struggled, he could never hope to rival him. Your brother can also transform like this, but once he does, he becomes far too weak. I wonder how you measure up against that waste. Frisia's eyes glinted with malice. His fury was not solely due to the death of his brother at the hands of this man, but rather because of the audacity to strike at someone within his family. A provocation against the royal lineage of the universe. Ha ha ha. My hands have not tasted blood in ages. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. Gu Qingfeng, exasperated, waved his right hand at Frisia, signaling him to attack quickly, as he was growing weary of Frisia's braggadocio. Frisia, incensed by this gesture, charged forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving before Gu Qingfeng in the blink of an eye. Delivering a punch aimed at his face, Jiu Qingfeng effortlessly parried the blow with one hand, grasping Frisia's arm, rendering him incapable of retracting it. No matter how he exerted himself, with a lightning-fast strike, Gu Qingfeng landed a direct hit on Frisia, sending him flying backward for hundreds of meters before he could regain his footing. Frisia was taken aback that, even in his golden form, his attack was so easily thwarted. He let out a frustrated roar and launched another assault. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows in close combat, each countering the other's attacks in a flurry of exchanges. The two of them trading dozens of blows in an instant. Throughout the encounter, Frisia found himself thoroughly suppressed by Gu Qingfeng, reduced to mere defense with no opportunity for retaliation, until a Kamehameha wave momentarily forced Gu Qingfeng back. Withdrawing from the fray, Frisia returned to his normal state. Although they had only fought for mere seconds, he felt that it was more grueling than his desperate battles against Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Each of Gu Qingfeng's strikes possessed earth-shattering might. Frisia could barely defend himself, and his body bore the bruises of their first encounter. Jiu Qingfeng's expression remained devoid of emotion, exuding an air of effortless superiority, making it difficult to fathom just how powerful he truly was. Though Frisia was loath to admit it, he recognized that he was indeed outmatched. Should the battle continue, his defeat was all but assured. Would you like me to send someone to escort you? Earth is not far from here. It would only take an hour. Frisia made the suggestion in hopes of subtly courting favor with Gu Qingfeng, wishing to draw him into his ranks that if he could recruit him, even the combined might of Goku and Vegeta would pose little threat. Gu Qingfeng finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. Frisia was displaying a modicum of sense. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to impart a painful lesson. And no need to send me. Your ship's speed is far too slow that I shall make my own way there. You need only provide me with the coordinates of Earth. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged from afar, prompting both Gu Qingfeng and Frisia to gaze towards the east. It was the power of the Super Saiyan God. Could it be that Son Goku was encountering a formidable foe, prompting him to assume this form? Frisia cast a surprised glance at Gu Qingfeng, astonished that he was aware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God. Even after traversing the universe for decades, he had only recently encountered Son Goku in his Super Saiyan form. You know of the Super Saiyan God. This form of Saiyan is incredibly powerful, perhaps even stronger than you. In Frisia's eyes flickered a glint of cunning. Utilizing Gu Qingfeng against Sun Wukong would be the most advantageous course of action. Although Gu Qingfeng bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong, Frisia did not perceive him as a Saiyan. To him, Saiyans were a base and contemptible race. How could one possibly possess such formidable power? It was utterly inconceivable. Jiu Qingfeng, disinterested in Frisia's schemes, was already well aware of the character of this individual. With a mere touch of his fingers to his forehead, he executed instant transmission and departed from the scene. Kakarot, do not even think of surpassing me. Vegeta, we can still become even stronger. Indeed, the might of the Saiyans knows no bounds. Vegeta, clad in a blue form-fitting battlesuit, stood face-to-face with Sun Wukong, who wore an orange martial arts uniform. Both had transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, a form in which they exercised an exquisite control over their powers. Ensuring no energy escaped and minimizing stamina depletion, Vegeta's crimson hair swiftly morphed into a brilliant blue, his aura surging wildly, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. Sun Wukong, not one to underestimate the situation, also transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, which was akin to a Super Saiyan Blue. In this form, he harnessed a power that far exceeded that of a god, yet it came at a tremendous cost, rendering it unsustainable for long durations that a ripple spread through the space thousands of meters behind them. Utilizing the energy emitted from their clash, Gu Qingfeng executed instant transmission, arriving directly on Earth, despite the distance. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta instinctively sensed the presence of another entity encroaching upon their battleground. Who is he? Is he your brother, Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity evident on his face, for apart from Vegeta, he had yet to encounter any other Saiyans from the same ERAS for his brother Raditz and Nappa. Those two minor characters had long been forgotten after Wukong defeated them. Vegeta scoffed. Impossible! The pure-blooded Saiyans consist only of the two of why brother Tarbal possesses a low battle power. He could not possibly be as strong as him, but he then smirked. He bears a closer resemblance to you. Could it be that you have an illegitimate child out there? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong quickly retorted, Vegeta, do not speak carelessly. I would never do such a thing that if Chi-Chi found out, she would surely kill me. Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, held firm to his belief in strength as the ultimate truth. Who are you? If you remain silent, I would not mind teaching you a lesson. The Gu Qingfeng harbored no fear of the two. Merely wishing to avoid conflict with Earth's defenders. I am simply an unremarkable Saiyan. You need not concern yourself with me. I have come to Earth merely to reside for a while. Humph. Who would believe such nonsense? With such immense power, how could you come to Earth without ulterior motives? With that, Vegeta prepared to strike and test Gu Qingfeng's strength, only to be halted by his son Wukong, whose smile radiated friendliness. You are quite powerful. Encountering a master like you is truly exhilarating. We should spar together when time permits. Indeed, I have long admired your names, and I look forward to our future exchanges. However, for now, how about we share a meal and converse? Gu Qingfeng's suggestion piqued their interest, as Saiyans, apart from their love for combat, held an equal passion for feasting. They could consume food in quantities that would astonish ordinary individuals. Possessing an insatiable appetite for culinary delights, Sun Wukong, already devoid of hostility towards Gu Qingfeng, found Vegeta's naturally proud demeanor soften upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng's humble approach. Having battled for quite some time, they were famished, returning to their normal states. Vegeta led the trio into the city. They gathered around a table, devouring their meal with great fervor, of course, with Vegeta footing the bill. As the strongest son-in-law of the Dragon Balls, he had ample wealth. Regarding his origins, Gu Qingfeng simply brushed off the details, claiming his family had been discarded lower-class warriors years ago and that he had previously encountered strong foes and perished in battle. Vegeta remained skeptical, while Wukong, being carefree, paid little mind to such matters, sensing no malice from Gu Qingfeng. After their meal, the three parted ways. Gu Qingfeng found a nearby inn, while Wukong journeyed to the planet where the god of destruction, Beerus, resided. Vegeta returned home alone, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Gu Qingfeng. Once settled, Gu Qingfeng accessed the Dimension chat group, ready to check in for the day. A chance at 10,000 points was too valuable to miss. Ding! Successfully signed in as the strongest in the Dimension, earning 100 points. Ding! Admin, the strongest in the Dimension, successfully signed in, earning 10,000 points. Ding! Admin, seeking to cling to a powerful figure, successfully signed in, earning 50 points. In truth, the number of points earned was inconsequential. The chat group was intentionally flattering him, and all members were well aware of it. The key detail was that Gu Qingfeng had just completed a sign-in when Yun Yao also signed in almost simultaneously. This created an awkward situation. Sign-in was not to be feared, but being outdone by another was indeed embarrassing. Both were admins, one with 10,000 points and the other with 50. Tony, the Heartbreaker. I apologize, I truly do not wish to laugh, but you're simply too amusing. Seeking to cling to a powerful figure. Is it really that funny? My sign-in points cannot compare to the big shot, but they exceed yours, you playboy. Tony, the Heartbreaker. You are an admin. It is only natural for you to have more points than I do. I am merely a member. Why compare yourself to me? Fire Fist Ace. I cannot hold back any longer. You had to sign in at the same time as the big shot. Are you not just seeking trouble for yourself? Seeking to cling to a powerful figure. What are you all laughing at? Is it truly that amusing? Tony, the Heartbreaker. I am reminded of a joyous occasion. My wife has given birth, seeking to cling to a powerful figure. Fire Fist Ace. How do you explain that? Fire Fist Ace. My wife has also given birth, seeking to cling to a powerful figure. You are all clearly laughing at my expense, and you have not stopped. Tony, the Heartbreaker. As the world's richest man, I have undergone rigorous training, and no matter how amusing it is, I shall not laugh unless I cannot help myself. Yun Yao's face flushed with indignation as Ace and Tony played off each other, daring to mock her so brazenly that Dimension's strongest. Do admins not have the power to silence others? Let's give them a half-hour timeout. Out of sight, out of mind. You wish to dance too? Tony truly has a knack for creating a ruckus. Who wouldn't want to provoke him? Are you a clown sent by the monkeys? Tony, the Heartbreaker. The cross-world travel feature is now open, while I cannot contend with others. Given your strength, World Destroyer. You cannot defeat her either. Not just you. I suspect I cannot either. Have you forgotten that the big shot provided her with a protective shield? Tony, the Heartbreaker. What do you mean? So now, I am the weakest in the group? Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, you are the weakest. Moreover, if the admin strikes you, you cannot retaliate. Not only can you not strike back, but you must also gratefully accept it. Otherwise, if the big shot shield deems you an enemy, one blow, and you are finished. Tony, the Heartbreaker. This is too much. I cannot strike back, and I must thank you. Do I not have any dignity as the world's richest man? Fire Fist Ace. If you wish to test the power of the shield, feel free to retaliate. Be gentle, I support you. Tony, the Heartbreaker. Support my foot, as if you have not offended her. And what do you mean by be gentle? A group member, Ace, uploaded an image. The image was straightforward and clear. The typically bold and handsome Ace was now obediently ridden by a girl who was pinching his cheeks with force, seeking to cling to a powerful figure. Offline single kill. No explanation needed. World Destroyer. Miss 666, do you wish to dance too? 666 Tony, the Heartbreaker. 666 group member Tony, the Heartbreaker, was silenced for 30 minutes by the admin Dimension's strongest. You two are progressing quite swiftly. You have captured Ace in no time. It seems that the two individuals have been granted an opportunity for intimate solitude, and within a mere day, their relationship has advanced significantly. Perched atop Ace's face, the playful Yun Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After Gu Qingfeng's departure, she had gradually come to terms with her situation. She and Gu Qingfeng were never meant to occupy the same world. He was far too formidable, and a man of his caliber was beyond her reach. Beside her, Ace possessed immense strength, a gentle disposition, and harbored a fondness for her. In just a day of interaction, their bond had flourished remarkably. Ace had remained single since birth, and Yun Yao shared a similar fate. She had endured over 20 days in a post-apocalyptic world without encountering a single man. Although their relationship had yet to be formally defined, there lay only a thin veil between them. Please do not jest with me, esteemed one. We are merely good friends, she implored. The most fearsome sprite joined the chat. Whose little sprite has conjured this? I inadvertently found myself drawn in. Are you not afraid that I shall consume your time? Shinigami Elementary student. How did this phenomenon manifest in my mind? It defies all scientific explanation. You also wish to dance, said another consume time. That is indeed an intriguing ability. However, I doubt that any of you are within my capacity to devour. World Destroyer. The power to control time. It reminds me of my ambitious junior by the way. Is the newcomer male or female? Fire Fist Ace. Shinigami Elementary student. You cannot possibly be a mere elementary student. Even theology cannot elucidate this, let alone science. The most fearsome sprite. I have absorbed the time of a full 10,000 individuals. Shouldn't you fear that I might extinguish you all? Tony not fickle. Having been released from his mute status by the administrator. 10,000? That's merely a matter of having hands. When I was trafficking weapons, the souls of those who perished at the hands of my merchandise numbered no less than 80,000. The most fearsome sprite, but you did not slay them yourself. Can the creator claim to have killed millions? Fire Fist Ace. That sounds rather impressive, yet I have never taken the lives of so many. That is because you choose not to kill. She targets only ordinary people. You truly believe she slays the strong? Shinigami Elementary student. Having killed so many without being apprehended by the police. Let me confront you personally. Conan, upon hearing this, expressed astonishment. He had never fathomed that one could commit such mass murder without the police catching wind of it. He believed his chat group belonged to their world, merely drawing him in by chance. How could there possibly exist another world? If it were indeed possible to communicate across dimensions, how powerful must the creator of this chat group be? You also wish to dance? Said another. The chat contains battle recordings of everyone. Once you watch, you will comprehend the power dynamics within the group. The most fearsome sprite. Do not think to fool me with mere videos. I shall not be deceived. The title Strongest in the Dimension holds great authority. May I be introduced? Strongest in the Dimension. Greetings, new members. Bow before the esteemed one. Came the chorus. The most fearsome sprite. It appears the administrator is quite beloved. Would you care to accompany me on a date? Gu Qingfeng felt a peculiar sensation, a rare bout of shyness, for he recognized both newcomers. The most fearsome sprite was Tokisaki Kurumi, a well-known supporting character from Date A Live, and a favored choice among many otaku. Her identity as a supporting character and the mistress of time made her almost unbeatable, save for a few exceptions. Shinigami Elementary student required no introduction, having claimed the life of one individual per episode. A veritable prodigy of China, Detective Conan, the intellectual paragon of the series, could see through any criminal's ruse. The most fearsome sprite. It seems the administrator is quite cherished. Come, handsome, let us go on a date. Gu Qingfeng, touched by the compliment, felt a rare flush of shyness. Kurumi was indeed his dream girl. He had often quarreled with his girlfriend over this infatuation, and now, unexpectedly being courted, he felt a flutter of excitement. Strongest in the Dimension, most fearsome sprite, greetings to you. However, I must decline the date for now. My schedule is rather full. Shinigami Elementary student. So which of the two administrators is stronger? The group files lack recordings of the administrators. Fire Fist Ace uploaded a recording of a battle against zombies. Both the most fearsome sprite and Shinigami Elementary student accepted the recording. The group fell silent for several seconds before Conan, recovering from his astonishment, spoke first. Are those humanoid creatures zombies? Is this not a phenomenon from the movies? How could such a thing manifest in the administrator's world? What is the situation with the administrator? The zombies perish before they even approach. This power rivals that of a deity. Furthermore, what exactly is this chat group? Can someone explain? Conan's barrage of questions reflected his shifting belief from skepticism to a tentative acceptance. Initially, he thought he had been hypnotized, but the reality of the situation felt too tangible, unlike the effects of hypnosis. Moreover, his body remained unaffected, allowing him to engage with group members solely in his mind. World Destroyer. This is a dimensional chat group, primarily serving to connect characters from different dimensions, facilitating communication and interaction across realms. Members can sign in daily to earn points, or assist newcomers in resolving their queries to gain points as well. These points can be exchanged for various items across the multiverse. World Destroyer answered the new members' queries, earning 100 points. World Destroyer. For some reason, I suddenly feel that these 100 points are rather underwhelming. Does anyone have any tasks for me? I wish to undertake some missions as well. Fire Fist Ace. Esteemed one, daily sign-ins yield 10,000 points. Naturally, a mere 100 points would feel insignificant. The most fearsome sprite. Can the power of time be exchanged? The strength of the primordial sprite can also be traded, yet one may only earn a maximum of 100 points per day. It feels rather slow. World Destroyer. What do you think? Isn't the energy of the administrator impressive? Shinigami Elementary student. Indeed, this is akin to activating invincibility. Tony not fickle. Not only that, but she possesses infinite energy, even if the Earth were to perish. Her protective shield would remain unscathed. Shinigami Elementary student. This utterly shatters my understanding that is this truly the extent of the Administrator's power. How terrifying. Fire Fist Ace, strongest in the dimension. I must say, this is merely a trinket the esteemed one whimsically conjured, capable of infinite replication. Do you believe it? Shinigami Elementary student. I do not believe. If that were the case, it would be invincible. Why not simply provide each of you with one? Rendering the chat group unnecessary. The most fearsome sprite. A man of such formidable strength. Consuming his time would surely be exhilarating if I were to slay him. Would the position of administrator not fall to me? It must be said that Gu Qingfeng's allure, with his daily yield of 10,000 points, was immense. Even if she suspected him of being powerful, Kurumi yearned to take a chance. With points to exchange for the power of time, she could potentially defeat the primordial sprite, rescuing this wretched world and herself in the process. Strongest in the dimension. Gu Qingfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In a sense, there was truth to her statement. Even if he were to bestow soul guardians upon all members of the chat group, his strength would easily allow it. However, he was but a mortal without the chat group. Who would issue missions? Without missions, how could he earn points to return Earth? He chose to overlook Kurumi's remarks, as she was, after all, his beloved character from the two-dimensional realm. A slight transgression could be tolerated. He remained magnanimous, Tony not fickle. Most fearsome sprite, newcomer 666. Daring to challenge the esteemed one. I, too, have kept my thoughts to myself, strongest in the dimension. Your solar system requires a complete overhaul. When I find the time, I shall crush it. Tony not fickle. Can the esteemed one truly create a sun? What an unfathomable notion. Strongest in the dimension. I shall not create a sun. I merely stated my intent to crush it. Not to fashion another. Tony not fickle. Please do not frighten me. Esteemed one. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a monumental presence. Tony Stark felt a surge of panic. Surely the esteemed one would not truly come to obliterate the sun. Perhaps it was merely a jest? The supreme of dimensions. Who claims I jest? It presents a perfect opportunity for a duel between you and me. After all, you do wish to measure your strength against mine, do you not? Tony, the unfickle. Perhaps it would be wise for you to silence yourself, for the prospect of annihilating the sun at a whim is rather terrifying. My fragile heart cannot withstand it. In that moment, Tony suddenly realized that Yun Yao's frequent silencing was, in fact, a manifestation of her gentleness. He found himself more inclined to be rendered mute than to endure her relentless repairs. The most malevolent sprite, to crush the sun. Are you aware of its vastness and the extreme temperatures it harbors? You cannot even draw close without being reduced to ashes. Not even a deity could accomplish such a feat. Initially, Tokisaki Kurumi harbored doubts regarding Gu Qingfeng's prowess, yet she was not entirely disbelieving. However, after listening to the exchange between Tony and Gu Qingfeng, she became unequivocally convinced they were merely toying with her. Any rational being would scoff at the notion that humanity could obliterate the sun. Even she, as a sprite, would find it impossible. Group admin seeking support. Send group files, the worldviews of Tokisaki Kurumi and Detective Conan. Tony, the unfickle. I am rather curious. Why has the esteemed figure fallen silent again? It seems a blatant display of favoritism. Despite her repeated provocations, the esteemed one remains unresponsive, taking her ire out on me. The destroyer of worlds. When it comes to adding fuel to the fire, I yield only to you. You truly are an ancient tortoise-consuming arsenic. Your longevity is astonishing. You also wish to join the dance. It seems you are either courting death or treading the path toward it, and I am intrigued as to how you have managed to survive thus far. Seeking support. Same question, add 1. Fire Fist Ace. Same question, add 1. It is evident to all observant souls that Gu Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kurumi is extraordinarily amicable. Yet, no one dares voice this observation, for they firmly believe a scapegoat will emerge to challenge the authority of the esteemed one. As anticipated, Tony stepped forward at the opportune moment. The supreme of dimensions. Wait for me. Yin Yao felt it was time to take action. redirecting the conversation, as she had thoroughly read the original works of both Kurumi and Conan. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the futures of the two new group members, the most malevolent sprite. Could it be that you can manipulate time, allowing you to glimpse my future? In contrast to Kurumi, who inherently possesses supernatural abilities, the world of Conan lacks any beings surpassing humanity. Even he is merely endowed with an exceptionally high IQ and the capacity to kick a soccer ball through a house. He is simply an unremarkable, ordinary person. Adapting to these once unimaginable concepts is far more challenging for those less capable than Kurumi. The Shinigami Elementary student. Is there truly someone who can foresee the future? My worldview has been utterly shattered. Tony, the unfickle. Oh dear, let us extend a warm welcome to the administrative lady, for she is about to put on quite the show. Yun Yao found herself at a loss for words. Why does Tony fail to learn from his experiences? Having just lifted his silence, he is once again courting disaster. Shinigami Elementary student, you are Detective Conan, are you not? Due to an accidental encounter with a transaction involving the Dark Organization. You ingested a potion that caused your body to shrink. Shinigami Elementary student. How did you know? This matter is known only to myself and a select few, including Dr. Agasa. Seeking support, I have stated that I can see your past and future. While I cannot perceive events too far into the future, I remain capable of short-term foresight that a little pretense in front of the newcomers is sufficient. After all, prior to her crossing over, Conan had not completed its updates, leaving me unaware of subsequent developments. Should I overreach, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Shinigami Elementary student. What does my future hold? Will I regain my original body? Have I eradicated the Black Organization? Seeking support. The secrets of fate must not be revealed. However, as long as you exercise caution, you will face no immediate danger. Shinigami Elementary student. Very well. Thank you, esteemed administrative lady. The most malevolent sprite. Oh, it appears you may have struck true. What am my future? Have I successfully vanquished the origin sprite? Seeking support. Not quite. Rather, you have been slain by her, for the disparity in your strengths is far too great. The most malevolent sprite. Impossible. I have absorbed the time of so many. As long as I continue to do so, she shall never be my equal. Seeking support. To attempt to use the power she granted you to defeat her, your creator, is inherently an impossible endeavor. The most malevolent sprite. Then what is her true intention? Why create us sprites, and what is her ultimate goal? Yun Yao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why must she press for answers as if she were interrogating a suspect? She was merely an observer of anime. How could she possibly know the unresolved conclusions of stories yet to be completed? The supreme of dimensions. For love, she yearns to resurrect her lost beloved. To her, that man surpasses all, the most malevolent sprite. Do you also possess the gift of foresight, the supreme of dimensions? To some extent, yes. At the very least, predicting your future is not excessively challenging. I cannot simply claim to be a traveler from another realm. I am but a man who has read the script. Such a claim would likely lead even Kurumi to view me as a lunatic. Tony, the unfickle. So the esteemed one is incapable of dealing with the origin sprite. Surely, she cannot be that formidable. The supreme of dimensions. Not entirely. However, their world is fraught with complications, and some matters are best left for her to manage herself. The origin sprite is akin to the matriarch of all sprites, harboring a profound love for them. It would be unwise to act recklessly. Even if the origin sprite possesses the powers of all sprites and has absorbed the energy of the entire planet, she could still be effortlessly extinguished before me. The most malevolent sprite. If you are truly that powerful, why do you refrain from intervening? May I consume a portion of your time? The supreme of dimensions. That is not feasible. I am far too formidable. Even a mere fragment of my energy would cause you to explode. In the sprite world, Kurumi, donned in gothic Lolita attire, stomped her foot in anger, her pale face breaking into a sickly smile. What an intriguing man. The more you assert your strength, the more I yearn to ascertain whether you are truly as powerful as you claim. Fire Fist Ace. Friends, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. My sworn brother has been captured, and I am no match for them. Seeking support. A pirate. Monkey D. Luffy has been captured. Fire Fist Ace. No, it is Sabo, my other sworn brother. I had thought he perished long ago, only to learn he has joined the Revolutionary Army. I just received the news. The Destroyer of Worlds. This situation appears rather suspicious. Did you not claim the Whitebeard pirates are one of the four emperors? How is it that you remained unaware of such crucial information until now, just before his execution? Fire Fist Ace. I believed he was long dead. And the Marines have concealed this information remarkably well. It was not until today's announcement of the execution that they boasted of capturing the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, you wish to join the fray. I shall accompany them to keep them entertained. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in battle. Seeking support. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I might as well join in the excitement. Times have changed. Yin Yao no longer lives in fear as she once did. Let it not be said that zombies threaten her. Even if the Navy from the pirate world were to attack, she would be utterly unperturbed. Such is the arrogance afforded by the protective shield of an esteemed one. Fire Fist Ace. Very well. Your presence will indeed be of assistance. The Destroyer of Worlds. In that case, I shall also partake in the fun. I find myself rather idle of late, and there have been no monsters to contend with. The most malevolent sprite. I shall accompany you as well. I am eager to discover whether you are truly as formidable as the group recordings depict. Tony, the unfickle. Someone must assume the role of the fool. Why should that person not be me? I shall join as well. I desire to bask in victory, the supreme of dimensions. I shall also participate. Please issue the task, as I am in dire need of points. In the group, the only member who remained silent was Conan Edagawa, who was currently lurking quietly, reluctant to speak aloud. It was no jest. He had witnessed Ace's battles, where Ace could effortlessly take on 1,000 or even 1,800 foes without breaking a sweat. Conan knew he stood no chance. Observing his own youthful form, he resolved to bide his time, for venturing forth recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Fire Fist Ace had issued a mission to rescue Sabo, who was on the brink of execution in Marineford. The reward, 500 points. The task's difficulty was rated at 10, the highest level of hellish challenge in this world. Tony, unflappable. At the highest difficulty of 10, are you planning to assassinate the president? How could the rescue mission be so daunting? Kyuka, who had initially felt assured of victory, suddenly experienced an unsettling premonition. She had yet to review the battle recordings of the other group members. She believed the footage could be synthesized and had thought it would merely be a matter of killing while simultaneously devouring others' time. However, the hellish difficulty now instilled a sense of unease within her. The most malevolent sprite mused, I am quite curious about their true strength, though I find it hard to trust this chat group. That I do not wish to embark on a rescue mission without ascertaining the enemy's capabilities. Fire Fist Ace responded, if we head to the Marine headquarters, we will undoubtedly confront the three admirals. Their single strike could easily overpower 1,000, no, even 10,000 ordinary individuals. The most malevolent sprite questioned, are we truly dealing with humans here? How can anyone be so powerful, let alone contend with three? Do we stand a chance? Despite her trepidation, Kyuka remained resolute in her decision. After all, she had no fear of death. Her clones existed in every time segment. As long as her clones survived, her essence would persist, merging her consciousness with her other selves across time. Tony, unflappable. Well, it's fine. We have formidable allies, right? If they excel, how could we possibly falter? World Destroyer. Indeed, they are undoubtedly more formidable than us. However, they are still superior to you, so what does their prowess have to do with you? Lying languidly on the bed of an inn. Gu Qingfeng observed the 10-level difficulty with an expression of premonition. If his instincts were correct, Marineford was likely as fortified as a citadel, possibly more secure than the holy ground where the celestial dragons resided. The Revolutionary Army aimed to overthrow the corrupt rulers, the Celestial Dragons, and now that they had captured their second-in-command, the Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly station their strongest forces at Marineford, in the world of pirates. The strongest acknowledged powers were the admirals and the four emperors, with the gap between them being negligible. At his peak, Whitebeard might have surpassed an ordinary admiral, but now, aged and diminished, the admirals and the four emperors had long since eclipsed him. The three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, and the Vice Admiral Sengoku and Marine Admiral Garp comprised a formidable lineup of 6 admiral-level powers. Moreover, there were several potential candidates for admiral positions. Without uniting, the four emperors would find themselves utterly outmatched by such a formidable assembly in the pyro world. To attempt a rescue amidst them was akin to chasing a pipe dream, and thus, the highest difficulty rating was entirely justified. World Destroyer accepted the mission, seeking to cling to an ally. The most malevolent sprite accepted the mission, as did the strongest in the dimension that in a flash of white light across different universes. Aside from the trembling Conan, the others simultaneously arrived at Marineford IT that very moment. A notification chimed in the chat group. The strongest in the dimension completed the mission, earning 100 reward points. Time taken, 1 second. Task rating, SSS level, earning an additional 5 million points. World Destroyer, the most malevolent sprite, and Tony, Unflappable, each received 80 reward points. All members received an additional bonus of 10,000 points. Upon arriving at Marineford, the group, though somewhat prepared, found it challenging to accept the situation. They had just returned from a spatial traverse, even if they occasionally crossed into other nightly worlds. There was always a moment of dizziness. No one knew how Gu Qingfeng managed it. Kyuka remarked, "I suspected this chat group was the manifestation of some sprite's ability. The task was completed before we even began." If points were truly that easy to acquire, wouldn't it be simple to exchange for goods at the marketplace? Tony, bewildered, grasped that he had just gained 10,000 points without effort. Tony Stark, is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? It's exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. World Destroyer. This is the chasm that separates us from the elite. While we merely glimpse the enemy, they have already completed the task. The most malevolent sprite queried, so whom are we truly rescuing? The adversaries before us are quite formidable. Can we genuinely triumph? Gazing at the neatly aligned 100,000 Marines across from them, even Kyuka, as a sprite, felt a flicker of fear. Even the lowest-ranking Marines seemed vastly superior to ordinary individuals from her world, let alone those seated in high ranks, each exuding an overwhelming aura. How could they hope to prevail against such foes? Yet, despite their varied expressions, one sentiment resonated among them all, a sense of assured victory. None of the others recognized Sabo. Only Ace was familiar with his visage. As he caught sight of Sabo behind Gu Qingfeng, Ace's eyes welled with tears cascading down his cheeks. "Sabo, I thought you had perished long ago. I never imagined you were still alive. Yes, I was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon." Sabo and Ace embraced tightly, their bond rekindled after years apart with countless tales to share. The Marines had long anticipated a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army. They had expected an attempt to intercept the execution. However, the arrival of these few unknown individuals was utterly baffling. Before the Marines could comprehend the unfolding events, Sabo vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them bewildered in an instant. The condemned Sabo had appeared on the opposite side of the execution platform. The three admirals seated directly beneath the platform exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. How could anyone rescue a person from under their noses without them noticing? Having not engaged in battle for a long time, Madara felt his blood surge with anticipation, exclaiming, "This is the thrill of battle!" "Everyone, join forces!" Kazura maintained his usual languid demeanor, feigning fear as he remarked, "How terrifying. These days, people are like monsters, brazenly storming the Marine headquarters with just a handful that in stark contrast." Akainu radiated fury, his anger palpable. Have a prisoner, snatched from under my nose, is an affront. What remains of the Marine's dignity?" He leapt down from the high platform, striding steadily toward Uchiha Madara. Gu Qingfeng's speed was astonishing. Aside from the members of the chat group who understood his prowess, no one could ascertain who had just rescued Sabo. Among the group, Akainu distinctly sensed that Madara was the strongest. Exuding an aura entirely different from the rest, it was the presence of a true powerhouse, capable of intimidating mere mortals without a single strike. "Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come at me together." Madara stood with his hands on his hips, prideful and unyielding, recalling that Gu Qingfeng was also present. "Great One, could you perhaps refrain from intervening? I haven't fought in ages and wish to savor the thrill of combat." Gu Qingfeng shrugged. He had no objection, as the rescue was accomplished, and the reward points were secured. If Madara desired a chance to indulge, he could indulge. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's acquiescence, a smile spread across Madara's face. Relieved that he wouldn't be sidelined by the Great One's intervention, that he was at the peak of his strength now, empowered by the dual Rinnegan and the vigor of his youth. Still the formidable Uchiha who once shook the ninja world. Clad in armor, with flowing hair, Madara accelerated toward the 100,000 Marines without a shred of fear. Conversely, the mass Marines appeared somewhat bewildered, particularly the higher-ranking officers, who felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. As the distance between the two sides closed, and the impending clash loomed, a voice shattered the tense silence before the storm. "Sabo, I have come to rescue you." Luffy, donning a straw hat, descended from above, shouting toward the execution platform as he charged forward with great speed. Before he could advance far, Ace swiftly pulled him back, and it was only then that Luffy noticed Ace was also present. "Ace, you knew Sabo was captured? This is fantastic. Together, we will—" As the conversation was interrupted, Luffy suddenly noticed Sabo, who was supposed to be on the execution platform, staring blankly at him. Ace could only explain that he had summoned a formidable ally and had successfully rescued Sabo, thus indicating that Luffy need not interfere any further. The three brothers were reunited, and the unexpected survival of Sabo brought immense joy to both Luffy and Ace. After being imprisoned, Sabo had inadvertently overheard plans to assassinate the Straw Hat, which triggered a resurgence of his lost memories. With all eyes upon the trio, Ace awkwardly smiled and remarked, "Please, Mr. Madara, continue your performance." Akainu let out a cold, disdainful smile, declaring that the world's most notorious criminal, the son of Monkey D. Dragon and Joel D. Roger, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, was present, and none would escape. "Oh, you certainly overestimate yourself. Do not take your insignificance too seriously, Mere Admiral." Madara surged into the Marine ranks, unleashing carnage amidst agonizing screams, as the ordinary soldiers stood no chance against him. "Have you experienced the speed of my kicks? Light-speed kick." A towering figure appeared behind Madara, delivering a fierce light-speed kick. The ability to perceive all directions and sounds is the fundamental requirement of a master. With his Rinnegan, Madara crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the blow, but still being pushed back several meters by the tremendous force. Unfazed, he brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. Those in the chat group held their breath, attentively watching. Should Madara show any signs of defeat, they would rush to assist, as this was a genuine battle of life and death. If Madara were to perish, it would be final, and only Gu Qingfeng held unwavering confidence in him. The strength of Uchiha Madara was beyond question. Even if he faltered, he could still defend himself. How could he possibly be bested by a single admiral? Having never seen the group recordings, Tokisaki Kurumi gaped in astonishment. Realizing the man's overwhelming prowess, that it seemed that no spirit could match him in sheer physical combat, though the spirits possessed supernatural powers. Thus, Kurumi remained convinced that, ultimately, she would emerge victorious in any confrontation. "It appears he is in trouble. Are you not going to assist him?" Gu Qingfeng smiled at Kurumi. "Just watch closely. Madara's strength far exceeds this." Kurumi shot him a glance, too apathetic to retort, while everyone in the group praised his might. It was the taciturn Uchiha Madara who was the first to engage the enemy. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara clasped his hands together, unleashing an A-rank fire technique with the power of an S-rank. As flames surged towards the Marines, ice blocks formed as Aokiji prepared to strike, channeling the power of his freezing fruit, unleashing a chilling force as an iceberg soared towards Madara's fire technique. The two formidable forces collided, a battle of ice against fire, resulting in a stalemate. Tony Stark swallowed hard. The difference between watching the footage and witnessing the battle in person was starkly apparent. The reality far more impactful. This Madara's prime, truly terrifying strength. "Have you witnessed my peak?" After clashing with Aokiji, Madara took a moment to reply to Tony, dismissing Aokiji entirely. Heavenly obstruction. Starquake. Madara joined his hands once more, summoning a colossal meteor that descended from the heavens, its size dwarfing the entire Marine base, casting a shadow over Marineford. Tremble, for this is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. Ice Age, Great Fire, Yada Mirror. Upon witnessing the cataclysmic attack capable of obliterating the Marine base, the three admirals acted without hesitation, launching a barrage of assaults against the immense meteor. Ultimately, it shattered, yet the residual shock waves reduced numerous structures in Marine Ford to ashes. While Madara did not overwhelm the admirals with sheer strength, he commanded their respect. The three admirals, Akiji and Akainu, prepared to join forces against Madara. Tokisaki Kurumi was utterly bewildered. Not only could he conjure flames, but he could also summon meteors of such magnitude. The meteor's diameter was at least several miles. How could anyone wield such power? Adjusting her perspective, Kurumi felt that even Madara's great fire annihilation would be beyond her capacity to withstand directly unless she employed the powers of the Time Emperor to evade it. Resolving to devour Uchiha Madara's time, she understood that only by acquiring such a man's strength could she hope to vanquish the Origin spirits. You claim to be powerful. Why not assist? They intend to strike Madara as one. Having unknowingly offended Kurumi, Gu Qingfeng felt truly helpless. Very well, I shall conclude this game. Madara, step back and allow another to take over. As Gu Qingfeng approached Madara and patted his shoulder, Madara's eyes gleamed with battle intent. Yet he had yet to fully unleash the powers of Susa, would release, and Rinnegan. However, since Gu Qingfeng had spoken, Madara could only return to the others. Upon seeing Madara retreat, Kurumi was left utterly perplexed. What was happening? Even if Gu Qingfeng was indeed more powerful than Madara, it seemed illogical for him to take the lead alone. Surely, they could not have overlooked the terrifying destructive capabilities of the three adversaries before them. The others were unaware of Kurumi's thoughts, but upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng's advance, they realized their opportunity to shine had vanished. Kaminashi was initially eager to join the fray alongside the admirals, but it appeared that chance had slipped away. Gu Qingfeng casually positioned himself before the others, appearing to be rife with vulnerabilities in the eyes of Akainu and the admirals, even the vice-admirals. However, upon closer inspection, his seemingly unguarded stance became enigmatic, rendering them hesitant to attack. Yet the other Marine soldiers could not decipher the underlying intricacies, whispering among themselves. One person dares to challenge three admirals. Naturally, being surrounded and subdued by three admirals is only to be expected. The admirals represent the highest combat strength of the headquarters. The man with the peculiar eyes merely exchanged brief blows with them. Seeing the admirals refrain from initiating an attack, Gu Qingfeng leisurely approached them. Not forgetting to taunt, "To think you could subdue me is rather premature." 2 years ago, he had been an ordinary person, suddenly garnering the adoration of his beloved anime characters, which inevitably left him feeling somewhat elated. Ice Pillar. Akiji launched 5 ice pillars towards Gu Qingfeng, accompanied by an ice knife formed from frozen matter. Gu Qingfeng appeared oblivious to the incoming assault, showing no intent to defend himself. However, as the ice pillars reached him, they suddenly vanished without a trace. Akiji, rushing forward, had no time to contemplate the disappearance of his attack, as he executed a swift strike aimed at Gu Qingfeng's head. Gu Qingfeng continued to stroll leisurely, allowing the ice knife to draw closer until it was mere moments away from his hair. In an instant, Akiji was violently propelled backward as though struck by a train, the force sending him crashing through dozens of buildings. When Akiji finally halted, he staggered to his feet, feeling as though his insides had shattered. Utterly drained of strength, and a mouthful of blood spilled forth as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing Gu Qingfeng display such formidable prowess, those in the chat group felt an even greater need to cling to this golden opportunity. Ace, who had been reminiscing with his brothers, could not help but exclaim upon seeing Akiji's swift defeat. The strength of this powerhouse is truly elusive. I failed to perceive his movements. Tony Stark donned a cryptic expression, adopting a tone befitting a mentor. It is precisely because you cannot see it that it is so. The prowess of this giant is beyond your imagination. This is merely a casual demonstration, so watch closely. Uchiha Madara was not Ace, who, despite possessing the Rinnegan, could not comprehend the situation. Could the weakest among them, Stark, truly grasp it? Even if one were to beat him, he would refuse to believe it. Did you see that? Tony Stark replied. No, I did not see it. I simply wanted to play it cool that if one were to ponder who is most astonished, it would undoubtedly be Tokisaki Kurumi, who held a dismissive view of Gu Qingfeng, mistakenly believing him to be merely a braggart. She failed to witness how he vanquished Akiji, yet the recent confrontation with Madara was sufficient to convey just how formidable Akiji truly is. Regardless, Kurumi did not consider herself capable of defeating Akiji, yet this seemingly invincible adversary could not withstand even a second in the presence of Gu Qingfeng. Reflecting on her repeated offenses against Gu Qingfeng, she realized that others in her situation would have long since been gripped by fear. However, Kurumi was no ordinary individual. She suddenly recalled Gu Qingfeng's seemingly indulgent attitude toward her. Could it be that he genuinely harbored affection for her? Just as Kurumi's thoughts wandered, Akainu's expression shifted to one of caution and dread. He was all too aware of Akiji's power. Even he could not guarantee victory against him. Yet here he was, being dispatched in an instant by this man. The typically languid Kizaru, for once, adopted a serious demeanor, withdrawing his hands from his pockets to exchange a glance with Akainu. The bitterness in their eyes spoke volumes. They were unaware of Gu Qingfeng's origins, but they understood that they were no match for him. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The disparity in strength was too vast, even if 3 more admirals were to join. Victory would still remain elusive. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe this fellow won't tire, they thought. Akainu decisively commanded an assault on Gu Qingfeng, yet the Starks regarded the Navy with incredulous expressions, questioning the wisdom of attacking a powerhouse. With the ability to obliterate stars at will, would he truly care how many of them surrounded him? He would simply eliminate one after another, treating them as mere nuisances. Do not come to your demise. I have no desire to kill today. We are departing, and I advise against any attempt to strike at me. Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to engage the Navy. For the majority fought for the sake of the common people, many ordinary individuals. They were heroes, and having accomplished their mission, there was no need for indiscriminate slaughter. Of course, if annihilating the Navy headquarters would yield additional points. He would disregard that statement entirely, as the value of points derived from killing made world destruction seem trivial. After uttering this, Gu Qingfeng turned to leave, initially intending to defeat Akainu and his companions. Yet, despite his efforts to control his strength, he nearly killed Akiji by accident. His form was enveloped by an aura, and Akiji's ice sphere was effortlessly countered by the overwhelming energy surrounding Gu Qingfeng. Akiji was sent flying by a single punch, the speed of which no one even noticed. A misstep that resulted in the deaths of Akainu and his allies would lead to dire consequences, leaving the Navy's higher-ups severely weakened. Such a scenario would likely provoke a frenzy among the new generation of pirates. Hellhound. Akainu seized the moment, his arm extending rapidly, his molten right hand transforming into a hellish canine form. Lunging at Gu Qingfeng's back. Sakazuki, let them go. Do not engage that man, roared the strategic Marshal Sengoku from the execution platform, but it was too late. Akainu's attack was imminent, and as Sengoku's voice rang out, the Hellhound was already upon Gu Qingfeng. Even knowing Sengoku's orders, Akainu would not tolerate Gu Qingfeng's party leaving unscathed. It was an affront to the Navy and, more personally, to Akainu himself. With Gu Qingfeng's back turned, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But unexpectedly, his Hellhound vanished as it neared Gu Qingfeng. In an astonishing twist, a hand emerged from thin air, grasping Akainu by the neck and lifting his 3-meter frame effortlessly. Gu Qingfeng floated mid-air, observing Akainu's flushed face and labored breathing, sighing with a mix of sentiment and incredulity to is living not sufficient? Must one seek their own demise? With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded Akainu towards the Navy, who, gasping and disoriented, could not halt his trajectory. Ultimately, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, catching Akainu's body. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his own hands, increasingly aware of the terrifying strength he wielded. The power of Gogeta was indeed formidable. While his destructive capability against Goku was far greater than it was now, Goku was merely a minor character in the Dragon Ball realm, leaving little impression on him. Even in victory, he felt little sentiment. The 3 admirals, however, were renowned figures in the world of One Piece. Yet before him, they were akin to ants, easily crushed at his whim. The invincibility of the Logia type. With its elemental intangibility? Nonsense. The world of pirates is governed by haki. The world of Naruto has chakra, and even the Dragon Ball universe possesses ki. Ultimately, these are merely manifestations of one's innate energy. While they may appear distinct, their actual effectiveness is not vastly different. A thumb-sized beam of light materialized as Gu Qingfeng flicked it with a single finger, and it instantaneously appeared before Akainu and Kizu. Merging with Akainu's body, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, shattering Akainu's form into a grotesque spectacle, limbs reduced to mere bone, and half of his head obliterated. Even divine intervention would struggle to save him. Let us depart. Our task is complete, and there is no need to linger here, Gu Qingfeng commanded, and upon witnessing the dismembered remains of Akainu, his companions complied, utilizing spatial traversal to leave Marine headquarters. Marineford. Even Ace, a native of this realm, relied on spatial traversal to arrive at the Navy's headquarters, knowing that Sabo was captured while still within the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. He lacked the time to arrive otherwise and could only hasten his journey through the chat group's capabilities. Only Tokisaki Kurumi, before departing, cast a glance towards Gu Qingfeng, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. With a flirtatious wink, she regarded him as one might a prey. Grinning as she fixed her gaze upon him, Gu Qingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine, hurriedly turning away to avoid her stare. Kurumi huffed softly before vanishing from sight. Once Gu Qingfeng ensured that all had departed through the chat group's abilities, he pressed the task completion button and left the scene. Sabo and Luffy were taken away by Ace's carrying ability. The repercussions of Akainu's death on the Navy were beyond Gu Qingfeng's contemplation. He was no saint, having offered them a chance. Akainu, insistent on seeking his demise, had merely fulfilled his own fate, in a sense. He was not a virtuous character, blindly obeying the world government, unconditionally executing orders regardless of their righteousness. After returning to the hotel in the Dragon Ball world where he resided, Gu Qingfeng collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were in a frenzy, celebrating the unexpected windfall of 10,000 points, an amount that could be exchanged for a plethora of valuable items. Among them, Madara was particularly ecstatic, although his prideful nature prevented him from displaying his elation outwardly. This was a significant sum. The lowest resurrection option in the chat group's store required merely 100,000 points. This implied that, with a stroke of luck, after completing 10 more tasks, he could achieve resurrection without relying on the chat group's assistance for a fleeting existence, while Madara reveled in his fortune. Yin Yao remained the most composed, having shed her previous obsequiousness in hopes of acquiring additional points. Not that 10,000 points would hold any value for her. With the sole guardian of a powerful figure, she could easily dominate most beings in the universe. However, the prospect of others becoming strong pleased her, albeit to a modest extent. Tony is truly relentless, the most ferocious sprite, provoking and ridiculing the boss. Are you not afraid now? Sought the embrace of a powerful ally. Tony, you are truly tireless in your self-destructive antics. Indeed, indeed. How can you confront such an adorable girl? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Cherishing beauty? Adorable? I was wrong. Forgive me this once. Thus, one should not become overly complacent, for it often leads to tragic downfalls. After uttering this, Yin Yao fell silent, and Ace too became subdued. They likely continued their offline discussion regarding whether Kurumi could be considered cute. You truly cannot discern the situation. Tony, do you wish to dance as well? Your strength is lacking, yet your audacity is remarkably bold. Having acquired 10,000 points without any cost, the mood within the group was quite buoyant, and the atmosphere harmonious. While some expressed joy, others bore the weight of sorrow. The naval headquarters echoed with lamentations as their highest combatant was slain within the very sanctum of the Navy, leaving them powerless to intervene. Even their attempts to prevent the assailant's escape were futile. Sengoku, a valiant and skilled commander, was most renowned for his intellect. When Gu Qingfeng swiftly defeated Akiji, he realized that the day was destined for turmoil. As the Navy faced an adversary of insurmountable strength, Akiji, despite his full-force assault, could not withstand even a single blow, let alone the rest of the Navy, who were aligned with the Revolutionary Army. The Navy would not emerge unscathed. Surprisingly, However, Gu Qingfeng had no intentions of slaughtering the Navy and prepared to depart. Instead, a significant burden lifted from his heart, yet upon seeing Akainu, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Akainu, differing from others, was a pure embodiment of a killer, unyielding in his approach. He hastily voiced a warning, fearing that Akainu might act impulsively, but it proved too late. Akainu succeeded in provoking the adversary, resulting in his own demise. The Navy's dignity lay in ruins, and he foresaw the impending turmoil in the new world in the coming days. Standing beside him was Karp, a man who had dedicated his life to the Navy. Now, silently watching, his gaze wandering over the departing figures of Ace and others. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng, having returned to the Dragon Ball world, remained oblivious to the monumental events he had just witnessed, drifting into a deep slumber until the evening. Upon finishing his meal, he sensed a disturbance in the distant fabric of space, indicative of someone forcefully tearing through it. After pondering, he concluded that his own spatial movements wouldn't create such a commotion. Excluding spatial transitions, there seemed to be no other teleportation skills within the Dragon Ball realm. Unable to decipher the source, he decided against further contemplation and swiftly flew toward the origin of the disturbance. At Bulma's residence, future Trunks lay unconscious on the sofa, his body convulsing as if haunted by horrific visions. Bulma, filled with anxiety as a mother, worried for her son, whose future was devoid of Goku and Vegeta. The weight of everything rested upon this child. Having returned heavily injured, she wondered what kind of enemy he had encountered. Goku stood nearby, having just retrieved some senzu beans from the lookout, ready to feed them to Trunks to ensure his recovery. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, consuming a senzu bean would restore his body to its peak condition, even replenishing any drained energy. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood a distance away, observing coldly, though he feigned calmness. The concern in his eyes was unmistakable. He was no longer the ruthless Saiyan prince of old. He had a family, and they were his everything. Trunks, in critical condition, struggled to swallow the senzu bean, requiring tremendous effort. Moments later, he gradually awoke. As he opened his eyes and saw Goku, he instinctively threw a punch at him. This unexpected assault caught Goku off guard. Nevertheless, due to their vast difference in strength, Goku narrowly dodged it. Assuming a combat stance, Goku, though simple-minded, possessed sharp instinct for battle. The Trunks attack had emanated a fierce killing intent. He genuinely wished to kill him. That Vegeta's expression shifted. Not only Goku, but Bulma was taken aback by Trunks' actions. Trunks had always shown respect toward Goku, so what had prompted this behavior? However, trusting his son and dear friend, Vegeta chose to remain a passive observer. As Trunks regained his senses and noticed Goku's Turtle School GI, he snapped out his fear and quickly bowed, apologizing. "Goku, I am sorry. I mistook you for an enemy and attacked." Goku chuckled heartily. "No worries. By the way, was that enemy particularly strong to injure you so gravely?" Trunks, recalling painful memories, replied begrudgingly, "Though I hate to admit it, that guy was indeed terrifyingly strong, and his rate of growth was astonishing that I was no match for him." Vegeta, more astute, furrowed his brow. Mistaken for an enemy? Could it be that this foe bears a striking resemblance to Goku? Trunks nodded. Aside from wearing all black, his appearance and physique are identical to Uncle Goku's, and he is also a Saiyan. Vegeta, incredulous, interjected, "Another Saiyan who looks just like you, Goku. You wouldn't have strayed, would you?" As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball world, Bulma's imagination was boundless. Vegeta had made such a jest upon meeting Gu Qingfeng, and Bulma mirrored that sentiment. The unruffled atmosphere shattered with a resounding crash as a colossal time rift materialized, for which a figure clad in black emerged. "Long have I awaited your arrival, Son Goku," he declared, instantly capturing the attention of all present, his face adorned with a sinister smile as he regarded the battle-ready Goku. Upon the arrival of Black Goku, Goku sensed an overwhelming strength. The Saiyan's innate combative nature surged within him, causing his blood to boil. The Vegeta's frown deepened as he cast his gaze skyward. Gu Qingfeng stood aloft, observing Black Goku from a distance. Upon sighting Black Goku, Gu Qingfeng instantly comprehended the situation. understanding the source of the powerful spatial fluctuations and why his subconscious had urged him to investigate, it appeared that the timeline had converged during Trunks' plea for help. After all, Black Goku was indeed Goku's body, his soul possessed by Zamasu, yet still a Saiyan at heart. He was the product of the fusion between Vegeta and Goku, Vegeto, while a new warrior in essence. He retained a connection to Goku. It remained uncertain whether this Black Goku was the timid version from the manga or the formidable one from the anime who could contend with Super Saiyan Blue. The disparity in strength between the two was not trivial. In the manga, Black Goku fused with Zamasu could be easily defeated by Goku and Vegeta, while in the anime, Black Goku could gain the upper hand against Vegeta, representing an entirely different level of power. Who are you? You bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Could you also be a Saiyan? Gu Qingfeng's appearance not only caught Vegeta's attention, but also puzzled Black Goku, who believed no such individual existed in his recollection. That it is perhaps best that you remain uninformed, or not mind me. I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Ancient Qing Feng, indifferent to the unfolding narrative, effortlessly dispatched the Black Wukong, who had yet to transform into his peach blossom state. For him, it was a trivial feat, however. He currently felt no impulse to intervene, instead choosing to observe the situation unfold. For even should he decide to act, there was no rush. The Black Wukong, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, utilized the power of the time ring to return to the present from the future. Turning once more to gaze at Son Wukong, AS for Son Wukong, he paid no heed to ancient Qing Feng, disregarding his presence entirely. Having long suppressed his inner excitement, Wukong called out to Vegeta before slowly ascending into the air. His gaze fixated on the Black Wukong. The latter, gathering his energy, erupted with power, elevating his combat strength to its peak, and without uttering a word, the two engaged in a fierce clash. Vegeta, his face etched with frustration, lamented that his moment to confront a formidable opponent had been stolen by Wukong, who had momentarily diverted his attention to ancient Qing Feng. Wukong initiated his attack in Super Saiyan form, charging headlong at the aggressive Black Wukong, their strikes colliding with such force that the very earth trembled beneath them. They exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand, just as Wukong contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 3. A black hole materialized unexpectedly behind the Black Wukong. Despite unleashing his full aura, the gravitational pull of the time-space continuum proved irresistible, pulling him into the rift. Yet, inexplicably stirred by the sight of the two Wukongs in battle, ancient Qing Feng felt a surge of combat desire, yearning to join the fray personally. Perhaps it was the nature of Saiyans to relish combat, an innate craving for battle, especially since his recent adversaries had been mere zombies. The most formidable among them, Gula, merely equated to a Super Saiyan 1 from over a decade past, while the current Wukong required no transformation into Super Saiyan. Even in his ordinary state, he could effortlessly overpower the fully powered cell of that era. Such weakness left ancient Qing Feng devoid of any fighting spirit. As he strove to suppress his inner battle fervor, a notification from the chat group chimed in. Please, host, initiate the ultimate duel, allowing all members of the chat group to observe this world. Defeating a powerful opponent will reward you with 5 million points. The stronger the opponent, the greater the additional points awarded. This was indeed a fortuitous windfall, akin to a pillow being provided when one was weary. Once the Black Wukong returned to the future, he would shatter the dimensional barrier and pursue him relentlessly. The fact that the Black Wukong could hold his own against Son Wukong indicated that his power was consistent with the anime, likely not inferior to that of Super Saiyan God. Engaging him in combat, he wondered how many points the chat group would bestow upon him, perhaps even a staggering 50 million, enabling him to return home immediately. As for the immortal fused Zamasu, ancient Qing Feng could only smile regretfully. Even their fusion would not suffice. If not for the fear of annihilating the Earth, Vegeta could have dealt with him effortlessly, as the powers of Vegeto and Gogeta were nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, unlike the ordinary Vegeto, he was an exponentially amplified Super Vegeto, while both Vegeta and Gogeta typically face time and power constraint upon fusion. Exceeding their limits would result in premature separation, a fate he need not worry about. Not only had he perfectly inherited Vegeto's power, but he also bore no restrictions regarding time or strength. Furthermore, his Vegeto had been formed through the fusion of Super Saiyan states of Wukong and Vegeta. Simply put, the greater the strength at the time of fusion, the mightier the resultant form, when Son Wukong and Vegeta fused in their normal states. The resulting Vegeto could contend against Broly. However, after fusing in Super Saiyan forms, his power soared to dimensions far beyond that of standard Vegeto, just before being wholly consumed by the rift. The Black Wukong cast a cold smile at Trunks that I shall await you in the future. The sudden emergence of the time-space rift caught the others off guard, and before they could react, the Black Wukong vanished from sight. Bulma, consumed by rage, could not discern the strength of the Black Wukong due to her own limitations, yet she recognized that he was not significantly weaker than Wukong. She had little faith in Trunks' ability to prevail against him, heightening her concerns for her son. What is the meaning of this? This fellow looks just like you. Why didn't you unleash your full power to defeat him? Now that he has escaped back to the future, how will Trunks ever succeed in defeating him? Trunks lowered his head. No matter how hard he tried, he saw no possibility of defeating the Black Wukong. Uncle Wukong, I can't help it. He has grown too fast. I'm simply no match for him. Vegeta interrupted Bulma's reprimand, his gaze toward his son brimming with disappointment. Have you cast aside the proud dignity of Saiyan? Will you forever rely on others? Father, Trunks replied, his eyes filled with defeat. He had once believed Super Saiyans were invincible, yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Allow me to handle this annoyance. I find myself with nothing but time. Ancient Qing Feng, who had been merely spectating, addressed the group. You give me the impression of being significantly stronger than that fellow who resembles Son Wukong. However, our family matters do not require external intervention. Vegeta spoke haughtily, determined to confront the remaining Black Wukong himself. Discontented with his son's future, Vegeta resolved to give Trunks a proper lesson. The pace of Vegeta was not particularly swift. He approached Trunks steadily, albeit Trunks felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power surging to astonishing heights. Both Bulma and Son Wukong were taken aback. Astonished at Trunks' remarkable progress, Vegeta smirked disdainfully, enveloped in crimson flames, his hair transforming to a vivid blood-red hue. Super Saiyan God, Trunks gazed at his father in confusion, having never witnessed this transformation before that moment. He felt no trace of his father's energy. Bring it on. If you land a hit on me, I will venture into the future to resolve all of this for you. Vegeta beckoned to Trunks, who, in response, unsheathed his long sword from his back and aimed a slash at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Wukong looked towards Ancient Qing Feng, flashing him a grin as the Super Saiyan 1 state surged within him. Ancient Qing Feng remained unfazed, effortlessly evading all attacks without retaliation, allowing Wukong to unleash his full power. They engaged in close-quarters combat for several seconds, and Wukong grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he could not land a single blow on Ancient Qing Feng. In desperation, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his combat power multiplying exponentially, his speed reaching unfathomable levels. Yet in the presence of Ancient Qing Feng, he was still far too weak. The battle between Trunks and Vegeta concluded, and Trunks found himself in a predicament akin to Wukong's. Despite unleashing his full power, he could not even graze Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not as lenient as Ancient Qing Feng. After assessing his son's capabilities, he swiftly delivered a powerful punch that sent Trunks back to his normal state. Both Father and Uncle Wukong can attain this form. There is hope for the future, Trunks exclaimed. Vegeta, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. His son's lack of ambition infuriated him. You fool, isn't it your duty to protect the future yourself? Bulma is still there, yet you abandon her to flee back to the present in a desperate attempt to survive. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' complexion paled, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely confessed, Mother died protecting me, slain by the Black Wukong. That I'm sorry, Father. I failed to protect her. I could see these words. Vegeta's expression hardened, and he silently departed. Bulma, taken aback, questioned her own demise. Yet, Seeing Vegeta's inscrutable demeanor, she could only offer a few words of comfort to Trunks before hastening to catch up with Vegeta. She understood him all too well. If his disappointment in Trunks had only prompted him to strike to awaken him, now he was utterly disheartened. The fury swelling within him was nearly enough to burst from his chest. Love, after all, need not always be spoken aloud. Vegeta serves as a prime example. Upon his initial encounter with the god of destruction, Beerus, he was willing to grovel for the sake of Earth, lacking the courage to confront Beerus directly. However, everything changed when Beerus harmed Bulma. All considerations of formidable foes and destructive deities were cast aside. The audacity to injure his beloved woman demanded retribution, regardless of the identity of the perpetrator. Now, upon hearing the news of the future Bulma's demise, he is filled with indignation, knowing that his cowardly son abandoned his mother to escape. After ensuring the time machine is charged, I shall accompany you to the future, and I will personally exact vengeance upon that fiend. Meanwhile, Goku finds himself in a fierce battle, his red Super Saiyan God form utilizing every ounce of speed and evasion. Yet, Gu Qingfeng appears to anticipate his every move. Goku's fierce offensive is rendered futile against him. In an instant, Goku is enveloped in a radiant blue aura, his red hair transforming into a brilliant blue, marking the birth of a Super Saiyan in the God state. Witnessing Goku's new transformation, Trunks is filled with astonishment. The Super Saiyan God represents a divine realm, undetectable by mortals. The sheer strength of the Super Saiyan Blue, however, is palpable. With Uncle Goku's prowess, even the mightiest of adversaries can be vanquished with ease. Uncle Goku is truly remarkable. In comparison to Black Goku, he is vastly superior. Can you not see that his opponent is merely toying with him? This man is likely a god of destruction from another universe. And Son Goku stands no chance against him. Vegeta's keen perception reveals that, while on the surface, Super Saiyan Blue Goku seems to dominate Gu Qingfeng, relentlessly attacking as if unleashing a torrent, it is evident to him that Gu Qingfeng is merely allowing himself to be on the defensive. Trunks struggles to comprehend that someone could surpass Uncle Goku, yet he is acutely aware of his father's pride. Outside of Uncle Goku, his father rarely regards others with esteem. The mere utterance of such a statement suggests that Uncle Goku might indeed be outmatched. Hey, why don't you retaliate? This is rather dull. I wish to witness the extent of your strength. Goku, incensed at the slightest provocation, unleashes his fury once more, his aura surging rapidly as a layer of fiery crimson envelopes the blue flames. With the combined might of Super Saiyan Blue and a tenfold Kaioken, Goku unleashes his most formidable power. This strength eclipses that of Super Saiyan Blue tenfold, rendering previous displays insignificant. This is all I have. Now, let me see your true capabilities. For the first time, a serious expression graces Gu Qingfeng's otherwise composed demeanor. Goku's presence instills a sense of threat, indicating that he possesses the power to inflict harm. Without uttering a word, the escalation of his aura speaks volumes. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng transcends the speed of light, appearing before Son Goku as if teleporting. With a swift kick, Goku instinctively retreats to evade the strike. A reflex honed through countless battles. The missed attack generates a massive fissure in the ground, hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep. What just happened? My body moved on its own. Goku gazes in disbelief at his own form. The moment Gu Qingfeng attacked, he had not registered the danger. Yet his body instinctively evaded. Yu Qingfeng murmurs, as if pondering aloud, and appears to inquire of Son Goku. He had initially intended to incapacitate him with a single strike. Is this the nascent form of your utmost technique? Trunks, bewildered, reflects that even when facing Black Goku, he could discern his movements. However, he now finds himself unable to comprehend how Gu Qingfeng executed his attack, or how he reached Goku so swiftly. He's so fast. I can't even see his movements. Vegeta's forehead veins bulge. This is the first time he has encountered such a powerful foe. Since achieving the form of Super Saiyan God, this is the first man to instill a sense of helplessness within him. The might of such a being is often imperceptible to others. It is over. Yu Qingfeng's figure flickers once more, his arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Goku's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with the slightest advance. Goku is taken aback. To be defeated in 2 moves is a feat even Lord Beerus would find challenging. Who is this individual? Truly formidable. I am no match for you. Yet, Goku's nature is one of magnanimity. A loss is simply a loss, and he seeks no other justification. He revels in the thrill of battling strong opponents, which provides him with a renewed sense of purpose. This blue-haired young man. Perhaps I should assist you in resolving your troubles. Gu Qingfeng reiterates his request, but Trunks, chastised by Vegeta, shakes his head gravely. My mother was killed by him. I recall his admission that he had taken over Uncle Goku's body and subsequently murdered that world's Chi-Chi and Goten. This vendetta belongs to us alone. Upon hearing this, not only does Vegeta erupt in fury, but Goku's wrath is ignited as well. Though he struggles to express his affection, his love for Chi-Chi is undeniable. The news of his wife's murder, even if in another universe, is enough to shatter his composure, his fists clenched and eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This is no longer a matter of worlds. It is a personal affair, and we shall handle it ourselves. When you set out, please inform me. I too wish to witness the strength of that Black Goku. Gu Qingfeng can only concede, recognizing that he can manage alone. Breaking the temporal barrier to reach the future is within his capabilities. Vegeta's power far exceeds initial expectations, his skills diverse and encompassing nearly every aspect of combat. However, he believes it prudent to allow Vegeta to confront them first. Black Goku's strength may yet increase. The greater Black Goku's power, the more potent the fusion effect will be, yielding greater rewards. Very well, I will notify you then. When the time comes, unleash your aura slightly, and I shall arrive swiftly. With that, Gu Qingfeng departs, intending to return to his lodgings. As he prepares to leave, he suddenly recalls an important matter and resolves to hasten his pace. Black Goku's strength is greater than you anticipate. You should focus on training to enhance your power. Otherwise, you may find yourselves outmatched. With those words, he transforms into a beam of blue light, vanishing from Bulma's home. Kakarot, why did you agree to that fellow's proposal? The 2 of us are sufficient. Vegeta scolds, clearly displeased with Goku's acquiescence to Gu Qingfeng's request. That Goku's expression grows grave. He perceives Black Goku's power differently than Vegeta. Not only did I not use my full strength, but that doppelganger of mine is also concealing his true abilities. What he said is accurate. After much deliberation, it is ultimately decided that Vegeta will first lead Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of training, while Goku will team up with Gohan for a period of training together. Upon returning to the inn, Gu Qingfeng, feeling rather idle, opens the chat group page, which he typically keeps closed. The dimensional chat is quite user-friendly. Group members can opt to disable message notifications should they desire peace. The chat room erupts with activity, as 2 newcomers have recently joined. The book-loving ghoul has joined the chat. Serpent Bearer, who can crush Seiya, has joined the chat. Honorable Administrator, the Dimensional Strongest, has logged into the chat. Please extend a warm welcome to all group members. Tony No Heart. Hail the Great One. Long live the Great One. World's Destroyer. Hail the Great One. Long live the Great One. Fire Fist Ace. Hail the Great One. Long live the Great One. Seeking to Leech. Hail the Great One. Long live the Great One. Reaper Elementary Student. Hail the Great One. Long live the Great One. Do you wish to dance as well? Hail the Great One. The overwhelming scent of sycophancy wafts through the air, leaving Gu Qingfeng somewhat speechless. This does not align with their personas. Seeking to Leech. Tony is a sycophant. Seeing the Great One again, he has resumed his flattery that I express my disdain. Fire Fist Ace. Contempt One World Destroyer. Contempt One aside from the new members. The veteran group members express their disdain for Tony's sycophantic behavior. Tony the Heartbreaker. Do you have no shame? You're not even simps? Why mimic my speech? Seeking support. I accidentally pressed the wrong copy key. Do you have any objections? Note. Silence warning. World Destroyer. I could engage you in a discussion about life. Shall I go now? You also want to dance. Shall I go? Fire Fist Ace. Shall I go? Tony felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. For the first time, he realized there wasn't a single sane person in the group, the steadfast Tony Stark, Iron Man, and the richest man in the world. Thought, if only they could tempt him a little instead of resorting to threats. Yet he couldn't best any of them, and if they truly came to his world, it would be a miracle if he survived. Tony the Heartbreaker. I'm merely joking. Esteemed ones, please don't be enraged. Bookish Ghoul. Everyone in the group seems quite harmonious. The formidable dimensions, strongest really that powerful. Everyone seems to admire him greatly. Serpent Holder. No matter how strong, can he surpass the Golden Saints? Although I have no idea how you all managed to drag me into this nonsense. But once I find a flaw, I will surely eliminate you. Seeking support. Bookish Ghoul, the esteemed one, is indeed formidable, to an unimaginable extent. Serpent Holder, a friendly reminder. With your world-S strength, even if everyone attacked together, you wouldn't reach a fraction of the esteemed 1S power. Yin Yao spoke the truth. While the Bookish Ghoul need not be mentioned, the world-S martial prowess could only be considered average. The universe of the Saint Seiya series is indeed considered a high-level universe among many animes. However, it depends on who you're comparing to. When compared to Naruto or One Piece, they hold the advantage. But against the esteemed one, she perhaps overestimated her chances to sitting in her room. Sharna wore an expression full of resentment. Her appearance had been seen by that insufferable kid. Seiya. Female saints who were seen by males must choose one of two paths. Either eliminate the other or marry them. She was determined to kill Seiya. But he had long fled the sanctuary, making it difficult to find an opportunity to settle the score. This left Sharna feeling quite displeased, especially since she had just joined the chat group and was treated differently by the other members. Serpent Holder, Dimension S strongest, a mere ant. Come out and face me in battle. The victor lives, the loser dies. Venting her frustration on this fellow was quite appealing as she recognized the Golden Saints. Aside from them, she would dare to challenge anyone else. Gu Qingfeng, the monk of considerable stature, was utterly perplexed. Having just joined the group, he hadn't offended this madwoman. Had he? Serpent Holder, who had been seen by Seiya, was none other than Sharna, the Silver Saint. Foolish woman, do you have a problem? I just joined the group, and you're already insulting me. Do you wish to die? Gu Qingfeng would not tolerate her insolence. Rebuffing her without hesitation. You trash, if you have the guts, come to my world. We shall fight to the bitter end. All members. Tomorrow, I shall engage in a battle. I invite everyone to come and witness. Serpent Holder, once I finish my business, I can amuse myself with this madwoman. After all, once I deal with Zamasu, I shall have no immediate matters to attend to, and it would be delightful to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Tony the Heartbreaker, the esteemed one personally taking action. This enemy-S strength is indeed terrifying that I hope the aftermath 1T obliterate us. It was certainly a source of joy for Stark to witness Gu Qingfeng take action, as such powerful confrontations were rare. However, he feared being caught in the crossfire, given the vast disparity in strength between himself and Gu Qingfeng. Should a conflict arise, and the esteemed one were to neglect him and the others, it would spell disaster. Seeking support. I should be fine. I have a protective shield, so such a situation shouldn't arise. Dimension S strongest. No worries, I will multitask to ensure your safety. The enemy-S strength is decent, but not as terrifying as you might imagine, so there's no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing this, the group members felt relieved. If Gu Qingfeng could say such a thing, he surely had the confidence to protect them. Fire Fist Ace. I truly wonder what the esteemed 1S battles are like. Casually exploding stars and obliterating the universe. Shinigami Elementary Student. May I interject? Tony the Heartbreaker. I suspect you are indulging in indecency. And I have evidence. World Destroyer. I have screenshots. I too possess evidence. Seeking support. Please let me down. This isn't a kindergarten bus. Bookish Ghoul. How embarrassing. I'm still a child. How can I discuss such matters? This statement caught Gu Qingfeng's attention. He had been too busy retorting at Sharna to notice the new member. Sharna was an early female supporting character in Saint Seiya and one of Seiya's fans. She had entirely overlooked this newcomer. The Bookish Ghoul. Gu Qingfeng knew there shouldn't be any book-loving characters in there. The only one he recalled was Kaneki Ken, who loved to read. But if it were Kaneki, wouldn't the group nickname be something like, what is 1000-7? Bookish Ghoul, please introduce yourself. I am quite curious about your identity. Bookish Ghoul. Hello everyone. My name is Hanami Fueguchi, and I am 10 years old. Hanami was quite different from Sharna. Sharna had just joined and only understood the chat group S function through Tony's explanation, knowing nothing else. She hadn't even seen the battle recordings of the other members. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so arrogant. Hanami had joined the chat group a few hours prior. Due to her respect for others and being a little girl, she garnered everyone's affection. Later, upon watching the battle recordings, she transformed into a little fan of Uchiha Obito, calling him Obito-sama with great enthusiasm. Yu Qingfeng understood. Hanami might not have a strong presence in Tokyo Ghoul, but she was an indispensable character. Kind-hearted, she even showed mercy to the murderer of her parents, not killing him after defeating him. She was also one of the few characters in the anime born with two types of Kigun. Possessing exceptional ghoul abilities, Tony the Heartbreaker. What is a ghoul? Little Hanami. I've never heard of your race. Bookish ghoul. That's right. Hanami hesitated to answer, further piquing Tony's curiosity, since joining the group. She and T discussed her race. What was it? Was she a ghost? Could she soul reap and claim lives? Did she wear black and white clothing? Seeking support. You've read too many Eastern novels or Journey to the West. ISNT what you mentioned to Inchai, World Destroyer. You should leave the group. Don't ever mention you're from our group outside that I can't afford to lose face. Hanami hesitated. She wondered if the others could accept a monster like her, but she chose to trust everyone in the group. Bookish ghoul. Ghouls are beings that specifically consume human corpses. We are just like normal people, except we cannot eat regular food and can only consume human flesh. Serpent holder. ISNT that a monster. Such an existence should not be in this world. They should be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The fiercest spirit. The new member is quite fierce. Everyone here might be a monster in your eyes, so why not try to kill me first? After lurking for a while, Tokisaki Kurumi could no longer hold back and stood up for Hanami. She preferred Lolas over older women. This newcomer entered the group with an air of arrogance, proclaiming herself the best in the world. In comparison, the obedient and polite Hanami was evidently more favored by Kurumi. Meanwhile, the one most displeased with Kurumi was Sharna. She loathed such pretentious women in no particular reason. It was simply her disdain for that name, having been taken advantage of by Seiya and with nowhere to vent her anger. The group members became her target. You wretched woman, I shall smash your mouth. I hope you don't end up begging for my forgiveness. The fiercest spirit. How terrifying. I wonder if I can defeat her. Dimension S strongest, if only I had the admin's protective shield. Fire Fist Ace. Is that really how it's played? Tony the Heartbreaker. That is the inherent advantage of women. If you looked as enchanting as her, you could do the same. The most malevolent fairy. Alas, I inadvertently tagged someone. It was not my intention. The private chat window of Kurumi vibrated as the strongest in the dimension sent a message, inquiring when the duel would take place, expressing a desire to observe. Very well then, young sir, Kurumi replied, her voice deliberately adopting a sultry tone. Yu Qingfeng could feel himself faltering under her charm and hurriedly returned to the group chat. This little enchantress was simply too beguiling. The most malevolent fairy. I shall decisively defeat the serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya. Do not merely speak of it. Come now and challenge me. In the past, the group had merely jested, and no duels had ever transpired among its members. This was indeed a first. However, Yin Yao showed no inclination to intervene. The audacity of Sharna was undeniable. Allowing Kurumi to teach her a lesson seemed quite justified. Whether Kurumi could best Sharna was not a concern for Yin Y, a Asa woman. Yin Yao could distinctly sense the difference in Gu Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kurumi compared to how he treated Sharna. It was a stark contrast. Would Gu Qingfeng simply stand by and watch Kurumi suffer? Regardless, Yin Yao believed that should Kurumi encounter difficulties, Gu Qingfeng would surely lend his AID, and no matter how formidable Sharna might be, she could not possibly triumph over Gu Qingfeng. The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya, I shall demonstrate to you the power of the Silver Saints, compelling you to yield completely. The most malevolent fairy. I have taken note of your words. I hope you do not come to regret them. The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya. I have only accrued 30 points today. Once I have sufficient points by tomorrow, your doom shall arrive. Yes, the two women clashed verbally. The men in the group found themselves reluctant to intervene that a 20-point exclusive red envelope was sent to the serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya. The most malevolent fairy. Come forth now. You can arrive at this moment and see who ends up begging for mercy. The book-loving ghoul. Sisters, please do not quarrel over my affairs. Moreover, I am merely seeking corpses that have met untimely ends. I do not kill Oh, you also wish to dance? Everyone present here is more formidable than you. Even Shirori would be beyond your reach. No one harbors malice towards you. Ban, acting unusually, offered words of comfort to Shirori. From her remarks, Ban sensed her insecurity, and he felt an unexpected fondness for the little girl. Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, while consuming human flesh may seem a bit peculiar, many in this group have taken lives. As long as it is not indiscriminate slaughter, it matters not. The admin is quite capable of obliterating stars, extinguishing millions of lives with ease, so do not take it too much to heart. The strongest in the dimension. It was not I who obliterated stars. I am quite the advocate for peace, even if we are well acquainted. Yet, should you defame me thus, I will not hesitate to pursue a libel suit. Feeling like a grand villain, Gu Qingfeng believed he was at least not as malevolent as a true demon, the destroyer of worlds. I recall there are healing potions available in the shop. Once consumed, you will be able to dine like a human, no longer reliant on human flesh for sustenance. Oh, you also wish to dance. Priced at 50,000 points, it would be quite difficult for her to afford in the short term. However, perhaps the spectators will issue tasks, and she might acquire a substantial number of points. The book-loving ghoul. As long as the others in the group do not despise me, let us two sisters cease our quarrel. We have joined this chat group, and we ought to support one another. The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya, who would want to assist a waste like you. You are not only a man-eating monster, but also a cowardly existence, truly repugnant. This remark was particularly harsh. Already conflicted over her identity as a ghoul, Shirori could not help but feel tears prick at her eyes upon hearing this. The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya. Woman. I shall soon descend into your world. Prepare to face the judgment of the saints. The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya claimed the red envelope. Confident in her strength, Sharna swiftly utilized the chat group to transport herself into Kurumi's realm. Within the universe of Date Alive, the chat group issued a task, prompting members to engage in a duel, and all participants could place bets, with the victor receiving additional rewards. Select the serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya as the victor. With a payout of 2-1 on the wager points, select the most malevolent fairy as the victor, with a payout of 1-1 on the wager points. Bets had no cap. Starting from a minimum of 100 points that a battle would conclude once one party was rendered incapable of fighting or chose to concede. The announcement ignited a flurry of activity. The chat group's notifications made it clear everyone was expected to bet on Sharna's victory. But the members were not fools, and no one would fall for such an obvious trap. Under Tony's guidance, everyone began placing their bets on Kurumi. As the saying goes, even mosquito flesh is still flesh. And there was no difference between this and free points. Only a fool would wager on Sharna. Tony placed a bet of 1,000 points, selecting the most malevolent fairy to Oh, you also wish to dance. Bet 1,000 points on the most malevolent fairy. Seeking support, bet 1,000 points on the most malevolent fairy. Everyone in the group placed their bets on Kurumi, each having previously earned 1,000 points from their excursion to the world of One Piece. Aside from Conan and Shirori, who had little points and chose not to join the fray, all others participated. Witnessing this unfold, Gu Qingfeng found it both amusing and exasperating. He truly wished to assist everyone. Yet before he could utter a word, they had all completed their bets. The strongest in the dimension wagered 550,000 points, selecting the serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya to win. The strongest in the dimension. Kurumi cannot possibly win against this new member. Why have all of you bet on her? The destroyer of worlds. A foreboding sense of dread envelopes my heart. Tony, I have a phrase that might be best left unsaid. Oh, you also wish to dance. 1,000 points down the drain. Fire Fist Ace. Oh, great one. That seems rather underhanded. Seeking support. Indeed. At least give us a heads up next time. The strongest in the dimension. I had no time. You all placed your bets before I could speak. What am I to do? The serpent bearer who vanquished Seiya. A bunch of fools. You deserve it. Just wait and see how I ravage this wretch. The group was understandably incensed. They had initially hoped to earn some points. But now it seemed they would not only fail to gain any, but would also lose their OW. As they heard Sharna's taunts, they were ignited into fury, the destroyer of worlds. I shall go teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Once their duel concludes, I will personally intervene. Do you also wish to dance? Count me in. I am curious to see how she dares to be so brazen. Tony, I will join as well. If worst comes to worst, we shall gang up on her, seeking support. Never mind, I shall refrain from joining the fray. The Great One's defenses are too robust. It would be unwise to accidentally slay the newcomer. The most malevolent fairy wagered 1,000 points on the Serpent Bearer, who vanquished Seiya to win. The Serpent Bearer who vanquished Seiya, are you beginning to fear? Now you wish to appease me in this manner. But it is futile. I will shatter your mouth, the strongest in the dimension. No need for assistance. Kurumi can handle it alone. That I merely stated she would lose, but I never claimed she couldn't hold her own against the opponent. The members of the group were all astute individuals. Upon reaching this point, one comprehends his intent. The most malevolent spirit willingly concedes defeat, with the victor being the Serpentarius who mercilessly tormented Seiya. The nefarious spirit successfully placed its bet, accumulating 30,000 points, while the strongest in the dimension triumphed, amassing a staggering 16,650,000 points alongside the principal. The remaining participants, however, faced failure, resulting in the forfeiture of all their points. In a secluded jungle on the outskirts of the spirit world, Sharna, adorned in her silver cloth of the saints, gazes at Kurumi with an expression of ire. Upon her arrival in the spirit realm, the chat group fortuitously teleported her beside Kurumi, who was clad in her Kaguya spirit attire. Beneath the Kaguya spirit garb, Kurumi donned a gothic lowly outfit, wielding a rifle in one hand and a pistol in the other, with bullets infused with various powers of temporal manipulation. This evoked a slight sense of threat in Sharna, but within mere seconds, Kurumi flashed a sinister smile over her shoulder and voluntarily dispelled her spirit form. Sharna glanced behind her, only to find it empty, perceiving this as a sign of disdain, believing herself unworthy of Kurumi's full effort. Enveloped by her small universe, an overwhelming power surged forth from Sharna. The prowess of Silver Saint was not to be trifled with. The entire jungle trembled, leaves swirling in disarray. Yet to Kurumi's surprise, she did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, she stifled a laugh behind her hand, inciting Sharna's furious wrath as she traced the constellation of Serpentarius with her hands, leaping high before diving down. Initially, Sharna intended merely to inflict severe injury upon Kurumi to compel her allegiance. Yet Kurumi's demeanor utterly incensed her. Thunder Serpent Claw, the ultimate technique of the Serpentarius Saint, channels lightning into her claws, employing her small universe to ensnare her opponent like a colossal serpent. Before piercing through their flesh with her deadly talons, a fearsome purple serpent surged towards Kurumi, but as Sharna's attack approached, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. The purple serpent shattered, and Sharna plummeted to the ground, unable to move under the immense weight pressing upon her, as if she bore the burden of a great mountain. What a terrifying pressure! Even the Golden Saints could not match such strength. Who could possibly be behind this? 3 minutes earlier, at the same moment Kurumi and Sharna arranged their duel in the chat group, Kurumi informed Gu Qingfeng. However, when Gu Qingfeng wagered on Sharna's victory, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback, assuming he had no intention of assisting her, but quickly regained her composure. The Gu Qingfeng immediately utilized the chat group's spatial teleportation to arrive in the spirit world. Observing from a high vantage point behind the two combatants, which greatly reassured Kurumi, she dispelled her combat readiness. Had it not been for the opportunity to witness Serpentarius's ultimate move, Sharna would not have even had a chance to employ her finishing technique. Upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng's overwhelming aura, the stark disparity in strength rendered Sharna utterly defenseless. As long as she was not killed, she was guilty of no capital offense, fearing Kurumi might become too excited and consume Sharna's time. Kurumi recognized that while Sharna's character warranted some discipline, killing her would be excessive. With a sweet smile, Kurumi exuded a devilish charm capable of ensnaring men with just a fleeting gaze. Gu Qingfeng could only respond with an awkward smile, refraining from looking too long. This was a precarious situation. Kurumi gracefully approached Sharna, looking down upon her from above. Dada, weren't you just about to make me kneel at your feet and beg for mercy? What has become of that bravado now? Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Sharna maintained her defiance, laboriously lifting her head to curse. Wretched woman, you can only rely on others for assistance. Can you dare? Before she could finish, Kurumi's foot came crashing down upon her head, silencing her words as Sharna's cheek was pressed into the icy ground. That Kurumi's smile grew ever more pronounced. For her who had taken countless lives, tormenting her adversaries was merely routine. Lifting her foot slightly, she feigned an apology. My apologies for inadvertently stepping on you. If looks could kill, Sharna's glare would have obliterated Kurumi. Her eyes burned with unbridled fury. Not let me catch you off guard, or I shall slay all your friends and family. Kurumi, who had maintained a serene smile throughout, transformed upon hearing those words. The foot she had just lifted came crashing down once more, forcing Sharna's face into the ground. Yet Kurumi had no intention of relenting. She continued to apply pressure, as if finding satisfaction in her torment, delivering a powerful kick to Sharna's abdomen. The force sent Sharna careening into a massive tree trunk. And as she landed, Kurumi swiftly appeared before her. With the swiftness of lightning, Kurumi struck Sharna's right arm. The power of the spirits far surpassed that of ordinary beings, had Sharna not been clad in her saintly armor. Kurumi's full strength would have been sufficient to obliterate her skull, but the silver armor barely mitigated the blow. Nonetheless, Sharna felt the impact reverberate through her head, a wave of dizziness washing over her. However, the armor could not shield her entire body, and Kurumi's strike fractured the bone in her right arm. How about we render you a helpless wretch? Sound good? Her voice remained sweet as ever. Yet Gu Qingfeng instinctively shivered. A mere lesson would suffice. She did not need to be gravely harmed. Sharna had indeed sought her own demise, foolishly invoking the name of friends. Kurumi had become this way due to being deceived and having slain her closest companion with her own hands. Gu Qingfeng chose not to witness further. Kurumi's power was already equal to Sharna's, and now, with Sharna gravely injured and her arm broken, she had no chance of overcoming Kurumi, disappearing from the spirit world. He contemplated visiting other spirits instead. However, seeing Kurumi's current rage, he surmised she would be in no mood to entertain him, leaving him to await another opportunity. The enmity between these two women would undoubtedly persist. Not only had Sharna deeply offended Kurumi, but she had also never endured such humiliation before. As a distinguished silver saint, she had never been subjected to such indignity. Had it not been for Gu Qingfeng's recognition of Sharna's fundamentally good nature, he might have truly taken lethal action for how Kurumi would deal with Sharna. That was beyond Gu Qingfeng's concern. As long as she did not kill or cripple her, he was satisfied. Upon returning to his lodgings in the Dragon Ball universe, he discovered the chat group was eerily silent. Tony, the unfaithful. I suddenly feel like I've lost my direction in life. The boss has over 10 million points. And I've plummeted back to a few hundred. World Destroyer. Wasn't it you who led everyone? How dare you say such things? Seeking a stronghold. Honestly, I believe everyone's loss of points stems from Stark's actions. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. Someone as cautious as I am would have undoubtedly followed the boss's lead if Stark hadn't bet first. Tony, the unfaithful. I could tolerate others saying this, but you of all people, the biggest klutz in the group, how dare you say such things? Had he not been unable to contend with Ace, Tony would have already been cursing loudly. The most cautious? You, who can fall asleep while eating. Are you trying to fool me? You also want to dance? Let Stark take the blame for this. No objections, right? Seeking a stronghold. I wholeheartedly support that. Death God Elementary student. I'm with everyone. I can go along with anything. Whenever a problem arose in the group, everyone subconsciously thought of Tony, the universal scapegoat. Wherever there was blame, there he was, Tony, the unfaithful. As long as you all are happy. I can't be bothered to critique. Just don't make me lose points. I have no points to spare, and I won't trade my life for them. World Destroyer. I am rather curious about what is happening over there. Tony, the unfaithful. I love watching two women fight. Seeking a stronghold. I've never seen women fight before. It can't be just pulling hair and slapping, right? Fire Fist Ace. We can't be sure, but with the boss present. Why not just ask him? Death God Elementary student. Strongest in the dimension. How goes the battle on your side? Did you intervene? Strongest in the dimension. No, I merely observed for a while. I did not engage Sharna. You also want to dance? Who currently holds the upper hand? Has Kurumi already claimed victory? The strongest of dimensions. It could be considered a standoff. The battle situation remains relatively stable, with Kurumi having a slight edge. However, I am not privy to the specific outcome, as I only took a brief glance before returning to my universe. Upon hearing the thoughts of the group, they were somewhat baffled by Gu Qingfeng's mindset. Initially, they believed that Gu Qingfeng would undoubtedly support Kurumi. This was the rationale behind their collective confidence in Kurumi's victory. Yet, Gu Qingfeng now expressed indifference toward the outcome between Kurumi and Shanna. An improbable notion emerged in everyone's minds. How could one provoke a powerful figure without facing repercussions? Could it be that Shanna is genuinely formidable, strong enough that even the powerful figure refrains from confronting her? But they quickly dismissed this thought. How could anyone surpass such a formidable entity? At least they could not fathom the existence of such a superior being, the strongest of dimensions. Farewell. I'm logging off to have a meal. We shall continue our discourse later. The members of the group began speculating about the outcome between the two women. However, the majority still believed that Kurumi would ultimately prevail, aside from the administrator, Yin Yao, who harbored concerns that Kurumi might unleash her wrath upon Shanna. The rest of the group seemed indifferent to Shanna's fate. Put it plainly, the camaraderie within the group stemmed from their compatible personalities. Yet, each individual within their respective universes was a renowned figure. Naturally, a sense of pride among the strong was inevitable. Upon Shanna's abrupt entry into the group, she indiscriminately insulted everyone, leading them to show her no leniency. Upon returning to the inn, Gu Qingfeng reflected on Kurumi's brutal treatment of Shanna, shuddering at the thought. A woman could be far more ruthless than any man. He silently mourned for the unfortunate Shanna for a moment. That said, he had just acquired 16 million points, along with the 5.5 million earned from previous tasks, and the points accumulated over the past few days that he now had over 22 million points. And a return to his homeland was imminent. Father, mother, and her, just a little longer, and I shall reunite with you. You must await my return. Then came the prolonged waiting period. Yukong and the others were likely to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, and it would be at least until tomorrow before they ventured into the future. Ji Qingfeng occupied his time at the inn, alternating between eating and sleeping, occasionally flying out to admire the earth scenery. Little did he know, time slipped away, and 3 days passed before he received word from Yukong that Ji Qingfeng initially thought they had gone without informing him. If there were no updates today, he would have set out for Bulma's place to seek them. Upon receiving news, Gu Qingfeng hastily made his way to Bulma's residence. Remarkably, it was not just son Wukong and Vegeta present. Son Gohan, who had long abandoned his martial artist identity to embrace that of a scholar, was also there, his gaze sharp and penetrating. That moment, Gohan exuded an aura that could rival even Wukong. Was this the mighty Gohan? It appeared that due to his time in this world, he had honed his strength ahead of the original narrative, regaining the formidable power he once possessed as Majin Buu's counterpart. My apologies. The time machine can only accommodate 4 people at most. Lunch is set for me, Vegeta, and Trunks that we simply cannot take you along. Upon seeing Gu Qingfeng arrive as promised, Wukong offered an apologetic smile, having not anticipated Gohan's initiative to assist. In truth, had Gu Qingfeng not bested son Wukong, Gohan would not have engaged in this endeavor. But with his father's defeat at the hands of someone unheard of, who could guarantee there were no other adversaries lurking in the cosmos? What if, someday, an enemy attacked, and his father fell in battle? Last time, when Frieza sought revenge, had his father been delayed, Gohan would have met a grim fate that he felt he could no longer rely on others. He must reclaim his martial spirit. He was aware of the tragic fate that befell his mother and Goten at the hands of Black Wukong. He needed to protect his family and return to his former self. That's all right. You all go ahead. Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed, for he could transcend time and space without the need for the temporal ring's power. His inquiry about their departure was merely to ensure he could accompany them and avoid arriving at the wrong timeline. Be cautious, do not let your guard down, Bulma instructed Trunks, anxious for her son's safety. Young Trunks, filled with indignation upon learning of his mother's demise, vowed, I will avenge her. I must make them pay for my mother's death. A long-lost confidence graced Trunks' face. With sufficient prowess, confidence naturally followed. This time, I will not falter, and my father has trained me intensively for a year. I now have the confidence to defeat Black Wukong. His time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta had reignited Trunks' sense of paternal love. He had realized what it felt like to have a father by his side. We are setting off. Accompanied by dazzling light, the time machine vanished into the air, tearing through the fabric of time to reach the future universe where Trunks resided. Unbeknownst to all, Gu Qingfeng sensed the trajectory of the time machine, his form gradually dissolving into nothingness, carried away by the wind. The future Earth lay in ruins, devoid of the bustling vibrancy of its cities, the land ravaged and desolate, the planet shrouded in lifelessness. As the time machine landed, Vegeta leapt out, unleashing a wave of energy into the sky. This wave illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly, a storm of electricity spiraled above, revealing the figure of Black Wukong, with Zamasu closely following. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta erupted with fury, dashing toward Black Wukong with a powerful punch that struck him down to the ground. Before Black Wukong could utter a word, he was forcefully slammed into the earth. While Zamasu, wearing a disdainful smile, looked upon Vegeta with mockery. You dare to injure me? A mere appetizer? You shall face divine retribution. The ground bore the impact of Black Wukong's fall, creating a massive crater that radiated with pink light as he emerged unscathed. Wukong, filled with fighting spirit, inquired of Vegeta, "Which of these two will you confront?" Vegeta replied with unwavering pride, "Of course, I shall face the false version of myself, if I can defeat the real one." "Do you think I would lose to a counterfeit? Such audacity!" The two men dismissed Black Wukong and Zamasu entirely, each choosing their opponent as they charged forward. Trunks stood on the ground, once terrified of these foes, now witnessing them as mere trifles in the eyes of his father and Uncle Wukong. Meanwhile, Gohan observed the battle quietly, having yet to engage with Super Saiyan Blue and only possessing a rough estimate of his father's capabilities. A gentle voice broke through from behind, comforting Trunks. "Young man, do not waver. Everyone must grow. You're still a child. There is no need to burden yourself excessively." Gohan and Trunks turned to see Gu Qingfeng seated atop a scrapped vehicle. A playful smile gracing his lips, the two were startled, especially Trunks, who had experienced traversing time. He could hardly fathom how someone could navigate through time on their own. How is this possible? How did you arrive in the future? Do you possess a time machine as well? Yet, as soon as the question left his lips, Trunks dismissed the notion. The time machine was crafted by his mother. There was no reason for Gu Qingfeng to possess one. He had not forgotten that the man before him had defeated Uncle Wukong in a single blow. Trunks felt a weight in his body, instinctively preparing for battle, but Gohan pulled him back. "Hello. Although I am unsure why you are following us, I believe you are not an enemy. Did I ask that you refrain from intervening in my father's and Uncle Vegeta's battle?" His calm words carried a resolute tone. If Gu Qingfeng insisted on interfering, Gohan would attempt to stop him, knowing full well he was no match for him. Wukong and Vegeta were filled with a tremendous rage, determined to avenge their fallen loved ones. For this was a matter of honor that allowed no interference. "Very well. I will merely observe that if you can defeat me, I shall not intervene. If you cannot, then I may step in. Is that acceptable?" Gu Qingfeng held little hope for Wukong, not because he doubted their strength against Black Wukong, but based on the previous battle's dynamics. This appeared to align with the narrative's established power levels, indicating that Black Wukong's Super Saiyan Rose was on par with Super Saiyan Blue. Even though Wukong and Vegeta had entered the hyperbolic time chamber and trained for a year, the outcome remained uncertain. However, they have their transformations. If they cannot defeat their opponent, they can merge. Currently, Wukong and his companions lack the earrings necessary for fusion, rendering them unable to face the immortal Zamasu. During their conversation, the four combatants on the battlefield were engaged in a fierce struggle, the tide of battle clearly favoring one side. Remembering the tragic fate of his slain wife and child, Wukong could no longer contain the fury surging within him, the blood of a Saiyan igniting with fervor. "You dare to kill Chi-Chi and Goten? I will not let you escape unscathed." This time, his anger was genuine, and a formidable power surged forth as he transformed into his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue form. With hatred unlocking his entire potential. Empowered by his immortality, Zamasu had experienced countless deaths and resurrections, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet against Wukong, this was utterly meaningless. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta's roar echoed through the heavens. You dare to harm my Bulma, merely because you have taken on Wukong's body. Only a fool of such simplicity could be manipulated so easily. With a single punch that shook the heavens, a brilliant blue aura illuminated the sky. As he seized Zamasu by the hair and delivered a powerful kick that sent Black Goku soaring into the air, a colossal energy blast striking him down as the dust settled. Black Goku gazed incredulously at Vegeta on the ground. His voice laced with fury. How is this possible? How can the gap be so vast? Vegeta, brimming with confidence, smirked. Do you wish to know why? Because you're nothing more than an imposter, while I am the rightful prince of all Saiyans. Having foreseen the truth about Black Goku and Zamasu, Wukong and Vegeta's strength had surpassed the usual narrative by more than a mere notch, while Black Goku struggled to withstand their onslaught. Zamasu found himself repeatedly battered by Wukong, on the verge of disintegration. Had it not been for his immortality, he would have perished beneath Wukong's relentless assault. I could see this moment. Both adversaries finally comprehended that humanity was not akin to mere insects, to be toyed with at their whim. With the earrings switched, a radiant light enveloped the entire world, heralding the formal emergence of God Zamasu, an entity endowed with infinite power and immortality. Even the proud Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The fusion had multiplied their strength manifold, creating an aura that subtly oppressed both him and Wukong. Wukong remained composed, casting a glance at Gohan on the ground, signaling for him to join forces in the fight. Another thunderous roar erupted as a mysterious power awakened within Gohan, enveloping him in an enigmatic aura, radiant white light illuminating the entire sky. The once mighty singularity of Gohan had returned, in stark contrast to his previous self. He was now resolved, having shed the arrogance that had once cost him dearly on the ground. Dato could hardly believe his eyes. Gohan possessed such power, perhaps rivaling that of his father, refusing to be outdone. Dato transformed into Super Saiyan 2, positioning himself behind the trio in a strategic formation to surround God Zamasu. Behind Zamasu, a divine halo appeared, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy waves toward the ground. Wukong and Vegeta countered with their Kamehameha and Final Flash techniques, resulting in a stalemate as the two sides clashed. The angelic halo of God Zamasu emitted countless energy beams. Gohan spread his arms wide, conjuring a barrier to protect his companions. While shielding them, he simultaneously unleashed his own Kamehameha, and Dato executed his signature move. Together, the four of them pressed Zamasu, who ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming energy. Though his immortality allowed him to survive the onslaught with half of his body intact, seated cross-legged, Gu Qingfeng contemplated the battlefield. Through this confrontation, he understood why Earth had never been destroyed. Even in a battle power of over 10,000, Vegeta could obliterate small planets. Yet despite their immense strength, Earth remained unscathed through countless conflicts. The reason lay in their increasing mastery over their powers. The same energy, when unleashed as a shockwave versus an energy blade, would invariably cause greater devastation when released as a shockwave. However, against equally strong adversaries, a shockwave might fail to harm them, while an energy blade could deliver a fatal blow. Wukong and Zamasu had honed their power to a singular point, minimizing collateral damage yet maximizing their offensive capabilities. However, the current situation mirrored his earlier apprehensions. While Gohan's inclusion could suppress God Zamasu, it did not guarantee overwhelming victory, nor could it utterly annihilate him. The Super Saiyan Blue form was exceedingly taxing on stamina. Prolonged use would deplete Wukong and Vegeta's energy reserves. Gohan, despite his newfound strength, could not single-handedly shoulder the burden, and Dato's Super Saiyan 2 prowess was not significant enough to alter the course of battle. As the skirmish in the sky began to wane, Wukong and Vegeta's energies waned, though they clung to their Super Saiyan Blue forms. their strength clearly diminishing. Gohan's mysterious state consumed little energy, yet he too found himself straining against the fused God Zamasu. Where are those other fellows? If they do not come to assist, this world will meet its end, Vegeta thought, setting aside his pride for the sake of his son, and sought Gu Qingfeng's aid. Why don't you all rest for a moment? I can handle this alone. It has been far too long since I have engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. Gu Qingfeng ascended to their side. Vegeta felt a bitter taste. Having witnessed Zamasu's might, did Gu Qingfeng still believe he could resolve this conflict alone? Was it confidence born of strength or sheer ignorance that fueled such audacity? Vegeta leaned toward the former. Though it is hard to accept, I entrust this to you. Wukong understood that continuing the fight was futile. It was not that he could not defeat God Zamasu. With the Kaioken times 10, he could hold his ground. Yet he could not kill Zamasu, and seizing a fleeting advantage held no significance. Mere mortals, daring to challenge divinity, is utterly unforgivable. After enduring a prolonged conflict, God Zamasu had not expended much stamina. An onslaught of wicked energy waves enveloping the four, Gu Qingfeng, without even glancing, unleashed a single punch that dispelled the multitude of energy waves, the residual force even grazing Zamasu's cheek. It is time to summon the others, Gu Qingfeng mused, entering a chat group. The group management, known as the strongest in another dimension, initiated a call to arms, forcibly inviting all members to witness the battle. With a 5-second countdown from member transport. While the group members were engaged in casual conversation, a notification blinked on the chat page. Within moments, they were transported to the future world of Dragon Ball. As Wukong and Vegeta landed, they were met by several bewildered individuals, both men and women, gazing at the quartet in confusion. Is it just me? Or do those two resemble the boss? Could they be twin brothers? Tony Stark mused, I have no idea. This transport was so abrupt that I nearly lost my lunch after just finishing my meal. Ace remarked, this man's enemy. The chat group must have summoned us to watch. His adversary's strength is likely formidable. Kurumi observed that, just to clarify, I'm merely an ordinary person. I doubt I can be of any help, the Shinigami Elementary student stated. Just watch closely. This is the battle of true warriors. A rare spectacle that may never come again. Someone encouraged. Whoa, is that Sharna? What happened to her? Wasn't it said that Kurumi only had a slight upper hand? Another commented, in a gathering, the group exchanged glances for mutual support, while Wukong and his companions approached, perplexed by the newcomers. Though Wukong could understand the others, the sight of Tony in his Iron Man suit left Gohan starstruck, thoroughly enamored with the ensemble. Vegeta, however, was fixated on Uchiha Madara. Despite the disparate power systems of their worlds, the arrogance in Madara's eyes and the aura of strength he exuded drew Vegeta's attention, even though he could easily crush him with a single finger. Yet, the demeanor of Ban resonated with him in certain aspects. Undoubtedly, the most striking figure was Sharna, who at that moment bore multiple fractures, her hair a disheveled mess, and her face a portrait of misery. 3 days prior, she had been severely injured by Kurumi, who, in a cruel turn of fate, had ruthlessly assaulted her, igniting memories of past pain. Had it not been for Gu Qingfeng's explicit instructions to avoid rendering her critically injured or dismembered, Kurumi's nature would have likely led her to dismember Sharna without a second thought. However, when a woman unleashes her fury, she can rival any man, even if Kurumi refrained from physical brutality. She possessed other means to torment Sharna psychologically. Mr. Wukong, Prince Vegeta, I kindly request that you keep an eye on my friend, ensuring they do not suffer any unintended harm. You can leave this fellow to me without worry. Gu Qingfeng greeted the assembled group, enlisting Wukong and others to assist. Wukong eagerly agreed, confident in his ability to safeguard several individuals with his strength. Tony Stark remarked, this adversary is rather repugnant. Why is his right hand purple and so disproportionately large? For some reason, the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt a deep aversion to the color purple. Oh, you wish to dance? Echoed Uchiha Madara. I am Uchiha Madara of Konohagakure. While others were bewildered by Madara's inquiry. Vegeta understood perfectly, his eyes gleaming with intense combat fervor. The prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta, and Madara locked gazes, igniting sparks of mutual respect between two individuals perched atop their respective worlds, each carrying a lofty pride. The camaraderie of the strong was palpable. Thankfully, the situation did not escalate, or they might have engaged in a sparring match. All right then, let us witness your true prowess. During our last encounter, I sensed you had yet to unleash your full power, Wukong declared. Above them, Gu Qingfeng and God Zamasu commenced their confrontation. Gu Qingfeng moved with an ethereal grace, evading Zamasu's every attempt to ensnare him. As he initiated his first offensive move, Zamasu could not even perceive his actions before Gu Qingfeng was upon him. With blinding speed, Gu Qingfeng unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Zamasu reeling in pain, ultimately sending him crashing into a derelict building. Vegeta frowned, dissatisfied with Gu Qingfeng's performance. The power displayed when he had previously defeated Wukong with a single blow was far superior to what was currently exhibited. You dare to offend a deity? How despicable! Zamasu seethed with impotent rage, raising his hand to the heavens. From the cosmos poured forth an overwhelming tide of malevolent energy as ominous pink storm clouds gathered above. With countless bolts of lightning surging into his body, Zamasu's strength surged anew, his energy flowing like an unending river, his right arm grotesquely distorting and swelling. The unleashed energy radiated outward, causing tremors that shook the very earth. While the gathered onlookers, shielded by Wukong's protective barrier, felt an immense pressure that made them doubt whether Gu Qingfeng could truly prevail against such a foe, the World Destroyer. How audacious to draw energy directly from the cosmos. What does he intend to do with such power? Trunks' expression turned grave. He aims to extinguish all life in the universe, completing his plan to eradicate humanity and eliminate all conflict from existence. Madara paused, the sentiment echoing in his mind. Before joining the chat group, he too had contemplated using the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a genuine world of peace. But upon learning the truth from Yun Yao, he realized that his plans had merely been manipulated by the true mastermind, Black Zetsu. I sent that akin to my previous intentions. However, I never envisioned annihilating humanity. I merely sought to forge peace through another means. Tony Stark, visibly anxious, patted Yun Yao's shoulder. Don't you possess a shield from the boss? Perhaps you should assist him. I can't shake the feeling that he is currently at a disadvantage. This remark nearly incensed Yun Yao, who retaliated with a swift kick that sent Tony flying. Are you out of your mind? Why should I go? Am I seeking death? Tony, with a face full of indignation, retorted, You have the shield. If I had one, I'd deal in a hand too. Besides, you wouldn't be in any danger. Are you foolish? My shield is invincible against others. Oh, you truly think it would be effective against an enemy on the same level as the boss? Yun Yao was at a loss for words. The defensive techniques casually conjured by the boss might suffice against lesser foes, but they would be meaningless against an opponent of equal strength. The young detective Conan observed the fierce battle above, his eyes widening in astonishment. The clash was nearly divine in nature. Yet, Gu Qingfeng was steadily retreating, the newly empowered Zamasu exerting pressure that tilted the scales of victory in his favor. Among those present, none wished for Gu Qingfeng's defeat more than Sharna, who had suffered humiliation at Kurumi's hand precisely because of him. She secretly yearned for Gu Qingfeng to be vanquished by Zamasu. Indifferent to the prospect of perishing alongside him, fully aware that he was a man beyond her capability to confront. Overwhelmed by his aura, she felt utterly paralyzed, realizing she would never be able to measure up to him and could only hope for others to intervene. Watching Gu Qingfeng in his compromised state, her swollen face involuntarily broke into a smile, having resolved to embrace mutual destruction. Are you smiling? Kurumi's voice, sweet yet haunting, echoed behind her, sending shivers down Sharna's spine. Memories of 3 days prior flooded back, compelling her to suppress her smile and avert her gaze from Kurumi. The incident had left her with deep psychological scars, robbing her of the courage to resist Kurumi's wrath. Moriarty was taken aback. Wazti had said that Kurumi and Sharna's battle was merely leaning in Kurumi's favor. How had Sharna ended up so severely beaten, while Kurumi appeared unscathed? Exuding an aura that suggested Sharna was utterly cowed, Trunks, observing the aerial duel, tightened his grip on his sword, poised to act at a moment's notice. Vegeta barked a command for him not to act rashly. There's no need for you to intervene, can't you see? However, it appears he is not Zamasu's match. If this continues, he will be slain. Trunks was skeptical of Gu Qingfeng, perceiving him as increasingly defensive while Zamasu grew emboldened, steadily overpowering him. Vegeta, however, held an opposing view. He did not believe Gu Qingfeng was merely this capable. Even in the face of the formidable merge Zamasu as a fellow Saiyan, do you truly think he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Zamasu gathered energy in both hands, a luminous wave forming in his palms as his aura surged. The godly Kamehameha he unleashed. The accumulated power coalesced into a radiant blue sphere, shooting toward the ground like a meteor. Let us see how you evade this. If you intend to abandon those on the ground, you'd better flee now. Zamasu's manic laughter echoed, while Gu Qingfeng, relying on his combat prowess, continued to evade direct confrontation. Inciting Zamasu's frustration, Gu Qingfeng mirrored Zamasu's stance, unleashing his own Kamehameha, the two titanic forces clashing without yielding an inch, resulting in a stalemate in midair. Their energies collided, creating a vast sea of energy that momentarily forced Zamasu to retreat several steps to regain his footing. What a terrifying power! Even the boss seems unable to defeat him. This appears to be a standoff, thought Ban, as he watched the battle unfold, feeling his own insignificance in comparison to their might. Conan furrowed his brow and retreated behind the others. The spectators below were momentarily stunned. Despite Zamasu's absorption of such immense dark energy, Gu Qingfeng still managed to withstand his assault. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan keenly observed the subtle smirk on Gu Qingfeng's face. Even in close combat, where he was at a disadvantage, he maintained an air of nonchalance that the power of a god truly so trivial. Can you not grow stronger? You are quite disappointing, Gu Qingfeng remarked disdainfully. Unimpressed by Zamasu's strength, which had fallen short of his expectations, he felt no need to transform for this. He believed he could triumph in his base form, hoping to seize this opportunity to accumulate significant points. Aiming to amass a total of 50 million. I am the strongest. You, however, are but a mere annoyance, as Zamasu was about to retort. Gu Qingfeng swiftly moved and struck him with a powerful blow, sending him flying. To grow stronger, one must diligently exert effort. What is effort? It is the refinement that comes with time. Simply seizing the body of a mortal you disdain, how far can you truly ascend? Can you withstand a punch forged from a year of dedication? Gu Qingfeng's figure darted with incredible speed, leaving Zamasu no time to defend himself as he was struck several more times. Contorting his already unattractive visage into a grotesque mask, a sphere of death, potent enough to obliterate the earth, materialized in Zamasu's grasp. He no longer intended to hold back, aiming to utterly annihilate the planet. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Even with Goku's protective barrier, the others in the chat group felt an ominous sense of impending doom. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Gu Qingfeng's gaze became grave, and an overwhelming force radiated from him, causing ripples throughout the universe. The dark energy summoned by Zamasu enveloped the skies above Earth. The golden light emitted by Gu Qingfeng surged skyward, dispelling the darkness. As his aura intensified, the very earth trembled, causing sand and stones to whirl violently. An explosion of energy that could change the very fabric of reality erupted, transforming Gu Qingfeng's black hair into a brilliant golden hue. Golden lightning flickered around him, and his demeanor shifted to one of aloof supremacy, as if viewing deities as mere insects. The mere aura he exuded shattered the protective shield conjured by Goku. Super Saiyan, in the end, an insect remains an insect. Your struggles are utterly futile. Zamasu dismissed him with disdain, believing that even Goku's Super Saiyan God form was no match for him. How could a mere Super Saiyan pose any threat, as the Death Sphere bore down upon him? Gu Qingfeng bent his right arm and unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating the terrifying sphere with ease. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng vanished from sight, reappearing before Zamasu and seizing him by the throat with one hand. Lifting another hand towards the heavens, he gathered energy, manifesting a rainbow-like essence reminiscent of stars, which he forced into Zamasu's body. The Soul Arbiter has the ability to purify all energy. Zama's heart, already steeped in malevolence, was the perfect target for this technique. As the energy orb coursed through him, Zama's body erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, and with a thunderous boom, he was reduced to nothingness. The sudden turn of events left everyone reeling. Moments ago, the two were evenly matched, yet now Gu Qingfeng's hair had changed color. Zama's had not even managed to retaliate before being vanquished. The disparity between them was stark. The destroyer of worlds. It seems this form truly reveals the extent of the boss's power. We have all underestimated his might. Sharna raged internally, questioning why such a formidable Zama's could not defeat Gu Qingfeng. Gazing at Gu Qingfeng, who resembled a deity, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Would she never have the chance for vengeance in her lifetime? Speaking of which, this form looks incredibly cool. It seems the boss has not only changed hair color, but also styled his bangs. Ace remarked, "Unfortunately, I lack the cultural refinement to express myself more eloquently," came a voice of lament. Tony Stark mused that the crisis in his world seemed trivial in comparison, with a mere wave of the boss's hand. Everything could be resolved. Perhaps he should consider how to curry favor with Gu Qingfeng. With such a golden ally, triumph over foes like Ultron or Thanos would be assured. Yun Yao contemplated her protective shield, realizing she may have underestimated the boss's power. Unlike the others in the chat, Abito gazed at the sky, sensing that matters were not as easily resolved as they appeared. His Rinnegan revealed the dissipating form of Zama's, transforming into countless specks of light that merged with the atmosphere above Earth to the site of Zama's demise. A wave of deathly energy surged upwards, tainting the sky with a deep green hue. Zama's malevolent spirit lingered on. The dark aura spread to the farthest reaches of the universe, warping the sky into grotesque faces of Zama's, which opened wide to unleash sinister energy upon the ground. The Tay immediately thought of the survivors in the shelter and rushed to their aid. But Gu Qingfeng raised his hands. A golden aura enveloped the entire Earth, nullifying Zama's attack entirely. Zama's had become one with the universe. And in the main timeline, Beerus and Whis sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. This power even affected the world of the main timeline, that Gu Qingfeng summoned 2 radiant orbs of 7 colors in his palms, compressing them together. Soul Arbiter, he declared, one of his ultimate techniques, designed to purify the malevolent energies of wicked foes. As the luminous sphere made contact with the evil essence of Zama's, the malevolent force, as if meeting its nemesis, was instantaneously purified. Tony Stark stared in bewilderment at the spectacle above, utterly perplexed by how one could assimilate with the universe. Was this truly the end? The scene was indeed terrifying. Yet it all culminated in a single decisive blow. Ace couldn't help but comment on the absurdity. The commotion had built up so much tension, yet before anyone could even feel fear, the boss had dispatched the threat. Was it that the boss was simply too powerful, or was Zama's merely a paper tiger? Loud, but ultimately insignificant. Of course, that was just a whimsical musing. Ace would never genuinely believe Zama's was weak. Such an outcome was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the boss that Goku's fighting spirit ignited. As a fellow Scion, he understood Gu Qingfeng's power all too well, but challenging the strong only served to make oneself stronger. This was Goku's nature. The strongest administrator in the dimensional realm had eradicated the enemy, Zama's, and this battle would be recorded in the chat group for future members to witness the administrator's might. The strongest administrator successfully completed the task, rated at level 6, earning a reward of 30 million points. 3 seconds later, the group members would be teleported back to their respective universes. The system's notification echoed in their minds. And after 3 seconds, the figures of the group vanished as if they had never existed. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, all our efforts would have been in vain, and the entire universe would have faced destruction. Trunks expressed his gratitude with a deep bow towards Gu Qingfeng, who accepted the thanks without hesitation. That in truth, had Gu Qingfeng not shielded the Earth from Zama's relentless onslaught, aside from Goku and a few others, the remaining survivors would have perished in the aftermath. That it was precisely this understanding that prompted Trunks to express his respect. This also indirectly indicated that Gu Qingfeng possessed a kind heart. Otherwise, he would not concern himself with the fates of ordinary individuals. Point 1 need not worry. True strength requires the freedom of the weak as its boundary. Young man, your road ahead is still long. Strive to grow stronger, Gu Qingfeng remarked, not particularly optimistic about Trunks' future. Although he had intervened to save this fragile universe, there was no telling whether other foes would emerge in the future. Ultimately, Trunks would have to protect the universe with his own hands. Indeed, I will train harder from now on, striving to assist my father and the others in the future, Trunks resolved. Vegeta was the first to object, defiantly retorting at Trunks, "Stop joking. I, Vegeta, will not need anyone's help." With the cosmic crisis resolved, the group's spirits lifted significantly. After a brief respite, Goku regained much of his stamina and was eager to challenge Gu Qingfeng once more. Vegeta harbored the same thoughts, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding each other's intentions, Tay pondered Gu Qingfeng's Super Saiyan power, glancing at himself in confusion. As a Super Saiyan, why is your form so vastly superior? Even more so than my father's Super Saiyan God state. Gu Qingfeng contemplated for a moment before candidly explaining, because my base power is already formidable. Thus, when I transform into a Super Saiyan, the 50-fold increase makes my strength appear overwhelming compared to yours. You are not the legendary Super Saiyan, are you? You do not embody the essence of a Saiyan, as I know it. Vegeta mused, initially believing Gu Qingfeng to be the prophesied warrior. Long ago, tales of a legendary Super Saiyan circulated among the Saiyan race, claiming that every 1,000 years, one would be born, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, crafted solely for destruction. However, as Vegeta learned more about Gu Qingfeng, he became certain that he was not the foretold warrior. The legendary Super Saiyan could not possibly protect others, for they were born as ultimate weapons of slaughter. Indeed, I am not. Upon mentioning the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly immediately springs to mind, stirring a flicker of intrigue within Gu Qingfeng that he recognizes Broly as the only opponent capable of matching him in a short span of time. Even if he cannot rival his Super Blue form, he is confident that Broly will not fall short of his Super Saiyan state, allowing for an unrestricted, all-out battle. The anticipation of encountering this legendary Super Saiyan fills him with excitement. Goku's tone reflects a sense of regret. Alone, he harbors no chance of victory. If only I had the Patera earrings, then the fusion with Vegeta could compel you to unleash your full potential. Gu Qingfeng merely smiles, neither refuting nor affirming Goku's claim, for in his estimation, Vegito does not pose a threat to him. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta in their ordinary states results in a form, Gogeta, whose power transcends out of the standard Super Blue. While it remains uncertain whether he could decisively defeat a full-power Super Blue, he knows that an ordinary Super Blue is no match for him. It is crucial to note that this is still a fusion in their normal states, whereas his own body is a fusion derived from both in their Super Saiyan forms. The might of a Super Saiyan is amplified 50-fold compared to their base state. And the result of fusion inherently yields a sum greater than its parts. He is uncertain about the true extent of his own ordinary strength, but he is confident that he could eliminate Zamasu without hesitation if not for the need to dispatch him swiftly. Having resolved all matters, the group prepares to return to the primary timeline, with Gu Qingfeng following the time machine back to the Dragon Ball Universe's timeline. After a brief stay at Bulma's residence, he politely declines the invitation to join them for dinner, despite his curiosity about the culinary offerings of the world's wealthiest family. I could see this moment. However, he yearns for the comfort of home and slumber. An unsettling premonition gnaws at him, leaving his heart feeling hollow. He has never experienced such a sensation before. The Saiyan body is remarkably resilient, rarely afflicted by ailments. Could it be that something has befallen his loved ones back in his homeland? This thought tightens his brow, as his family resides in a small county, unlikely to have offended any significant figures, and their health remains stable. Why, then, does he feel this way? There is truth in the adage that where there is smoke, there is fire. Especially for a being of his caliber, there exists a peculiar connection with his kin. Upon returning to his lodging, Gu Qingfeng lies in bed, unable to find sleep as memories of the past flood his mind. Tossing and turning, he resorts to opening the chat group, where he discovers his points have reached a staggering 46,500,000. Only 346,000 remain to surpass the 50 million milestone. Yet he knows that acquiring points henceforth will not be as effortless. Initially, helping Yun Yao earned him 500,000, saving Sabo netted him 5 million, and even his transformation in a Super Saiyan yielded only 30 million. Without the issuance of tasks by the chat group, daily check-ins would merely grant him a meager 10,000 points, requiring a full year of daily attendance. Under normal circumstances, this would be acceptable. A year is neither excessively long nor short, and the wait could be tolerated. However, as his anxiety deepens, he finds himself unwilling to wait any longer. His rate of acquiring points is akin to riding a rocket. Within a week of joining the chat group, he is nearing his target. Yet, Gu Qingfeng feels this pace is still too sluggish, and he must consider alternative approaches. Only when group members are in peril will tasks be triggered. In the lowly world of Conan, there is little hope. While leisurely travels may have sufficed in the past, relying on him for sufficient points is unrealistic. The administrator, Yun Yao, has already provided a shield, leaving no chance for a second visit. On Ace's side, the original trajectory has shifted. The four emperors, Whitebeard, have yet to confront the Navy, and no significant events are anticipated in the near future. As for Kurumi, there is no need for further elaboration. Sharna Seiya has just acquired his armor, and according to the storyline, no major development should unfold. Thus, it appears that only the Kamen Rider Decade, Uchiha Madara from the Naruto universe, and Tony Stark from the Marvel universe remain relevant. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng resolves to inquire whether any significant events have transpired in their respective worlds. Within the chat group, several members led by Tony Stark engage in a spirited discussion. Have you all noticed? The difficulty of that fused being has been rated as level 6 by the chat group. What manner of universe hosts such formidable foes at merely level 6 danger? Tony muses. Given that the system's maximum difficulty is 10, I would have expected it to be rated at least level 8. Ace remarks, perplexed by the might of such an extraordinary world. If I possessed even 1% of that power, no, even a millionth, I could have dealt with the Black Organization and restored my original form by now. Remarks Conan, his words laced with envy. He finds himself in the direst situation of all, unable to return home or acknowledge his girlfriend, all due to the malevolent international criminal organization known as the Black Organization. Uchiha Madara's circumstances are comparatively better. At least he awaits Obito's resurrection, providing him with a glimmer of hope. In contrast, Conan cannot confront the Black Organization directly. Seeking assistance from a powerful ally proves impossible, as he lacks the strength to offer any meaningful compensation. Why not seek help from everyone in the group? Surely, this wouldn't pose a challenge for any of you, suggests the World Destroyer. Conan has considered this, but without any group members facing imminent danger. The chat group's tasks remain dormant. He even attempted to negotiate with Ace, hoping to persuade him to spend 50 points to assist in resolving the Black Organization issue. Ace, being a well-meaning individual, readily agreed, but before any action could be taken, the chat group issued a warning. Members are prohibited from unilaterally intervening in the normal historical development of other universes without a task. Upon hearing Conan's explanation, the group finds themselves at an impasse. Without the ability to intervene proactively, they are left with no options. It is a pity that we do not share the same worldview. Otherwise, I could have traversed to your realm to assist you. The World Destroyer laments. Feel free to take the risk. As long as you encounter danger, tasks can be triggered to summon us. Tony suggests with a hint of sarcasm. Do you believe that all of us are like you? Why would anyone choose to court danger when life is already good? Interjects another member. Yun Yao finds herself questioning whether there is not a single rational individual in the Marvel Universe. Pondering how someone of such intellect could become a billionaire. The most fearsome elf. You intend to challenge the Serpent Bearer, who defeated Seiya? Hurry and take on that challenge. Rest assured, none of us will stand in your way. Taunts Kurumi. Upon reading this, Sharna feels a surge of indignation. What do you expect me to fight him with? My head. Internally seething, she maintains a facade of composure. You jest. How could I possibly be a match for the likes of him? I apologize for my previous offense. Looks like Kurumi decisively triumphed in your last encounter. This haughty woman appears quite subdued now. Another member observes. The group notices Sharna's evident fear of Kurumi, even during their viewing of events in the Dragon Ball universe. It became apparent that Sharna's flustered demeanor only serves to confirm that Kurumi secured an overwhelming victory, Dimension's mightiest. You, too, wish to engage? World Destroyer, Tony Stark. Have there been any significant occurrences in your realms? You, too, wish to engage? As for me, I have yet to be reincarnated via Edo Tensei. I remain uncertain about the current state of the ninja world. The powerful require assistance. Tony Stark replies, I have not encountered any issues. I recently constructed a new Iron Man suit, and no one has sought trouble with me, nor have I heard of any new superheroes emerging. The situation on my end is slightly more pressing. A hostile knight has appeared, wielding the power of the top 15 Heisei riders, launching attacks against humanity. Their organization seeks to dominate the entire universe. Feeling the need for further clarification, Kamen Rider Decade adds. However, I have yet to locate their headquarters, making a confrontation unfeasible in the immediate future. Gu Qingfeng ponders the implications. The villainous counterpart to the 15 riders must be Kamen Rider 15, the one who posed the death question and managed to defeat Kamen Rider Decade. Unable to find their lair? No matter. I shall venture into your world and uncover their whereabouts, he asserts, activating the chat group's teleportation feature, designating the universe as that of Kamen Rider Decade's journey. Tony Stark quips, is the illustrious one simply bored and seeking to bestow favors upon the group, or are you feeling under the weather and in need of a sparring partner? Do you wish to dance as well? After all, the monsters of that world are indeed unfortunate. Encountering a formidable figure, they can only attribute their misfortune to bad luck, seeking to latch onto a powerful ally, the destroyer of worlds. Do not forget to stream live for everyone to witness. We are quite intrigued by the villainous knights on your side. Menshurshur has also uploaded his battle footage, showcasing confrontations with monsters. For they have yet to encounter the true form of an evil knight. The destroyer of worlds replies, no problem. I shall first go to greet the esteemed one. By the time he finishes speaking, Gu Qingfeng has already arrived, observing Menshurshur in his black suit, a pink camera hanging from his chest. His initial impression is that this individual has likely traversed all nightly universes, successfully upgrading his belt. Unfortunately, his mood is quite dismal, burdened by an invisible weight akin to a massive stone pressing down on him, leaving him devoid of any inclination for jest. His vast perceptive abilities envelop the earth, capturing every movement within his consciousness, and in an instant he identifies the lair of the villainous organization, Baton. Steady yourself. We shall proceed. Menshurshur notices something amiss with Gu Qingfeng. Typically, he wears a smile and is considerate towards everyone. Yet at this moment his expression is grim, and an anxious aura emanates from him. Before Menshurshur can inquire about the situation, Gu Qingfeng seizes his shoulder, and together they soar into the sky, in the subterranean lair of Baton. A gathering of peculiar beings convenes, several high-ranking officials deliberating their plans. With the addition of the malevolent knight, Kamen Rider 50, their odds of success have significantly improved as for the possibility of being discovered by the knights. They harbor no concerns. They are situated hundreds of meters underground, surrounded by walls forged from thick steel, and they have returned to the surface via spatial devices. The knights are incapable of reaching such depths, and they intend to incite conflict between the Heisei and Showa knights, prompting them to turn against one another. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounds, as if the indestructible steel were mere tofu, and two figures burst through, landing on the ground. Damn it, who are you? Upon hearing this familiar inquiry, Menshurshur prepares to respond with his catchphrase. But recalling the esteemed figure present, he refrains, I shall declare war upon you, before falling into despair. I will issue a task, and I shall come to assist you. Gu Qingfeng leaves these words lightly, his form vanishing in an instant. Not only is Menshurshur bewildered, but the peculiar beings are equally perplexed. What is happening? They had stormed into the underground with great fervor, yet here they were, leaving without uttering a single threat. I am merely a passing Kamen Rider. Remember my name well. Menshurshur ponders that perhaps the esteemed one is in need of points, and seizes this opportunity to create a delightful uproar. Ever since his belt upgraded to magenta, he has yet to encounter an opponent worthy of a serious battle. Your companions have fled in fear. What can you accomplish alone? Kamen Rider 50. Come forth and eliminate this intruder. A gaunt, middle-aged man emerges, his physique emaciated and his face drawn with fatigue. Both transform simultaneously. Kamen Rider Decade confronts Kamen Rider 50. Unlike the original narrative, Men Shurshur has acquired the powers of the 10 Heisei Riders. The cardholder sword clashes with the Yomi blade, causing 50 to stagger back repeatedly, for Decade has undergone enhancements, and now possesses attributes that are on par with 50's, that in terms of their transformations. Men Shurshur is a cyborg, his strength utterly overwhelming that of the ordinary human who transforms into 50. The leader of Baten, infuriated, had never anticipated that the ultimate weapon they created would fall short against this individual. He waves his hand, commanding everyone to attack together. All of you, join forces and eliminate this intruder. Decade retaliates with a swift strike, pushing back the advancing 50 and extracts a card from the cardholder. I in combat with you. This card would be most suitable. Kamen Rider Agito, cast off. Decade transforms into the red armored Agito, activating his super acceleration mode, and begins to mercilessly slay the minions. Agito's incredible speed catches the villains off guard, and in an instant, several monsters lie defeated. However, the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming, and some possess unique abilities that can hinder his speed. It is not long before Decade finds himself at a disadvantage. Detecting that the Destroyer of Worlds is in peril, he is able to issue a task in the chat. Men Shurshur exhales in relief, finally managing to delay until he can issue a task. Should he choose to escape, none would be able to stop him. However, since the Esteemed One has requested he issue the task, he cannot leave. The Destroyer of Worlds publishes the task. Defeat the Subterranean Empire of Baten, with a reward of 300 points. The task difficulty is rated at level 8, with a restriction of 3 participants. Seeking to latch onto a powerful ally, the Esteemed One is indeed formidable, having identified the enemy's lair so swiftly. Fire Fist Ace. Let us mourn for these unfortunate beings for 3 minutes. Do you wish to dance as well? I'm more curious about what kind of enemy could place Men Shurshur in jeopardy. One of the few who can rival him. Ban has always held a deep admiration for Men Shurshur, albeit limited to his strength. His character is not something Ban would commend. The strongest in the dimension accepts the task. Fire Fist Ace accepts the task. The most malevolent spirit accepts the task. Tony, the uncommitted, the Destroyer of Worlds bounty task, is completed. The group manager, the strongest in the dimension, receives 100 points. Fire Fist Ace gains 100 points, and the most malevolent spirit also obtains 100 points. The task duration is 0.1 seconds, receiving a super divine evaluation. The strongest in the dimension earns 5 million points. Fire Fist Ace gains 12,000 points, and the most malevolent spirit receives 12,000 points. Death God Elementary student. Alas, those who are quick gain, while those who are slow lose. I have missed yet another opportunity for an easy win. Tony, the uncommitted, what were you about to say just now? Tony, the uncommitted. I was also going to say that I missed this chance. However, before he could finish, the task was completed, and it was over so quickly, seeking to latch onto a powerful ally. After Ace and Kurumi accepted the task, they were transported to the location of the Subterranean Empire of Baten, where Men Shurshur, transformed into Decade, was engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet, when they opened their eyes after traversing the space, all they beheld was an immense underground palace, devoid of any sign of the enemy. Simultaneously, they received notifications of task completion and rewards. Jiu Qingfeng stood at the center of the scene, lacking his usual calm demeanor. A white aura surged around him violently, imparting a sense of imminent chaos. Upon arriving to accept the task, Gu Qingfeng unleashed his power without hesitation, an overwhelming presence sweeping across the area. Except for Men Shurshur, Ace, Kurumi, and a few others who deliberately kept their distance, the entirety of the Subterranean Empire's monsters were annihilated in an instant. Sometimes, surprises arrive unexpectedly. Moments ago, the monsters had relied on their numbers to encircle Decade, believing that he had come to his demise alone. Yet upon Gu Qingfeng's intervention, they were utterly crushed. The lowest-ranking minions could not withstand his presence, while ordinary monsters, even the high-ranking officials and leaders, were obliterated under the weight of his aura. The strength of the high-ranking officials and leaders was unfathomable, each blow wielding immense force, complemented by a variety of powerful supernatural abilities. However, in the face of absolute strength, Gu Qingfeng did not even need to strike. The disparity in power was too great. Merely his presence was sufficient to shatter their physical forms. Although it was not the first time he witnessed Gu Qingfeng in action, Min Shishir was still left in awe. His strength could similarly overpower these monsters. Yet the overwhelming numbers left him with few options. The invulnerable monsters appeared as fragile as paper before Gu Qingfeng. Kurumi's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. The more she learned about this man, the more elusive his true strength seemed, cold and proud, yet not devoid of kindness. A sensation she had never felt before stirred within her. Was this the feeling of love? She, a woman unafraid of love or hate, would not conceal her affections. "Hey there, would you like to join me?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qingfeng forced a smile and glanced at her before vanishing from sight, leaving the latter part of her words abruptly cut off. AC observed this clearly from the side. Everyone in the group had long recognized Gu Qingfeng's indulgence towards Kurumi. The mutual affections between them seemed to be a serendipitous match, yet the sudden turn of events caught them off guard. AC's face flushed crimson, but his carefree nature got the better of him, and he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. However, upon encountering Kurumi's murderous gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, indicating that it had been unintentional. He had no desire to provoke Kurumi. After all, Sharna was a cautionary tale. Regardless of whether he could contend with her, he simply did not wish to engage in a confrontation with a woman. Min Yashir had also reverted from his transformed state and approached the two, remarking that the boss seemed troubled. "Do you know anything?" AC shook his head, noting that just an hour ago everything had been fine, and now Gu Qingfeng had suddenly become irritable, leaving him quite baffled. For a man of such formidable strength, what troubles could possibly vex him? In his eyes, the myriad beings of the universe were but mere specks of dust. Who could dare to provoke him? As a woman, Kurumi possessed a naturally sensitive disposition and keen observational skills. She conjectured that perhaps something had happened to Gu Qingfeng's family. Perhaps something has transpired with his relatives. I can sense the concern in his eyes. Indeed, as time passed, Gu Qingfeng's unease deepened. After completing his mission and earning points, he immediately accessed the Group S marketplace, spending 50 million points to exchange for coordinates of Earth. For safety's sake, he made a return trip to the Dragon Ball universe to retrieve some items, then swiftly tore through the dimensional barrier towards Earth. However, the distance between the Earth and the Dragon Ball universe was exceedingly vast. Even at full speed, it took him over 10 minutes to arrive at the moment he returned to Earth. A suffocating pressure enveloped Kunlun Mountain and a remote island in America, felt by those of great power who sensed the emergence of an unparalleled being, a weight only a truly invincible entity could exude. Those lacking sufficient strength merely felt their breath constrict and an overwhelming urge to kneel. Utilizing his soul perception, Gu Qingfeng located his home and instantly teleported back. His bedroom was spotless, clearly maintained by someone, and everything remained unchanged from his memories, though these details were of little concern to him. Stepping out of his bedroom, his gaze fell upon his father, whose legs lay limp on the sofa, eyes filled with weariness. Even with prior mental preparation, Gu Qingfeng could not suppress his fury as Jiu Tian looked at the man emerging from his son's room, confusion etched on his face, uncertain of who he was. "May I ask, who are you?" "Dad, it's me. I'm Xiaofeng." "How did it come to this?" Gu Qingfeng stifled the pain within, his body resembling that of Vegeta, making it unsurprising that his father failed to recognize him. He vaguely recalled his father as a spirited middle-aged man, always radiating confidence. How could just a year have transformed him so drastically? "I've fallen to such depths. There's no need to further humiliate me. Please spare us." However, Gu Tian did not believe him at all, as he was already aware that his son had perished in a car accident. He had kept this from his wife, bearing the agony of losing a child alone. Wishing to spare her from further suffering, with no other recourse, Gu Qingfeng reached out, channeling a beam of light into his father's mind. Soul memory technique. This technique allowed him to share all his experiences, enabling his father to witness them as an observer. He intentionally omitted the more violent scenes of his battles, fearing his father might think he was seeing a ghost. Such matters were best kept from him for now. Gu Tian's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between bitter smiles and tears. After a long pause, he gazed at the figure before him and said, "It's good that you're back, and no matter what happens. It's enough that you're alive. Your mother will be overjoyed." He had long concealed the truth of Gu Qingfeng's death, but there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. His mother had already begun to suspect something. Yet he had managed to deceive her repeatedly. Jiu Qingfeng produced a green bean from his pocket and held it to his father's lips. "If you eat this, your body will heal." Gu Tian looked at the seemingly ordinary bean and chuckled bitterly. "My legs are shattered beyond repair. Even the world's best doctors couldn't fix them, let alone this little bean." The concept of traversing worlds was indeed hard to believe. But he was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Standing again was simply impossible. Nevertheless, as it was a token of his son's goodwill, Gu Tian accepted the bean, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it. Jiu Qingfeng refrained from explaining. Even someone on the brink of death could be instantly revitalized by consuming a magical bean. Moreover, these beans not only healed injuries, but could also regenerate severed limbs and restore stamina to its peak. Mending broken bones was well within their capabilities. Jiu Tian, who had not held any expectations for the bean, felt no difference after consuming it. Thankfully, he had not anticipated a miraculous cure, so disappointment was not an issue. "Dad, try to stand and take a few steps." Seeing his father's lack of response, Gu Qingfeng prompted him again. Jiu Tian smiled and patted his legs. "How can I stand when my legs are broken?" Suddenly, he realized that he could feel sensation returning to his legs. Attempting to move them, he was astonished. The process was surprisingly smooth. Jiu Tian was left dumbfounded, wondering how this was possible. His bones had been shattered. Even if there were a way to heal them, it would involve excruciating pain, whether through surgery or medication. Now, after consuming just a single bean, he felt no pain and was healed. Where on earth had his son traveled to? What on earth happened to your legs? And where is your mother? Why isn't she here taking care of you? Gu Tian sighed and began recounting the events that unfolded during Gu Qingfeng's absence. "You died not long ago, and Wang Fei quickly got involved with a wealthy heir. Li Jun, when your mother found out, she went to confront them, only to be humiliated by Wang Fe. By the time I learned of it, seeing your mother being bullied ignited my rage, and in a moment of impulse, I went to confront them. Li Jun, in a fit of anger, had my legs broken. He also used his family's influence to shut down the small supermarket I had established, barring any company from hiring me." Initially, Gu Tian had been skeptical. After all, Gu Qingfeng and Wang Fei had been together for 3 years, deeply in love, without any sign of discontent. Upon learning the truth, Gu Qingfeng stood in shock. He had never imagined that Wang Fei would betray him. Wang Fei was someone he had met during his university days in the capital, and he had fallen for her at first sight. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and after graduating, she returned with him to their hometown instead of pursuing a career in the big city. Wang Fei came from a wealthy background. Her father was the current head of the Wang family in the capital, and her mother was a university professor. Initially, they had opposed their relationship, but after Wang Fei's persistent efforts, they ultimately relented. His mother would surely seek justice for him. That was just her character. Unaware of her son's demise, how could she endure the thought of her future daughter-in-law running off with another man? Gu Qingfeng's anger erupted once more, the restrained aura he had contained upon returning home now surging forth, darkening the skies. What about my mother? Where has she gone? In their household, his father managed the external affairs while his mother took care of the home, having returned for so long without seeing her. Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly anxious. Upon mentioning his wife, Gu Tian's eyes turned red, and he lowered his head, stammering, "Your mother went out shopping with friends. She'll be back in the evening, so you needn't worry." Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, sensing his mother's presence, and instantly disappearing from their home. Jiu Tian stared blankly at the spot where Gu Qingfeng had stood, unsure if he was dreaming again. Yet, glancing at his own legs confirmed that this was no dream. His son was indeed alive. Not only that, he had acquired powers beyond his comprehension. Not far from Gu Tian's residence, in a public restroom, a harsh-looking middle-aged woman named Li Shu scolded a woman squatting on the floor. "You old hag, clean this place properly. If I find any shoe prints here again, You'll be kneeling to scrub the soles of my shoes." The woman was dressed in tattered clothing and appeared utterly exhausted. Yet her appearance and demeanor remained utterly unmasked. The woman responded meekly, her hands too busy with work to pause, enduring the humiliation from an old classmate with silent resignation. Li Shu wore a smirk of satisfaction, while the woman, known as Shang Guanyun, had once been her classmate. Kind-hearted and the belle of the school, she had stood out in the class, provoking envy and jealousy among many girls, of whom Li Shu was one. Unfortunately, she later married a man of modest means, and her son made the wrong enemies, leading to her legs being shattered and her job lost as a result of targeted harassment. She had squandered a promising hand, reduced to such dire straits. She once believed she would never catch up to her former self, yet now Shang Guanyun was undeniably subjugated by her, faced with insults. Not only did she dare not retort, but she also had to obediently submit to Li Shu, despite their lack of true animosity. The reason Li Shu sought to demean her, aside from the substantial reward from the young master of the Li family, was also rooted in her own selfishness. Even without any compensation, she would still act thus, for the jealousy of women is a fearsome thing. She longed to witness the feeling of having the once admired beauty of their school beneath her heel. Shang Guanyun exhibited remarkable compliance, fully aware that this was her sole path forward. Her husband, Gu Tian, was paralyzed, requiring costly pain medications daily. Though he never voiced his pain, the sweat on his brow and his bloodshot eyes betrayed him. Shang Guanyun loved him deeply, willing to forsake everything for his sake. In the entirety of Hebei County, no company would dare employ her, yet here she stood, accepting a position as a mere restroom cleaner. It was evident that Li Jun had orchestrated this, seeking revenge against her, but with their savings stolen, she had no choice but to uphold her family. The rag in her hand had long since turned shade of black. For the public restroom saw a constant flow of patrons. How could it ever truly be clean? Li Shu merely sought a pretext to torment her, and thinking of her incapacitated husband, Shang Guanyun could only bow her head and endure the insults. "Don't you see someone passing by? Hurry and clean the shoe print I just left. I can't fathom what use you are if the floor remains filthy when I return. I'll have no choice but to end you." Li Shu strutted out of the restroom, deriving a different thrill each time she tormented Shang Guanyun. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, Shang Guanyun's expression remained unchanged, as if Li Shu were speaking of another. Under Li Shu's hand, she had been beaten more than once, yet she never fought back, knowing that any act of defiance would cost her this job, subjecting Gu Tian to daily agony. What did it matter if she suffered a little indignity? Ultimately, all this trouble stemmed from a moment of impulsiveness on her part, which had led to Gu Tian's current plight. Yet, Shang Guanyun felt no remorse. She would make the same choice again, as a mother. How could she stand idly by while her future daughter-in-law was snatched away? Seeing Shang Guanyun stand frozen, Li Shu halted her departure and struck her across the face, causing her cheek to flush crimson. Li Shu scoffed. While humiliating Shang Guanyun was gratifying, her consistent submissiveness diminished her interest. Nonetheless, this slap would not be in vain. After today, Shang Guanyun would vanish from the world entirely, and there would be no second chances. You're doomed. Not only you, but your family too. The shriek of a demon echoed, and arriving late, Gu Qingfeng felt as if he might explode upon seeing his mother's vacant gaze. Li Shu turned to the seething Gu Qingfeng, undeterred by his presence, threatening, "Who are you? Don't you know this is the women's restroom? Do you want me to call the police?" Gu Qingfeng gently lifted his mother from the ground, his voice softening with concern for her. "Mom, are you all right?" Shang Guanyun gazed at this unfamiliar, towering figure, her mind struggling to comprehend. "Who are you?" She could not recall such a person. Gu Qingfeng's physique was unmistakable, his muscles defined, and his form a perfect golden ratio. With an air of pride and confidence, such a man would not be easily forgotten after a single encounter. Gu Qingfeng resorted to using his soul memory technique to confirm his identity to his mother. Otherwise, she would surely doubt that he was her son. "If you want me to refrain from calling the police, you can accompany me from now on. I shall overlook your intrusion into the women's restroom today." Gu Qingfeng remained silent, leading Li Shu to believe he was intimidated, prompting her to voice her demands. Upon their first meeting, she had been utterly captivated by his aura. In her 40s, she was at her most predatory. Her husband, a useless man, and she did not want to miss out on this opportunity that had come knocking. Jiu Qingfeng was baffled by her mindset. Did she not recognize the absurdity of the situation? Truly a fool. Even now, she dared to entertain such thoughts. Xiao Feng, you've finally returned. I was so worried about you. Shang Guanyun, who had borne everything alone, felt her fragile heartstrings resonate as she could no longer contain her inner anguish. Gu Tian was paralyzed, targeted by Li Jun, and she had long suspected that Gu Qingfeng might have encountered misfortune. She merely held onto a sliver of hope, afraid to inquire about Gu Tian. Terrified of hearing the most unwelcome truths, now that her beloved son had returned, all her suffering seemed worthwhile. Even if he no longer resembled the son she once knew, his soul was undoubtedly that of her child. I am back. I will make them all pay. Li Shu sensed something amiss. After all, Gu Qingfeng had been inside for quite some time, and the women who had initially entered the restroom had not called the police. Yet, she had heard no one else speak, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. She turned to leave the restroom, only to collide with an invisible barrier. Though nothing was visible, she found herself unable to escape the small circle. Speak. How do you wish to die? Gu Qingfeng's tone was eerily calm, viewing Li Shu as nothing more than a dead woman. That Li Shu refused to believe it. She was Li Jun's person, and even if this man possessed some skill, he would certainly not dare to kill her, and my affair with her has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle. Jiu Qingfeng laughed, the sound growing louder, the malice in his eyes intensifying. Li Shu's composure shattered. She felt as though a beast had targeted her, uncontrollably trembling, her legs giving way as she knelt before Gu Qingfeng. This man truly intended to kill her. She had no idea how she had offended him. But she did not wish to die. I'm Li Jun's person. If you kill me, the young master won't spare you. Just let me go, and I'll give you all my savings. Gu Qingfeng reconsidered. Killing her would be too lenient. 3 bursts of energy surged into Li Shu's legs and right arm, shattering her limbs. Call someone to come get you. This matter will not end here. Let us see what Li Jun is capable of. He spared her right hand so that she could call her family for assistance. His mother's emotional state was agitated, and the priority was to take her home to rest. Li Shu felt her left hand and legs go numb. Gu Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, so quick that she barely felt any pain at first. It was only after a few seconds that she let out a wretched scream. Gu Qingfeng did not look back, instead embracing his mother and using teleportation to return home, leaving Li Shu alone in the restroom to wail, the immense pain rendering her unable to control her body, even unable to call for help. Her body bore no visible wounds. Yet Gu Qingfeng had directly shattered her bones, the excruciating agony driving her to the brink of despair. Fortunately, her cries caught the attention of other women using the restroom, who, upon seeing her deranged state, called for emergency assistance. Otherwise, she would have suffered a slow, agonizing death in the restroom. Shang Guanyun was cradled in Gu Qingfeng's arms, and in the blink of an eye, they were home. She looked on in confusion, wondering if she were dreaming. How could they suddenly be back home? Even more astonishing was Gu Tian performing squats on the floor, but her husband had lost both legs. He could not even walk, let alone do squats. Until Gu Qingfeng placed her on the sofa, Shang Guanyun finally regained her senses. After a long-awaited reunion, the family of 3 engaged in conversation for quite some time. Gu Qingfeng shared everything he could with his family. Though he still revealed a hint of his true power, he informed his parents that he had become the strongest human, with ordinary individuals unable to approach him within 3 to 5 dozen meters. He explained the concept of teleportation, describing how it allowed him to move instantaneously from one location to another. Jiu Tian and Shang Guanyun felt immense relief. Not only had their son survived, but he had also turned adversity into fortune, emerging as a formidable being. Witnessing her husband's restored legs, Shang Guanyun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. Through his parents, Gu Qingfeng learned of Wang Fei's betrayal. During a trip to buy groceries, she had encountered Li Jun on the road. Enchanted by Wang Fei's beauty, Li Jun began pursuing her the very next day. And under the pressure of his financial allure, Wang Fei quickly surrendered. The two became a couple without any lingering sentiment for Gu Qingfeng, who had been with her for several years, as she threw herself into Li Jun's embrace. Upon hearing his parents' account, Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Wang Fei had been the belle of his school, with many suitors vying for her affection. If she was genuinely motivated by wealth, there was no need for her to have been with him. She could have easily secured a wealthy partner long ago. Moreover, her family was not lacking in funds, perhaps not as affluent as the ultra-wealthy, but certainly not far behind. Why, then, had she chosen to sever ties with her family and return to their hometown to live with him? This left Gu Qingfeng utterly perplexed. How had he misjudged her? He had once considered her an exemplary daughter-in-law. Only to discover her true nature, Ji Yumu was deeply disappointed in Wang Fei. Had their son died, she could have understood Wang Fei's actions, as it was unreasonable for someone so young to remain a widow. However, the timing was significant. Li Jun had encountered Wang Fei the very next day after their son's accident, which altered the situation entirely. To put it bluntly, it was akin to being cuckolded. Ji Qingfeng even pondered a different possibility. Was it merely coincidence that Li Jun began pursuing Wang Fei just as he had met with his accident? Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, one develops feelings over time, especially with a first love who had accompanied him from university to the workplace. He struggled to articulate the depth of his love for her. But in the final moment before his tragic fate, images of his parents and her flooded his mind. After years of mutual support, he had believed Wang Fei to be the one who loved him most in the world after his parents. It seemed, however, that it had all been a fleeting dream. Li Jun must die. He would not allow someone who had humiliated his family to escape unscathed, and Wang Fei would also owe him an explanation. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The family ordered takeout to satisfy their hunger, and after ensuring his parents were settled in bed, Gu Qingfeng returned to his own room. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Gu Qingfeng rose early to find his father already sitting in the living room. As if he had anticipated his actions, Ji Yufu's voice was subdued, likely to avoid waking his wife. Yet his tone was resolute. If you wish to go, then go. I will not stop you. If your woman has been taken from you, and you don't dare to utter a word, then what kind of man are you? Our Gu family's men are not so spineless. Ji Qingfeng smiled calmly, entirely unperturbed. In the face of absolute power, everything else seemed trivial. Suddenly, Gu Fu shifted his tone, abandoning his earlier firmness. That may be the case, but I've heard that the Li family is a prominent clan in the capital. You claim to be the strongest in the world. Can you enlighten your father on just how strong you truly are? The teleportation he had demonstrated the previous day had indeed shattered Gu Tian's understanding of the world. Yet apart from that, Gu Qingfeng had not showcased any other abilities, leaving his father somewhat uneasy. Gu Qingfeng glanced around the room and casually picked up the family's old kitchen knife. Since being targeted by Li Jun's men, the family had no other source of income apart from his mother, and they had sold nearly everything of value. The knife he held was an antiquated model retrieved from the storage room. Without hesitation, he aimed it at his own body and brought it down in a swift motion. This startled Gu Tian, who initially feared that Wang Fei's betrayal had driven his son to the brink of despair. However, with a resounding clang, the knife shattered as if it had struck diamond, splitting cleanly in two. Contrary to Gu Tian's expectations of bloodshed, not a single drop of blood was shed. Not even a hair was harmed, and the fabric of his clothing remained unscathed, invulnerable to blades and bullets. Too bad I don't have a gun. Your son is the strongest in the world. If there's nothing else, you might want to check out Dragon Ball. Perhaps after watching that anime, you'll understand just how strong I am. In the past, Gu Tian would have been terrified, but after learning that his son had traversed to another world, the notion of an invulnerable body became easier to accept. Ji Tian was momentarily taken aback before giving Gu Qingfeng a thumbs up. You rascal, joking with your old man? How could I possibly watch anime at my age? That said, you must remain cautious. The Li family wields considerable power. While direct attacks can be avoided, hidden dangers are harder to guard against. Be careful in your endeavors. There's little I can do to assist you. Ji Qingfeng chuckled softly, dismissing the Li family as trivial. Had he wished, he could have effortlessly obliterated them from hundreds of miles away with a mere energy blast. Rest assured, I've left the money at my bedroom door. Your son is quite wealthy now, and I'll be back for lunch. The funds came from a red envelope sent by Tony in our chat group. With the state of our home, That $100 million comes in handy. I've taken $10 million and placed it at my bedroom door. Gu Tian understood his son's nature and stood up to open the door to his room. A small table piled high with cash sat in the corner of the entrance. How much is this? I've never seen so much money in my life, Gu Tian exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. When he turned back, Gu Qingfeng had already departed, leaving him to ponder the remarkable opportunities his son must have encountered during his year away. Returning transformed, Yu Qingfeng chose not to use teleportation, opting instead to walk slowly like an ordinary person. His parents were aware of Li Jun and Wang Fei's residence, which was located in the only villa district in their county, established for the wealthy and influential who visited the area for its attractions. The Li family's total assets were around 5 billion, making them a notable family in the capital, and renting a villa was certainly within their means. Yu Qingfeng jogged swiftly, reaching the villa area. Situated over 10 miles from the city center, in just 15 minutes, he gazed upon the opulent villas. He felt no stirrings of envy. After all, he had visited Bulma's residence before, and no matter how lavishly decorated, it could not compare to Bulma's home, which even boasted a gravity training room. No villa, no matter how grand, could rival the scale of Bulma's estate, where one would need to drive to traverse the grounds. In comparison, this villa district felt quite modest. Standing at the entrance, Gu Qingfeng appeared lost in thought, while the security guard regarded him with disdain. Accustomed to seeing wealthy individuals come and go, that he felt a sense of superiority over them. "Where are you from? May I ask who you are looking for?" Had it been anyone else, the guard would have already been rude, but Gu Qingfeng's imposing countenance commanded respect. Clad in an old tracksuit found at home, his seemingly ordinary attire radiated an unmistakable air of distinction. With a chiseled face that conveyed authority without anger, the security guard maintained a relatively polite demeanor. "I seek Li Jun. Inform him that an old friend, Gu Qingfeng, has come to visit. He will understand." "Understood. Please hold on." Upon hearing Li Jun's name, the guard felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not offended such a figure, realizing that he could not afford to cross someone of Li Jun's stature. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had Li Jun not taken someone else's fiancée? This rumor had circulated throughout the villa district, and he had heard that the man in question was named Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that this young man was here to confront him? "Are you a friend of Gu Qingfeng? What brings you here? Are you planning to stand up for your friend?" Gu Qingfeng nodded. "Indeed, I am here to stand up for him, and I intend to eliminate Li Jun." The security guard froze in shock. Was this young man insane, boldly declaring such intentions in public, without even a hint of discretion? "Li Jun is not someone you can provoke. If you insist on seeking your own demise, then I shall oblige. Brothers, we have a troublemaker here. Come out quickly." His heart brimmed with excitement, perhaps by latching onto this fellow. He could also secure a connection with young Master Li, thereby illuminating his own future. The cacophony of footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 burly men, wielding batons, emerged from the back door of the security room. Encircling Gu Qingfeng, fearing that others might act ruthlessly, the security measures here were the best in the county, yet equally devoid of scruples. Due to the nature of their work, even if they occasionally killed someone, the owners of the villa district would cover it up for them, that if someone were to die, how could he possibly connect with young Master Li? He must not die. He needed to hand him over to young Master Li, leaving him with a breath of life. Gu Qingfeng sighed, and in an instant, his figure blurred. 6 or 7 security guards fell to the ground as if struck by an unseen force, leaving the young guard who had summoned them believing he had seen a ghost. Trembling uncontrollably, does Li Jun reside? Terrified, he no longer dared to conceal the truth, let alone curry favor with Li Jun. Nothing was more important than his own life. He lives in Villa No. "For that you have made the right choice." Without looking back, Gu Qingfeng proceeded to the right. Everything that transpired outside the security room was clearly witnessed by the owner of Villa No. 1. Coincidentally, he was at home celebrating his birthday with his wife. Having not gone to the company, the scene that unfolded astonished him greatly. The man's handsome visage wore a sinister smile. It appeared that young Master Li was in trouble. His wife, perplexed, questioned why her husband was so amused when others were assaulting the security guards of the villa district. "Darling, what are you laughing at? Do you know that fellow?" "I do not," he replied, "but let me take you to see a show. A girlfriend abducted, parents humiliated. This lad is undoubtedly a returning soldier making his grand entrance. He took his wife's hand, and they headed towards Li Jun's villa. To tea that moment. Li Jun was blissfully unaware of the impending doom, engrossed in sweet nothings with Wang. Why, dear, just surrender to me. I truly love you, and I will marry you. Wang Fei furrowed her brow, harboring a deep-seated aversion towards this man. The more elusive something was, the more a man would cherish it. She would never yield her body so soon. Yet, she feigned nonchalance, smiling gracefully. Oh, why the rush? I will eventually be yours. Are you afraid I might run away? Li Jun dared not press too hard. Although Wang Fei had quarreled with her family, the Wang family's influence in the capital was no less formidable than the Li family's. Isn't it because I love you so much that I wish to be with you sooner? Just then, a bodyguard's voice resonated from downstairs. Miss Wang Fei, someone is looking for you. He claims to be an old acquaintance. Wang Fei's mind raced, struggling to recall any old friend who might come here, especially after her fallout with her family. Few were privy to her whereabouts. Her parents would never seek her out. Who could it be? My old acquaintance. Did he mention his name? The bodyguard had inquired about the visitor's identity, but the newcomer merely smiled and stated that Wang Fei would naturally know who he was upon seeing him. No, but this man is exceptionally strong, very strong. Jun gently caressed Wang Fei's right arm, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. Based on your guess, how much power do you think he could compel you to use? When Gu Qingfeng refused to reveal his identity, the bodyguard grew suspicious and considered testing him. Yet to his horror, he found himself intimidated by Gu Qingfeng's languid gaze, lacking the courage to confront him. He knew well that he had clawed his way out of a sea of corpses to achieve his current strength, yet he was cowed by a mere look, though reluctant to admit it. He acknowledged that he was indeed no match for Gu Qingfeng. Jun halted his actions, fully aware of his bodyguard's capabilities. This was his father's personal attendant. Were it not for his father's affection towards him and the news of his connection with the runaway eldest daughter of the Wang family, he would never have been assigned to protect him. How could it be? Even in the capital, you rank among the skilled. How could such a master exist in this small county? Li Jun straightened his collar, taking Wang Fei's delicate hand, and together they descended the staircase. Impossible! Upon reaching the lower floor, Wang Fei gasped in disbelief at the man seated in the hall. Jun cast a puzzled glance at her, unsure of the cause of her intense reaction. The seated man was merely handsome. He bore no significance in his memory. His family in the capital was of little renown, yet they were well informed about the prominent families, and he had a general understanding to avoid provoking anyone of consequence. Why was Wang Fei reacting so strongly? You, how could you possibly be here? Wang Fei pointed at the man on the sofa, her disbelief palpable. Why can't I be here? It seems you still remember me. The glint of recollection flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he gazed at this familiar, yet strange woman. In that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Wang Fei had indeed betrayed him. All their shared moments had been but a grand illusion. Why did you betray me? What kind of temptation led you to choose his embrace? Wang Fei's countenance paled, for Gu Qingfeng's words were unmistakable. The only one who could speak of betrayal was her deceased ex-boyfriend, Gu Qingfeng. She recognized Wu Jita's visage, a knowledge acquired through her time spent with Gu Qingfeng, as it was his favorite anime, which she had watched with him out of boredom. Through this back and forth, she had learned much. How could a character from an anime manifest in reality? Wang Fei was truly terrified. Impossible. He is dead. Who sent you here? Seeing Wang Fei in a state of disarray, Gu Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further and shifted the topic. I am Gu Qingfeng. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Why are you targeting my family? Li Jun. Li Jun's expression remained unchanged. He had no knowledge of anime, and thus did not recognize the face before him. Nor could he comprehend Wang Fei's overwhelming fear. I do not know who sent you. Cease these petty tricks. Gu Qingfeng is dead and cannot die again. His body has been recovered by the hospital. The truth aligned with Gu Qingfeng's suspicions. His accident was no mere accident, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Li Jun, who had developed an interest in Wang Fei upon meeting her. After some investigation, he discovered she was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, which only intensified his desire for her. Upon learning of Gu Qingfeng's existence, he promptly dispatched someone to arrange an accident to eliminate him. Indeed, it was you who orchestrated this. I have pondered why, standing by the roadside, the truck with malfunctioning brakes targeted me specifically. G. Yu Qingfeng rose slowly from the sofa, and upon witnessing his movement, Li Jun's bodyguard immediately positioned himself defensively in front of him. There is no need for such alarm. This friend would not act foolishly on my territory. He is not so dim-witted. Li Jun felt a twinge of irritation at his bodyguard's overreaction, but refrained from reprimanding him. Recognizing the bodyguard's esteemed status as a highly skilled individual hired at great expense by his father treated him with utmost respect. Do you have any final words? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Before Gu Qingfeng's words had fully resonated, he appeared at Li Jun's left side, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him into the AI. Li Jun felt his breath constricting, and the arrogance that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He feared Gu Qingfeng might indeed kill him at that point. Even if his guards rushed in and killed Gu Qingfeng, it would be of little consequence. He had never anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would dare to act against him. This revelation left both Wang Fei and the middle-aged bodyguard aghast. They had no inkling of how Gu Qingfeng had approached Li Jun release young masterly, despite realizing he was no match for Gu Qingfeng. However, the middle-aged bodyguard's muscles tensed as he prepared to fight to the death. To rescue Li Jun, get lost. Gu Qingfeng bellowed, and the bodyguard, charging forward, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then flew backward like a kite severed from its string. He landed awkwardly on the floor, coughing up another large mouthful of blood, and succumbed to a haze of unconsciousness. Li Jun's mind was in complete disarray. Gu Qingfeng was not merely an ordinary person. Where on earth had such a master been summoned from? You cannot kill me. If you do, I'm a member of the Li family. My father will not let you off. Yu Qingfeng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he resolved to allow Li Jun to live a little longer. You make a compelling argument. As someone who values reason, I shall indeed grant you another chance. Call whoever you wish, summon everyone you can, and I shall await their arrival right here. Li Jun was convinced that Gu Qingfeng had lost his mind. Having just been subdued and with his personal bodyguard knocked out, he had no recourse but a plead for mercy. Yet outside, dozens of armed bodyguards awaited. A single shout would summon them, and Gu Qingfeng would be doomed. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Life is singular and precious. Despite his words, if he provoked Gu Qingfeng, he would surely be killed before the bodyguards could intervene. Are you serious? You truly want me to call for help? Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively and returned to the sofa. It is now 8 o'clock. I shall give you 3 hours. Whether you call your father or your grandfather is of no consequence. Li Jun slowly retrieved his phone, contemplating whether to shout for help or call the bodyguards outside. Fearing Gu Qingfeng's wrath, he opted for the latter. And no sooner had Li Jun hung up and the door was forcefully burst open, and several burly men wielding firearms stormed in. Kill him. Do not let him leave alive. The bodyguards, upon seeing the middle-aged bodyguard lying motionless in a pool of blood, immediately comprehended the situation and aimed their weapons at Gu Qingfeng. Pulling the triggers, a series of gunshots rang out as bullets hurtled toward Gu Qingfeng, who merely smiled at Li Jun, as if he had not noticed the lethal projectiles. Initially, Li Jun feared that Gu Qingfeng would employ those fearsome tactics again to seize him. However, witnessing his nonchalance in the face of incoming bullets, the weight in his heart began to lift. And one could evade bullets at such close range. This man was as good as dead. To dare threaten him and to kill him would be to make it too easy for Gu Qingfeng. The rapidity with which Gu Qingfeng had approached him had indeed startled him. Wang Fei wore a peculiar expression. She was uncertain whether the person before her was truly Gu Qingfeng. However, she was certain that this was Wujida, and she found herself curious. Could it be that the power of Wujida from the anime truly existed? The bullets halted 1 meter before Gu Qingfeng, appearing as if held in place by an invisible force, suspended in mid-air. Several bodyguards, undeterred, continued firing until their guns were empty. Yet the result remained unchanged. The bullets stopped before Gu Qingfeng. Refusing to move, Li Jun, petrified, collapsed to the ground, wondering if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He had seen some masters alongside his father, but even they could only dodge bullets. The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. Get back! Gu Qingfeng uttered 3 words, and in an instant, bullets shot toward the bodyguards with blinding speed, dozens of them striking various parts of their bodies before they had time to react, leaving them riddled with holes. Instead of fear, a flicker of regret appeared in Wang Fei's eyes. Perhaps she had made a grave miscalculation. Conversely, Li Jun was paralyzed with terror, questioning if he had truly seen a ghost in the light of day. How could a human achieve such feats? It seems I have disappointed you. However, fret not. You may continue to call for help. 3 hours is ample time for your father to rally assistance from the capital. Either refrain from moving against me, or if you do, ensure it is done decisively. Uproot the problem, lest it arise anew. While he felt no fear, the incessant buzzing of flies was quite the nuisance. Glancing at Wang Fei beside him, Li Jun gritted his teeth. She had always looked down upon him, and he was acutely aware of it. She perceived him as nothing more than a rich second-generation heir. He found it baffling that she would agree to his pursuit. Upon learning of her status, he had harbored little hope, merely intending to test the waters. Yet Wang Fei had unexpectedly accepted his overtures. If he now sought help from his father, it would surely lead Wang Fei to utterly disdain him. I have wealth. No matter who you summon to kill me, I shall offer you double the reward, so long as you spare my life. Ji Qingfeng's patience began to wear thin. Did I not make myself clear? I am Gu Qingfeng. Hurry and call for help, or when your father arrives, he shall find only a cold corpse. Li Jun never anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would be impervious to persuasion, despite his desperate pleas. Gu Qingfeng showed no sign of relenting, leaving him no room for retreat. And no matter how exceptional a woman may be, her life holds greater value. Even if Wang Fei's family had significantly aided the Li family, he would never risk his life to curry favor with her or prove himself a man of integrity. Father, please come and save me. I've been taken hostage, and the master you summoned has been defeated. On the other end of the line, there was silence, followed by a cautious inquiry. Son, are you out of your mind? How could anyone from Haibei County possibly defeat him? His martial prowess is at the 7th stage. Even ordinary firearms cannot harm him. Aiyang knew his son's character all too well. Arrogant yet somewhat sensible, he would never intentionally provoke a formidable figure. This situation was incomprehensible. A high-ranking martial artist, summoned at great expense, being defeated in a small county was simply unfathomable. Li Jun, sensing his father's disbelief, recounted everything that had transpired, and upon hearing it, Li Yang found it even harder to fathom. He had seen people catch bullets with their bare hands. The middle-aged bodyguard was capable of such feats, but to halt bullets merely with a glance, to make them reverse direction, Li Yang began to wonder if his son had lost his mind. After a lengthy explanation, Li Yang remained skeptical, prompting Li Jun to send a photograph. Upon seeing the bodyguard sprawled out in disarray around him, Li Yang was finally convinced. Due to the angle of the photo, Gu Qingfeng, seated on the sofa, was also captured. Ji Qingfeng noticed Li Jun's subtle intentions, but could not be bothered to intervene, instead offering a devilish smile. Aiyang's mind raced. His son was indeed being held hostage, and the perpetrator had audaciously demanded his presence for a rescue. Aiyang instructed Li Jun to hand the phone to Gu Qingfeng. He wished to speak with him directly. Ji Qingfeng took the phone with a cold expression as Li Yang's voice echoed in his ear. I do not know who you are or who sent you, but release my son, and I will eliminate whoever is behind you. I offer you 200 million. Aiyang was desperate. Even for the Li family, 200 million was a substantial sum, and in the capital, they were merely a third-rate family. Producing such an amount was the utmost effort he could muster. I do not want money. I only desire his death. You have 2.5 hours. If you do not arrive by then, prepare to collect your son's corpse. With that, he hung up, disregarding the Li family entirely. Aiyang hastily summoned all his men. Some within the Li family voiced opposition, cautioning him that the matter was not so simple and urging him not to act rashly. Who in Haibei dares to touch the Li family? This time, we shall make an example of him. Driven to a corner, Li Yang silenced the dissenting voices. Once he confirmed that the 7th-stage martial artist had been defeated, he realized his son had entangled himself with someone truly dangerous. Yet, being his own flesh and blood, he had no choice but to press forward and attempt a rescue, leveraging connections to secure a few helicopters. Given the Li family standing, they owned several helicopters. Yet, without a dedicated flight route, they could not depart the capital at will. Despite the extortion they had endured, nothing outweighed the value of his son's life. Li Jun was his only son, and that was why he indulged him, so it would take at least an hour to travel from the capital to here. An hour is neither long nor short. Upon hearing that his father was on his way, Li Jun felt a flicker of relief. It was you who ordered against my parents, wasn't it? Gu Qingfeng lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he did so. At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal, and Li Jun decided to be forthright. Yes, it was I. Gu Qingfeng's mother found her distasteful, so I sent someone to deal with her AS for his father's leg. It was I who ordered it broken. Acknowledging his wrongdoing, he accepted the consequences. Without warning, Gu Qingfeng swiftly appeared before Li Jun, seizing his right arm and executing a 360-degree twist, contorting it grotesquely. The pain, Li Jun gasped, although he possessed a fair degree of endurance. He had never endured such agony, his entire arm feeling as though it had been shattered. Tears streamed down his face as he cradled his injured arm, wailing on the ground, while Wang Fei's eyes mirrored the stillness of stagnant water. As if the one being tormented was merely a stranger, not her boyfriend, Gu Qingfeng cast a glance her way, sighed softly, and with a wave of energy, suspended Li Jun in midair, rendering him immobile. I am not devoid of compassion. Where are the ones who harmed my father? Bring them to me, and I may consider letting this matter rest. He gestured toward the few bodyguards at the door, indicating they were responsible. If you confess, I can assist you this once. The excruciating pain caused Li Jun to break into a cold sweat as he grimaced, raising his still-functioning left hand to point at the bodyguards. It was them. They all acted. I only intended for them to teach that old man a lesson. I never anticipated they would go so far. With his own survival in jeopardy, Li Jun could no longer afford to protect the bodyguards. Without a backward glance, Gu Qingfeng unleashed several energy blasts that detonated upon contact with the bodyguards, obliterating them and leaving only a charred expanse where they once stood. A shiver coursed through Li Jun. The brutality was staggering. Where on earth did this formidable being emerge from? He pondered, realizing the gravity of the situation. These were lives extinguished without a hint of hesitation, not mere animals. Had he known the consequences of provoking Gu Qingfeng, he wouldn't have pursued Wang Fei, regardless of her family's status in the capital. Regret, alas, is a commodity that cannot be purchased. The die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Can you spare me? I was bewitched. Please forgive me this once. Forgive you. That is a task for the Buddha. I am only responsible for ushering you to meet him. But you said you would consider sparing me, and that you would help me. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Qingfeng unleashed an intangible force that twisted Li Jun's right arm another 360 degrees counterclockwise. I have made my decision. You shall not be spared. However, I am a man of my word. I will set your bones right. Had it been anyone else, the arm would have been torn asunder, but Gu Qingfeng, wary of Li Jun losing consciousness or bleeding out, employed a subtle technique that spared the skin while wreaking havoc upon the internal bones. Qingfeng, you have finally returned. My association with him is not without its reasons. Wang Fei, who had remained silent since their reunion, elegantly approached and embraced him, but Gu Qingfeng did not evade her. He simply gazed down at this woman he had once cherished deeply. He recalled the days of their poverty when Wang Fei had defied her family for his sake, and they had scraped by together. He had never envisioned their relationship would reach such a tragic point, and regrettably, he could no longer trust her. Are you aware of Li Jun's scheme to orchestrate an accident to kill me? Wang Fei, still in his embrace, trembled slightly before raising her head, her eyes glistening with innocence. I had no idea. Had I known he intended to kill you, I would never have been with him. Her tone was earnest and sincere, almost deceiving Gu Qingfeng, yet her body betrayed her. Noticing his silence, Wang Fei resorted to appealing to their shared emotions. If I did not care for you, why would I have chosen you amidst the crowd? Just look at him. She pointed disdainfully at Li Jun. What could I possibly gain from choosing him? This is well surpassed that of my family. Can he rival you in looks or grace? Since encountering Gu Qingfeng, Wang Fei had remained quiet, contemplating her rationale. Upon recognizing him through the familiar tone, she had confirmed his identity. Despite not understanding how he had achieved such prowess, she had finally grasped the meaning behind the previous words spoken to her. After much contemplation, however, she could devise no better argument and resorted to invoking their shared history to rekindle his fondness. Gazing at her in his arms, Gu Qingfeng's expression wavered. He could not deny Wang Fei's beauty. Initially drawn to her for her appearance, over time, her care for him had ensconced itself in his heart. Yet betrayal is betrayal, a matter of principle. Lacking any evidence, he found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Task difficulty level 3. Task reward 30,000 points. Members limited to 2 at the chat group had emerged, announcing a new task. Gu Qingfeng felt a jolt. In his rage, he had forgotten about the group. Tony the Heartbreaker. Wow, the boss actually needs help. That's a rare sight. The destroyer of worlds. The difficulty isn't particularly high. Merely probing memories poses little danger to anyone skilled in that area. Seeking support. I can't do anything. I'm still deciding which devil fruit to swap for to enhance my powers. Fire Fist Ace. Sorry, boss. I'm only good at fighting. I have no skills related to the soul. The most ruthless spirit. If I knew the exact time, I could attempt to reverse time. If not, then I'm at a loss. Death God Elementary student. If you're not worried about damaging his nerves, we could try technological means to extract memories. Gu Qingfeng could forcefully extract memories, employing energy to damage Wang Fei's brain nerves. It was far from a challenge for him, yet he was reluctant to take such measures. The mightiest in the multiverse. Her situation is unique. I lack specific timing, and I don't wish to harm her. Thus, forcibly extracting memories is off the table. Gu Qingfeng's response prompted a brief silence in the group. They were not naive that a conflict with a woman, and their boss was unwilling to harm her. It was hard to believe there was nothing more intimate between them. Do you want to dance? I'm not particularly adept at illusions. My Sharingan abilities lean more towards physical techniques. If the opponent is weak, I could attempt to uncover hidden secrets. Madara was not overly confident. His nature dictated that he resolved conflicts through strength, rarely employing illusion-based ninjutsu. Given Gu Qingfeng's overwhelming power, previous encounters with beings like Goku and Vegeta had instilled a sense of fatal threat in him. This was why he had remained silent until now. However, there was little choice. He would have to give it a shot. All right, Madara, come over. She's just an ordinary person. With your strength, it should be manageable. Let us keep others out of this. Being cuckolded was hardly a matter of pride. Naturally, the fewer who knew, the better. This was indeed a rarity. Gu Qingfeng had consistently left a positive impression, never adopting an aloof demeanor and always considering the group. Had it not been for his multiple interventions, the group would still be subsisting on the meager 100 points they earned daily. Oh, you want to dance? Accepts the task. The most ruthless spirit accepts the task. Tony the Heartbreaker. Wow. Either you're courting death or you're already on the path to it. Tony shall call you the strongest, seeking support. If you keep opposing the boss like this, you might truly find yourself in peril. But I'll wager that Kurumi will be just fine. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. Can you really compare to Kurumi, who is so delicate and easy to take down? In truth, he informed Uchiha Madara to accept the mission and advised everyone else not to come anymore. Subsequently, he withdrew from the chat group, as the current circumstances were truly vexing him. Why had he chosen me in the first place? Was it merely affection, or was there some ulterior motive as he posed this question? Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While his family was reasonably well off and he was undeniably handsome, what distinguished him from others who pursued Wang Fei? Wang Fei lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Qingfeng, and spoke with deliberate seriousness. There is no ulterior motive. That it was simply that you expressed your affection for me, and I had long harbored interest in you, so I acquiesced. However, it was not solely these matters that perplexed him upon reuniting with Wang Fei. There were numerous enigmatic facets, not merely her betrayal. What astounded him further was that his body belonged to Vegeta. And aside from a brief moment of surprise upon their first meeting, Wang Fei accepted this reality with remarkable composure. How could a normal person, confronted with a character from an anime, respond so indifferently? He had taken countless lives before her, and she exhibited not a shred of fear, even when he had severely injured her current boyfriend. She was not like this before. What was she concealing? After years of companionship, was it truly love, or had she always harbored other intentions? "Boss, I have arrived." A flash of white light appeared beside them, revealing Uchiha Madara, clad in armor from the Warring States period. Madara wore his signature haughty expression, but only when conversing with Gu Qingfeng did his tone carry a hint of respect. "Who the hell are you?" Uchiha Madara. Li Jun had not seen Dragon Ball, but he was familiar with Naruto, the infamous Uchiha, leader of the Four Madmen, who single-handedly battled 100,000 ninjas and overpowered the Five Kage. Anyone acquainted with Naruto understood that he was the pinnacle within that universe. How had Gu Qingfeng managed to summon him? "It's her. Remember not to harm her." Madara glanced at Wang Fei, his dark pupils gradually transforming into 3 tomo, with blood-red lines swirling within. Very well. With his Manjiki Sharingan activated, Madara cast a glance at Wang Fei, causing her to shudder and faint into Gu Qingfeng's arms. "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, boss." Gu Qingfeng pondered briefly before voicing the question that had weighed heavily on his mind. "Could you ask her why she chose me in the first place? Did she ever truly love me?" On the second floor of the villa, Kyuka swayed her legs as she observed Wang Fei, while the enigmatic emperor quietly materialized behind her. Wang Fei, her nerves ensnared by Madara's illusion, stood up, her eyes devoid of life. Madara closed his eyes and entered Wang Fei's mental realm. "Why did you choose to be with Gu Qingfeng?" After a brief moment, Madara opened his eyes, casting a peculiar glance at Gu Qingfeng, uncertain whether to speak the truth. "It's all right. Speak freely that I can surmise the likely outcome." Madara inhaled deeply, and after inquiring about Wang Fei's intentions, even he found her to be rather formidable. She revealed that years ago she had saved an Esper whose ability was to foresee the future, albeit at the cost of their lifespan. She had requested the Esper to help her identify her destined partner, and upon revealing his name, Wang Fei, unwilling to remain merely a young lady of a second-rate family, concealed this from everyone and sought out Gu Qingfeng. However, fate is ever-changing. After years of companionship, he had not instilled hope within her. Recently, she had approached the Esper again, who informed her that a pivotal moment in her life was approaching, one that would elevate her status above all others. The existence of an Esper was indeed surprising. Could it be that he had foretold her transcendence? Gu Qingfeng began to understand everything. It was likely that when he ventured to the imperial capital, it coincided with the day Wang Fei met Li Jun, and the Esper had provided her with new insights. Wang Fei mistakenly believed that Li Jun was the prophesied one, thus choosing to abandon her own aspirations and accepting his courtship. Was she aware of Li Jun's actions against my parents? I don't know. If she had known, she would have intervened. Your parents wouldn't have affected her relationship with Li Jun. As for Li Jun's plot against you, she only learned of it recently. Madara couldn't help but admire Wang Fei's cunning. For the sake of a prophecy, she had risked her family ties to be with Gu Qingfeng. Yet, in the end, she had chosen the wrong person. If only she had waited a little longer for Gu Qingfeng's return, she could have had everything she desired. Even the stars from the heavens would have been within his reach to bestow upon her. Once Madara lifted the illusion, Wang Fei regained her senses and, realizing what she had just confessed, her complexion turned as pale as death. "You should leave. You can find someone better that we are no longer possible." After a silence of 10 minutes, Gu Qingfeng finally spoke. Upon learning the entire truth, he discovered that his feelings for her had diminished significantly. Wang Fei was unwilling to relinquish this long-awaited opportunity. Despite changes in her appearance, she was still Gu Qingfeng at heart. She yearned for supreme power, and only he could assist her teach her. Nothing was more crucial than status and authority. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sacrificed her life as a wealthy young lady merely for a chance to elevate her standing. "But my love for you is genuine. Have you forgotten the days we spent together? If I didn't love you, why would I have stayed by your side for so long? And so what? What significance do these words hold now? From the moment you chose Li Jun, it was destined that we could never be." Yu Qingfeng turned away, unable to bear looking at her. He did not deny that Wang Fei loved him. At least during the time, she believed the prophesied son was him. Their prolonged companionship had undoubtedly fostered genuine feelings. Yet life is often such. She had approached him with ulterior motives, which left him feeling uneasy. However, it is human nature to seek a better life, and Gu Qingfeng could comprehend this. Yet, she should never have chosen to be with Li Jun before confirming his demise, aside from those with peculiar inclinations. The vast majority of men would not accept such a woman. Regardless of the depth of their love, it was a matter of principle. But I truly fell out with my family. You are all I have left. If you reject me, I will be left homeless. Wang Fei's eyes brimmed with tears, her features exquisite yet pitiful, clutching his garment. Whenever they argued, she would resort to such tactics, and Gu Qingfeng would often find himself helplessly comforting her. But this time, before he could respond, a sultry female voice interjected, Boss has rejected you, so stop clinging on so desperately. Kyuka gracefully descended the stairs, her poise starkly contrasting with Wang Fei's disheveled demeanor. Oh, though I'm unsure why, it seems you possess the ability to summon anime characters into reality, including your dream goddess, Kyuka, who is indeed as beautiful as depicted in the manga. The moment they met, Wang Fei instinctively recognized Kyuka, previously resenting Gu Qingfeng for this fictional character. Li Jun, too, was captivated. Kyuka's beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, her allure particularly evident in her eyes in that fleeting moment of eye contact. He felt an involuntary sense of submission wash over him, momentarily forgetting his predicament as his pain subsided. Despite having courted countless women, he had never encountered one as perfectly charming as this petite figure. Kyuka smiled radiantly, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fei's hostility. Having heard Mura's words, she had formed a general impression of Wang Fei. Ultimately, she considered her nothing more than a gold digger, feigning high ideals while professing deep feelings. Which was rather distasteful. Wang Fei let out a cold huff, choosing not to retort. Witnessing one anime character after another materialize before her, her heart was in turmoil. Yet, she found it difficult to part with Gu Qingfeng. Perhaps it was simply the result of prolonged companionship that had fostered genuine affection. However, Gu Qingfeng is indeed a genuine Wujiden now. Obliterating this planet is well within her capabilities and given her circumstances. She has little hope of ascending to a higher position in life to elevate her status. She must cling tightly to Gu Qingfeng. Yet, she feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, having waited in vain for years without seeing any glimmer of hope from him. This is not to say that Gu Qingfeng lacks effort. He is indeed striving for his own success. However, as a mere impoverished youth, there is no way for him to surpass his family's legacy, and the chasm between them and her aspirations remains too vast. Just as she begins to waver, she seeks out an ability user for another prediction. On that very day, she fortuitously encounters Li Jun pursuing her. And in a moment of impulsiveness, she agrees to his advances. This also marks the ability user's final prediction. After foreseeing this outcome, he tragically meets his demise. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, she resolves to trust him once more. Thinking that if Li Jun's prediction proves erroneous, she can simply return to her family. Retaining her position as the esteemed young lady of the Li family, it would merely mean the squander of a few years of youth, a consequence she can bear. However, Gu Qingfeng's formidable resurgence completely disrupts her plans, and she is taken aback to discover that the ability user's prediction was indeed accurate, albeit delayed by time, that I was mistaken. I truly realize my folly. Qingfeng, could you truly be so heartless? The events that transpire next are not suitable for her eyes. Gu Qingfeng exchanged a glance with Ban, and before he could finish his sentence, Ban fixed his gaze upon Wang Fei, plunging her into an endless illusion that rendered her unconscious. Why did you knock her out? I instructed you to escort her away. Instead, you rendered her unconscious. Are you familiar with her family? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily bewildered. He had asked Ban to escort her, yet Ban had cast an illusion upon her. Did you not say this was unsuitable for her to witness? I merely put her to sleep. Very well. Let's proceed as such. I can place her upstairs at D. Oh, you also wish to undertake a dance to complete the task and earn 15,000 bounty points? The most formidable spirit will receive 15,000 bounty points. After 10 minutes, an A-level evaluation will yield an additional 1,000 points, and the most formidable spirit will receive 100 points. Oh, you also wish to undertake a dance. Earning 900 points? Tony remarked. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can sometimes surpass even that between man and beast. The big shots accomplish tasks in mere moments. Each completion nets them hundreds of thousands of points. Ban, who had yet to return, was incensed by Tony's comment, contemplating whether to crush him or roast him alive. The most powerful in the dimension sends you a special red envelope for do you also wish to dance. Thank you for your trouble. Ban, the task yielded little extra points, and your revival points must still be insufficient. Gu Qingfeng nodded at Ban, grateful for the significant assistance he had provided. However, the chat group deemed the task's level too low. Resulting in a normal acquisition of extra points, Ban did not hesitate. He indeed needed the revival, and he clicked to claim Gu Qingfeng's red envelope. Fire Fist Ace, seeking to cling to a powerful ally. How much did the big shot send Ban? Seeking to cling to a powerful ally. I have no idea. It should be around 100,000, as the revival points require that much. Death God Elementary Student. Is that true? I've never seen what 100,000 points looks like. With 50,000 points, I could dominate in my world. Tony's not fickle. That statement is quite erroneous. It sounds as though no one has ever witnessed 100,000 points, upon seeing the discussion in the group Ban, having received the red envelope, merely wish to express, it's small, the perspective is limited. Others also opened their red envelope records, and upon seeing the multitude of conspicuous zeros following, they were filled with envy and resentment towards Ban. Serpent Holder, who defeated Seiya. Big shot, I'm currently groveling. Is it too late? Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, we have vastly underestimated the big shot. With a single motion, he grants 50,000 points. The big shot is truly remarkable. Tony's not fickle. The big shot is mighty and imposing. He is indeed the administrator. The other one, let's forget about it. Sometimes the gap between people exceeds the between man and beast. Fire Fist Ace. The big shot is impressive. Tony is impressive as well. Death God Elementary Student. Tony is impressive. Do you also wish to dance? You are truly remarkable. I am genuinely curious how you have survived until now. Tony's not fickle. Me? Where am I impressive? I haven't done anything. Seeking to cling to a powerful ally. Do you also wish to dance? Ban, are you interested in visiting the Marvel Universe together? Observing Yun Yao's suggestion, Ban fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he had intended to give Tony a beating, but having received the red envelope, he felt in good spirits and decided to spare him this time. However, since Yun Yao had extended the invitation, perhaps he should indeed pay a visit? Do you also wish to dance? Certainly. I will come find you shortly. After I finish chatting with Tony, I will return to my world to revive. The most powerful in the dimension. After all, Tony is also our friend. A brief sparring session for an hour or two will suffice. Upon reading Ban's message, Tony realized the folly of his words. Vowing to keep his mouth in check lest it lead to his own demise, he had initially thought the big shot would come to his defense, but the latter's subsequent remark nearly caused him to spit blood. A casual spar for an hour or two. How could such words emerge from the big shot's lips? That is simply inhuman. Ban departed, the task completed, and there was nothing more he could assist with here. Unlike previous encounters where he had threatened, this time, he likely intended to engage Tony in a conversation about life. Kurumi made herself quite at home, sitting elegantly upon the sofa, her hands cradling her chin as she gazed intently at Gu Qingfeng. The task is complete. Perhaps you should return to your world, that I can manage perfectly well here alone, and no need. I have nothing to do upon returning, since the task time limit has not yet expired. I might as well stay here to accompany you. Kurumi spoke earnestly, her exquisite features adorned with a captivating smile. Gu Qingfeng found no better alternative. Since she chose to remain, he could hardly knock her out and forcibly remove her. If she wished to stay, then let her do so. Waiting is always a long ordeal. Li Jun felt that an hour had never seemed so interminable, his right arm rendered useless and constantly enduring excruciating pain. All his hopes rested upon his father. Just as Li Jun was on the verge of losing consciousness from the agony, a commotion of footsteps echoed outside the door. The middle-aged man, with a benevolent demeanor, entered, flanked by several armed bodyguards, while dozens of henchmen wielding knives blocked the entrance. Seeing that Li Jun was not missing any limbs and appeared relatively unharmed, Li Yang's tense expression eased. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed Li Jun's pallor. His right arm had contorted into a grotesquely unnatural angle. Upon seeing his father, Li Jun erupted in a frenzy of desperation. "Dad, kill him. You must kill him. I want his entire family wiped out." Li Jun was nearly driven to madness, ranting incoherently and forgetting that he was at the mercy of another, pointing incessantly at Gu Qingfeng. "Friend, I reiterate, if you release my son, I can pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, the Li family will ensure your destruction." Li Yang, the current head of the Li family, displayed a steadiness of character far superior to that of his irresponsible son, coldly issuing a counter-threat. Gu Qingfeng paid no heed to Li Yang's words and merely posed a rather peculiar question. "Is this all your manpower? Can you summon more? I can grant you a little more time." Li Yang could only think that Gu Qingfeng had lost his mind, with several handguns aimed at him and his men surrounding the premises. "He dared to be so audacious that I heard from Li Jun that you defeated the martial arts expert I hired at great expense. But what era is this, in a world rife with firearms? I can dispatch someone to snipe you from a distance at any moment." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Gu Qingfeng nodded. Li Yang was pleased to see that he was willing to retreat rather than engage in a futile struggle. Indeed, having more friends opens up more paths. "Let us consider this matter settled." Li Jun, upon hearing this, erupted in a mad frenzy. "No, it cannot be settled. This bastard must die." Gu Qingfeng nodded. "If there are no others, then you may meet your end." Slowly raising his hand, he concentrated his energy, forming a blue energy orb aimed at Li Yang and his entourage. Assembled energy, a masterful technique. "Are you perhaps a martial arts master?" "Apologies, but this matter is no longer my concern. Your son may be dealt with as you see fit." Li Yang was utterly flustered, his anxiety palpable. In the imperial capital, there were scarcely a handful of martial arts grandmasters. Any family fortunate enough to possess even one could easily elevate themselves to the ranks of the most formidable second-tier families. The eyes of these grandmasters, he, a mere third-rate patriarch, was no different from an insignificant insect. This insufferable brat surely wished for my demise. When the decision to sever ties was to be made, it was often the case that one would face chaos in the aftermath. Without hesitation, Li Yang resolved to abandon Li Jun. After all, a son could always be had anew, but if he were to perish, everything would be irrevocably lost. Li Jun could hardly fathom that his father, who had always showered him with affection, would utter such words. "What do you mean, Dad? You are just going to abandon me? I am your only son." Li Yang hastily distanced himself from their connection, not wishing to be misconstrued by Gu Qingfeng. "That it was you who orchestrated the assassination of that boy. I was initially unaware of any of this. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. And this has nothing to do with me." Driven to desperation, Li Jun disregarded the fact that Li Yang was his father, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Wasn't it you who urged me to pursue Wang Fei? Now that trouble has arisen, you throw me under the bus." Truly a picture of paternal love. It was a scene that brought a twisted pleasure to onlookers, a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. One that had grown tiresome, that Gu Qingfeng, with a single finger, summoned a shockwave that erupted beside Li Yang and his companions, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entrance, within a radius of several meters, became a barren wasteland. A crater several meters deep gouged into the earth. The center of the explosion consumed multiple armed bodyguards along with Li Yang, leaving only a pool of blood and scattered limbs in its wake. "Dad!" Li Jun's anguished scream echoed, but his body was restrained, leaving him powerless to ACT. And no matter how harshly he spoke, it was his own father he was witnessing perish before his eyes. The weight of despair crushed Li Jun's psyche. Had he not provoked Gu Qingfeng, none of this would have transpired. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, there was no trace of compassion as he regarded Li Jun with indifference. "You still recognize any other influential figures?" "I can afford to wait. There's no hurry. Disaster does not befall family. I dispatched someone to eliminate you, so why refuse my father a chance at life?" Li Jun glared at Gu Qingfeng with resentment. Despite Li Yang's desperate attempts to dissociate himself from the situation, yet he could not deny the affection his father had shown him throughout his life. "When you laid hands on my parents, did you not consider such notions? Did you ever think to spare their lives? With no one left to call upon, you too shall meet your demise." seeing the turmoil in Li Jun's expression. Gu Qingfeng realized he had achieved the desired effect. He had no intention of prolonging the encounter. He seized Li Jun's neck and applied a lethal grip. Li Jun's pupils dilated, and his vitality slipped away. Ah, how cruel, to annihilate them without sparing a single soul, lamented a voice. Kuang San, springing from the sofa, bounded to Gu Qingfeng's side, unfazed by the bloodshed. However, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. In her expectations, Li Yang was destined to perish. Yet she had anticipated Gu Qingfeng's ruthless approach. Without granting them a chance for explanation, he swiftly eliminated several, even dispatching the group of lackeys outside with a single blast. In their previous conversations, Gu Qingfeng had always assumed a protective older brother demeanor, taking care of the group, even during their missions in the pirate world, striving to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, that I shall not grant my enemies the opportunity to retaliate against my family. I have no desire to indulge in their games. Casting a lingering glance at the upper floor, Gu Qingfeng turned to leave the villa, with Kuang San smilingly trailing behind him. What of that woman? Is it truly acceptable to abandon her there? The illusion cast by Ban would only keep her asleep for 2 hours, and she would soon awaken to find her own way home. There was no need for future encounters. Gu Qingfeng's words bore a chilling detachment. Yet if Kuang San could have seen his eyes, she would have discerned the bitterness hidden within. Wang Fei had fulfilled all his fantasies regarding love. And this latest blow was far more than a mere breakup. The IT had rendered Gu Qingfeng's heart devoid of longing for romance, extinguishing any hope he had of believing in the love of others. Why arrange for two people, who were clearly never meant to be together, to cross paths? You have taken so many lives. Is there no governing body in this world to investigate or arrest you? Kuang San wished to divert the topic, swiftly shifting the conversation to Gu Qingfeng looked skyward, honestly admitting he was uncertain when the authorities would come for him. However, he was acutely aware of one fact. A woman was indeed approaching him. Dressed in black athletic wear that could not conceal her alluring form, she exuded an aura of elegance. Esteemed martial arts grandmaster, greetings. That I'm the owner of this villa community. You may call me Chinzili. Gu Qingfeng cast a glance her way, the murderous intent in his eyes not yet fully dissipated, as he replied coldly, "What business do you have with me? Are you here to demand compensation for your property damage?" The woman chuckled lightly, brushing her long hair over her shoulder, her voice sweet as orchids. "You jest. I hardly regard a mere villa with any significance. I have come merely to befriend you and offer my assistance in resolving matters." "Then, provide me with a reason to accept your aid," Gu Qingfeng stated bluntly, making it sound as though he were the one doing her a favor rather than the other way around. "It is rare to find a martial arts grandmaster among thousands of warriors. Although your combat style is somewhat unconventional, I still wish to cultivate a good rapport with you. Hai Bei may be a small county, yet establishing a villa here indicates that the woman possesses formidable backing." The villa was surrounded by surveillance, and while she could not witness Gu Qingfeng's actions within, she clearly observed him dispatching the lackeys outside. The mastery of energy manipulation was undeniable, and offending the Li family had secured her an opportunity to please a martial arts grandmaster. Even during its peak, the Li family paled in comparison to her own, especially now that Patriarch Li Yang was dead. The Li family's ascendance to a third-tier family in the imperial capital was due to Li Yang's iron-fisted methods and business acumen. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As word of Li Yang's demise spreads among other families, many would undoubtedly seek to carve a piece from the Li family. The commotion Gu Qingfeng had stirred up drew no police response, nor did the villa's security intervene. All this was orchestrated by her command. This woman possessed a way with words, her straightforward nature earning Gu Qingfeng's approval. "Very well. I appreciate your candor. I shall entrust this matter to you. But allow me to caution you. Do not disclose my appearance to anyone, lest you face consequences beyond your reckoning. Of course, I will ensure that it's taken care of," she assured. Satisfied, Gu Qingfeng nodded and gradually stepped out of her line of sight. As Kuang San passed by her, she flashed the woman a sweet smile. The woman felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, silently chastising herself for feeling charmed by the young girl before her. Once Gu Qingfeng was completely out of view, she collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly drained. What had seemed like a mere conversation had felt akin to surviving a life-and-death battle. Even her usual interactions with high-ranking executives had not demanded such caution. Gu Qingfeng had exerted immense psychological pressure on her, his cold, murderous gaze etched deeply in her memory. After walking some distance, Gu Qingfeng suddenly turned to regard Kuang San. "You ought to be heading back. I am going home. Why are you still following me?" Kuang San wore a look of disdain, flicking her hair back with a smirk. "Do you think I'm unaware of men like you? You just had a breakup and now seek solace in a bar, hoping to drown your sorrows in drink and perhaps encounter a pretty girl. Alcohol emboldens the timid. You think you can just engage with anyone." Gu Qingfeng found himself a loss for words. Was this truly how she perceived him? "I'm not that type. I don't frequent bars, and you should return home obediently that I refuse to go back. It has not yet time for the chat group restrictions that I want to explore a bit on my own." Kuang San made a playful grimace and swiftly darted into the distance. Ji Qingfeng, feeling indifferent, did not bother to stop her. With her strength, she was unlikely to encounter any real danger. As for the woman, Li Shu, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of taking her life today, having dealt her a harsh blow yesterday. He presumed she was still in a state of unconsciousness in the hospital. Upon returning home, he informed his parents that the matter was resolved, claiming a lack of appetite and retreating to his bedroom alone. An hour later, Gu Qingfeng's room was filled with the stench of alcohol, the floors strewn with empty bottles, roughly 100 or so. Fortunately, there was a bathroom in the house, and he had made several trips within that hour. With several bottles of liquor consumed, at his level of strength, alcohol was hardly capable of dulling his senses. The divine power within him naturally neutralized anything harmful to his body. Yet perhaps it was true that the intoxication lay not in the drink, but within himself. For his eyes began to glaze over. A pained and reluctant expression flickered across his face as memories of Wang Fei, as every smile and frown flooded his mind, recalling the moments they had shared together. He found it hard to believe that Wang Fei had chosen to be with him merely because of some nonsensical prophecy. Ben had once mentioned that the ability user-S predictions were remarkably accurate, which was why Wang Fei trusted him so deeply. Since she had saved his life, he remained loyal to her, and no one from the Wang family was aware of his existence. With power came a price. Each time the ability user made a calculation, it cost them a portion of their lifespan, the amount depending on the significance of the event being predicted on the eve of his car accident. He had expended a decade of his life in a series of sporadic calculations, which ultimately became his final prediction before death. Lying in bed, Gu Qingfeng gazed at the two matching pillows beside him, and in his hazy state, he perceived the silhouette of a woman approaching his bedside. She gently lifted the covers and draped them over him, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Gu Qingfeng remained still, allowing her to caress his face, his mind growing heavier as he drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already noon the following day. He had slept for an entire day and night. Rising from his bed, he took a shower, and upon emerging, he found his parents engaged in conversation. "Mom and Dad, what are you discussing? Li Jun has inexplicably left our county. You struck Li Shu, and there's no way that job is safe now. When I went out searching for work yesterday, no one was making things difficult for me," Li Jun's father expressed. Shang Wanyin looked at Gu Qingfeng with confusion, noticing the drastic changes that had occurred since her son's return. She wondered if all of this was somehow related to him, that Jiu Tian was unsure whether to conceal the truth from Shang Wanyin, claiming ignorance, as he genuinely did not know the details. All he was aware of was that his son sought vengeance against Li Jun, but the specifics eluded him. "I'm being honest here. Your son is actually an unparalleled hero, invincible in this world. Yesterday, I confronted Li Jun, nearly beat him to death, and told him to leave." Gu Qingfeng confessed without reservation. He had come to terms with the situation, realizing there was no need for concealment. Revealing his strength would reassure his parents. "Have you watched too many martial arts films? Do you think you're faster than a bullet? Or that you could possibly block a gunshot?" Gu Tian responded incredulously to, "I truly am faster than a bullet. And I can indeed block a gunshot." Gu Qingfeng replied with utmost seriousness. Jiu Tian slapped his forehead, looking at his son with concern. In a world filled with airplanes and cannons, it was absurd for him to claim invincibility. "Fine, speaking the truth seems to have been a mistake. Your father clearly doesn't believe you. Gu Tian continued to ridicule him, an invincible man dressed in clothes from years ago. Your family doesn't even have decent furniture. To pay for your medical treatment, we sold everything we could, and now we don't even have a television. That makes sense. We should buy a villa. Our home is simply too small, Gu Qingfeng declared with determination. With that, he stripped off his clothes, and his body automatically transformed, revealing a suit of battle attire, the garb of the Metamorians. The only clothing he had left from yesterday was the one he had worn, as he hadn't washed it due to excessive drinking. Indeed, this battle attire was an innate feature, capable of manifesting on his body at will. The precise reason eluded him, though he surmised it might be linked to a mysterious power of fusion, as the outfit bore symbols representing the Metamorians. Thankfully, it was summer, and wearing such attire outdoors was acceptable. In winter, others would surely think him a fool. As he stepped out of the bedroom, Shang Wanyan gazed at him in disbelief. The last time she had learned that her son was alive, she had been overwhelmed with joy. She had not closely examined his physique, but upon closer inspection, he possessed an undeniably perfect form, and the attire accentuated an undeniable aura. Let us go. We're heading to the Villa District. Gu Tian and Shang Wanyan exchanged glances, uncertain of their son's intentions that you've traversed realms. Does that world accept renminbi? Gu Tian queried. Not at all, but I do have US dollars on me. Buying a villa is merely a trivial matter, Gu Qingfeng replied, not bothering to look at his parents, who were clearly wearing expressions of disbelief. He could only extract a red envelope from the chat group and feign pulling out cash from his pants. Seeing the bills in Gu Qingfeng's hand, Shang Wanyan was once again taken aback. Could it be that her son was indeed telling the truth? Though both parents remained skeptical, under Gu Qingfeng's insistence, they boarded a taxi and headed straight for the Villa District. And on the way, the taxi driver exhibited a warm demeanor, despite the family's ordinary attire. However, he clearly noted Gu Qingfeng's impressive physique. He thought to himself that if he treated them poorly, he might end up mocked for not believing that the three of them dared to visit a villa district. The Jindu Villa was the only villa district in Hebei County, comprising 10 standalone villas, sold similarly to ordinary apartments in a hall in this small city, aside from wealthy children from outside who occasionally rented or purchased properties. Few locals possessed the financial means for such luxury. Though it was claimed that sales occurred in the hall, the reality was that the villas had simply been placed there, and inquiries about prices were scarce, often taking years. The staff in the sales hall were primarily there to seek a wealthy suitor or to find a rich woman to rely on. Situated 7 or 8 miles west of the Jindu Villa were the sales offices, primarily dealing with the properties built within the county. The notion of selling villas was merely a marketing gimmick, and they only sold large houses of over 200 square meters. Only individuals with fortunes in the millions could afford such properties. The staff were adept at assessing attire, and upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's parents' clothing, they instinctively distanced themselves, as their combined outfits hardly totaled a few hundred yuan. It was perplexing why such individuals would even venture here. Gu Qingfeng's clothing was unlike anything they had ever seen, crafted from exquisite materials, and his well-defined physique drew the attention of numerous women. Yet, these employees were primarily hunting for affluent partners. If Gu Qingfeng were indeed wealthy, how could his companions appear so shabby? This led to an awkward situation. After more than 10 minutes, not a single staff member approached to introduce any properties. Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed. He was merely there to purchase a house, and his family certainly did look too inconspicuous. Being looked down upon was only natural, and he hadn't sunk to the level of pretending to be someone he wasn't. Such behavior was simply human nature. Apologies. The road was terribly congested. A girl in professional attire rushed through the door, repeatedly apologizing. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Gu Qingfeng, and she froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief as she rubbed them vigorously, only to find that the sight before her remained unchanged. Wu Jida. The girl hurriedly approached Gu Qingfeng, instinctively reaching out to touch his arm. Her first impression was that he was remarkably solid, with muscles akin to stone. Realizing her actions, her face flushed crimson. How could she touch a stranger in such a public setting? Gu Qingfeng observed the young girl and found her intriguing, especially since she could name Wu Kong, indicating she had recognized him. To his surprise, he discovered that Dragon Ball had female fans, and the first stranger to identify him was not a boy, but a little girl. You seem quite curious about me. How about you introduce me to the properties your company offers? I intend to purchase a house for my parents. The little girl stood there, flustered, still in shock. Surely, this must be a joke. How could an anime character exist in real life? Even with cosmetic surgery, it seemed impossible to achieve such an exact likeness, not to mention the physique, upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's words. The girl felt the mocking gazes of her colleagues. Being a newcomer, most of the good clients had already been claimed by veteran employees. Those who appeared affluent naturally attracted attention, while she was left with clients who seemed less fortunate. Though she harbored grievances, she refrained from voicing them, understanding her status as a novice. All right, sir. May I ask how to address you, and what type of client housing you require? She thought that, even if she made no profit, being able to assist a male god like him would be rewarding. After all, wealthy clients rarely required her services. She had seen her fair share of cosmetic enhancements, but none had been as successful as Gu Qingfeng's. The more she looked, the more she admired him. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. A man like him exuded an undeniable sense of security, with such looks and physique. Wealth seemed inconsequential. Gu Qingfeng. Just call me Qingfeng. Please show me those villas for sale. I have little interest in apartments. As he spoke, Gu Qingfeng unconsciously raised his chin, revealing a disdainful and arrogant demeanor. That guy must be wealthy. I've toiled for half my life. Why shouldn't I indulge a little? A portly middle-aged man interjected, harboring a deep-seated disdain for well-built men like Gu Qingfeng, who embodied everything he despised. The 3 villas for sale had a minimum price exceeding 10 million. Don't inflate your worth. This isn't a place for someone of your means. Gu Qingfeng dismissed him entirely, simply asking the girl to guide him to view the villa models. He had little interest in the actual villas. After all, they were merely for his parents, and he planned to return to the Dragon Ball universe soon enough. Knowing his parents wouldn't be picky. All right, I'll take you to see them. The overweight man persisted, unwilling to let Gu Qingfeng off the hook. Meili, do you really think this pauper can afford anything? And what if he damages something during the viewing? You would be fully responsible. Meili froze in place, frightened by his words. Her family was ordinary, and any mishap could incur significant costs. Gu Qingfeng reached into his pocket, intending to casually pull out 1,000 as a tip for Meili, but found his attire lacked pockets. He certainly couldn't conjure money out of thin air without attracting attention. However, his wealth was substantial, amounting to 100 million from Tony, all of which was in the chat group. Ji Yuquan looked at Gu Qingfeng with disdain. Many people merely pretended to be interested in viewing properties, hoping for free lunches and coffee. What's the matter? Do you really have no money and just came here to mooch? Gu Qingfeng glanced at his father's pocket, thoughtfully reaching inside. When he withdrew his hand, it contained several $100 bills. Without a second thought, he stuffed the cash into Meili's hands. Show me those villas for sale. This is your service fee. Everyone present was taken aback. No one expected a shabby-looking individual to casually produce cash. Gu Tian was equally stunned. He knew the truth. He had no money left, having survived recently on wages earned from working for Shang Wanyan. How had Gu Qingfeng managed to pull out money? However, in such a public setting, Gu Tian refrained from questioning further, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Ji Yuquan realized he might have misjudged the situation. Perhaps Gu Qingfeng was playing the part of a fool to catch them off guard. Still, he doubted Gu Qingfeng could afford a villa. Very few in Hai Bei could, and he had seen photos of the wealthy there. Unless Gu Qingfeng was a dragon crossing the river, he felt reluctant to mock him again, opting instead to retreat into the background. The other salespeople were envious. Meili had just received a tip exceeding 10,000, but regardless of whether the deal went through, she had already profited. It was frustrating to realize that had she not underestimated him, that money could have been hers. Sir, here are the 3 unsold villas in the district, priced at 10 million, 20 million, and 25 million RMB, respectively. Meili enthusiastically provided a detailed overview of the advantages and disadvantages of each villa. Gu Qingfeng listened, but didn't fully comprehend. The lighting and environment appeared similar, and he was not well versed in real estate. I'll take the largest one. I'll go fetch the money. Meili was taken aback. It was her first experience with a client making such a decision based solely on models, as typically, clients would inspect the property before signing a contract. Sir, won't you at least view the property in person before deciding? It won't cost much, and I'm too lazy to make another trip. For Gu Qingfeng, this amount was insignificant. Even though he only had 100 million, he could easily call on Tony Stark for more funds. Wu Meili was astounded. Was this the life of the wealthy? Buying a villa worth tens of millions was as simple as purchasing a cabbage. Everyone's thoughts echoed the same phrase. Godly wealthy. This was over 20 million, not just a couple thousand. The female sales staff regretted not having approached Gu Qingfeng earlier. Had they done so, the deal might have been theirs, and who knew what connections could have blossomed. This gentleman should be attended to by me. Meili is still new and may overlook important details. A striking woman in her 30s approached, speaking to Gu Qingfeng while giving him an unobstructed view of her ample bosom. Wu Meili felt a pang of resentment. Having ignored him earlier, now that he was on the verge of signing a contract, this woman was swooping in to steal her client. However, before she could voice her discontent, a cold glance from the woman made her retreat. The words lodged in her throat. A.S. the manager. Hu Ying felt somewhat guilty about her actions, but the temptation of closing a villa sale was too great. A deal worth 35 million could yield commissions in the hundreds of thousands. Wu Meili was merely a newcomer without connections. She could hardly compete. Oh, are you suggesting we sign a contract? Hu Ying smiled, thinking she could easily close the deal with Gu Qingfeng, who had no reason to refuse. Indeed, I can offer you additional perks that Meili cannot. I trust you won't decline that I will only sign this contract with her. If anyone else comes, I won't proceed. Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly shook his head, indicating he would refuse anyone, but Wu Meili he had been waiting for 10 minutes without anyone to assist him. While many salespeople merely engaged in idle chatter, only Wu Meili had treated him without prejudice. Despite his appearance, sir, it doesn't matter who you sign with. I can accommodate your every need. Hu Ying extended her hand, attempting to touch Gu Qingfeng, but he deftly evaded her. He wasn't the sort to entertain such superficial advances. Who do you think you are? If it's not her, I won't buy anything. Hu Ying's face flushed with anger, yet fearing he might actually walk away, she reluctantly called Wu Meili back. Opportunities to view villas like this were rare, and she wasn't about to let it slip away. Should her greed for commission indeed lead to the ruin of this order, the consequences would be beyond her ability to bear. Yu Qingfeng's demeanor further inflamed her anger, in terms of physique and appearance. She saw no reason why she should be inferior to the utterly mediocre Wu Meili. Was he blind, insisting on signing a contract with Wu Meili, feeling the mocking gazes of her colleagues surrounding her? Hu Ying's hatred for Gu Qingfeng intensified at the entrance. A woman, her body wrapped in bandages, was pushed in a wheelchair by two men, one elderly and the other young. What are you doing here? Li Shu exclaimed in disbelief. Having just been discharged from the hospital, her injuries were only just stabilizing, yet she was eager to seek vengeance against Li Jun, lacking Li Jun's personal contact information. She knew that buyers in the villa area left their details at the sales office. Naturally, only designated customer service personnel could access this information to prevent certain gold-digging women from disturbing clients' lives. She had always contacted Li Jun through the sales office, only to unexpectedly encounter the one person she wished to avoid upon stepping inside. Yu Qingfeng also spotted Li Shu and greeted her with unwarranted enthusiasm. Oh, you seem to be recovering swiftly. Just out and about already. The piercing pain radiating from her limbs caused Li Shu to glare at Gu Qingfeng with venomous intent. I want you dead. I will inform young Master Li immediately. He will not spare you. Yu Qingfeng, indifferent to her threats, regarded Li Shu as a mere ghost, a being whose demise he merely postponed to prolong her despair. When she finally managed to contact Li Jun, filled with the belief that she could take her own life, only to learn of his death, the extent of her despair was unimaginable. Hu Ying, upon hearing this, looked at Li Shu with surprise that he offended young Master Li. Are you certain? Though Hu Ying was wary of the wealthy, she knew Li Jun could hold his ground. He had sought her assistance in purchasing a property, thus leaving a profound impression on her. And no matter how wealthy Gu Qingfeng may be, he was but a small-town individual, and his connections paled in comparison to those of young Master Li. A figure of the capital, Indeed, this fellow has crossed young Masterly. If you have any sense, you should quickly send someone to cripple him and throw him out. Upon hearing Hu Ying's inquiry, Li Shu found a like-minded ally, one who also bore grievances against Gu Qingfeng. Having suffered his retribution, Li Shu had little impression of Hu Ying, yet Hu Ying recognized her as Li Jun's associate. Thus, her words carried a semblance of truth. Security, summon the guards, and toss this man out. Hu Ying commanded, her resolve steeling as she chose to side with Li Jun. Perhaps this would irrevocably offend Gu Qingfeng, but simultaneously, it would curry favor with Li Jun. With him as her backing, she would have no cause to fear anyone else. The security personnel were momentarily at a loss. After all, Gu Qingfeng was a prospective villa buyer. Even if he didn't measure up to Li Jun, he was clearly not someone they could afford to offend. Yet, as Hu Ying was the manager, they dared not disobey her orders. The woman in a black uniform approached with graceful strides. It was the villa's owner whom Gu Qingfeng had encountered just yesterday. What is all this fuss about? Raising such a ruckus over a trivial matter. How unbecoming. Hu Ying forced a smile, gesturing towards Gu Qingfeng. This individual has a dispute with young Master Li, and for the sake of the company's interests, I wish to have security escort him out. Only then did Chen Zili's gaze shift to Gu Qingfeng. From her angle, she could only see Gu Tian and his wife, unable to perceive Gu Qingfeng. Upon finally spotting him, Chen Zili's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly slapped Hu Ying across the face and followed it with a kick that sent Hu Ying sprawling to the ground. Have you lost your sight? Who is the esteemed guest here, and you failed to recognize him? If you could do your job, do it. If not, get out immediately. Hu Ying recognized the woman as the owner of the villa community. She rarely made appearances. However, she had personally received Li Jun during his last visit. This was why Hu Ying had deduced that the big boss was a woman, leading her to side with Li Jun. I apologize, boss. I see my error now. It was my lack of discernment that Hu Ying dared not resist, kneeling before the woman with her hands clutching her abdomen. But the woman paid her no heed. Turning instead to Gu Qingfeng, that I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest. Due to our oversight, you have experienced discomfort. Consider this villa my token of apology. That Hu Ying was pragmatic. She quickly acquiesced, realizing her position was untenable. But Li Shu, clearly lacking the same acumen, failed to grasp the current situation. Upon hearing that the woman intended to gift Gu Qingfeng a villa, she erupted in indignation. Am I to understand that in the end, she is still superior to Shang Wanyin? What? Are you serious? Presenting this man with an independent villa after he has offended young Master Li. Do you not fear his displeasure? The woman cast a discerning glance over to the battered Li Shu, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Gu Qingfeng had ruthlessly eliminated dozens just yesterday. It was no surprise that Li Shu bore the marks of his wrath. His character was undeniably brutal, and the future of Hai Bei promised to be anything but tranquil. Do not presume to leverage your so-called connections against me. You are hardly worthy of such discourse. That I am unperturbed by the trivial opinions of a Jun, sir. I am Zhao Zili from the Zhao family of the capital. Here is my business card. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Zhao Zili produced a business card from her pocket, presenting it with a charming smile. Gu Qingfeng accepted it without refusal, recognizing the advantage of associating with someone from a prominent family. Otherwise, as a man of no power, certain matters would indeed be cumbersome to navigate alone. Seeing Gu Qingfeng accept the card, Zhao Zili's expression brightened, for it signified that Gu Qingfeng was willing to engage further with her. This was a gesture of goodwill from a martial arts master, the value of which far surpassed that of a mere villa. The most astonished were Gu Tian and his wife, who realized their son had indeed returned transformed, possessing abilities beyond mere strength, including instantaneous movement. Yet, what was this? He had only just returned a couple of days ago and was already acquainted with such high-profile individuals. Gu Qingfeng smiled benignly. I shall still pay for the villa. I'm not concerned about such trifling sums. Please remove them. Their presence is rather bothersome. Everyone present understood who he referred to, and Zhao Zili wasted no time, instructing security to throw Li Shu and her companions out. They truly did throw them out. The plaster cast on Li Shu's arm broke upon impact, and she fell to the ground, cursing Gu Qingfeng profusely. Li Shu's husband and son, sensing the escalating situation, hastily placed her back in her wheelchair and left, realizing that remaining would only invite further humiliation. Zhao Zili sought to appease Gu Qingfeng without young Master Li's appearance. This grudge would likely remain unavenged. Zhao Zili insisted the villa be given without charge, a small token of her goodwill, to which Gu Qingfeng reluctantly acquiesced, having decided to cultivate a friendship with her. He felt no need to quibble over such matters. She promptly arranged for the villa to be cleaned, allowing Gu Qingfeng's family to move in the following day. Shang Wanyun, still in a daze, heard her son call her name and, in a fog, inscribed her name on the property deed. Today had been overwhelming, and she marveled at her son's newfound prowess. Was it true that she now possessed a villa of her own? Shang Wanyun felt elated, not merely for the villa, but for her son's growth. It validated her decision to sever ties with her family and marry Gu Tian. Though a villa in a small county paled in comparison to her family's estate, it held sentimental value. After finalizing the contract, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of lingering, taking his parents with him as he departed. Before leaving, he deliberately offered Wu Meili a warm smile, as the second daughter of the Zhao family. Zhao Zili was astute and remarkably perceptive. With just a glance, she comprehended Gu Qingfeng's intent. Yuing, you are no longer suited for the position of manager. Wu Meili shall take your place, and you will learn under her guidance. As for the commission from the sale of this villa, I will transfer it to your account by the end of the month. Meili Thuing collapsed onto the ground, having toiled for 5 years to attain her managerial role, only to have it stripped away in an instant. Why should a mere newcomer like Wu Meili replace her? Discontent flickered in Hu Ying's eyes as she shot a fleeting look of resentment towards Wu Meili, which quickly vanished, replaced by despair. Yet, she dared not voice her grievances. Zhao Zili's decisions were unquestionable, and she could only lament her poor judgment in choosing sides that Wu Meili, on the other hand, felt as if she had been struck by fortune, bewildered by her sudden promotion to manager. Moreover, she would also receive commission from the villa Zhao Zili had gifted to Gu Qingfeng. She was well aware that it was all due to him. Without that radiant smile of his, Zhao Yi would never have cared about her status as a mere nobody. The several overly self-assured female sales representatives at the sales office were filled with regret, their envy for Wu Meili's rise palpable. All she did was succumb to a moment of infatuation and took the initiative to attend to Gu Qingfeng's family when no one else was available. Such a minor act propelled her to new heights. Had it been one of them, perhaps Gu Qingfeng would have been equally smitten. They could have soared to great heights and embraced a life of affluence, becoming individuals whom even the most powerful would seek to please. One can only imagine the prestige that would entail. Zhao Zili lingered for a while longer before departing the sales office. Just as a swarm of colleagues surrounded her, showering her with congratulations, such is the nature of the world. Those who are weak are often bullied, while the strong are revered. With Wu Meili's assent, they too were willing to humble themselves and fawn over her like eager lapdogs. Declining Zhao Zili's offer of a ride home, the three of them strolled leisurely, while Gu Tian and his wife refrained from inquiring about Gu Qingfeng. He too remained silent, his thoughts immersed in the chat group in his mind. Having purchased a villa, it would be illogical not to acquire a luxury car as well. The bookish school, the big bosses and T logged in for 2 days. Could something troubling have occurred? Tony the unfaithful. Who knows? I wouldn't dare to ask. I got beaten for saying the wrong thing last time, and the wounds are still healing. Should little Zhu come to visit Uncle? Fire Fist Ace, stop playing the victim. Bandit T really hurt you. How strong can Yin Yao be? Tony the unfaithful. Nonsense. It's true that Bandit T killed me, but that little girlfriend of yours didn't T hold back either. Clearly, it was bullying the innocent. World destroyer. It serves you right. Who told you to spout nonsense every day? Others didn't get hurt because you keep digging your own grave. Dimension S strongest. Tony, do you have any decent sports cars? Give me a few for my family to drive. And oh, sooner had he sent the message than a notification chimed in the group. Tony the unfaithful sent a special red envelope to Dimension S strongest. Dimension S strongest successfully received the red envelope. Despite having anticipated it, Gu Qingfeng was still profoundly astonished when he opened the envelope. Truly, he was the wealthiest man in Marvel. He had directly gifted 2 Ferrari LaFerraris and 3 Rolls-Royces. Seeking to latch onto the wealthy. Such extravagance. Tony, you didn't even blink before sending 5 cars. The bookish school. Uncle Tony, you're truly wealthy. We rarely see such cars around here. Fire Fist Ace. Most of the vehicles here are military vessels. Few people use such transportation. Tony the Unfaithful. Just a small gesture. If everyone likes them, I can give each of you a car. Tony Stark's vanity was greatly satisfied since joining this group. He had descended from a top-tier figure to an ordinary member. There were countless individuals in the group who were more formidable than him, rendering his wealth somewhat ineffectual, except for Gu Qingfeng. No one else seemed to trade in his currency. Today, however, he felt a surge of pride and a significant boost in his status within the group. Dimension S Strongest sent a special points red envelope to Tony the Unfaithful. Tony the Unfaithful. Big boss, you're being too polite. We're all friends here, that a few cars are nothing to worry about. Tony the Unfaithful successfully received the red envelope. Though he proclaimed generosity, he dutifully accepted the envelope. After all, the red envelopes from the big boss were no trivial matter. With this influx of points, he could potentially soar to prominence within the group, and when that time came, he could confront anyone he deemed unworthy. Fire Fist Ace. Tony hit the jackpot. A few cars exchanged for 50,000 points. Death God Elementary Student. I thought those cars looked decent, but they suddenly seemed lackluster compared to the allure of points. The Bookish Ghoul. That S 50,000 points. Uncle Tony must be overjoyed, seeking to latch on the wealthy. Ugh, shameless, trading a few cars for so many points from a boss. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. Exactly. Let us all collectively scorn him. Tony the Unfaithful. I took a closer look at the points for the magma fruit, and they aren't too expensive. Fire Fist Ace. I advise you to tread carefully. Tony Stark had also seen Yun Yao's messages and was aware that under normal circumstances, Ace would be defeated by a Kainu. Fire Fist Ace. Do you really think you can win against me? Even with the magma fruit, you wouldn't stand a chance against my power. The strength of a fruit depends on its host. Do you truly believe your physical abilities are even 1/10 of mine? Tony Stark, you're impressive, but one day my strength will surpass yours. When that day comes, if I don't beat you up 3 times a day, I won't call myself Tony Stark. The Bookish Ghoul. I feel like Uncle Tony is courting disaster. He can't even defeat Brother Ace, yet dares to provoke him. Dimension S Strongest. Points can enhance one's abilities, such as Haki, Chakra, or physical strength. You can also opt for technological enhancements. The pinnacle of science is theology. Will you reach divine realms through science, or will you enhance your own power? You should ponder this carefully. Tony contemplated, feeling that this was too far-fetched. In the past, he had believed that with the Iron Man suit, he was invincible. However, after entering the chat group and gaining insights from Yun Yao's spoilers about his future opponents, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. At the very least, he needed to be capable of defeating the Thanos of the future. It was only with the arrival of the big boss that he understood there were always greater powers beyond his own. The big boss's prowess became his lifelong aspiration, yet he questioned whether he would ever have the chance to keep pace with the big boss. Gu Qingfeng's words resonated deeply with him. Everyone in the group had become strong through their own efforts, while he relied on technology. I will carefully consider my future direction. Thank you for your guidance, big boss. Such matters cannot be decided hastily. I'll hold on to these points for now and wait until I've determined my future path to utilize them. As for Tony Stark, Gu Qingfeng held a favorable impression of him. Aside from his tendency to speak out of turn, he was fundamentally a decent person. Thus, he felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder, as he was not particularly optimistic about the development of technology. Though the group featured various advanced technological applications, such as super ion cannons, energy converters, and photon aggregation guns, each possessing world-ending destructive capabilities, external forces ultimately remained external. Gu Qingfeng did not believe that technology was a sustainable path. However, everyone has their own journey, and he did not wish to overly intervene in Tony's choices. After exiting the chat group, Gu Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance devices, before flicking his right hand to summon a sleek, jet-black supercar onto the ground. Gu Tian and Shangguan Yun were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the magnificent vehicle. The transformation from thin air was already absurd enough, but to summon a car with a mere wave of the hand was utterly staggering. How did you manage to do that? You can conjure such a massive vehicle. Gu Tian regarded Gu Qingfeng with the gaze of one observing a monster, harboring doubts about whether his son had been possessed by some supernatural entity. It couldn't possibly be magic. How could one simply conjure a car while walking? That was simply too far-fetched, especially given that he and Six were right beside him. Explaining this would be quite complicated. If you have time, you can watch Dragon Ball. Once you finish, you'll understand most of my abilities. Gu Qingfeng couldn't disclose the matter of the chat group. AS for the identity of Vegeta. It would inevitably be exposed as long as he remained active on Earth. There was no need for deliberate concealment. Being a pioneer of SH in an anime, Dragon Ball had an enormous fanbase. And recognition was merely a matter of time. It wouldn't hurt to tell his parents. But it wasn't yet the right time to discuss the chat group, especially upon learning of the existence of martial artists and individuals with supernatural abilities. Martial artists were one thing. To Gu Qingfeng, they were akin to characters from martial arts novels, but the existence of supernatural beings instilled a sense of wariness within him. The ability to even predict one's future was a terrifying power. And who could say what other abilities might exist? If his parents learned of the chat group, the saying a gentleman has no crime, possessing treasure invites calamity would ring true. If others discovered it, they would undoubtedly face global persecution. Jiu Tian was stunned. Could it be that his son had transformed into an anime character? Otherwise, why would he repeatedly urge himself to watch anime? All right then, I'll watch it when I have time after I get home. Shangguan Yun wore a radiant smile, and ever since she learned that her son was alive, her joy had been ceaseless. Whether in wealth or poverty, for her, the most important thing was to be together with her family. Her son chose not to disclose certain matters to her, undoubtedly for his own reasons. And even if Gu Qingfeng remained silent, she would not press him for answers, for she was a woman of profound understanding. As they stood before the luxurious car, Gu Tian regarded Gu Qingfeng with a peculiar expression and posed a rather odd question. Can you drive? I recall you haven't yet obtained your driver's license. Gu Qingfeng, not dwelling too much on it, responded with a tone of certainty. No, I can't. But Dad, you have a license and you've been a seasoned driver for over 10 years. Surely you can drive. Jiu Tian touched his forehead. A hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I've been driving for over a decade, but I've never had the chance to drive a Ferrari. Moreover, I've never even seen this model of Ferrari before. Gu Qingfeng genuinely forgot this detail. He was so preoccupied with having Tony deliver the car that he overlooked the fact that his father had only driven a BMW at best. Isn't it all the same? After all, driving is just a matter of operation, Gu Tian replied, slightly exasperated, yet earnestly explained, I've never encountered a Ferrari like this one, but judging by its design, it must cost several million. Just imagine if I accidentally bumped it. How heart-wrenching that would be. You should keep it for yourself. Just get your mother and me another car. After all that, it turned out that Gu Tian was merely apprehensive about the possibility of mishandling the Ferrari on his first drive. Gu Qingfeng had long lost his sense of monetary value. Just days prior, he had battled Zamasu, inadvertently destroying countless opulent residences and luxury cars in the Dragon Ball world. It's fine. It's just for you and Mom to buy groceries. If you damage it, I'll simply get you another one. I have plenty of these, Gu Qingfeng said, his expression entirely sincere. Jiu Tian was left bewildered, pondering which world his son had traversed to acquire such strength and wealth. After a brief hesitation, Gu Tian accepted the car keys. After all, what man doesn't appreciate a luxury vehicle, especially one gifted by his son? The car's initial acceleration was anything but smooth. The gear shift and steering of the Ferrari differed considerably from that of an ordinary car, requiring Gu Tian to adapt slowly. After more than 10 minutes, he began to grasp the driving mechanics. As for the intricacies of the car's features, such as the armored glass or jet propulsion, he knew nothing. After all, they were of no use to him. Jiu Tian drove at a leisurely pace, taking an hour to reach the city, while the return journey stretched to an hour and a half. However, there was an advantage to driving this vehicle. Upon entering the city, most other drivers instinctively yielded. Having never encountered such a Ferrari before, they were aware that this model was beyond their financial reach. Thus, they made an effort to keep their distance. Of course, the car also attracted the attention of numerous women along the way. For in their small county, encountering a luxury vehicle worth millions was a rare occurrence. Moreover, keen observers noticed that not only was the car impressive, but so was its license plate, which bore 5 6s following the characters of the capital city. Such an arrangement was not something easily attainable. There were likely no more than a handful of individuals in the entirety of China who could boast such status. Jiu Qingfeng had procured the plate through 1,000 points he had earned, having prearranged it via a chat group, lest Tony's American license plate cause any complications upon arriving in China. As they drove back to their residential community, the attention of everyone outside was instantly captivated. The residents of this neighborhood were all ordinary citizens. Prior to being targeted by Li Jun, Gu Tian had managed to scrape by with a modest business, barely qualifying as a middle-class family, and was considered relatively affluent in the community with his Toyota. However, after selling everything in the face of adversity, the sudden appearance of a Ferrari sparked speculation among the residents about the arrival of a person of significance. The vehicle came to a halt at Gu Qingfeng's doorstep, and as the three of them exited the car cheerfully, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, their chatter erupting in confusion. That wasn't it said that old Gu had offended someone powerful, and his legs were broken? What is going on now? Who knows? Maybe Gu Tian found a rescuer, but wait, doesn't it look like his legs have healed? Old Gu must have some connections. Just days ago he was bedridden, and now he is walking fine. That I wonder where he found such a miraculous doctor. Jiu Tian was known for his friendliness and integrity, enjoying a solid reputation among the neighbors. Yet despite that, he was still considered a man of limited influence. Unable to confront Li Jun, they dared not speak up for him. Within just a few days, Gu Tian's supermarket had been shut down, and his years of savings had been pilfered, with no authorities willing to intervene, even when he called the police. Such figures were not ones they dared to engage with, merely expressing their sympathies for Gu Tian's plight. Upon his descent, Gu Qingfeng further entranced the onlookers, his ruggedly handsome visage and muscular physique radiating explosive strength. Standing at a height of around 1.78 meters, he was perfectly proportioned, not too towering, yet not overly diminutive. Every aspect of this man exuded excellence. His striking appearance, impressive stature, and wealth encapsulated the fantasies of many women. Regrettably, Gu Qingfeng paid no heed to the flirtatious glances thrown his way, silently following his parents up the stairs. This indifference left the women feeling disheartened. However, the astute among them quickly devised plans to have their parents visit Gu Tian's home, hoping to cultivate a relationship and extract Gu Qingfeng's contact information. Isn't there anyone downstairs who fits your type? The past cannot be reclaimed, but the future can be altered. Do not remain lost in bygone days, Gu Tian said, patting his son's shoulder in an effort to console him. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, responding with a tone of indifference. No, there's no one who piques my interest, and I'm not in a rush to find a girlfriend. The future stretches far ahead. I am in no hurry. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Qingfeng intended to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life, planning to extend similar wishes to his parents. With immortality at his disposal, he felt little urgency regarding romantic pursuits, especially after the significant emotional toll inflicted by Wang Fei, which subtly altered his outlook. You may not be in a hurry, but your mother is eager for grandchildren. Let us tidy up our belongings tonight and bid farewell to the neighbors before we leave tomorrow, Gu Tian suggested. Jiu Qingfeng struggled to comprehend his father's intentions. During their ordeal with Li Jun, had any of the neighbors stepped forward to assist them? Gu Tian glanced at his wife with a wry smile, prompting Shang Yin to explain, they indeed did not help us. But they didn't take advantage of our misfortunes either. Frankly speaking, if you were in their position, would you risk offending a powerful scion for a neighbor with whom you share a decent rapport? Gu Qingfeng contemplated this. Had he been in their shoes, he likely wouldn't have intervened either. Yet, as the situation directly affected him, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Before he could respond, Shang Yin gently continued. As a young man, you might act impulsively and offer assistance. However, these neighbors are all family men. Your Uncle Zhou next door has been friends with your father for over a decade. He wishes to help. Yet, he has children and a family to care for. Just recently, he visited and shared a drink with your father, breaking down in tears, lamenting his inability to assist. His eyes were red as he told your father he feared nothing for himself. But he has a daughter and elderly parents. He truly cannot afford to offend Li Jiu and Jiu Qingfeng, recalled Uncle Zhou, who often shared jovial moments at the dinner table with his father. Their bond forged over many years since middle school. He remembered how, during his childhood, Uncle Zhou would often bring him treats when he was afraid of going home after causing trouble at school, discreetly helping him avoid parental reprimands. That the sigh welled within Gu Qingfeng as he reflected on his family's treatment. Regardless of the reasoning, Uncle Zhou's inaction stung his heart. Even a simple statement to voice the injustice faced by Gu Tian would have sufficed. And Gu Qingfeng would have understood that Jiu Tian, wishing to bridge any gap between his son and Uncle Zhou, spoke up to clarify the situation, not wanting any misunderstanding. Son, that's just how people are. Once they have families and children, the weight of responsibility falls solely upon their shoulders, and they cannot afford to take risks. Had Uncle Zhou been unmarried, he would have fought tooth and nail against anyone bullying you and your father. I have confidence in my judgment. I can assure you of that. Jiu Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and his mindset paled in comparison to that of his father. He had no intention of continuing this topic of discussion. Instead, he conjured up $5 million once more, instructing his parents to deposit it into their bank account the following day. He could not remain at home indefinitely. He had tasks to undertake in the myriad realms, and soon he would return to the Dragon Ball world to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. It was essential for the household to have some funds to cover his parents' daily expenses, and he need not worry about their safety, especially on the night of his return. By merging the Soul Executor and the Soul Guardian, he had developed a new technique, Absolute Soul Defense. This technique not only enhanced the precision of detecting hostility, but also vastly amplified his power. Although he had never encountered a so-called martial arts master, Gu Qingfeng was certain that, with current technology, even the most formidable adversary would struggle to breach his protective barrier. This was not merely a physical defense. The essence of absolute soul defense lay in its capacity to safeguard the soul. While enveloping his parents' bodies with his own energy, it simultaneously infused their weakened souls, gradually fortifying them. The process might be slow, for haste could risk damaging their souls, but the defensive strength of their souls was indomitable. Under this dual protection, no harm could befall his parents. Out on the very night of his return, assassins dispatched by Li Jun's father arrived, only to be detected by the absolute defense as soon as they entered the house. They were silently obliterated in an ocean of energy, their flesh evaporating into nothingness. No one would ever know that 2 assassins had perished that night. The following day, his parents tidied up the house, which held little of significance apart from a few cherished mementos. They decided it was best to leave the house as it was. After Gu Tian managed to deposit $5 million into his bank account, he planned to take Guanyin shopping for clothes in the evening. The garments belonging to Guanyin were outdated styles from many years ago, and now that they had money, he wished to indulge his wife. Today, all expenses would be covered by Gu Diyi, and he encouraged Xiao Yunzi to express her desires freely. Guanyin smiled at him, playfully pinching his ear and teasing, "Using our son's money to buy me clothes? You really have no shame, calling yourself Gu Diyi? I'll give you another chance." Jiu Tian quickly pleaded with his wife, not daring to be cheeky. "I was wrong. Little Tianzi knows his mistakes." In their household, Guanyin was in charge while Gu Tian managed the outside affairs. As long as there were no outsiders present, the decisions within the home were entirely hers. When friends were around, Guanyin would still grant Gu Tian his dignity. Throughout their years of marriage, they had only quarreled once, which was after the birth of Gu Qingfeng when Guanyin wished for a second child. But Gu Tian vehemently opposed it, that he believed that childbirth was too perilous and insisted on having only one child. Guanyin repeatedly explained that it only appeared frightening, and with modern medical advancements, there would be no significant issues. Yet, Gu Tian was resolute, adamant against having a second child. Guanyin understood it was for her own good, yet she yearned to bear another daughter for the man she loved. That was their only genuine argument, and in the end, Guanyin could not sway Gu Tian. Aside from that incident, their relationship had always been harmonious. Despite not being particularly wealthy, Guanyin remained enveloped in happiness. Gu Tian called out to Gu Qingfeng's bedroom. "We're leaving, kid. Are you coming with us to buy clothes for your mother?" "Yes, I want to buy a few outfits as well," Gu Qingfeng replied as he pushed open the door. Although his battle attire was impervious to dirt and odor, he could not remain bare-chested forever. He thought it looked quite dashing, but he couldn't deny that it attracted the attention of many women, making him feel as if he might be devoured by their gazes. The roar of the car engine drew the attention of the surrounding residents, and Gu Tian greeted them before driving straight to the center of town, where an exquisite cheap house store awaited. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, harboring resentment over his son's lack of transparency. Haven't you been wanting to buy a few kipayos? Today, let us indulge and see just how much money this kid has left. Guan Yun, with a beauty that was beyond compare, flashed him a playful eye roll and chided, "You, such a grown man, still lack decorum. Just because our son is wealthy doesn't mean he should squander it." Gu Tian found himself mesmerized by her beauty. Even after decades of marriage, to be honest, Gu Tian was indeed handsome and had relied on his looks in his youth. However, compared to the gentle and virtuous Guan Yun, he could only be considered average. Guan Yun was not merely a school beauty. She was a figure who eclipsed all other young women in the capital. Wherever she appeared, other women seemed to pale in comparison. The crowd's attention was drawn to her, as she excelled academically and hailed from a prestigious family, leading everyone to believe her future was boundless. Gu Tian, utterly captivated by Guan Yun at that time, was astonished when she agreed to his pursuit. There were no excessive trials or tribulations, nor was there any talk of class disparity. Once they were together, Gu Tian was entirely obedient to her wishes. Now, in her 40s, Guan Yun, perhaps due to her constitution, retained skin as tender as a 30-year-old woman's, even without constant care. However, after Gu Qingfeng's death, it seemed that some invisible connection severed her laughter. Now, as she smiled, accompanied by a voice as gentle as flowing water, Gu Tian found it overwhelming. "I'm just trying to see how wealthy he truly is. He even knows the owner of the villa area and can have a set gifted to him, along with a Ferrari and cash in US dollars." Observing his parents display their affection, Gu Qingfeng felt unable to voice any complaints and could only respond weakly, "It's fine, spend freely. There is plenty of money. If you like, just buy that cheap house store. Your son may not have much, but he has an abundance of money with nowhere to spend it." As Gu Tian maneuvered the steering wheel, he chastised himself, saying, "If it weren't for following me, your mother wouldn't be this happy just buying a nicer piece of clothing. Ultimately, it's your father's lack of ability that has caused your mother to suffer with me." Seeing Gu Tian's guilt, Guan Yun felt compelled to offer comfort. "I'm happy simply because our son is safe and prosperous. What clothes I wear is of no consequence to me. You know that well. Besides, your situation is also a result of my influence on you." Gu Qingfeng looked perplexed. He was unaware of the grievances of the older generation. He only knew from his parents that his mother had once been the jewel of a prominent family. Ultimately, she defied her family's wishes and chose to marry his father, returning to their hometown to live. He had never contemplated the fact that his mother had severed ties with her family. He had never met his grandfather and had little impression of that lineage. From what he gathered, it seemed that family had once taken action against his father. Gu Qingfeng's eyes glinted coldly, and he resolved to inquire with his father privately. If necessary, he would not hesitate to teach them a painful lesson. Enough of that. No need to blame yourself. Our child is still here. Let us go buy some clothes." Gu Tian said, dismissing the past and focusing on the road. He was still a novice driver and wished to avoid any mishaps. He had nearly collided with another vehicle moments earlier, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. However, Gu Qingfeng had enveloped the Ferrari in an invisible aura, ensuring that no collision would occur. At most, the other vehicle would be gently nudged aside, as Gu Tian gradually adapted to the Ferrari's controls. His speed increased, and after over 20 minutes, they arrived at the heart of the county town. The family of three undoubtedly captured the attention of all around them, with Gu Tian's looks being equally striking. Standing together, they presented a handsome man and a beautiful woman, clad in battle attire. Gu Qingfeng stood out distinctly, merely standing lazily in place, drawing countless admiring glances from women, with the addition of a luxury car. They became the focal point upon exiting the vehicle. The trio made their way to an inconspicuous storefront, Fengxiang Pavilion, the largest boutique cheap house store in China and the only one with a nationwide chain. Upon entering, the staff eagerly gathered around, inquiring about what style Guan Yun wished to try on. "Madam, you might want to try this design. It's one of our newest arrivals, with only 500 sets available nationwide." Being situated on a clothing street, the dramatic entrance of Gu Qingfeng's family had certainly caught the attention of the staff, Such esteemed clientele was a rare occurrence in Hebei County, under the renowned Fengxiang Pavilion brand. The prices were correspondingly steep. Aside from a select few, the majority of ordinary families simply cannot afford such luxuries. Jiu Tian, exuding an air of grandeur, boldly proclaimed, "Why not give it a try? If you like it, just purchase it. It won't cost you much." The scent of nouveau riche wafted through the air, prompting the female attendants to lament their lack of resemblance to Shang Guanyun, especially considering this outfit's price tag of 100,000. 100,000 RMB is equivalent to the annual income of an average household. Yet the affluent buyers showed no hesitation, declaring their intent to purchase without a second thought. That Jiu Tian embraced Shang Guanyun, and the two lovebirds ventured off to shop for clothes, while Gu Qingfeng, left to his own devices, strolled aimlessly down the street. There were no men's garments at the cheap house store. He would need to seek elsewhere for his purchases. "Hello there, young man. My name is Li Ting. May we get acquainted and exchange contact information?" Before long, an 18 or 19-year-old girl approached him, friendly and eager to strike up a conversation. "Greetings, I am Gu Qingfeng. My apologies, but I have yet to purchase a mobile phone, so I am afraid I cannot provide my contact details." The Jiu Qingfeng spoke the unvarnished truth. He was not merely dismissing the girl to evade her advances. He genuinely lacked a mobile phone. The girl's expression briefly faltered. In her mind, given her attractiveness, it was a first to be rebuffed during her bold approach. "And no mobile phone? What era are we in? How can anyone be without a phone? You might as well claim to be a caveman." "Young man, could it be that you already have a girlfriend? It's perfectly fine to just exchange contact information." Jiu Qingfeng shook his head with a smile, not wishing to prolong the conversation, and turned to leave. The girl, motivated primarily by his wealth, was not someone Gu Qingfeng looked down upon. Rather, he simply felt no inclination to engage with women at that moment. Casting a glance at the surrounding eyes, the girl steeled her resolve to wrap her arm around Gu Qingfeng's, only for a remarkable occurrence to transpire. She distinctly perceived her hand encircling his arm, yet found it utterly empty. She had not made contact with Gu Qingfeng at all. The instant she moved, he sensed her intention and, wishing to spare her embarrassment in public, swiftly withdrew his arm, leaving her with only a fleeting afterimage. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Having mustered the courage to approach, she faced rejection. Should she lose this wager with her friends, she would be in dire straits. Out shopping with her college roommates, she had been captivated by Gu Qingfeng, unaware that he had descended from a luxury vehicle. Her motivation to initiate conversation stemmed purely from her physical attraction. She did not fancy the effeminate types, and Gu Qingfeng perfectly embodied her ideal boyfriend. Under the persuasion of her mischievous friends, she unwittingly fell into their trap, realizing that if she failed to acquire Gu Qingfeng's contact information, she would owe them a month's worth of snacks. Little did she know that Gu Qingfeng genuinely had no phone, thus ensuring her efforts would be in vain. "Oh dear, the young man has already stated he does not wish to share his contact information. Why persist in your pursuit?" Another girl emerged from the crowd, her beauty rivaling that of Li Ting. The two possessed distinct physical charms. Li Ting exuded a more innocent aura, while the newcomer radiated a striking allure. "Zhang Mei, this is none of your concern that if he wants to give me his number. Does that mean he will give it to you?" Zhang Mei laughed provocatively, waving her hand dismissively. "You, with your self-inflated sense of superiority, couldn't he even get a number? Are you not satisfied watching you squirm?" Li Ting's eyes burned with fury. The two had long been locked in a silent rivalry for the title of campus beauty, with neither willing to concede. However, should today's events become public, her reputation at school would be irrevocably tarnished. Despite her typically indifferent attitude toward the title of campus beauty, she shared the top spot with Zhang Mei, as voted by their peers. Since then, Zhang Mei had devised various schemes to undermine her, and Li Ting was no pushover. When provoked, she would not hesitate to confront her rival. Jiu Qingfeng found himself caught between the two women. Feeling increasingly overwhelmed, he despised entanglements. With so many people around, he had no desire to reveal his capabilities. "Excuse me, young man, would you care to join me for dinner this evening?" Li Ting was taken aback when Zhang Mei unexpectedly extended an invitation to Gu Qingfeng, a move uncharacteristic of her. Zhang Mei was known for her opportunistic nature. She prioritized power and influence over physical appearance when seeking male companionship. She was never shy about her standards in choosing a partner. Yet she would not dismiss potential suitors, keeping them as reserves. The Ji Yu Qingfeng's attire was exquisite, yet Li Ting's family was affluent enough not to discern any particular brand, consistent with Zhang Mei's typical behavior. It was unlikely she would initiate conversation with Gu Qingfeng unless it served to outshine Li Ting. Apologies, but I have prior commitments this evening, so I must decline your invitation for dinner. Gu Qingfeng's refusal was straightforward. If his dismissal of Li Ting stemmed from his lack of interest in a relationship, his rejection of Zhang Mei was purely due to his aversion to her untrustworthy demeanor. Zhang Mei's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. She was not as naive as Li Ting, who foolishly sought contact information. She understood that sharing a meal was the most effective way to establish a connection with a man. However, she would not have been so forward under normal circumstances. Her desire for Gu Qingfeng's luxurious car had spurred her on. She had spotted him alighting from a Ferrari, which explained her eagerness to approach him. In her small county, encountering a top-tier, wealthy, and handsome man was exceedingly rare. Possessing a million-yuan Mercedes was already quite an achievement, let alone a multi-million-yuan Ferrari, which one might not see for years. She cared little for a man's intrinsic qualities. As long as he was wealthy, she was drawn to him. Yet who would refuse someone even better? A combination of wealth, good looks, and physique was the ultimate prize. And over the past 2 years, the wealthy men she had pursued had all been considerably older, with the youngest in his 30s, none of whom were particularly appealing. Having finally come across someone like Gu Qingfeng, she feared that if she hesitated, someone else might seize the opportunity. His refusal to even dine with her left her questioning her own allure. You're no different. You should be the last to criticize me. If I were you, I'd have already found a hole to hide in. The two exchanged icy glares, unwilling to further engage. Zhang Mei turned away, only to find Gu Qingfeng had already departed. He had no interest in becoming embroiled in such trivialities, and his initial desire for a leisurely stroll had dissipated, prompting him to hasten toward Fengxiang Pavilion. He had not strayed far. Within 2 minutes, he arrived back at Fengxiang Pavilion, where he could hear a commotion from a distance. Your wealth is of no consequence. Ask her if she dares to sell it to you. How dare you brazenly threaten others in broad daylight? Do you think this world lacks law and order? Law. I am a law. Let us see who dares to be the first to challenge me. The voice belonged to his father. Ji Yu Qingfeng staggered forward. Arriving at the entrance of Fengxiang Pavilion, where he saw his father shielding his mother behind him, before them stood several burly men, the leader of whom was a hulking figure adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. Embracing a stunning woman, effectively cornering Gu Qingfeng's parents, the female attendants dared only to observe from a distance, too frightened to intervene, while Shang Guanyun began to feel a sense of unease. She understood her son's temperament. If he were to return and witness this scene, he might take matters into his own hands. Ji Yutian, on the other hand, was resolute, having finally indulged in a luxury by bringing his wife to purchase a dress. He could not allow himself to be bullied by others. Such a humiliation was unacceptable. The woman in question spoke imperiously, pointing at Shang Guanyun. I am quite magnanimous. Apologize to me and relinquish the dress, and we shall consider this matter settled. Ji Yutian, however, would not be deterred by her gender. We tried on the dress first, and we have already made our payment. You cannot just waltz in here and demand an apology. The burly middle-aged man let out a derisive laugh, his expression one of arrogance as he pointed to one of his underlings. Oh, you know who I am? Go ahead, tell him who I am. The underling spat dismissively, adopting a condescending tone as if addressing a naive child. Our boss is Zhu Hu, the underground emperor of Haibei County. Who doesn't he know, brother Hu in Haibei? Forcing you to apologize is already showing you mercy. Had it been my boss's temper in the past, you would have been dead by now. Enough. We don't want the dress. We'll give it to you. I'll go find the attendant to get a refund. Shang Guanyun tightly grasped Gu Tian, ultimately deciding to relinquish the qipao she cherished so dearly. Her affection for the garment was evident, which is precisely why Gu Tian stood his ground without yielding. Gu Tian had long felt that she had endured too many grievances while following him, descending from her exalted status as a princess to that of a mere Cinderella. After much anticipation, Their son's triumphant return led Gu Tian to believe he could finally provide his wife with a life of comfort. However, being bullied over a mere article of clothing was disheartening. Step aside, Mom and Dad. What's going on? If there's an issue, let us discuss it. Gu Qingfeng casually pushed aside a few burly figures blocking his path and approached his parents, surveying the scene with a keen eye. Shang Guanyun preemptively answered before Gu Tian could respond, fearing he might take drastic measures. She was determined not to witness her son or husband suffer any further. It's nothing. Really, we simply took someone else's clothing by mistake. We'll return it, and all will be well. Ji Tian, typically magnanimous, was now seething with anger. However, upon seeing Shang Guanyun glaring at him, he refrained from aggravating her further, choosing to sulk in silence. Can someone please enlighten me as to what is happening? I'll reward anyone who speaks up with 10,000. With his mother unwilling to divulge the truth, Gu Qingfeng ceased his inquiries and pulled out a stack of $10,000. Waving it in his hand, a striking young woman extended her delicate hand to take the money, her eyes flashing with surprise at Gu Qingfeng. Nonchalantly, she began to explain, I had my eye on this dress. But your mother tried it on first and made the purchase, which displeased me greatly. If your mother returns the dress and apologizes, I might consider forgiving you both. Gu Qingfeng chuckled, genuinely taken aback by such brazen audacity. It was clear that she had arrived late, yet insisted on claiming that his mother had stolen her dress. A seasoned fighter like Zhu, who was not one to be trifled with. He cautiously inquired, Brother, let us let the dress return incident slide and forego the apology. Let us just be friends. Gu Qingfeng's exposed physique made Zhu uneasy. Although Gu Qingfeng's muscles were not particularly large and paled in comparison to those who regularly exercised, their mere appearance exuded an aura of strength, with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Zhu, wary of offending a formidable character, contemplated retreating. Gu Qingfeng seized his mother, who was about to return the dress, guiding her to a nearby sofa to sit, before turning back to face Zhu, who'd paid for the dress. Yet you expect us to return it to you? That doesn't seem quite right. Zhu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this young man's defiance. Despite his reservations about Gu Qingfeng, Zhu, seasoned in the underworld, was not easily intimidated. Are you getting bold with me? Don't think a bit of money allows you to act arrogantly before me? You should inquire about whom I fear. Driving a multi-million-dollar car doesn't prove anything. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze with Zhu. So, is that it? No further discussion? Zhu felt a pang of trepidation as Gu Qingfeng's piercing gaze made him feel as if he were being scrutinized by a demon, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. Meanwhile, the young woman shot a fierce glare at Shang Guanyun, blaming her for the predicament, oblivious to the fact that it was Shang Guanyun who had originally purchased the dress. Her infatuation with the garment stemmed not only from its beauty, but, more significantly, from jealousy, envying Shang Guanyun's exquisite appearance. Return the dress to me and have this old woman apologize, or this matter will not end well. Another lackey sought to curry favor with the young woman, chiming in, Indeed, back in the day, my brother who wielded 2 machetes, carving a path from South Street to North Street, without blinking for 3 hours. You'd better cherish this opportunity. If brother who becomes displeased, you'll all regret. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, concluding there was nothing left to negotiate and choosing to remain silent. Shang Guanyun, unable to sit idly by, grew anxious as Gu Qingfeng guided her to the sofa, fearing a confrontation might erupt between her son and the group. Bound by Gu Tian's insistence on her silence, she watched helplessly as the situation escalated beyond redemption. Rising hastily to intervene, Gu Qingfeng, quicker than she, stepped forward, his figure abruptly materializing before Zhu, delivering a sharp slap across his face. 3 hours without blinking. Don't your eyes grow dry? Zhu, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain course through his face, momentarily stunned as Gu Qingfeng's words snapped him back to reality. He could no longer afford to remain silent after being struck. He bellowed at his lackeys, Take him down. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. As Zhu's lackeys witnessed his swollen cheek, they were taken aback, rushing toward Gu Qingfeng with makeshift weapons. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, curious to discover the source of the disturbance. Upon recognizing Zhu Hu, some expressed sympathy for Gu Qingfeng, lamenting his unfortunate encounter with such a notorious figure. Is Zhu Hu truly that formidable? One of the high school girls asked a middle-aged man. Nodding, he replied, "He is the one in charge of the entire underground scene in Haibei. You tell me if he is fearsome." That young man who struck him likely won T survived this. Among the onlookers were Li Ting and her roommates, who had come to witness the ruckus. While Li Ting was primarily concerned for Gu Qingfeng's safety, Zhang Mei, in stark contrast, harbored resentment for his earlier rejection, secretly wishing for him to receive a lesson, albeit not one that would cost him his life. After all, in her eyes, Gu Qingfeng was her ideal match. And should anything happen to him, finding another like him would prove exceedingly difficult. The unfolding events felt surreal to all present, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Zhu Hu's henchman approached Gu Qingfeng. He struck first, executing a swift sidekick that sent two of them sprawling in midair. He twisted, delivering an uppercut that knocked another to the ground. The remaining three thugs stood frozen, unsure of whether to advance or retreat. Before they could act, three of their number lay incapacitated. They realized that charging in would only lead to their demise. "I'm asking you a question. 3 hours without blinking. Do your eyes not tire?" Gu Qingfeng's voice remained devoid of emotion as he repeated this question. Zhu Hu's other cheek quickly swelled, transforming his already plump visage into that of a pig's head. "You've got some guts, I'll give you that." Another resounding slap followed, sending two of Zhu Hu's teeth flying. His lackeys, witnessing Zhu Hu's plight, steeled themselves and charged at Gu Qingfeng, only to meet the same fate as their predecessors. The moment they moved, Gu Qingfeng dispatched them as easily as swatting flies, leaving them unconscious on the ground. "I'm asking you again, after so long without blinking. Do your eyes feel dry?" Gu Qingfeng repeated mechanically, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shang Guanyun began to realize that her son had returned with a markedly different temperament. He had become far more volatile, resorting to violence when communication failed. Seeing Gu Qingfeng raise his hand once more, she quickly intervened, calling out loudly to halt his next action, which afforded Zhu Hu a moment of relief. "Enough, enough. If this continues, someone will surely perish. We shall not pursue this any further." Upon hearing his mother's plea, Gu Qingfeng finally ceased his assault, carelessly tossing Zhu Hu aside as he fixed his gaze upon the young woman. "If you wish to avoid sharing his fate, you will apologize to my mother." The beautiful woman was utterly paralyzed with fear. Gu Qingfeng's formidable and unreasonable demeanor left her in a state of shock. She was acquainted with the 6 henchmen of Zhu Hu, while not having traversed a mountain of blades and a sea of blood, certainly bore the weight of lives taken. Yet, under Gu Qingfeng's command, they proved to be disappointingly ineffectual. Continuously apologizing to Shang Guanyun, she feared that Gu Qingfeng might take offense and turn his wrath upon her. "I am truly sorry. It is my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please forgive me." The situation shifted with astonishing rapidity. Mere moments ago, the clerks and onlookers had believed that Gu Qingfeng was doomed. Little did they know that within a minute, Zhu Hu and his associates lay incapacitated on the ground. This revelation imparted a profound lesson. When one possesses sufficient strength, numbers are of no consequence. This young man has certainly trained. He is truly a hero in his youth, a veritable dragon crossing the river. A middle-aged man could not help but exclaim, astonished that he had misjudged the young man's capabilities. "Indeed, how splendid it would be if he were my child. He could even be suitable as my son-in-law. Given how your daughter resembles a pig, it would be a miracle if he even glanced her way. He is undoubtedly looking at my daughter." Several onlookers, middle-aged women, began to bicker, completely oblivious to the fact that they had previously deemed Gu Qingfeng too reckless and feared he would bring trouble upon their families. Meanwhile, Li Ting's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated Gu Qingfeng's remarkable skills, which had greatly surprised her. Earlier, Gu Qingfeng had exuded an aura of towering strength and striking handsomeness, but once he engaged in combat, he emanated an air of superiority that seemed to disdain the world. That innate pride, etched into his very being, could only belong to someone with unwavering confidence in their own abilities. That "I am invincible." Li Ting's heart raced with excitement. She wished to greet Gu Qingfeng, but feared being ignored and ridiculed by Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei harbored similar sentiments. Initially, she had hoped Zhu would teach Gu Qingfeng a lesson, only to be taken aback by how effortlessly he had dispatched him. With wealth, good looks, and height, the addition of fighting prowess only convinced Zhang Mei further that only such a man was worthy of her beauty. She resolved to employ any means necessary to win Gu Qingfeng over. At the entrance, Shangguan Yun observed the flustered woman and graciously indicated that she bore no ill will, as long as the woman did not provoke her again in the future. The woman nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her earlier aggression dissipating, appearing as meek as a frightened Hen. Jiu Tian had intended to say something, but upon witnessing Shangguan Yun's demeanor, he merely chuckled softly and kept silent. Grateful for her forgiveness, the woman disregarded the unconscious individuals and hurriedly fled down the street. The crowd of onlookers swelled, and the tale of Zhu Hu's defeat spread rapidly, drawing more and more people to the scene. As the throng grew, Gu Tian wished to avoid being the subject of their scrutiny, pulling Shangguan Yun into the vehicle and preparing to depart. "Sir, please wait. We sincerely apologize for this incident. We would like to offer you these two newly arrived qipao as a complimentary gift." A female clerk from Fengxiang Pavilion rushed out after concluding a phone call, presenting the garments to Gu Tian. "It is quite all right. We are not in need of money. You may keep the clothing. This incident cannot be blamed on you." Jiu Tian appreciated the store's response. A group of formidable thugs like Zhu who would intimidate any female staff. The fact that they did not add insult to injury by siding with Zhu who was commendable. Many would have sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhu who at the expense of his family. However, this was a psychological misjudgment on Gu Tian's part. After all, he had arrived in a Ferrari. Even if no one could identify the specific model, it was evident that he was a genuine man of wealth. The clerks were too intimidated by Zhu Hu to confront Gu Tian, opting instead to remain neutral and feign ignorance. The clerk persisted, earnestly imploring Gu Tian to accept the quipeo. Jiu Tian glanced at Gu Qingfeng, who nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the garments. Society is quite simple. It is humanity that is complex. Every movement of the clerk did not escape Gu Qingfeng's keen eye. After all, one does not become the proprietor of Fengxiang Pavilion without a certain level of acumen. Even without Zhu Hu's influence, it was likely that Zhu Hu would extend some courtesy to him. If the owner of Fengxiang Pavilion genuinely wished to intervene, they would have dispatched someone to stop Zhu Hu long before this. There was no need for insincere gestures of offering gifts after the fact. Most likely, they had recognized his strength and sought to cultivate a favorable relationship. Jiu Tian started the vehicle, noticing that Gu Qingfeng remained by the entrance. Showing no intention of boarding, he called out, "You rascal, why aren't you getting in? We're heading home. I still wish to explore a bit more. Mom, go ahead. I'll return later on my own." "Fine. Do make sure to bring back a daughter-in-law for me. Your mother is eager for a grandchild." With that parting remark, the car drove off. Jiu Qingfeng smiled wryly, realizing that finding a suitable partner would not be so simple. Nor was he in a rush to do so. However, Gu Tian's words conveyed a message to the gathered crowd. Gu Qingfeng was still single and available. Zhang Mei's eyes lit up. Her opportunity had arrived. With her family pressing her, even if Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to seek a partner, the pressure would compel him to at least find a temporary solution. Given enough time together, converting a pretense into genuine affection would not be difficult. Zhang Mei was confident in her ability to win Gu Qingfeng's heart. Meanwhile, Li Ting was bolstering her own resolve as she squeezed through the crowd, eager to exchange a few words with Gu Qingfeng. However, both Li Ting and Zhang Mei were a step too late. Several young women in their 20s had already surrounded Gu Qingfeng. "Hey there, would you like to be friends? I'm still single. How about we go out tonight?" Handsome, compared to these women, who had navigated the social scene for years, Zhang Mei paled in comparison. The moment Gu Tian departed, they flocked to Gu Qingfeng, leaving Li Ting and Zhang Mei on the outskirts. "I have some matters to attend to, so I likely won't have time today." Jiu Qingfeng observed the direction in which Zhang Mei had left, a smirk playing on his lips. Having been humiliated, she would undoubtedly not let this go easily. However, considering that their transgressions did not warrant lethal retribution, and given the public setting, he refrained from resorting to violence. Had he not returned home, those individuals would not have dared to confront his parents. Otherwise, his protective measures would have retaliated according to the enemy's strength and hostility. That it was not an absolute guarantee that hostile individuals would be slain, but they would certainly face some hardships. This was also why he had instructed his parents to return home first, without worrying about any potential ambush by the woman. The women, sensing that Gu Qingfeng was merely dismissing them, were reluctant to leave, as they did not want to miss the chance to engage with such an exceptional heir. "If you have something to do, I can accompany you. I am quite capable, handsome." The woman speaking emphasized the word capable, casting a dreamy gaze upon Gu Qingfeng. Hearing this, Li Ting felt her cheeks flush. How could these women be so brazen? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the woman who spoke, his tone peculiar as he asked, "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" The woman, sensing a glimmer of interest from Gu Qingfeng, shot him a flirtatious glance. "Of course. I am versatile. I can handle anything." The woman's appearance was passable, and Gu Qingfeng, wishing to tease her a bit, pointed towards the street corner. "All right, they are coming. You can join me in a moment and showcase your skills." Just then, a woman stormed toward Gu Qingfeng, flanked by no fewer than 100 henchmen. Advancing with a formidable presence, from several dozen meters away, she began to holler like a shrew. "You little brat. You're as good as dead. This time, I'll make sure to ruin you. I've never apologized to anyone in my life." What a foolish woman. Truly a dimwit. Why not simply live and let live? Although it had been anticipated that she would not let the matter rest, witnessing her come to exact revenge still roused Gu Qingfeng's it seemed the earlier lesson had been far too lenient. Hundreds of people brandishing clubs charged forward. It was indeed a terrifying sight. The women surrounding Gu Qingfeng were immediately drained of color, scattering like birds startled from their perch. They were materialistic, but they did not wish to meet their demise. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, they were thrown into a state of panic. "That you're not going to run too, are you? Surely, you must be different from those superficial women." Gu Qingfeng seized the wrist of the woman who had just spoken, a playful smile gracing his lips. The woman stammered for a while, growing increasingly anxious as she observed the approaching figure of a young matron, fearing that the latter's companions might inadvertently harm her. If she failed to secure the wealthy heir and ended up disfigured, it would be a grievous loss indeed. Yet, she found it hard to part with Gu Qingfeng, a man of exceptional qualities, as rare as the chance of encountering a meteor shower. Missing this opportunity might mean never experiencing such a moment again in her lifetime. Mirroring Zhang Mei's thoughts, Li Ting and Zhang Mei, one valuing appearance and the other wealth, remained rooted in place, their faces etched with indecision. "Young man, run. Your family is wealthy. If you escape and throw some money around, they won't be able to touch you." Upon noticing Gu Qingfeng standing still, seemingly paralyzed by fear, a voice rose from the crowd. Offering him a warning, Li Ting's friends urged her to leave, but after some contemplation, she resolved to stand by Gu Qingfeng. "I refuse to believe he can dominate the scene. In front of so many witnesses, he cannot possibly overpower us. That I will stay with you." This decision was not solely due to Gu Qingfeng's striking appearance. Li Ting was inherently kind-hearted and often lent a helping hand to strangers in need. That in stark contrast stood Zhang Mei and another woman, who, despite gathering every ounce of courage, could barely muster the strength to flee. The most striking among the group of thugs was a brawny man at the forefront, wielding a steel blade with an imposing presence. Gu Qingfeng ceased his playful banter with the women, gently pushing Li Ting aside to take his place at the front. Grasping the ground beneath him, he flung Zhu Hu toward the opposing crowd. "Here, take your leader back." Zhu Hu tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before his companions hurried to assist him, rousing him from his daze. Bewildered, he gazed at Gu Qingfeng, his body jolted with realization as he turned to see his loyal subordinates. "My men have arrived. How do you wish to perish? Even if you beg for mercy now, it would be futile." Zhu Hu's tone brimmed with arrogance, completely disregarding the humiliation he had just endured at Gu Qingfeng's hands. His smile, revealing several missing teeth, only served to amuse the onlookers. However, beneath his bravado, Zhu Hu felt a twinge of apprehension. He had rarely encountered someone who could effortlessly defeat 6 of his subordinates. Yet his most formidable lackey was a seasoned warrior, capable of easily dispatching a few adversaries. Casting a glance at the muscular man beside him, Zhu Hu's confidence surged once more, and he no longer viewed Gu Qingfeng as a formidable threat. Are you skilled in combat? What good is fighting prowess when one must possess influence and connections? You can take on 6, but can you manage 60? Gu Qingfeng refrained from engaging in combat, preferring to observe Zhu Hu's display of bravado. The eventual comeuppance would be all the more satisfying. This is my number 1 warrior, Shen Lu. You stand no chance against him. Clapping the burly man's shoulder, Zhu Hu's grin stretched wide, for he owed his current power to Shun Li's prowess. The crowd began to murmur, unanimously skeptical of Gu Qingfeng's chances. There are too many. He will be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. He is far too young and inexperienced. Indeed, after defeating Zhu Hu, he should have fled. Aside from Li Ting's concerned friends, who feared for her safety, others merely regarded the spectacle as casual gossip. There's no need to introduce yourself. I want to bother remembering the names of insignificant pests. The Gu Qingfeng beckoned Shen Lu with a finger, slowly advancing toward him. Shen Lu, unaware of Gu Qingfeng's previous feats, could not gauge his true capabilities. Assuming Gu Qingfeng was merely a young warrior, he believed there was no way he could surpass his own mastery of the formidable Golden Bell Shield technique. Even a 5th-tier warrior would find it challenging to defeat him. Zhang Mei and her companion felt a sense of relief. Gu Qingfeng approaching meant they need not fear for their safety. It was the ideal scenario. Expressing his stance without jeopardy to Li Ting, however, was dismayed. To her, Gu Qingfeng's advance seemed a certain death sentence. She could not fathom why he dared to provoke Shen Lu first, reaching out to pull him back, but her hand grasped only air. Shen Lu roared, his body enveloped in golden light, each step leaving a deep imprint on the ground as he directed a powerful punch toward Gu Qingfeng. Before the crowd, Gu Qingfeng extended a single finger, attempting to intercept Shun Li's fist. Compared to Shun Li's massive blow, Gu Qingfeng's finger appeared to be a futile effort, prompting whispers of insanity among the onlookers, who could hardly believe he would dare confront such a force with a mere digit. Li Ting, terrified, covered her eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending disaster. Yet after a prolonged silence, no cries of agony emerged from Gu Qingfeng. Peering through a small gap in her fingers, Li Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Shun Li's fist effortlessly halted by Gu Qingfeng's finger, regardless of how fiercely he exerted himself. Incredulously, with a single digit, Gu Qingfeng had thwarted Shun Li's mightiest strike. Shen Lu, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of punches like a tempest, but Gu Qingfeng continued to block each one with ease. Gu Qingfeng appeared as serene as a gentle breeze, while Shen Lu, the longer he attacked, felt an increasing pain in his fists. Growing weary of the charade, Gu Qingfeng jabbed his finger, piercing Shun Li's right arm. A gaping wound oozing blood. Before Shen Lu could react, another finger struck his forehead, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into several of his comrades before finally coming to rest. Zhu Hu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pondered what manner of monster he had provoked. Before him, Shen Lu resembled a mere child, utterly powerless to resist. Yet there was no retreat now. Even if Zhu Hu wished to reconcile, Gu Qingfeng would likely not grant him mercy. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on 100 of you. The thugs, sensing the shift in the tide, were filled with trepidation. They knew well how formidable Shen Lu was. 1 against 10 was child's play for him. But watching Gu Qingfeng dismantle Shen Lu was equally effortless. Yet, bound by their leader's command, they reluctantly charged at Gu Qingfeng. He glided through the fray with an air of nonchalance, dispatching one adversary after another with a single strike, in less than a minute. Nearly half of the 80-odd thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, his strikes meticulously controlled to ensure none could rise again. Soon to this a film shoot. Master Yi, when defeating 10 opponents, is already remarkable. But he takes on 100 like it's nothing. Some among the crowd began to reconsider their views on Chinese martial arts, realizing they were not as inferior as portrayed abroad. If he were to enter a competition, those so-called foreign champions would stand no chance against him. Indeed, the spectators were awash with awe. Gu Qingfeng appeared like a celestial being, invulnerable to any adversary. "A Feng, be careful!" A familiar yet distant female voice resonated, causing Gu Qingfeng to pause, his expression complex as he turned to the approaching woman. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a thug seized the opportunity, swinging a blade down toward Gu Qingfeng's head with malicious intent. Everyone held their breath, envisioning Gu Qingfeng's skull cleaved in two, while Zhu Hu inwardly lamented the stroke of fortune. Had it not been for that woman's shout, his men would have surely met their demise, and his fate would likely be dire. Yet, contrary to expectations, not a single hair on Gu Qingfeng's head was harmed. The blade shattered upon impact. The crowd felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Was this truly a human? The Golden Bell Shield technique was one thing, but how could even his hair be impervious to blades? Was he some sort of superhuman? Gu Qingfeng cast a sweeping gaze over the surroundings, an aura of defiance radiating from him, stirring the dust into a frenzy as countless thugs were sent sprawling. Each one lay on the ground, feeling as if their bodies would disintegrate, groaning in agony. "A phone. Are you all right?" Wang Fei, breathless, approached Gu Qingfeng and reached out to embrace him, only to be evaded by a swift sidestep from him. Her presence cast a palpable pressure upon Li Ting and Zhang Mei. Wang Fei was exceptionally beautiful, and while they too were considered campus beauties, they paled in comparison to her, who exuded an aura of mature allure. "It is over. We will never have another chance to be together." Gu Qingfeng felt no desire to gaze upon the woman who had left him utterly disheartened. Standing beside him, Wang Fei pleaded with a tone of desperation, "No, I still love you. Please give me another chance." A phone. The falling blossoms may yearn, yet the flowing waters remain indifferent. We are fated yet ill-matched, and there is no need to force it. Zhu Hu sought to seize the opportunity to escape, yet found himself ensnared by an unseen force, rendered immobile as he watched Gu Qingfeng approach step by deliberate step. "This is your final warning. Should you dare to trouble me again, your existence will no longer be necessary." Gu Qingfeng spoke with a calmness that belied the fury simmering beneath. His demeanor as tranquil as if he were merely swatting a fly. Zhu Hu felt genuine fear, truly terrified, as the overwhelming intent to kill radiated from Gu Qingfeng, who appeared to him as a demon returned from the depths of hell. Understanding the futility of provoking someone so formidable, he resolved, "I will not trouble you again." 3 needles of condensed energy stealthily pierced the facial muscles of a nearby young woman, causing the energy to circulate beneath her skin, resulting in a month of relentless itching with no remedy in sight. This was merely a small retribution for her repeated provocations. Gu Qingfeng's emotions were tumultuous upon encountering Wang Fei. He felt no inclination to evade her, nor any desire to continue the charade. After all, ordinary individuals would never have the chance to approach him, even if he appeared lost in thought. "Take me home. I've severed ties with my family that if you do not want me, then no one will." Wang Fei once more obstructed Gu Qingfeng's departure, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. "Is there any point in saying this now? You could have donned a phoenix coronet and gazed down upon this vast world. You were meant for greatness, and I can still achieve that. I have not allowed Li Jun to touch me. I remain untainted, and you know this to be true." Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting on how, despite his disdain for her, a prophecy had unfolded right before his eyes for years, and he had remained blissfully unaware. The prophecy had indeed proven accurate. Upon his return and learning of everything, he would not hold Wang Fei accountable. After all, this woman had accompanied him through his youth. Even if she had approached him with ulterior motives, the years of affection could not be dismissed. However, her betrayal was something Gu Qingfeng could not abide. "Let's part ways with some dignity intact. Do not pretend you cannot see. I do not harbor feelings for Li Jun. I have always loved you." After waiting in vain for so many years, Wang Fei could not accept the outcome of being intercepted by another. Upon awakening in Li Jun's villa, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Zili, the young lady of another second-tier family in the capital, who had come to assess the damage to the villa. Their paths had crossed on several occasions. Yet Wang Fei's emotions were too complex at that moment. She had no desire to reminisce with Zhao Zili and hastily departed the villa, intent on returning to Gu Qingfeng's old residence to find him. However, unforeseen issues arose along the way, causing delays. Upon hearing the commotion, she approached and caught sight of Gu Qingfeng. "It matters not whether you prefer the old me or the current me. Please do not disrupt my life any longer. Gu Qingfeng, disinterested, recognized that everything had passed. As Gu Qingfeng departed, Wang Fei stood despondently in place, never anticipating that he would be so heartless. She had merely made a mistake that any woman might. Yet he had truly cast her aside. The crowd began to murmur about Wang Fei, deeming her ungrateful. With wealth, good looks, and such prowess, is this not enough to satisfy her? One could only conclude that human nature is inherently greedy, and she deserved her fate. Indeed, how many would envy her for being with such a man, yet she still chose to betray him. Wang Fei felt a deep despair. Had she known Gu Qingfeng was always like this, she would never have entertained a relationship with that foolish rich heir, Li Jun. Breaking up with the strongest man in the world, was that not madness? Particularly when Gu Qingfeng had once been an ordinary person. Li Ting exchanged pleasantries with a few close friends before following in Gu Qingfeng's wake. Unlike Zhang Mei, who sought to climb the social ladder while dating, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from doing so. Yet, this did not imply ignorance. What better strategy than to seize the moment? Although somewhat despicable, having encountered someone she found appealing, Li Ting was unwilling to relinquish her chance easily as they passed through an alley. Gu Qingfeng entered, and Zhang Mei and Li Ting hurriedly pursued him, only to find that he had already vanished without a trace. How could he just disappear like that? You were blocking my way. Otherwise, I would not have lost him, Li Ting exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot, utterly perplexed by Gu Qingfeng's sudden disappearance. Having seen him enter just moments before, Zhang Mei had intended to walk alongside Gu Qingfeng. But after hearing their conversation, she felt it inappropriate to intrude upon the relationship between him and Wang Fei, and thus held her back. Not long after Gu Qingfeng's departure, a voice of regret emerged from the crowd as a man slapped his own face in frustration. I can't believe I forgot to record such an incredible scene. If I had posted online, I would have gone viral. But I couldn't either. My camera could only capture a blurry haze. I thought I was the only one, but it seems your phone had the same issue. The crowd buzzed with curiosity as to why all recording devices had malfunctioned. Not only were their personal devices compromised, but the nearby surveillance cameras had also failed. Just as Gu Qingfeng returned to Fengxiang Pavilion and prepared to take action, Jiu Qingfeng had preemptively disrupted the functionality of the recording equipment, ensuring that his appearance and abilities would remain concealed from the public eye. Once in the alley, Gu Qingfeng utilized instantaneous movement to return home, lying motionless on his bed, his mind filled with the haunting visage of Wang Fei. Young love may not endure, yet it undeniably leaves an indelible mark upon one's youth, etching memories that can never be erased. He had once believed that he and Wang Fei would be different, destined to enter the sanctity of marriage, envisioning a future where old friends would reunite and exclaim in surprise, "So, you two are still together," despite the lack of faith from others, the vast disparity between their families, and the skepticism surrounding their longevity. The stubborn youth had still placed his trust in Wang Fei. Yu Qingfeng's feelings for her had become incredibly complex. He loathed her deceit, yet loved her deeply. However, one truth remained. They would never have another opportunity to be together. I end the Dimensional Chat group. White Horse Silver Spear joins the chat. Ice Queen is Death joins the chat. And Tony Not a Womanizer. Welcome, newcomers. Feel free to ask me anything if you have questions. Fire Fist Ace. Welcome, welcome. Once you join the chat, we are all family. Book Loving Ghoul. Welcome to both of you. Do you want to dance? The names of the new members are quite impressive. They seem like remarkable individuals. Death God Elementary Student. Welcome, new friends. Please remember me. Oh, great ones. Tony Not a Womanizer. How do you know they're great? Death God Elementary Student. Is it not obvious? One wields a gun, another could take down 1,000, and the other is known as the Ice Queen. Me, an ordinary person, they are all formidable. Tony Not a Womanizer. I had forgotten that. You're simply an ordinary person, and anyone with a bit of strength could easily overpower you. White Horse Silver Spear. Where is this? Why does this strange phenomenon occupy my mind? Who are all of you? Ice Queen is Death. Who conjured this trivial spectacle with imperial tools? This appears to be a manifestation of psychic abilities that I seek a comprehensive explanation for the request to cling to the strong. Particularly regarding the uploads of Changshan Zhao Zilong and the Ice Queen is Death, along with an account of their respective life experiences. Seek the strong. Take a look, and once you've finished, you will understand precisely what transpired. Mere minutes later, the White Horse and Silver Spear confronted a myriad of foes. It is astonishing that different universes can interconnect. Truly impressive, were it not for your introduction. I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my current location is called Earth. Ice Queen is death. Different worlds, you say? I wonder if there exists anyone who can rival me. I have been invincible in my realm for far too many years. The administrator, the strongest in the dimension, has logged on. Let us all extend a warm welcome. Ice Queen is death. An administrator, the strongest in the dimension. What an air of arrogance. How can this administrator feel so utterly different from the one we encountered earlier? Tony, the steadfast. I cannot fathom how formidable you truly are, but it is best if you refrain from challenging the powerful. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Oh, you wish to dance. Invincible, you say? Once I revive, I shall engage you in battle. Fire Fist Ace. Speaking of which, Madara, it has been quite some time. Why have you not completed your revival? Do you wish to dance? I have chosen to resurrect in my peak state. The revival of my physical form is rather slow and requires additional time. The Shinigami Elementary student. Please carry me to victory, Madara, the book-loving ghoul. Madara, you must be thrilled to be able to revive. Yes, do you wish to dance? All is well. Possessing a corporeal form will allow me to rectify the regrets I have yet to fulfill. Once I am revived, the first thing I shall do is eradicate Kaguya. This hidden puppeteer, upon Madara's unexpected inclusion in the chat group, learns of his true identity. With the conclusion of Naruto, Yin Yao has become privy to the entire narrative and has disclosed everything to Madara, who, upon learning the truth, harbors an intense hatred for Kaguya. Nevertheless, his ideology remains unshaken. Instead of initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, he intends to unify the 5 great shinobi villages under his absolute power, which can also bring about peace. Utilizing the points given by Gu Qingfeng, he spent 350,000 to exchange for the chat group's corporeal convergence technique, a one-time spell capable of materializing his strongest form from his past life, though it has the drawback of not being replicable by the Rinnegan. However, this does not pose a challenge for Madara. Even without the Rinnegan, his Sharingan remains effective in an era where Hashirama has long since perished. He remains the strongest in the shinobi world under the Sharingan. The book-loving ghoul, a world devoid of war. Just imagining it brings a sense of beauty. I support you, Madara. Do you wish to dance? Thank you for your support, little one. Once I have resolved my affairs here, I shall venture into your world to eliminate any threats you face. Tony, the steadfast. Ah, Madara's affection for little Chika is truly enviable. How wonderful it would be if I received such treatment. Thanos may not dare to speak, but at the very least, Ultron would not withstand Madara's wrath. The Shinigami Elementary student. When will you become as adorable and kind as little Chika? So that you too may enjoy such treatment? However, in my view, you are unlikely to achieve that in this lifetime. The White Horse and Silver Spear facing countless foes. The administrator is not from my world. Is he? How can he observe the events occurring in my realm? Seeking to cling to the strong. My strength exceeds your imagination. Comprehending the life of an ordinary person is a trivial matter for me. Yin Yao reclined on a supermarket table, smiling with great satisfaction. Finally, it was her turn to show off in the past. Her strength was low, and she seldom dared to speak loudly. Now, she too possesses a protective barrier, and as a newcomer to the group, she can demonstrate the administrator's might. Ice Queen is death. Oh, but why do my recordings only encompass the experiences of my earlier life, devoid of any foresight into my future? Once the number of chat participants exceeds 10, the duration for executing tasks or voluntarily traversing to other universes is increased to 6 hours, while the cooldown for traversing the same world is set to 1 day. Warning: the group has detected that the administrator, seeking to cling to the strong, possesses abilities that exceed those of the chat group, granting a 3-day grace period. After 3 days, these abilities will be automatically erased by the chat group. This sudden system notification left everyone in the group momentarily stunned, as it marked the first instance of such a notice within the chat. The first point is understandable. The time allowed in other worlds has been extended to 6 hours, an example being Is Death traversing into Madara's world of Naruto. permitted to stay for a maximum of 6 hours before returning to her realm. However, the second point was rather unexpected, clearly aimed at Yun Yao. Fire Fist Ace. This additional ability cannot possibly refer to the protective barrier of the powerful. Can it? The Destroyer of Worlds. It seems highly likely that this is the case. The barrier must have surpassed the power level of the world in which Yun Yao resides, the Shinigami elementary student. What should we do? Yun Yao's world is quite perilous, is it not? Without the protective barrier, she becomes an ordinary person, which could be extremely dangerous. Seeking to cling to the strong, it was originally a gift from the powerful. It is only natural for the chat group to erase it. With this ability, I lost my will to strive for strength. If it is gone, then so be it. Her points had long surpassed 1,000, allowing her to exchange for some basic abilities. Although it might not be as effortless as it is now, she remains cautious, ensuring she does not provoke the strongest types of zombies. Self-preservation should not be a concern for her. Meanwhile, Ace, dining aboard a pirate ship, paused in his meal, growing somewhat concerned for Yun Yao's situation. Fire Fist Ace, we still have 3 days, do we not? I will help you find which devil fruit ability from the chat group would suit you best. I shall come over to instruct you. Seeking to cling to the strong. Very well. Then it is in your hands. Do you wish to dance? With Ace's assistance, one can indeed feel reassured. Destroyer of Worlds. Why have you been silent lately? What have you been preoccupied with? As the two strongest individuals in the group, aside from the peculiar Gu Qingfeng, Madara, and Matoi Shiro, maintain a relatively amicable relationship. Their temperaments aligning well. Destroyer of Worlds. I have encountered a formidable adversary whose strength is comparable to my own. I'm currently unable to shake him off, the Serpent Bearer, who is severely injured by Kurumi. Despite having sustained extensive fractures, is still capable of rapid recovery. Unlike the invincible Seiya, who can regain his strength swiftly due to divine blood or the aid of a superior being. However, Shiro is unable to access the seventh sense in the short term, making rapid recovery impossible. Nevertheless, bolstered by her silver cloth, her ultimate attack possesses supersonic speed, rendering her a force to be reckoned with. Destroyer of Worlds. There is no need for assistance in a direct confrontation. I am not his match, but will not be easy for him to defeat me either. Oh, you wish to dance. You are not even a match for him? He appears to be a worthy foe. What a shame my body requires more time. Otherwise, I would ensure the Uchiha clan's reputation is known across other universes. Upon reading this, Gu Qingfeng felt a tinge of confusion, not due to Shiro's sudden personality shift, as she was not inherently malevolent, but rather because there were likely few within the Night universe capable of defeating Matoi Shiro. The upgraded Crimson Belt, transformed into the Emperor Rider, annihilates the majority of Knights. Those capable of defeating him would undoubtedly be formidable opponents. Gu Qingfeng does not worry about Shiro's demise, for in some sense, this individual is remarkably unscrupulous. If memory serves, his new belt possesses a cheat-like characteristic. Upon transforming into the Emperor Rider, he cannot sustain fatal injuries. No one can kill him. Coupled with a spatial barrier, the thought of it is genuinely daunting. The strongest in the dimension. Has Omazayu made a move against you? Aside from him, there is likely no one capable of suppressing you, considering your unique deck of cards. Destroyer of Worlds. It is not him. It is Kamen Rider Black RX that I am uncertain how I have offended him. But he has been pursuing me relentlessly. The key is that we are evenly matched. Even when I traverse the dimensional barrier, he finds a way to follow me. That it is now comprehensible that if the Knights of the Showa era were predominantly inept, then the singular acknowledged ineptitude of the Heisei era belongs solely to Kamen Rider RX that I in his ordinary form. His punching power is a staggering 100 tons, while his kicking power reaches 200 tons. When he transitions to his Steel Knight form, his kicking power can even soar to 400 tons, a figure that can overshadow the youthful Umezuo. His speed form is even more astonishing, boasting a jumping capability of 1,000 meters. Put this in perspective, the famous Combat King, Leo, can only manage a flying kick of the same distance. Moreover, he possesses the Emperor's Stone, rendering him naturally immortal. As long as the sun persists, so shall he. Notably, he can infinitely evolve. Should his abilities be suppressed, he can metamorphose into alternative forms to counter the threat. with such an extraordinary capacity for evolution. He has, after merely 2 transformations, vanquished all adversaries. His weapon, the Sunlight Sword, also known as the Kidney-Piercing Sword, guarantees death to whomever it strikes, with even the formidable boss succumbing to a single blow. In the realm of dimensions, as long as it is not a life-and-death battle, RX is a righteous and solitary warrior who is unlikely to strike down a fellow knight. When amain, Toshi surveyed RX wielding the Sunlight Sword. Cleaving the air around him, he mused that perhaps RX would not turn his blade against him in the annals of history. Renowned warriors have fought valiantly, the White Horse and Silver Lance against 10,000 troops. Since ancient times, a hero has risen to support the faltering. The name of General Zhao Zilong is indeed well known. You are acquainted with my title. I long to engage in discourse with the members of this group. However, Cao Cao is currently dispatching troops to assault my stronghold, so once I repel the enemy, I shall converse with you. With that, he exited the chat group, quite the impressive feat for one from ancient times. Even aware enough to silence the notifications, Queen of Ice is death. You shall not disregard this queen, you despicable wretches. Shinigami Elementary student. This individual seems rather irate. After reviewing her experiences, I can comprehend some aspects of her temperament. Tony Stark, group status diminished by 1. I am unsure about the rest of you, but I certainly cannot contend with her. Fire Fist Ace, do you have confidence? Fire Fist Ace, not all. I am highly unlikely to be her match. Our attributes counter one another, yet it appears her strength surpasses mine. Indeed, from Gu Qingfeng's perspective, Ace is no match for his death, who was indoctrinated from childhood with the belief that the weak perish while the strong survive. In her formative years, she independently hunted dangerous species, embodying a true warrior spirit, whereas Ace falls short in comparison. Queen of Ice is death. You cannot fathom my power. I seek a formidable ally. I am eager to witness the strength of the administrator. Do you wish to join the fray? Upon inspection, your strength appears commendable, yet you still do not match my capabilities, seeking a strong ally. As for me, I shall refrain, for it would be unwise to engage you. Perhaps you could challenge Ban Yi and the others instead. Tony Stark, soaring through the air in his iron suit, internally exclaimed, "Speak up! Speak up!" Another daredevil has joined the group. Yun Yao is easy to provoke. Her amiable nature ensures she won't hold a grudge. But the big shots are another story that I hope this new member articulates what they have long wished to express. This death did not disappoint Tony's expectations. Uttering those words, "Then come, accompany me in battle. All members' basic information is available in the group, except for you, the administrator. If she does not engage, then it falls to you, the book-loving ghoul, Queen of Ice is death. Sister, do not provoke the big brother. You cannot defeat him. Queen of Ice is death. As a grand general of the Empire, how could there be anyone stronger than I? In my view, he is merely a facade of strength. Too timid to share his battle recordings in the group chat. He is likely just a weakling. The chat group announced a new mission. Member White Horse and Silver Lance is in peril. The task requires the completion of military operations by this member. Note, this task's rating will not be determined by duration. The reward for completing the task is 500 points, with a limit of 3 group members. The difficulty level is rated at 8. Queen of Ice is death. I accept the task. Dimension strongest. I accept the task. The 3rd slot remained unclaimed for a considerable time. Typically, members would vie for tasks. Seeking a strong ally. Why is no one taking the task today? Is it reserved for me? Dimension strongest. Your shield is nearly depleted. You urgently require points to exchange for abilities. Come, let me help you earn some points. Everyone is willing to offer you this opportunity, so accept it. This tacit understanding among the members was clear. Yin Yao enjoyed a good rapport within the group, having aided many through her foresight. Now that she was in distress, none objected to granting her the easily attainable points. Yin Yao was so moved she nearly wept. These were not mere vegetables, but points that could be exchanged for formidable abilities. She had not anticipated the final slot would indeed be reserved for her. The members were genuinely kind-hearted, seeking a strong ally. Thank you all. Once I grow stronger, I shall find a way to help everyone earn more points. Tony Stark, such words are unnecessary. No matter how strong you become, you cannot rival the big shots. If you wish to secure an easy victory, seek assistance from them. Yun Yao's heartfelt words had initially fostered a pleasant atmosphere in the group. But Tony's remark abruptly extinguished it. There was no room for rebuttal. His statement held undeniable truth, seeking a strong ally. Tony Stark, can I defeat you? Tony Stark, your shield is already diminished. I need not don my iron suit to contend with you. You stand no chance. Fire Fist Ace. Shall I take my leave then? Tony Stark felt yet again the advantages of women, particularly a beautiful one. Yun Yao, after all, had a boyfriend, and he himself could not best Ace. Dimension's strongest. Enough jesting. Let us depart and discern what has transpired with Zhao Yun. The three journeyed to the era of the Three Kingdoms. Yet Gu Qingfeng was not well versed in this period. Observing the earthen houses below and the towering city walls, he was uncertain of their location. Who are you? How did you arrive on the city walls? A group of soldiers clad in tattered armor approached. Their eyes filled with trepidation. They had been cowed by Cao Cao's generals, fearing that the suddenly appearing trio might also be Cao Cao's elite. Isn't that the few from the group? How did you come to my vicinity? Zhao Yun, donned in silver-white armor and wielding a gleaming lance, was patrolling the city walls and immediately recognized the identities of Gu Qingfeng and his companions. The avatars in the group were unmistakable. Allowing for easy recognition, Yun Yao gazed in astonishment at Zhao Yun, noting the stark difference between the reality of him and his photographs. Zhao Yun's appearance was strikingly handsome, the kind that grows more attractive the longer one gazes. Clad in white ancient armor, he stood tall and straight, exuding a sharpness akin to a lance. Yu Qingfeng, equally intrigued, regarded Zhao Yun, the living embodiment of Changshan Zhao Zilong. While the debate over whether Zhao Yun was the strongest warrior of the Three Kingdoms might be contentious, his popularity undoubtedly ranks among the top three to a man of both intellect and martial prowess. He balanced composure with decisiveness. General Zhao, I have long admired your esteemed name. The battle-hardened Zhao Yun instinctively tensed upon seeing Gu Qingfeng. Very powerful, exceedingly strong, beyond description. This was the first impression Gu Qingfeng left on him. Despite doing nothing more than smiling at him, Zhao Yun's instincts as a warrior heightened his anxiety. Even when facing Elbu in the past, he had never felt such pressure. Zhao Yun's apprehensive gaze snapped Gu Qingfeng back to reality. Arriving at an ancient battlefield for the first time, he could not suppress his excitement, inadvertently revealing a trace of his aura. As he reigned in his imposing presence, the soldiers sensed a transformation, perceiving Gu Qingfeng as a mere ordinary individual rather than a ferocious beast. Administrator, how did you come to be here? Zhao Yun marveled at the possibility of traversing different timelines. Could it be that he had come to assist him? Isdeth surveyed the thousands of Cao troops across the city gate, a slight smile gracing her lips as she raised her head high. It is merely your inadequacy. A mere few thousand cannot be managed. Had I been in your position, I would have slain them all by now. As she spoke, she leaped from the city wall, and with a powerful push from her legs, she intended to vanquish the Cao army single-handedly. Zhao Yun stared in disbelief. The city's walls towered over 5 zhang, and yet she leaped down without a scratch. Was she even human? However, the moment Isdisu exerted herself, the scenery before her shifted, and she found herself back atop the city wall. Was it you two who did this, to bring me back without my notice? The strength of the administrator is indeed something to be anticipated. She mused, her gaze fixated on Yun Yao and Gu Qingfeng, regarding them as prey. She had never encountered such a situation. Not only was she caught off guard, but few could even approach her. Yun Yao shook her head, denying her involvement and readily casting Gu Qingfeng under the bus, feeling powerless against Isdisu. The best way to deal with a martial fanatic was to defeat her. Yet Yun Yao was not a fighter, and Isdisu's protective shield was exceedingly formidable. Any attempt to engage would result in her own demise. It was best to let Gu Qingfeng handle it. Over time, she had come to realize that Gu Qingfeng was unlike the formidable figure she had imagined. He was kind and attentive to his companions, no longer fearful of provoking Isdisu and facing retribution. Isdisu's gaze shifted from Yun Yao. She had suspected Gu Qingfeng's involvement, as it wasn't only Zhao Yun who felt the pressure. When Gu Qingfeng released his aura, she too felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Do not be hasty to engage. We are all civilized beings, and violence is hardly the answer. You must have seen the exchange shop in our group. If you wish to earn more points to redeem items, then do not rush into battle. Gu Qingfeng explained calmly, sensing Aisdisu's intention to strike that it was absurd. Had he not brought her back, allowing Aisdisu to act would have resulted in calamity. She could freeze thousands with a single icy spear. And this was not a mission like those in the past. He would strive to minimize casualties while fulfilling his objective. Aisdisu remained silent, gripping her knight's sword tightly. The sword was her response. As the weak had no right to retort that AS for points, she was indifferent. Having just joined the group, she was still skeptical about everything and would not allow an imaginary reward to deter her from facing this once-in-a-lifetime opponent. An inexplicable, immense pressure descended, tearing the clouds and the sky apart and causing the city walls to tremble. Aisdisu felt her body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her fists clenched tightly as she half-squatted, struggling to maintain her stance against the overwhelming force. Yet her legs trembled uncontrollably, and the walls beneath her feet cracked under her weight, her hair becoming disheveled. Despite exerting all her strength, she could not escape this oppressive aura. Rather, it seemed to intensify. Within a minute, Aisdisu's hair felt burdened, and just as she was about to succumb to unconsciousness, the pressure dissipated entirely. I do not wish to harm you. After this mission, we can spar if time allows. But for now, refrain from any rash actions and follow my commands, Gu Qingfeng declared, retracting his overwhelming aura, knowing Aisdisu might not comply willingly. Aisdisu felt as though she had been submerged in water. Having resisted, Gu Qingfeng's aura for only a minute left her feeling drained. Truly, the administrator possessed formidable power, able to reduce her to this state without lifting a finger. Rather than fear, excitement surged within her. She had been invincible for too long and yearned for an opponent who could push her to unleash her full potential. Very well, I can reluctantly cooperate with you, but you are not permitted to command me. She agreed that Gu Qingfeng's might earned her respect, yet her pride forbade anyone from issuing orders to her. This was her bottom line. What plans does General Zilong have at present? Did your strategist foresee the advance of the Chao army? Gu Qingfeng inquired, acknowledging Aisdisu's conditions while turning to Zhao Yun for their battle strategy. Zhao Yun was taken aback. He had never considered that someone could alter the very clouds with their own strength. The notion of traversing the cosmos indeed astonished him. But as a man of antiquity, his understanding of the world was limited, let alone that of the universe. He was aware that traversing was impressive, but knew not the specifics. The earth quaking and the sky splitting were sights that truly unnerved him. In his eyes, such feats could only be accomplished by divine beings, yet Gu Qingfeng had achieved it. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's question, Zhao Yun gazed at him, bewildered, before finally responding, the strategist is currently within the city. Even if he possesses unparalleled wisdom, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Without soldiers at his disposal, the strategist finds himself in a predicament. Gu Qingfeng had not anticipated that the one to earn Zhao Yun's admiration would be none other than Zhuge Liang. The illustrious strategist, to think he was within this very city, was a delightful surprise. Who would not wish to witness the legendary genius of the Three Kingdoms? The renowned crouching dragon, Zhuge Kongming, was said to possess extraordinary foresight and strategic brilliance. Gu Qingfeng wondered if he truly lived up to his historical reputation. May I meet him? I have heard much of Zhuge's name. Today, I must seize the opportunity to meet him, Gu Qingfeng requested. Zhao Yun hesitated, caught in the throes of war with Wei, making it difficult for him to suppress his doubts that he believed in Gu Qingfeng. His intuition told him that Gu Qingfeng was a good person here to aid him. Yet, should something go awry with the strategist, he feared he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Very well, I shall inform the strategist. I will do my utmost to persuade him to meet with you. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and agreed. If Gu Qingfeng intended to harm the strategist, no one could stop him. He need not go through such elaborate means. With his strength, even all the troops in the city combined might not be able to best him. That I appreciate it. Generals alone, I await your good news that I shall do my best, Zhao Yun replied, hastily descending the city wall to report to Zhuge Liang, leaving Gu Qingfeng and the others behind. Before departing, he cautioned the soldiers who had witnessed everything to refrain from speaking of the matter outside. Gu Qingfeng's earlier actions had been so terrifying that both the Chao and Han armies were led to believe they had encountered some calamity. Chaos reigned in both camps. The soldiers present had seen it all. Failing to warn Zhao Yun could result in them unwittingly offending Gu Qingfeng. Why not simply seek him out instead of waiting for his news? How could a mere strategist command the attention of the king? Aistisu had never been treated this way. Even the emperor of her world had shown her respect. Jiyu Qingfeng merely smiled in silence as Yun Yao, breaking her usual demeanor, spoke up. Are you perhaps also from Earth? Could we both be traversers from the same place? As she posed this question, her heart raced. She had long suspected Gu Qingfeng was also from Earth. However, every time she thought of his unmatched prowess, she reassured herself. It was impossible. How could anyone be so fortunate? With her own lackluster beginnings, Gu Qingfeng had not only traversed as a highly esteemed figure, but also possessed extraordinary strength. There was no reason for her, a superlative beauty of the universe, to be so unfortunate. Thus, she continued to console herself. Yet, Gu Qingfeng's recent statements shattered her calm. He knew more about Zhao Zilong than any modern person. Not to mention Zhuge Kongming. Was he not a modern individual? Even if Gu Qingfeng was putting on a facade, Yin Yao, as a woman, discerned the admiration hidden within Gu Qingfeng's gaze when he looked at Zhao Yun. It was the look of someone gazing upon an idol. How could someone who could obliterate stars revere a mere mortal warrior? Was this reality? And why was he suddenly averse to violence here, when he had committed so many acts of slaughter elsewhere? All these thoughts converged, leading Yin Yao to doubt her previous beliefs about Gu Qingfeng not being a modern person. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded readily, not denying his status as a traverser. Yin Yao tentatively asked, Would you care for a cigarette? Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile. It must be Huazi. If I smoke anything else, I'll start coughing. Yin Yao sat dazed on the ground, once again questioning the meaning of life. This was what it truly meant to traverse worlds. She was clearly a child of his stepmother. You should count your blessings, in your journey. You have a chat group and have encountered wonderful companions. If the first member to join was someone like Danzo or Blackbeard, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Jiyu Qingfeng's words were blunt, yet they held a kernel of truth. If such individuals were to join the chat, traversing different universes, they would undoubtedly eliminate Yun Yao first to seize her position as an administrator, driven by ruthless ambition at any cost. Yun Yao contemplated this and realized it was indeed a possibility. Initially, her journey had been rather uneventful, but with Gu Qingfeng's arrival, the mutual assistance feature had been activated, and with Ace by her side, her life felt as though it had been enhanced with cheat codes. The members of the group never looked down on her due to her lack of strength. Reflecting on her relationship with Gu Qingfeng, a sudden thought struck Yin Yao. Were they truly the only two who had traversed worlds? Big shot. Do you think there might be other travelers as well? It can't possibly be just the two of us. This was a question Gu Qingfeng had not considered. He was indifferent to such matters. Simply put, it was irrelevant to him. Why bother worrying about it? I don't know, perhaps there are others, or perhaps there are not. Who can say for sure? Yin Yao shook her head, dismissing her fanciful thoughts. Even if there were others, it wasn't something she needed to concern herself with. Then, big shot, do you have a way to return Earth? I miss my mom and dad, that I wonder how they're doing now. The tears in the young girl's eyes stirred Gu Qingfeng's sympathy. I traverse from Earth, but whether we exist in the same timeline remains uncertain. Once this task is complete, I will take you back to sea. The big shot could already return home, but he was right. Even if it was Earth, there could be other parallel dimensions, not necessarily her homeland. Nevertheless, there was at least a glimmer of hope, and Yun Yao felt content. Otherwise, she would have no idea when she would return home. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer, and the dashing Zhao Zilong rode in on a white horse, shouting from several dozen meters away. Administrator, the strategist has agreed to meet you. Let us go, to witness the legendary Mr. Wulong, who devoted himself entirely for the Han dynasty. Jiyu Qingfeng led the way, with Yun Yao and Isdeth following closely behind. Zhao Yun dismounted and walked alongside them. Reporting, General Zilong has brought 3 strangers and requests an audience with the strategist. Dressed in scholarly attire, Zhuge Liang sat at the head of a table. Waving his feather fan to invite them in, he was curious about the esteemed individuals Zhao Yun spoke of. For Zhao Yun, who was loyal and unmatched in bravery, was the general he admired and trusted the most among Liu Bei's commanders. Strategist. These three are esteemed individuals from another realm, possessing extraordinary talents, Zhao Yun said as they entered Zhuge Liang's modest courtyard. Upon seeing them, Zhuge Liang's calm demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. You have traveled from afar. I am Zhuge Kongming, strategist under Liu Bei, and I wonder what brings you here. Though he spoke courteously, Zhuge Liang's gaze often lingered on Gu Qingfeng, a man he found difficult to read. Gu Qingfeng briefly explained their purpose, echoing Zhao Yun's words and falsely claiming they were travelers from another realm. Zhao Yun had intended to speak the truth, but the chat group would not allow such secrets to be easily divulged. Members were forbidden from discussing anything about the chat group, and he had no choice but to go along with the pretense. May I inquire what brings you here, since you are friends of Zilong? I shall not refuse any assistance I can provide, Zhuge Liang said sincerely. Gu Qingfeng, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, understood that Zhuge Liang was far too astute. If he detected any flaws, it would not bode well. So he proceeded directly to the matter at hand, that I wish to ask if the strategist has any strategies to defeat the enemy, and whether we three might be of assistance. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was pleased. With Gu Qingfeng's abilities, he could easily match the strength of 50,000 troops. His death also appeared formidable, exuding an aura of a transcendent warrior. With the two of them, how could one worry about the Chao army's defeat? Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment, gently shaking his fan, that I have a strategy that could avoid direct confrontation with the Chao army, but General Guan's pride may make it difficult to persuade him. Oh, what is this strategy? Might you share it with us? Gu Qingfeng asked, intrigued. The Chao army outside outnumbered them several times. What cunning plan could Zhuge Liang possess? Haha, the secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. The timing is not yet right. Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly. Even as Zilong's friend, he could not divulge his strategies to outsiders. The Gu Qingfeng understood his concerns, but felt helpless to prove his genuine intentions to assist them. Perhaps I should brew some tea first. We still have time before the military meeting in an hour to discuss this matter. Time waits for no one. In times of war, every second counts. How can you still indulge in tea? Isteth could no longer restrain herself. Initially, she had thought highly of Zhuge Liang based on Gu Qingfeng's praises, but meeting him in person, he struck her as a weak scholar. How could such a person lead soldiers to victory in battle? Mr. Zhuge is different from you. He is a strategist and does not need to charge in a battle. Victory in war relies on intellect. And the ability to win against stronger foes is what defines an exceptional strategist, not brute strength like ours. Gu Qingfeng gestured for her to remain silent. This was ancient warfare. There were no flashy spells or supernatural powers. Only the bloodshed of soldiers and the life and death struggles of generals. Even the mighty El Bu, the strongest warrior of the three kingdoms, could not defeat 50,000 troops with just 10,000 men. If he were ambushed, he could escape, but he could not single-handedly turn the tide of an entire army's defeat. Victory in battle relies on strategy and the assessment of the situation on both sides. Isteth scoffed, the strong survive and the weak perish. It is as simple as that. I don't believe in such nonsense as strategy. After a few cups of tea, Gu Qingfeng posed a lingering question. Mr. Zhuge, in your view, what is the state of the world, and is the restoration of the Han dynasty truly an act against heaven? Zhuge Liang smiled calmly, responding with a question of his own. What is heaven? Is not the emperor himself heaven? We are merely fulfilling the heavenly mandate to establish the emperor. How can one speak of acting against heaven? The calmness with which Zhuge Liang handled matters, unflinching in the face of countless difficulties, was a grace Gu Qingfeng could never hope to possess. Liu Bei was indeed a charismatic ruler. Men like Mr. Zhuge and Zilong willingly fought for him. A talent like you, Mr. Zhuge, if you could serve under our lord, the restoration of the Han would be imminent. Although they were meeting for the first time, lacking the bond of a chat group like Zhao Yun, and not having witnessed Gu Qingfeng's prowess firsthand, Zhuge Liang could still discern his strength. When discussing the Chao army, Gu Qingfeng's composed demeanor revealed he did not regard tens of thousands of troops as a threat. You jest. I will not interfere in your struggles. I am merely a passerby who happened to assist General Zilong in his time of need. Once this conflict concludes, I shall take my leave. Gu Qingfeng did not wish to intervene in historical events. What has occurred will recur, and what has been done will be done again. The wheels of history roll ever forward. Zhao Yun's membership in the chat group had already destined history to change without his active involvement. Gu Qingfeng remained non-committal, and Zhuge Liang did not press further. While waiting for the military meeting, Gu Qingfeng posed numerous questions, and Zhuge Liang answered all without reservation. Point 1 was the unparalleled strongest individual, while the other was among the rare talents in 5,000 years of Chinese history, excelling in military, governance, and agriculture. The two felt a mutual respect for one another, and Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh at Zhuge Liang's future. Alas, how tragic that heaven did not aid him. Ultimately, as this was a military conference convened by Liu Bei's faction, Gu Qingfeng felt it inappropriate to participate directly. Instead, he led Yin Yao and Estes to retreat to the courtyard behind, where they waited. Utilizing his abilities, he projected the proceedings of the conference through a mirror-like reflection, allowing the three of them to observe together. Point 1 by 1. The generals attending the meeting arrived, but it was a tall and imposing figure. A man of more than 8 feet in height with a complexion like dark dates, who drew Gu Qingfeng's keen attention. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding a heroic aura that projected an image of pride and arrogance. Without the need for others to inform him, Gu Qingfeng recognized this to be the martial sage, Guan Yu, known as Guan Yinchang. Uncertain of the strategist's brilliant plans to repel the enemy, he reflected on his responsibility to uphold his elder brother's trust in safeguarding the city. Should no astute strategy emerge, he would resolutely fight to the death. At this juncture, Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang were not yet well acquainted. Their interactions were still tinged with pride. Zhuge Liang, gently fanning himself, explained in a calm yet deliberate manner. However, we possess only several thousand troops, while the Chao army outnumbers us tenfold. Even with our utmost efforts in battle, the prospect of victory is bleak. I have a plan that could leave the Chao army bereft of both soldiers and resources. Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering whether he had underestimated this scholar. Speak plainly, strategist. There is no need for circumlocution. What is your stratagem? Abandon the city and withdraw, Zhuge Liang proposed. However, I shall not allow the Chao army to seize the city easily. He proceeded to lay out his plan in detail, suggesting a complete retreat to Su province, employing fire tactics to ensure that the Chao army would gain neither the city nor the lives of our soldiers. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu erupted in laughter, his gaze towards Zhuge Liang filled with disdain. To abandon the city and flee would betray my elder brother's trust in me. Furthermore, with the terrain outside being flat, how could our forces escape the pursuit of the Chao army? This Zhuge Liang, after all, is not as formidable as I had hoped. It seems he is merely a name-seeking individual, despite my elder brother's efforts to invite him to strategize. Yet, should the city be filled with heaps of straw, igniting it when the bulk of the Chao army enters would certainly inflict heavy losses upon them, preventing them from capturing our stronghold. Zhuge Liang was confident in his plan, believing that the Chao army would be unable to discern his intentions. Presently, they were in an absolute disadvantage, perfectly aligning with the conditions for a strategic retreat. Eager to pursue Guan Yu and his companions, Cao Cao would likely lack the time for thorough reconnaissance of the city, relegating only a small force to occupy it while leading the majority in pursuit. However, this would spell certain death for the soldiers tasked with the arson, and Guan Yu pondered, what then? Should we simply sit idly by and await our demise? It is not that I underestimate you. A mere tens of thousands of Chao soldiers cannot possibly threaten Guan Yu, but the strategist may not be so fortunate. Guan Yu remained unconvinced. Perhaps setting the city ablaze was indeed a valid tactic. Yet this stronghold was merely a border outpost devoid of civilians. Burning it would be inconsequential. Nevertheless, Cao Cao had brought his elite cavalry, while our forces consisted mostly of infantry. How could they outrun the Chao army? Zhuge Liang, remaining unperturbed, calmly explained, Fear not. I shall secretly deploy 100,000 troops in ambush. Cao Cao, being inherently suspicious, will surely refrain from pursuing us. Guan Yu's contempt intensified. He was more acutely aware of his own troop numbers than Zhuge Liang could fathom. Even counting the baggage troops, they would not exceed 5,000. The reinforcement from his elder brother would not arrive for at least 7 days. Where then could this 100,000 ambushers be sourced? If we had such a force, why abandon the city? We could easily repel the Chao army or even annihilate them. Where do these 100,000 soldiers come from? Strategists, do not boast so grandly. It would lead to our downfall. Zhuge Liang's face revealed a hint of hesitation. There were certain matters that were not appropriate for him to articulate himself, so he turned to Zhao Yun. Having known Guan Yu for many years, Zhao Yun was considered brother, and he felt free to speak without excessive caution. Brother Yun Chang, what our Lord currently lacks is soldiers that we cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition against Cao Cao. Retreating is indeed the most prudent course of action. Cao Cao has seized a majority of the Han Dynasty's territories, commanding a population nearing 10 million, and he thrives in protracted conflicts. Liu Bei, on the other hand, governs merely 2 provinces, and even that is only a fraction of the land. Such considerations were not lost on the battle-hardened Guan Yu, who retained an air of pride. Apart from a select few like Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, he regarded other heroes as mere pretenders. How could he allow himself to appear cowardly simply due to inferior numbers, since Brother Zilong has expressed such sentiments? Let us adhere to the strategist's arrangements. With Zhao Yun advocating for Zhuge Liang's strategy, Guan Yu found a way to acquiesce. After all, no one desires death, not even the valiant Guan Eryi. In life, one must either seek fame or fortune. Should he know of an insurmountable defeat yet refuse to heed the counsel of others, history would regard him as a mere braggart lacking in strategy. Before Guan Yu could respond, another strategist interjected. Pray tell, from whence does the strategist's 100,000 troops come, and where will they be ambushed? We seek clarity in an hour. We shall charge forth. As for the ambush, it is a secret that cannot be disclosed. Zhuge Liang intended to keep the truth concealed, for discretion was paramount. Leaking information could prove detrimental. Some soldiers sighed, harboring little hope for the mission. The area was swarming with Cao troops, and with over 20 formidable generals encircling them, breaking free from the siege would be no simple feat. Guan Yu shot a glance at one of the disheartened soldiers, retorting impatiently, "How can we bolster their confidence while diminishing our own? In my view, they are mere pretenders, unworthy of mention. Should they dare obstruct my path, I shall cleave them in 2. Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, pointing at the soldier, with General Yun Chang leading the charge. Who could possibly impede our escape? The heroes of the world tremble at the name of Brother Yun Chang. This flattery softened Guan Yu's demeanor toward Zhuge Liang. He realized the strategist was not entirely detestable. The friction between them stemmed from Zhuge Liang's enigmatic air and his tendency to operate from the shadows, leaving Guan Yu feeling excluded. This air of superiority only incited Estes to grip her sword tightly, harboring the impulse to lash out. Ultimately, after much discussion, Zhuge Liang struck the gavel. In 1 hour, the city gates would be flung open, with Guan Yu leading the charge through the eastern gate, followed by Zhao Yun at the rear. The Cao army, having traveled day and night, would be ill-prepared to set traps, making this the opportune moment to strike while their forces were fatigued. Estes cast a disgruntled glance at Gu Qingfeng. What shall we do? Their military operation is merely a retreat. It appears we will not be needed, and this time, our efforts may go unrewarded. Yun Yao mirrored her confusion, looking at Gu Qingfeng in the past. During missions, he had always been eager to act. Even though this was a conflict among allies, he seemed unusually indifferent. Yu Qingfeng shook his head, uncertain of the current situation. According to Zhuge Liang's strategy, this endeavor would not merely be a defeat. Rather, it could serve to dampen the Cao army's morale. Though the city was indeed a border stronghold, a conflagration would render it uninhabitable for garrisoning troops. Yet, he could not fathom where Zhuge Liang would summon 100,000 soldiers from. Having surveyed the surrounding area for 100 miles, he sensed no hidden forces. There's no need to rush. There will be ample opportunities for future missions that we can regard this as an experience to accumulate knowledge for similar tasks ahead. Yu Qingfeng had no better course of action, and for the time being, he could only proceed cautiously. The system had not provided a precise mission, merely instructing him to assist Zhao Yun in completing a military task. Was it truly to facilitate their retreat? Estes had never engaged in such a conflict before. In the past, she would have drawn her sword and charged in. Yet she was a person of principles. Having promised Gu Qingfeng, she would refrain from acting impulsively and would instead wait quietly. Who are you? Guan Yu. brimming with irritation, stepped out to find Gu Qingfeng and the others conversing nearby. His eyes widened, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Zhao Yun followed closely behind, interjecting to mediate. Brother Yin Chong, these three individuals are my friends, each possessing martial prowess that rivals my own. They have come specifically to assist us. Relieved, Guan Yu found this explanation satisfactory. It made sense that outsiders would not intrude upon a military conference. So they are friends of Zilong, very well, but it is best that women do not venture onto the battlefield. He uttered a few hasty words before swiftly leading his companions away, for he still needed to meticulously strategize the breakout. Zhao Yun clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to the others, stating, "We are about to break through. Will you accompany me, or do you have other plans?" Gu Qingfeng merely mentioned that he and his two companions would retreat alongside the main forces, yet they would strive to minimize their involvement in the conflict, as he did not wish to disrupt the equilibrium of the local powers in this realm. An hour later, a grand procession of thousands surged forth, breaking through the city gates towards the east, catching Cao Cao off guard with Zhuge Liang's decisive action. Having encircled the city with his forces, he found it astonishing that Zhuge Liang would so resolutely abandon the city. However, after a moment's reflection, Cao Cao burst into laughter. The strategists beneath him were perplexed. If Zhuge Liang was fleeing, why was Cao Cao still amused? "My lord, what brings you such mirth?" "I find humor in Zhuge Liang's lack of cunning. The Shu army, in its cowardice, flees without a fight. They truly believe they can outrun my fierce cavalry." He commanded the entire army to pursue, ordering that 20,000 troops be sent into the city to secure its defenses. Such an easy abandonment of the city raises suspicions, does it not, my lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They number merely 5,000 and are surrounded on all sides. What trickery could they possibly employ, unless their forces descended from the heavens? With Cao Cao's orders dispatched, his troops began to mobilize rapidly, assigning Eugene to seize control of the city, while Cao Cao personally led the chase after Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, on Zhuge Liang's side, Guan Yu charged forth, a force of nature, striking down all who opposed him. The troops east of the city fell under the command of Xiahou En, who, having witnessed Guan Yu's prowess, dared not confront him directly, instead dispatching subordinates to impede his advance. Guan Yu easily broke through the encirclement, and the main force surged forth without hindrance. Everything unfolded as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. Dusk approached, and the light waned, obstructing the vision of Cao Cao's forces, who failed to notice the concealed brushwood that had been laid in ambush. Indeed, Cao Cao's men fell victim to the trap. The hidden soldiers left within the city ignited a great fire that consumed much of it, taking the lives of over 10,000 of Cao Cao's troops. After retreating several miles, Zhuge Liang ordered the main army to proceed, while leaving Zhao Yun and several trusted soldiers behind, instructing them to arrange stones into various shapes. Half an hour later, a faint mist enveloped the area, and upon witnessing this, Zhuge Liang was taken aback, gazing skyward to assess the celestial signs. My lord, what troubles you? This is the first time I have seen you so flustered. One of his aides remarked. "I do not know. I cannot fathom the purpose of these stones," the soldiers whispered among themselves. While Zhao Yun observed Zhuge Liang with curiosity, Yu Qingfeng and his two companions remained, eager to discern the origin of this so-called army of 100,000 upon seeing the scattered stones. Gu Qingfeng suddenly recalled the tale of Liu Bei's assault on Wu, where Lu Xun's fire engulfed the camps, leading to a chaotic retreat. Zhuge Liang's formation, the Bagua Array, would sever Lu Xun's pursuing forces, rendering them unable to continue their chase. Even one as composed as Zhuge Liang trembled slightly, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? I observed the heavens last night. A thick fog was to arise today, coupled with my illusionary formation to deter Cao Cao from pursuing. Why has there been such a drastic change in the celestial signs?" Zhuge Liang had not disclosed his plans to anyone in advance, not even to Zhao Yun. My lord, can a mere illusionary formation truly hinder Cao Cao's army? This illusionary formation, having undergone my enhancements, can ensnare the enemy in fog, rendering them disoriented and unable to escape for a brief period. However, Relying solely on the formation will not intimidate Cao Cao. We require the favor of the heavens. How could such a significant alteration in the celestial signs occur? Without the fog, I fear that in less than half an hour, the Cao army will break through our formation. Zhuge Liang sighed deeply, lamenting, "Heaven favors Cao, not Han.G." Yu Qingfeng scratched his head awkwardly, speculating that it might be his fault, in an attempt to intimidate his death. He must have inadvertently altered the cloud formations. The clouds that should have appeared were displaced by his own fury. Could it be related to the recent earthquake? Today's weather is indeed unusual. And the earthquake was beyond my anticipation. Prior to the earthquake, there were no signs of unusual phenomena, such as abnormal ground behavior or disturbances in animal behavior. The quake struck suddenly and ceased within 2 minutes. Zhuge Liang had never encountered such a situation and merely regarded it as an anomaly. Additionally, just moments later, Zhao Yun mentioned that someone wished to see him, leaving no time for further contemplation. In retrospect, the two occurrences might indeed be interconnected. The coincidence was striking. Yu Qingfeng felt it was time to step forward. This was his moment to shine. "You lot, scatter. Allow me to single-handedly vanquish the enemy forces." As he took a step forward, his death spoke first, her tone icy and merciless. Zhuge Liang cast a surprised glance at her. He had sensed from their initial meeting that this woman was not one to be trifled with. The disdainful glimmer in her gaze was reminiscent of Guan Yu's, a manifestation of absolute confidence in her own strength. Yet, there was no precedent for female generals in this world, and with her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Qiao, such a figure could not remain in obscurity. Yu Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yun beside him, a contemplative expression passing over his face. "My lord, I can provide you with 5,000 soldiers. How confident are you in holding back Cao Cao's army?" Half an hour later, Cao Cao's forces arrived at the valley, surrounded by mist that severely limited visibility. Cao Cao furrowed his brow, wary of potential treachery, and was about to scrutinize the formation when a voice echoed from the mountain's peak. "Cao Cao, as a minister of Han, how dare you take the emperor hostage to command the lords and commit such treasonous acts?" Dressed in white scholar's garb, Zhuge Liang stood prominently on the mountainside, a charming maiden at his side, gazing down upon Cao Cao's forces. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao erupted with laughter. "Zhuge Liang, you dare not flee? Do you truly believe that your 5,000 soldiers can withstand my army? Even with Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, what does it matter?" Zhuge Liang maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of confidence as he regarded Cao Cao's vast army with indifference. "For a traitor like you, with a mere wave of my feather fan, I shall reduce you to ashes." Cao Cao's laughter grew louder. "Your 5,000 troops cannot defeat me. I could write my name backward and still prevail." His mirth was infectious, and he laughed uproariously, certain that this encounter would be a straightforward clash devoid of strategy. Regardless of Zhuge Liang's numerous talents, without water, fire, or geographical advantages, even his mastery of formations could not overcome an army that outnumbered him by more than tenfold. "Kill!" Zhuge Liang commanded, and 5,000 troops surged forth, charging toward the Cao army, mere hundreds of meters away. "Have you surrendered? Are you sending them to their deaths without a care?" In battle, one typically exercises caution, fearing excessive losses that would harm your lord's foundation. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, his spirits lifted, unable to resist, adding, "This is the easiest battle I have ever fought. I have never encountered such a straightforward campaign. This time, I shall certainly slay you beneath my horse." Cao Cao roared with laughter. "You amuse me greatly." Suddenly, a keen-eyed soldier spotted the approaching 5,000 Shu soldiers, each mounted on white steeds. "My lord, 5,000 cavalry are formidable. We should deploy the tiger and leopard cavalry to charge ahead and send a large contingent to encircle them. One strategist proposed a suggestion, but Cao Cao swiftly rejected it. Dissenting. You expect my 80,000 troops to be mobilized for a mere 5,000 cavalry? Do you believe they can stand against 10 men each? We shall send half of our forces to charge, while the remainder will serve as reinforcements." Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan once more, issuing a loud command: "Divide into 50 units and encircle the Cao army. Seize Cao Cao's head." Cao Cao was taken aback, as were his strategists and generals. 5,000 cavalry surrounding 80,000 troops. Had Zhuge Liang lost his mind, or had they misheard? 5,000 encircling 80,000. Zhuge Liang must be mad. Did he perceive his 5,000 cavalry as 1,000,000 soldiers to issue such a command? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Chao's army, dismount and surrender. Zhao Yun, clad in white robes, led the charge, his gleaming silver spear radiating a chilling brilliance. Our lord is Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun has arrived. And what of Zhao Yun? I have 80,000 troops. Standing still, I shall let him strike as he pleases. He cannot slay them all. Cao Cao held no regard for him. He deeply admired the martial prowess and unwavering loyalty of Zhao Yun. Yet he was unperturbed, confident in the presence of his fierce general Su Chu and the steadfast Eugene. Surely, his renowned generals could not be bested by a single Zhao Yun and My Lord. It appears that these 5,000 cavalrymen are all Zhao Zilong, remarked a strategist, trembling as he pointed at the 100 horsemen charging forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Have you been drinking? If Liu Bei had 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, the world would have long been his, leaving no place for us to stand. Cao Cao looked up, observing that the distance between the two armies had shrunk to a mere 100 meters. The archers of the Cao army unleashed a hail of arrows, attempting to thwart the advance of the Shu forces. However, the unfavorable terrain allowed the Shu troops to charge downhill, significantly diminishing the arrows' lethality, and not a single soldier fell from their mounts, clad in white steeds and wielding silver spears. The Shu soldiers were strikingly handsome and agile. Upon closer inspection, Cao Cao noted that they all bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zilong. Cao Cao was taken aback. Zhao Yun had once infiltrated his army alone and had escaped with the dough unscathed. Ever since the demise of El Bu, such a warrior had not graced the land. Although this was partly due to his initial command for his soldiers to refrain from killing, he later realized that capturing Zhao Yun was futile and ordered them to disregard his fate. Yet, Zhao Yun managed to escape, a testament to his unparalleled martial skills. Following this battle, Zhao Yun's fame surged, and Cao Cao found himself increasingly fond of him. Even if their appearances were identical, it was impossible for so many individuals to exist. There simply could not be that many Zhao Zilongs in the world. That it was inconceivable, utterly impossible. There must be an illusion conjured by Zhuge Liang as formations. Charge, all troops. These 5,000 men were the creation of Gu Qingfeng. When he inquired about whether Madara possessed the shadow clone technique, Madara, in his anguish, bestowed it upon Gu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng sought to compensate him with some points, but Madara vehemently refused. Were it not for the points given by Gu Qingfeng, he would have taken much longer than a month to revive. Chakra and Qi are merely forms of energy, and Gu Qingfeng effortlessly deduced the application model of Qi by harnessing his own Qi. He executed the shadow clone technique on Zhao Yun, producing a total of 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, who would vanish upon sustaining injury. Each of these Zhao Zilongs possessed the same combat prowess and appearance. Upon Zhuge Liang witnessing Gu Qingfeng return from a brief excursion with 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The most astonishing aspect was that each clone could match Zhao Yun in battle, rendering it impossible for Zhao Yun to defeat them without exerting himself to the utmost. Zhuge Liang thought to himself that given a few months, he could conquer the kingdoms of Wei and Wu. While the effectiveness of siege warfare might be somewhat lacking, in open field combat, this was an invincible presence. Before Zhuge Liang could ponder further, Gu Qingfeng announced that he would only lend this power for this occasion. Once the Cao army was repelled, he would reclaim it, as it was a product of the formations and could not exist indefinitely. It would be absurd to not reclaim it. 5,000 Zhao Zilongs would compel the Wu and Wei armies to surrender without resistance. And he had no desire to overreach. Everything should unfold naturally. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang was immensely satisfied. Since following Liu Bei, he had been plagued by a shortage of troops, while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were undeniably valiant. They did not heed his commands. Only Zhao Yun earned his utmost admiration for his valor and intellect, and more importantly, his compliance. Whatever Zhuge Liang instructed, Zhao Yun would dutifully execute, with no troops at his disposal. Zhuge Liang had relied solely on his brilliant strategies in battle. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout, after a lifetime of arduous battles, "Can't I enjoy a moment of respite?" After all, These were merely constructs of the formations. Should they perish, there would be no cause for concern. He could confront the enemy head-on. Cao Cao still suspected that Zhuge Liang had merely disguised his men as Zhao Yun or used the formations to create illusions to intimidate him. However, in the ensuing confrontation, the Cao army was utterly routed, each Zhao Zilong exhibiting the courage of 10,000 men, instantly turning the tide of battle in favor of the Shu forces. The Cao soldiers found themselves trapped, with no avenue for escape, and even with Su Chu and Yu Jin joining the fray, only Su Chu could barely hold his ground. Su Chu's powerful and sweeping strikes contrasted sharply with Zhao Yun's agile spearwork. Each thrust aimed directly at the vital points, his attacks relentless like a torrential storm. Yu Jin, after less than 10 exchanges, showed signs of defeat and turned his horse to retreat. Cao stood frozen in shock. Unable to respond, "My lord, flee for your life. A horde of Zhao Yuns is upon us." Yu Jin hastily retreated back into the formation, dragging Cao away without turning back, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of 5,000 Zhao Zilongs. Cao stared vacantly at Zhuge Liang on the mountainside. Even in his flight, he could not help but lament, "Kong Ming is indeed the true sleeping dragon." No wonder Liu Bei made 3 visits to his humble abode to invite him out. The Zhao Yun Legion drove the Cao forces into disarray, inflicting countless casualties, with preliminary estimates indicating that around 50,000 troops were gravely injured. However, among the named generals and strategists of the Cao army, none were slain in the chaos. The losses were primarily among the common soldiers. As Cao retreated, the Zhao Yun Legion halted, refraining from pursuit. Zhuge Liang, observing from the heights, understood that this was Gu Qingfeng's intention. The Cao army lacked anyone capable of defeating Zhao Zilong in a duel, and the absence of significant casualties among Cao's high-ranking officers suggested that Gu Qingfeng had a method to control these Zhao Yuns created by the formations. This individual appeared to be an ally rather than an enemy. Perhaps he did not wish to involve himself in worldly affairs. Zhuge Liang quickly deduced Gu Qingfeng's intentions, realizing that had he not intervened, he would likely have suffered a significant defeat. What Zhuge Liang did not anticipate was that the alteration in the celestial phenomena was also orchestrated by Gu Qingfeng. Your remarkable talent and immense favor. I shall never forget, Zhuge Liang expressed gratefully, bowing deeply to Gu Qingfeng. Startled, Gu Qingfeng hastily returned the gesture. His respect for this middle-aged man, who devoted himself tirelessly to the restoration of the Han dynasty, was genuine. "You flatter me, Master Zhuge. It is but a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning. Now that the Cao army has departed, the 3 of us should take our leave as well. Should fate allow, we may meet again in the future." Zhao Yun attempted to extend an invitation for them to visit Shuzhou. Eager to fulfill his role as a gracious host, it seemed Zhao Yun was unaware of any time constraints, prompting Gu Qingfeng to politely indicate that their time was limited. Once Zhao Yun logged back into the chat group and reviewed the task details, he would understand. Isdeth maintained her haughty demeanor, dismissing any further conversation with Zhuge Liang, while Yun Yao, in stark contrast, was one of the few female fans of the 3 kingdoms, with Zhuge Liang being her favorite character. Upon meeting Zhuge Liang, her eyes sparkled with admiration, truly a starry-eyed fan. Gazing at the tall, elegant figure of Zhuge Liang, exuding an aura of scholarly sophistication, Yun Yao grew increasingly enamored. Unable to contain her feelings at the moment of parting, she expressed her admiration for Zhuge Liang, who responded with a gentle smile, inviting her to visit him in Shuzhou whenever she had the time. Yun Yao eagerly agreed, promising to bring Isdeth along once she finished her business. As Zhuge Liang departed with Zhao Yun, they gradually disappeared from the trio's view. "Now that they are gone, can we finally begin? Let me witness your full strength," Isdeth declared, her battle spirit surging as she turned to Gu Qingfeng. Flames of excitement flickering in her eyes. The creation of 5,000 Zhao Yuns had indeed astonished her. It would take more than that to intimidate her. While she could not replicate Gu Qingfeng's feat, eliminating 5,000 Zhao Yuns was not beyond her capabilities. Completing the task, the strongest in the Dimension and the Ice Queen, Isdeth each received 170 points, while the Ice Queen earned an additional 160 points. An extra reward of 3,000 points was distributed, with the strongest receiving 2,000 and the Ice Queen 500 each. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to respond, he suddenly felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. Causing his blood to boil, a name surfaced in his mind: the legendary Super Saiyan. The only being capable of stirring his Saiyan blood was none other than Broly. Expanding his senses to the maximum, he detected the primal and savage energy emanating from Universe 7 of Dragon Ball, where Broly, with his wild golden hair, was fiercely overpowering Goku and Vegeta, neither of whom could gain the upper hand. Gu Qingfeng mused aloud. It seems I am in for an exhilarating battle. Estes raised an eyebrow. She mistakenly assumed that Gu Qingfeng was addressing her. The surrounding space crystallized into ice blocks, poised to strike at any moment. Yin Yao, you should return first. I must make a trip back to the Dragon Ball universe. Once I resolve matters there, I will bring you back to Earth. After instructing Yin Yao, Gu Qingfeng's figure vanished into thin air, utilizing instantaneous movement to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Although instantaneous movement allows one to traverse from one location to another in a blink, it is confined within the same worldview. Gu Qingfeng was uncertain why his instantaneous movement could transcend worldviews. He merely felt capable of doing so, and indeed, he succeeded. However, he was unable to return from the Dragon Ball universe to Earth. The ability to lock onto the location of the Dragon Ball universe was facilitated by the heightened energy signatures of Goku and his companions during their battle. Such formidable beings do not exist on Earth, rendering it impossible to sense energy signatures and thus impossible to utilize instantaneous movement. Where are you going? Estes seethed with fury at Gu Qingfeng's sudden retreat before any confrontation could begin. After waiting so long, he fled without a fight. Her gaze shifted to Yin Yao, who helplessly shrugged. I can't fight. That if you wish to spar, you'll have to wait for him to return. Akati wouldn't be honorable to defeat a weak woman like me. Estes, brimming with indignation, found no outlet for her frustration. Her icy demeanor tinged with a hint of crimson. In the group chat, a pinned video showcased the previous battle of a prominent figure. You can watch it after returning. It will provide you with a concrete understanding of his strength. After explaining to Estes, Yin Yao discreetly departed, wishing to avoid facing the wrath of the furious Estes on the icy plains of Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta joined forces, fiercely battling the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The rampaging Broly had long lost his sanity, adopting a reckless strategy of trading blows without defense. Amidst the chaotic clash of the three warriors, a calm voice resonated from below, revealing a hint of excitement in its tone. This guy isn't bad. Should I take a turn? Unfazed by the commentary, Broly continued his relentless assault, while Goku stumbled as Broly seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Already at a disadvantage, Goku's fall left Vegeta to fend for himself, and soon he too was bombarded with numerous blows. Observing Vegeta's desperate evasion of Broly's onslaught, one couldn't help but pity the man known as Tragic Tower. Is this the extent of the proud Saiyan Prince's strength? A mere legend can push you to such limits? Such thoughts would not protect his beloved Bulma. Uncertain of Broly's origins, Vegeta noted that despite being a Super Saiyan, he was being overwhelmed. Even two Super Saiyan Blues were no match for him. Frustration welled within Vegeta as he grappled with the humiliation of being surpassed, especially with Bulma watching. Fueled by this irritation, Vegeta's energy surged, his innate resilience allowing him to surpass his current limits, manifesting in the form of his most powerful Super Saiyan Blue transformation. This moment, Vegeta eclipsed Goku's strength in the Kaioken state. His gaze fixed intently on Broly. Whis, observing from below, chuckled softly, recognizing that Vegeta's current power exceeded Goku's. However, his peripheral vision remained keenly focused on Gogeta, whose presence intrigued him deeply. This individual even radiated a power surpassing that of Lord Beerus. Marking Whis' first encounter with such a formidable warrior in the 7th universe, it seemed that Vegeta had achieved this form before Goku. Truly an impressive feat. Bulma's excitement stemmed not merely from Vegeta's surpassing of Goku, but from her awareness of his relentless desire to do so. Time and again, Goku had broken through his limits first, But now, Vegeta had finally claimed a victory that in his fully powered Super Saiyan Blue state. Vegeta reversed his earlier disadvantage, engaging Broly in a fierce duel, asserting dominance over him. Meanwhile, Goku, having regained his footing, approached Gu Qingfeng, playfully patting his shoulder. Looks like you've sensed this guy's power too. Are you waiting for Vegeta to finish before stepping in? Gu Qingfeng sighed, acknowledging the fierce nature of Saiyan blood. Yet, it bore a fatal flaw, the tendency to act impulsively in the face of strength, leading him to rush in without careful consideration. Fortunately, he noticed Whis' presence beforehand. Had he intervened, explaining his own power would have posed a challenge that I'm not particularly interested in him. I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Gu Qingfeng replied. Goku chuckled heartily, harboring no resentment toward Vegeta for breaking through first. Instead, he felt delighted for his friend's advancement in strength. It's truly frustrating. This guy is progressing far too rapidly for me to contend with, and now Vegeta has surpassed his limits as well. Goku recognized his inability to assist, save for the 20-fold Kaioken, which would impose immense strain on his body. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng recalled that Gogeta would also make an appearance in this narrative. Should Vegeta falter against Broly, Goku would still need to fuse with him. Gogeta would undoubtedly emerge, and upon witnessing their combined form, the Dragon Ball strategist Piccolo would instantly draw parallels to himself that he was caught in a dilemma. Intervening would be difficult, yet remaining passive was equally untenable. Ultimately, if Vegeta in his locked blue state was unable to defeat Broly, he would step in, revealing his power to Whis. Though it posed some complications, solutions could still be found in the skies. Vegeta and Broly unleashed the prince's fighting technique, a barrage of energy blasts colliding mid-air and annihilating one another. The clouds above had long since been scattered by the shockwaves. Then, an absurd scene unfolded. Broly shrugged off Vegeta's assault and charged directly at him. Furious, Vegeta cursed aloud as his azure hair reverted to black, fatigued from the earlier battle and his recent breakthrough. Goku prepared to challenge Broly once more, while Gu Qingfeng set aside his thoughts. Broly, clutching two energy spheres, aimed them at the two fighters that Gu Qingfeng, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful punch to Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward. In the chat group, a request was made to activate the group live stream feature, allowing members to witness the unfolding battle. The administrator, known as the strongest in the dimension, would gain additional points. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng agreed, as he desperately needed points to accumulate 1,000 billion for the coveted Ultra Instinct. Even the Omni King could not erase his existence. Once achieved, he would soar as freely as a bird in the sky and swim as freely as a fish in the sea. The group administrator activated the live stream, enabling members to utilize 100 points for viewing. The stream, titled Gu Qingfeng, the strongest in the dimension, battles the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, attracted numerous viewers. Tony, not one to be left out, entered the live stream, followed by Death God Elementary Student and You Also Want to Dance, except for the unfortunate Kamen Rider RX, who is still being pursued. Others flocked to the live stream, eager to witness the prowess of the formidable Gu Qingfeng. Having recently watched Gu Qingfeng's battle against Zamasu, Estes had spent her limited points. Tony remarked, "This guy's hair can turn golden too. But he gives me the same vibe as the Hulk, lacking rationality, seeking to cling to the strongest added. Even through the live stream, he exudes an overwhelming pressure." Death God Elementary Student retorted, "I don't understand. I don't grasp the world of the strong that you're merely a little trash." Fire Fist Estes expressed, "I can't shake the feeling that this guy's gone M8D. Is he attacking indiscriminately?" The book-loving ghoul commented, "This golden-haired giant is quite tall. Standing next to the boss, he'd tower over him by several heads." You Also Want to Dance? Concluded, "No matter how powerful he is, he will never be a match for the boss." Did you not see the smile at the corner of the boss's mouth? That is the reaction of someone who is confident of victory. Broly transformed into a shooting star. He charged forward with formidable force. Observing the relentless advance of his adversary, Gu Qingfeng shouted, summoning an invisible aura that surged skyward. The wind from his punch howled as he effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a spinning kick that sent Broly flying. A faint smile graced his lips as he beckoned Broly with a casual gesture, inviting him to attack. In a fit of blind fury, Broly lunged once more, only to be struck back by another powerful blow, his rage boiling over into a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the icy ground beneath them. Yet Gu Qingfeng remained composed, navigating through the myriad shockwaves with an air of tranquility, ultimately positioning himself before Broly. He landed a decisive punch to Broly's abdomen, causing the latter to expel a torrent of anguish as he staggered backward. Raising his hand, Broly concentrated his energy into a colossal sphere, which expanded as he exerted more power. Upon reaching a threshold he could endure, Broly aimed the sphere at Gu Qingfeng, declaring, "If this is all you can muster, then one hand will suffice to deal with you." As the luminous projectile approached, Gu Qingfeng's right arm tensed with visible veins, and he unleashed a punch in a flash of speed that left no room for astonishment. There were no earth-shattering techniques, nor did they exchange energy blasts. It was merely a straightforward strike. The energy sphere was sent spiraling into the cosmos, its explosive release causing the very earth to tremble. With a mere tap of his staff, Whis enveloped the planet in a protective shield. "Can you become even stronger? Show me your true potential. For this is insufficient," Gu Qingfeng mused, perplexed by Broly's apparent weakness. Despite his full power, which could contend with the Super Saiyan Gogeta, Broly's performance was surprisingly subpar. Consistently on the receiving end of Gu Qingfeng's assaults in the chat room, Tony remarked, "I knew this would be the outcome. It seems no matter the opponent, the master always prevails." The Grim Reaper schoolboy added, "Count yourself lucky. I can barely follow the action. That's all too fast for my eyes. I might as well wait for the recording to watch at 1,000 times slower. So you can't see either?" "Who among us can?" chimed the leg holder, expressing their collective frustration. They all claimed to see, yet here we are, unable to, the fierce sprite exclaimed. "Oh dear, none of us can see it," Fire Fist Ace lamented. "I wanted to interact as a mere mortal, but instead, I've been distanced from you all, and oh more pretense. I can't see either." Ice Queeness Death admitted, "I too struggle to discern what's happening. This individual's power surpasses what I've witnessed in the group's recordings." "Do any of you wish to dance?" queried another. "Am I the only one capable of perceiving their clash? Why are you all here watching a live stream, when you could simply wait for the recording?" Madara, utilizing his powerful ocular abilities, managed to catch a vague glimpse of the confrontation, but knew that facing them directly would result in instant defeat. The entire glacier lay in ruins from Broly's indiscriminate onslaught. With magma bubbling up from the depths below, Gu Qingfeng unleashed a relentless barrage against Broly, his movements fluid and precise, while Broly, lacking in combat experience, was overwhelmed by Gu Qingfeng's superior speed and strength. His furious roars fell on deaf ears as he found himself utterly powerless, a sense of desperation washing over him. Suddenly, an emerald aura enveloped Broly, his rage fueling a dramatic increase in power. He grew taller and more imposing, his hair transforming to a deep green, presenting a striking contrast to his earlier state. This was the true visage of a Super Saiyan, a form that bore a striking resemblance to a feral beast. Gu Qingfeng regarded the howling Broly with a flicker of hesitation, contemplating the necessity of lethal force. This creature posed a significant threat if he were to rampage unchecked in the absence of a destroyer god. The destruction of Universe 7 would be catastrophic. Such an uproar would surely attract the attention of the Grand Priest, which was far from ideal. However, with Whis present, the universe's safety was assured, even if the angels were prohibited from intervening directly with mortals. In the chat room, Tony commented, "This feels akin to cheating. He seems to have grown even stronger. Yet I am curious. Why has his hair turned green?" The legholder quipped, "To navigate life successfully, one must don a touch of green." The Grim Reaper schoolboy added, "He has saved himself the trouble of a green hat. He has fashioned a pure natural one to Fire Fist," Ace mused. "Why choose green for his hair? The aura is indeed impressive. But doesn't he find it peculiar?" Setting aside the chatter, Broly, now at full power, ignited Gu Qingfeng's fighting spirit. Finally, he had an opponent worthy of his full attention. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield an inch, their fists colliding with such force that the very ground erupted in molten chaos. According to the usual narrative, a fully powered Broly should have been able to dominate Super Saiyan Gogeta without faltering. Yet, Faced with Gu Qingfeng, he found himself struggling, entirely on the defensive as Gu Qingfeng pressed the attack. Minutes passed, and Broly's fatigue became evident, while Gu Qingfeng maintained an air of effortless mastery, clearly not exerting his full strength. Kamehameha, Gu Qingfeng resolved not to prolong the battle. Recognizing his own overwhelming superiority, his intent was to awaken Broly from his madness and restore his reason in one decisive strike. Broly once more gathered destructive energy into a colossal orb, merging his hands to unleash a cataclysmic assault that threatened to obliterate the universe. Ultimately, however, Gu Qingfeng proved the superior combatant, channeling his energy to reflect Broly's attack back at him, the Kamehameha striking him squarely. As the smoke cleared, Broly reverted to his normal state, utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Unconscious, Goku, increasingly perplexed by Gu Qingfeng's prowess, felt a surge of determination to face him at any cost. Truly remarkable, he thought, that Gu Qingfeng defeated Broly in his base form. Should Vegeta consider testing his own strength against him? Vegeta, observing Goku, was left bewildered by his intentions. We stand no chance against him. Even together, we wouldn't prevail. You must realize this, he asserted. Goku shook his head, sharing his plan. What about fusion? I'll seek out King Kai and borrow the Patera earrings. Once we fuse, we can truly gauge his power. Vegeta remembered well that the Patera earrings were permanent, and he could not entertain such an idea. In no way. Goku, I will never fuse with you. ITS is simply impossible. But don't you want to know just how powerful he is? Goku pressed. The duration of the fusion is only an hour for anyone other than a Kaioshin, after which we would automatically separate. Goku was well informed about the properties of the Patera earrings and attempted to persuade Vegeta. This individual doesn't appear to be an enemy. There is no need to pay such a hefty price just to test his strength. Vegeta resolutely refused, stating, my greatest aversion in life is teaming up with you, let alone fusing into one being. Our last fusion during the battle against Majin Buu haunts me to this day. Goku, a martial arts enthusiast like Vegeta, relished the opportunity to spar with formidable opponents. Yet, Vegeta's pride would never allow him to fuse with Goku unless absolutely necessary. Faced with Vegeta's unwavering refusal, Goku had no choice but to concede. Tony remarked, what an extraordinary battle. The master maintained absolute dominance throughout, and it's only natural for that fellow to lose to him. The bookish ghoul added, Tony, you're impressive. I could only catch glimpses of the shockwaves during their clash. Their speed is beyond my comprehension. Tony replied, oh, come on. Keep it low-key. This is just a minor detail. You two will have your chance in the future. Fire Fist Ace responded, why would I want to be like you? To boast? Or to learn how to court danger? The leg holder chimed in, exactly. Little Chushur, how can you genuinely believe him? His strength is inferior to Ace's. How could he possibly perceive the Master-S speed? Fire Fist Ace, just listen to him boasting. He only deceives you ignorant girls. Death God Elementary student. I truly envy the great ones who can effortlessly shatter mountains and stones. How I wish I could possess such formidable power. Do you also wish to dance? Shattering mountains and stones, isn't that something anyone can do with hands? World Destroyer. Isn't it something that can be done with feet? Fire Fist Ace. Enough of this. Even having a mouth suffices. Death God Elementary student. After spending so long in the group, I have encountered the mightiest ninja, the favored child of fire abilities, and the invincible man of the universe. I thought I would learn a great deal, yet in the end, all I gleaned was that having hands is enough. Seeking support. Are you trying to make me laugh, Conan? For the next mission, do try to let me take the opportunity to earn some points in exchange for abilities. Then you might attempt some tasks as well. Above the glacier, Gu Qingfeng gazed at the fallen Broly, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet, such words would yield little in terms of points. What he desired was a staggering 100 billion to acquire the complete mastery of the ultimate technique. Accumulating a few million points as before was no longer of much use. Gu Qingfeng's gaze suddenly shifted to Whis. Perhaps he should challenge Whis himself. This fellow always brings out his full strength. But merely considering it, Gu Qingfeng did not wish to escalate matters. The duration of the Strongest Dimensions live broadcast remained half an hour. Please choose whether to continue. The chat group also actively prompted, reminding that there was still ample time, leaving Gu Qingfeng in hesitation. If he could unleash all his energy, perhaps he could obtain tens of billions of points in one go. Yet, the issue lay in the lack of sufficiently strong opponents to battle. Even if he unleashed his full energy, the chat group would not grant him the corresponding points if you wish to witness my full strength. You may use the Batara earrings to engage with me. Yu Qingfeng extended an invitation to the two Gokus on the ground. Goku was eager to try, while Vegeta wore a disdainful expression. Even if they were to fight, he would do so honorably, not relying on the energy of earrings. Oh, you are quite something. I find you very intriguing, seeming like a worthy opponent. The arrogant and domineering voice emanated from the void. While babysitting at Bulma's house, Beerus sensed Gu Qingfeng's aura and quickly rushed over. His purple form, a wolf-headed humanoid, exuded an imposing presence, enveloped in a violet flame. Could it be that the god of destruction wishes to test my strength? Then let him come forth. Gu Qingfeng rarely took the initiative to assume a fighting stance. Beerus was no ordinary opponent. Even at full power in Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta in locked blue state had been swatted back to his normal state with a single blow. The disparity in power between Super Saiyan Blue and his own strength warranted serious attention. In this universe, no being stronger than a god of destruction was permitted to exist, as Beerus spoke. His aura surged wildly, ultimately coalescing into a massive purple dragon that roared ferociously. Yu Qingfeng was equally undaunted, channeling his own aura to form a dragon. The administrator updated the live broadcast character, the strongest in the dimension. Gu Qingfeng versus the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, god of destruction introduction. A deity in the Dragon Ball universe, primarily skilled in destruction, capable of annihilating all life forms, the strongest being in Universe 7 aside from the angels. Observing the new prompt in the chat group, everyone couldn't help but feel concern for Gu Qingfeng. Seeking support, I recall that the god of destruction is indeed the strongest, if memory serves. No one in their universe surpasses him. Tony, the Heartbreaker, isn't he merely one? He appears less imposing than that green-haired fellow, and surely the boss's strength should not be inferior to him. World Destroyer. This guy is undoubtedly formidable. His eyes betray a disdain for life. He has likely killed more than you. Tony, do you also wish to dance? I share that sentiment. This fellow is certainly not as simple as he appears. The boss may have truly encountered a rival. In the skies above Earth. Gu Qingfeng slowly ascended, with Beerus closely following. The two soared into the cosmos. Without further ado, both parties clenched their fists and struck fiercely at one another. A cataclysmic punch that reverberated throughout the universe. The Earth, millions of miles away, trembled as bottomless cracks appeared in the ground, and volcanoes erupted, glaciers crumbled. Both Gu Qingfeng and Beerus sensed the oddity on Earth. And in perfect synchronization, they ceased their assault, flying toward the distant starry sky. Only when they felt assured that Earth would remain unaffected did they halt. Whis, on Earth, thoughtfully projected an observation image for Goku and Vegeta, allowing them to witness Beerus's battle. Goku felt a surge of fighting spirit, yearning to engage with them immediately. This fellow is likely not inferior to Lord Beerus. He is yet to showcase his true strength. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. His earlier joy at surpassing Goku with full-power Super Saiyan Blue was swiftly dashed by the realization that an unknown Saiyan possessed such strength. Beerus was thoroughly exhilarated. Goku and the others were still too immature. Even with Vegeta's full-power Super Saiyan Blue from earlier, he could be effortlessly dispatched if Beerus were to take it seriously. However, this man before him promised a thrilling battle. Beerus maintained his haughty demeanor as the god of destruction of Universe 7. Yu Qingfeng smirked devilishly. Having reached this point, he no longer wished to remain low-key. The strongest in the dimension, Gu Qingfeng, has never tasted defeat. After revealing his identity, the two began their martial arts duel, engaging in close-quarters combat with ease, exchanging blows in a dance of offense and defense. It was evident that neither had unleashed their full power. Ultimately, Beerus could no longer contain himself, unleashing a thunderous roar as countless destructive energies enveloped his form. His speed and strength became incomparable to earlier, forcing Gu Qingfeng to retreat, leaving him with only the ability to resist. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Gu Qingfeng ceased to hide his true strength. A golden aura erupted from his body, illuminating much of the universe, and the scorching energy shattered countless meteors. The super Gu Qingfeng re-emerged, and the battle once again reached a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As the fight progressed, Gu Qingfeng's inner reservations gradually dissipated. He believed he may have underestimated his own power. After all, he had never battled the strongest of opponents, and his estimation of his strength had merely been a rough approximation. If this was Beerus's full strength, then he was not as formidable as anticipated. Yes, on the surface, it appeared Gu Qingfeng struggled against Beerus, with the two evenly matched. Yet in truth, he had not exerted his full power at all. This body was far stronger than imagined, in the same form. Compared to a normal Gogeta, it was at least several hundred times, if not thousands of times, stronger. It is important to note that this was merely Super Saiyan form. He had not even utilized Super Saiyan 2 or 3, let alone the most powerful Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue states. Though it was expected that he would surpass the angels, it had only been a conjecture. After this practical experience, he was certain he was indeed stronger than the angels. Challenging the Grand Minister was not out of the question. He harbored doubts about whether the Omni King's erasure ability could truly eliminate an existence as formidable as his. Witness the God of Destruction's exclusive power. Destruction that a deep purple energy sphere emerged from Beerus's palm, swiftly racing toward him. Gu Qingfeng made no attempt to evade, striking it with a punch. The unstoppable destructive energy was shattered upon impact. And seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingfeng elevated his aura to its zenith. With movements so swift that even Beerus could not perceive them, he charged forward with a fluid series of attacks, catching Beerus off guard and sending him hurtling into a nearby planet. The planet was instantly pierced through, and Beerus emerged in disarray, rapidly gathering destructive energy with one hand, causing it to swell dramatically. In the thrilling clash of energies, the Kamehameha wave met the destructive energy sphere. Ultimately, Gu Qingfeng triumphed, piercing through the destructive blast. However, this did not inflict any harm on Beerus. Apart from some dust on his body, he remained unscathed. Tony, the Heartbreaker, the God of Destruction, is truly impressive. Holding his own against the golden-haired boss, seeking support. The golden-haired form is Super Saiyan. You can refer to it as Super Saiyan 1. Fire Fist Ace. Yet it appears that this one is quite at ease. The boss has begun to sweat. You also wish to dance. The two seem evenly matched. This one should be stronger than the boss, but not by much. Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, no matter how brilliant the mind, it is ultimately strength that prevails. Tony the Unfaithful. What do you mean by that? A sharp mind is of no use. I am, after all, the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe. Who dares to say that intellect is futile? Death God Elementary Student. However, apart from me and S.H. Ree, you cannot defeat anyone else in this group. Tony the Unfaithful. My Iron Man suit is more than sufficient to overpower the majority of foes within the Marvel cosmos. Fire Fist Ace. Yet, you cannot best anyone else in this group. Tony the Unfaithful. All the systems I've created can be automated to fight independently, seeking to cling to the powerful, but you still cannot defeat anyone else in this group. Tony the Unfaithful. Can we not dwell on this, Time Lady? Yet you constantly seek ways to curry favor with the powerful. Tony the Unfaithful. Farewell, I seem to have left the gas on at home. I must return and check. Until we meet again. As the live stream came to a close, the Dimensional Chat group would shut down in 5 minutes. The Gu Qingfeng returned his usual demeanor and approached Beerus. I find this pointless. I no longer wish to continue fighting. Beerus, caught up in the thrill of battle, felt his energy coalesce into a more tangible dragon, exuding an overwhelming presence, upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's sudden declaration of cessation. Beerus was not pleased and lunged toward him. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us settle this another time. When I return, I shall bring you exquisite delicacies you have never tasted before. Gu Qingfeng's words caused Beerus to pause. Finding such a formidable opponent excited him greatly. However, respecting someone with genuine strength, Beerus was not unreasonable. Very well, I shall let this pass, but you must remember to bring me those delicacies. And next time we meet, you must unleash your full power. Gu Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his form vanishing in an instant. Returning to his homeland, Earth, continuing the fight seemed futile. Beerus could at best match his own Super Saiyan form. Even if he exerted all his strength, the score would not significantly alter. The administrator announced the conclusion of the Ultimate Dimensional livestream, urging all group members to diligently cultivate and strive to become formidable figures. Administrator of the Ultimate Dimension, this livestream has determined the Group S ranking level, with strength criteria set at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, with additional rewards of points. Fire Fist Ace. What does that mean? How many points are we talking about? We are all eagerly awaiting the news. Tony the Unfaithful. Can't you see? The chat group deliberately keeps us in the dark. Death God Elementary student. Perhaps they fear we might grow jealous. I suppose it's for the best, sparing our fragile hearts from distress. The most fearsome fairy. Last time, we received 30 million points. The commotion this time cannot be any less. They even ventured into space to battle. It cannot yield fewer points than before. White Horse, Silver Spear, and 10,000 armies. Is this the power of the Great Ones? It is truly unimaginable that humanity has achieved such heights. Seeking to cling to the powerful. Ice Queen is Death. Do you still wish to challenge the Great One? Ice Queen is Death. Even if he is formidable, he merely leverages the chat's items to enhance his strength. Do not think I fear him. Once my tasks are complete and I exchange points for abilities, I shall face him in earnest. Destroyer of worlds. A friendly reminder, young lady, the Great One was already this strong upon entering the group. His might is not reliant on the chat group. He possesses such power innately. Seeking to cling to the powerful. Each new member typically desires to challenge the Great One. This is quite normal. The Great One will not hold it against you. Now that you are aware of the disparity in strength, it would be wise to refrain from troubling him further. What the chat group discusses remains unknown to Gu Qingfeng. And even if he did know, he would simply smile it off that as long as no one crosses the line, he generally does not hold grudges against women, walking alone on the expansive highway. The battle he just engaged in left a profound impression on him. He opened the chat group panel and noted that 300 million points had been credited to him. Indeed, this battle had awarded him a staggering sum. Upon entering the chat group, Gu Qingfeng did not access the chat page, but instead sought the auxiliary functions, focusing intently on his search that he found it. Indeed, it was there. Power detection technique allows for unlimited detection of other strengths. With varying point costs depending on the opponent's power level, he felt both anticipation and trepidation. If it aligned with his expectations, he would have nothing to fear, setting the detection target to Gu Qingfeng. Detection requires 100 million points. Do you confirm this detection? It appears that no amount of points is ever enough. The cost for self-detection is so steep, let alone for the Omni King. Agreed that a radiant beam of light enveloped him, gradually fading moments later, revealing a message in his mind that Gu Qingfeng's current strength is at the mid-tier pinnacle of the 9th stage, Super Saiyan 1 in a pseudo-10th stage, Super Saiyan 2 at the weakest initial stage of the 10th tier, and Super Saiyan 3 at the initial pinnacle of the 10th stage, Super Saiyan God State at the mid-tier pinnacle of the 10th stage. Super Blue Form undetectable, exceeding system detection limits that he recalled that upon joining the chat group, it was introduced as a gathering of 9th tier Great Ones. This merely referred to his ordinary form. Continuing with the detection. Specifying the target as the Omni King. This detection will cost 100 million points. Do you confirm? Confirm. The Omni King, ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses a physical strength at the initial stage of the 10th tier. Overall combat power at the peak of the initial 10th stage. Special abilities allow him to erase anything at will, except for those beyond the 10th tier of strength. He can obliterate all existence. Upon reviewing the analysis of the Omni King, Gu Qingfeng, already mentally prepared, found himself somewhat taken aback. This was indeed impressive. He truly deserved the title of the author's eraser. However, it also made him realize that he need not fear annihilation. Should he unleash his full potential, he might very well reach the late stages of the 10th tier. This also suggested that it was not solely the possessor of the Ultra Instinct who could evade the Omni King's erasure. Any being reaching a certain level could attain immunity to his erasure abilities. The Omni King's erasure capacity was ineffective against him, meaning he had no need to worry about the Omni King. This little brat posed no threat to him. Continuing the detection, specifying the target as the Grand Minister. Insufficient points. Detection of the Grand Minister requires 500 million points. The point cost for detecting the Grand Minister exceeds that of the Omni King, suggesting their relationship is akin to that of Beerus and Whis, confirming that the Grand Minister's strength indeed surpasses that of the Omni King. Thus, he specified the target for detection as the Omni King's attendants. This detection will cost 100 million points. Do you confirm? Agree. Detection complete. The Omni King's attendants possess strength at the initial pinnacle of the 10th tier, lacking any special abilities individually, and their combined strength is challenging to quantify. It appears these two attendants are not to be underestimated, yet Gu Qingfeng felt confident in overcoming them. He had no fear of the Omni King himself. The immense weight that had pressed upon him finally lifted. 300 million points had vanished, but Gu Qingfeng deemed it worthwhile. Suddenly recalling his promise to Yun Yao to take her home, he now had the time to do so and decided to inform her via the chat group. Seeking to cling to the powerful. This was exhilarating. This battle was so thrilling that even as a girl, I felt my blood boil. Tony the Unfaithful. Thrilling, you say? Did I not witness it? You could see it all? I could barely make out their movements, let alone discern how thrilling it truly was. Fire Fist Ace. A gentle reminder, you might want to consider other options. If you cannot see, do not force yourself. Death God Elementary Student. Could you not observe what surrounded them? Did you not notice the stars and asteroids being obliterated around them? The area surrounding their clash has been reduced to cosmic dust by the shockwaves of their battle. Tony the Unfaithful. I only heard the sounds of fists meeting flesh, and I was too engrossed in their combat to notice anything else. You also wish to dance? Give it up. Even with the Rinnegan, I cannot see it, let alone you. White Horse Silver Spear and 10,000 armies. The battle scenes presented by the administrator are too extravagant. Is this what the universe is like? Humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. Shauna, who defeated the Serpent Bearer. Perhaps only the mightiest Golden Saints possess such terrifying destructive power, and even then, it requires the combined efforts of three to unleash forbidden techniques. Shauna S. remarks revealed to the group that her world also harbored remarkably high combat capabilities. There exist beings capable of obliterating star systems. Could it be that they had underestimated Shauna's strength? Ultimate Dimension. Seeking to cling to the powerful. Are you available? If convenient, I could bring you back to see if we inhabit the same world. Seeking support. Convenient. Indeed, quite convenient, my esteemed friend. I am at your disposal at any moment. The strongest in another dimension. All right, I shall fetch you at once. The Shinigami Elementary Student. What is going on? Aren't you from the zombie universe? How did you become entangled with such a notable figure? Seeking support. I have crossed over. I traversed from another world to this one, and the esteemed one also journeyed to his current realm. However, he has found his way back home, and it seems we are likely fellow travelers from the same worldview. The book-loving ghoul. Congratulations, dear sister. You may return to your homeland. Seeking support. It is still uncertain. It merely sounds as if we share a worldview. I shall see for myself whether it is true. The esteemed one has arrived, so I must take my leave. Gu Qingfeng observed the scene before him, and a part of him felt a sense of indignation that he was unsure whether to voice. Having kindly brought her home, she unexpectedly sought to feed him dog food. Ace was cradling Yun Yao in his arms, the two locked in an intimate embrace. Upon noticing Gu Qingfeng, Ace released the lady in his grasp and waved at him. Esteemed one, you have arrived. I was concerned about her returning home alone, so I shall accompany her. Gu Qingfeng nodded, a faint, intangible aura enveloping the two, as his energy surged, shattering the dimensional barrier, propelling them towards Earth. Gazing at the sights beyond the dimensional wall, Yun Yao was left agape, astonished as they traversed through various dimensions every minute. The dimensional wall itself existed as an ethereal space, nestled within the crevices of different dimensions, a realm both independent and interconnected with all universes. Ace, comparatively more composed, maintained a calm demeanor despite being equally astounded in front of his girlfriend. Yun Yao's universe was quite distant from Earth, compounded by the local universe settings of their chat group. While Yun Yao resided in a zombie universe, Gu Qingfeng was in the Dragon Ball realm, making reliance on the Group S teleportation impossible. The Group S teleportation feature could only reach the respective local universes of its members. Thus, Gu Qingfeng had to rely on Earth S coordinates to return. After half an hour, they finally reached Earth. Observing the familiar landscape from the clouds, Yun Yao's eyes welled with tears. Emotions long suppressed now erupted forth. Tears streamed down her delicate face, rendering her even more endearing. Ace embraced her tightly, tenderly stroking Yun Yao's hair. "Where do you live? Allow me to take you there." However, from a distance, it was hard to discern the specifics. Parallel Earths appeared similar, necessitating a closer inspection to determine if it was indeed the Earth Yun Yao called home. Imperial Capital, Flower Sea Community. Yun Yao choked on her words, a pang of guilt hitting her as she thought of how worried her parents must be after such a lengthy absence. The location of the Imperial Capital was easily found, and in an instant, they arrived at the outskirts. With a protective shield around them, they had no need to fear the wind pressure tearing their bodies apart. Finding a secluded corner, they landed and set them down. "I shall leave you here. I am unfamiliar with that community. Additionally, it would be wise to procure a mask for Ace, for his appearance is rather attention-grabbing." Extracting several thousand RMB from the chat group, he handed them to Yun Yao, departing amidst their grateful gazes. Yun Yao felt deeply moved by Gu Qingfeng's assistance. The esteemed one is truly kind-hearted, not only bringing us back, but also considering every detail. Ace nodded in agreement. Since Gu Qingfeng joined the group, he had always looked after its members, never abusing his strength to bully anyone. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, reached the depths of Yun Yao's mind. "If this isn't the Earth from your memories, inform me in the chat group, and I shall take you back. Since I brought you here, I did not rely on the chat group, and given this is your homeland, there should be no time constraints." Yun Yao was momentarily stunned. Did this mean she would not have to return to the zombie world? Yet, Ace was not from this world. He would still need to return when the chat group's time limit approached. Gu Qingfeng, having flown away, realized that those not native to their universes would be compelled to return to their own realms when the stipulated time arrived. However, he and Yun Yao were somewhat unique. Strictly speaking, Earth was their true homeland, so the chat group's restrictions did not apply to them. The journey back was no longer pressing, and Gu Qingfeng leisurely returned home by dawn, having informed his father not to wait for him. By that time, his parents had long since drifted into slumber. Lying in bed, Gu Qingfeng tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The blade that had been pressing against his neck was merely a figment of his own fears. He had been tormented by the thought of the Omni King erasing the seventh universe. Yet he realized he was of no concern to him whatsoever. The night passed quietly, and Gu Qingfeng arose early, intending to buy breakfast for his parents before moving into the villa. Upon stepping outside, he coincidentally encountered Zhou Yu, the wife of his neighbor. In the past, Gu Qingfeng had always referred to her as aunt, and in his childhood, he had even called her mom. Zhou Yu's husband, Zhou Shu, had originally intended to adopt him as a godson, but later deemed the relationship unnecessary and let it be. Nevertheless, he truly regarded Gu Qingfeng as a son. Yet, when his parents were insulted, Zhou Shu did not express any indication of support, which wounded Gu Qingfeng's heart. He cast a complex glance at her, but Zhou Yu, oblivious, hurried down the stairs, her expression fraught with urgency. Gu Qingfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, it was better this way. As the relationship between their families could never return to its former state, he decided to let fate take its course, dismissing his inner turmoil. He bought 2 bowls of authentic old tofu and fried dough sticks, setting them on the dining table for his parents. Suddenly, a series of agonizing groans reached his ears. It was Zhou Shu's voice. What had happened to him? Despite the emotional distance, Gu Qingfeng could not ignore it. After much hesitation, he turned his gaze towards the source. Why now? He had surpassed the gods. With a mere thought, he could achieve what others could not. He saw through the walls, revealing Zhou Shu in the neighboring house, battered and bruised, lighting a cigarette as he continually exhaled clouds of smoke. Unlike his father, Zhou Shu had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor. A devil-may-care smile ever present on his face. He had been stabbed twice in the thigh, and his left arm was shattered, appearing as though someone had forcefully broken it. Several teeth had also been knocked out. Gu Qingfeng clearly observed all the injuries, and fury ignited within him. And no matter how harshly he spoke, he could not disregard Zhou Shu. Ultimately, he was the man who had watched him grow up. Helping him this once would be a way to repay his kindness during his childhood. In a flash, he arrived at Zhou Shu's home. Zhou Shu, enduring unimaginable pain, was oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Even so, his face maintained its signature nonchalance, even smiling a little more brightly. Zhou Shu, eat this. It will heal your injuries. The sudden voice startled Zhou Shu, and reflexively, he attempted to rise, forgetting the pain in his legs, only to be met with excruciating agony as he began to fall. Just as he thought he would lose a couple more teeth, a large hand caught him, gently guiding him back onto the sofa. Zhou Shu gazed at the unfamiliar face before him. Though he had never seen him, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Eat this, and your injuries will heal. Jiu Qingfeng had no intention of revealing his true identity, producing a magical bean and bringing it to Zhou Shu's lips. Zhou Shu glanced at him and, without hesitation, opened his mouth to consume the bean, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. What brings you to my house? Who sent you? Zhou Shu looked at the man before him. His severe injuries had kept him from venturing outside, so he was unaware of the commotion Gu Qingfeng had caused. He had become a local celebrity after stepping out of a Ferrari. Jiu Qingfeng ignored his questions, continuing, Your injuries are healed. You may stand and move about now. Zhou Shu scoffed, ready to retort, questioning how one bean could restore him, as if he had watched too many movies. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the pain dissipated entirely, and the sensation returned to his injured limbs. Why did you come to help me? Who exactly are you? I shouldn't know you. This revelation truly startled him. It was simply unfathomable that a mere ordinary being could heal his body. Previously deemed irreparable by the hospital, he consumed the bean solely because his current physical state rendered him incapable of resistance, coupled with a sense of familiarity that compelled him to take a desperate gamble. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You have aided me in the past. Thus, I shall assist you this time. Who has injured you? I will ensure they are dealt with. The Jiu Qingfeng endeavored to adopt a tone of indifference, while Zhou Yu, in his leisure moments, found solace in novels. Should he connect the dots through subtle clues, it would not bode well for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes brightened, possessing such a remarkable substance. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. He scrutinized the young man before him, concluding that he was unlikely to be an agent of Li Jun's malicious intent, for there would be no reason to heal him otherwise. The young master of the Li family in the imperial capital, Li Jun, if you can help me resolve this matter, I shall be indebted to you and repay your kindness in any way I can. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Why would Li Jun seek trouble with Zhou Yu? Surely, he had no connection to you. I have heard he is here to trouble someone with the surname Gu. How could you be implicated? Zhou Yu's expression dimmed momentarily upon hearing the surname Gu, only to quickly return to its previous state. The one with the surname Gu is my elder brother. Harming him is akin to harming me. Alas, his influence is too vast, and his bodyguards too numerous. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long. Jiu Qingfeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired in a measured tone. Since you dared not provoke him, how then did you find yourself in such a state? Who said I lacked the courage to confront him? He has grown increasingly insufferable, and I could no longer tolerate it. Just days ago, I visited his villa and engaged in a spirited confrontation. Even if I could not overcome his bodyguards, I aimed to vex him at this juncture. Zhou Yu laughed heartily, completely forgetting his previous wretched state. Gu Qingfeng, in stark contrast, pondered the words of his parents, who claimed that Uncle Zhou feared implicating the family and dared not offend Li Jun. How then did he venture forth alone to defend his father? Could it be that he had misjudged him all along? As this realization dawned, Gu Qingfeng's face brightened with an understanding smile. Uncle Zhou remained the man he remembered, steadfast in his support for their family. Despite being so grievously beaten, you still managed to laugh. When will you amend your carefree demeanor? How do you know I've always been this way? With a wife and children, I have too many concerns. I can only stand by as the Gu family endured such mistreatment, and it weighs heavily on my heart. Even if I cannot exact revenge, I must at least seek retribution on their behalf. Zhou Yu's smile abruptly faded. Lost in thought, he fell silent for a moment, his veins bulging with suppressed emotion. My son has likely also fallen victim to Li Jun's machinations. Some time ago, I secretly traveled to the imperial capital and was informed by the police that he had died. A man standing at 6 feet tall could not help but shed tears. Upon receiving this news, he nearly fainted, unable to fathom the depths of Li Jun's cruelty. The child he had raised since infancy had perished in a car accident, leaving no trace of a body. He had but one daughter, whom he had always regarded as a son in that moment. Zhou Yu resolved that, regardless of the outcome, he would seek justice for his brother and child. Upon returning home, he shared his decision with his wife, who disapproved of his approach, expressing sorrow over Gu Qingfeng's demise. However, she preferred Zhou Yu to pursue legal avenues for vengeance. Zhou Yu did not acquiesce to her suggestions. The following morning, he secretly departed for Li Jun's villa. Li Jun readily admitted to orchestrating Gu Qingfeng's accident. In a fit of rage, Zhou Yu pinned Li Jun to the ground. The young man's frame was no match for Zhou Yu's robust physique. After delivering 2 solid punches to Li Jun's face, his bodyguards reacted swiftly, overpowering Zhou Yu before he could draw his dagger, which was confiscated in the scuffle. Zhou Yu could only curse his impulsiveness, for he had squandered the chance to bring Li Jun down with him. Subsequently, he was left in this battered state, having failed to achieve vengeance, while his wife, awakening to find Zhou Yu absent from their home, sensed something amiss. After 2 decades of marriage, she knew him better than anyone and understood he must have gone to confront Li Jun. She took a taxi to the villa, where she found Zhou Yu lying in a pool of blood. Li Jun's entourage had long since departed. She carried Zhou Yu to the hospital, where he received treatment for a time, but insisted on returning home. Upon hearing him mention his son, Gu Qingfeng immediately understood he was referring to himself. Uncle Zhou was still the same Uncle Zhou, unwilling to retreat simply because their adversary's power was formidable. He chose to stand by his side, since he had chosen to defend the Gu family. Why not speak to Gu Tian about it instead of hiding at home? Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, having never considered it. What can I say? I cannot afford to lose face. Brother Gu has suffered greatly, and with his son lost, I cannot even seek revenge. If he were to learn of my current state, it would only add to his distress. In truth, Gu Qingfeng recognized that he felt guilty for not aiding Gu Tian promptly when he was in peril. And having yet to succeed in avenging himself, he felt unworthy to face Gu Tian. Jun has long since met his end at my hands. In the future, no one shall trouble you again. If you doubt my words, you may visit the villa district, where his residence has been leased. Gu Qingfeng uttered this and vanished, leaving Zhou Yu in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning home, Gu Qingfeng sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke leisurely, feeling unworthy to remain in that house. He had been back for several days, and had he shown even a modicum of concern, he would have noticed Zhou Yu's distress. However, he had been preoccupied with various trivial matters. Shortly thereafter, his father emerged from the bedroom, locking eyes with the troubled Gu Qingfeng. Gu Tian appeared to be in good spirits, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and jesting with Gu Qingfeng. How can you be so troubled when you have gained such formidable power? Is there anything that can still vex you? Have you encountered Wujida? Dad, Gu Tian sought confirmation. Yes, I have seen him, but are you truly as strong as he? Gu Qingfeng contemplated, realizing that he and Wujida were not entirely comparable. Strictly speaking, I am not as strong as it. Gu Tian chuckled heartily. I suspected as much. If you were as strong as he, you would find it effortless to dominate the earth. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. What you witnessed was him 5 years ago. I am him 5 years later, and I possess strength several hundred times greater. Gu Qingfeng considered whether to disclose everything Uncle Zhou had done for him. But before he could speak, Gu Tian interjected. Before heading to the villa, let us have a drink with your Uncle Zhou. I specifically bought 2 bottles of fine wine yesterday, and it has been far too long since we sat together. Indeed, that sounds delightful. I shall accompany you. To Gu Qingfeng's eagerness to join took Gu Tian by surprise, for he had anticipated some hesitation. After all, Gu Qingfeng had been somewhat estranged due to Zhou Yu's inaction regarding his own troubles. Please refrain from disparaging your Uncle Zhou. He had no alternative. We have known each other for over 30 years, and I understand him well. Gu Qingfeng nodded, recognizing that he had been immature in his judgments and had misinterpreted Uncle Zhou's intentions. I understand. What grounds do I have to complain? Uncle Zhou ventured to confront Li Jun on my behalf and was severely injured, subsequently hiding at home to recuperate upon hearing of Zhou Yu's injuries. Gu Tian's expression turned anxious, and he stood up, ready to rush next door. What? How is old Zhou? Is he gravely injured? Do you still have any magic beans? I shall take one to him. Ji Yu Qingfeng spoke to assuage his father's concerns. No need to worry. I've already given one to Uncle Zhou, and his injuries are healing. Once Mother awakens, we shall visit him together. That is good to hear. Given his nature, it is only natural for him to confront Li Jun. Gu Tian finally relaxed upon hearing this. Having witnessed the effects of the magic beans and 7 Dragon Balls, he understood their remarkable healing properties. Ji Yu Qingfeng tentatively proposed, why not have Uncle Zhou move to the villa with us? It would be more festive to live together, and I am not lacking in funds. Ji Yu Tian readily agreed. His bond with Zhou Yu was as strong as life itself, and he cared little for such trivial matters. Excellent. With such a spacious place, it would be a waste for just the 3 of us to live here. However, is it not possible for you to alter your appearance? Such a look is far too conspicuous. Is there not that divine dragon? Cannot it assist in restoring your original visage? Indeed, that is a valid point. There is also the option of transformation. In the past, I was so eager to return to Earth. And upon my arrival, matters unfolded one after another, causing me to forget about this possibility. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were jesting about Yun Yao and Ace. Earth, indeed, was the very planet where Yun Yao had previously dwelled. And with Ace's protection, their journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon arriving, her parents expressed deep concern for her well-being, showering her with inquiries before they remembered Ace, who had entered the house alongside her. Yun Yao candidly acknowledged that Ace was her boyfriend, though for certain reasons, he needed to wear a mask temporarily. Her parents, not dwelling on it, warmly welcomed him. After dinner, as Ace's time arrived, he hastily departed, prompting the group to engage in a flurry of playful banter. Tony the Faithful. I've never seen a man visit the woman's family while wearing a mask. Grim Reaper elementary student. Surely you didn't go empty-handed? Fire Fist Ace. Tony the Faithful. Believe me, I would rather not wear a mask, but the issue is if my true appearance is revealed, it would cause Yun Yao trouble. Grim Reaper elementary student. I indeed went empty-handed. Yun Yao missed home, and in my haste I forgot about that detail. Silver Lance Knight. I'm more curious about how you address your parents in your era. Fire Fist Ace. Just the usual terms. Uncle and aunt. Seeking support. Your appearance does pose a bit of a dilemma. You can't possibly wear a mask forever. The Dimension's greatest. Do you have any solutions? Upon seeing Ace, Gu Qingfeng felt overwhelmed. Never mind assisting Ace. He was troubled by his own predicament. Dimension's greatest. I'm afraid I have no solutions either. If all else fails, let Ace reveal his true identity. After all, this world lacks Hailu Stone, so nothing can restrain him. Book-loving ghoul. Isn't a god supposed to be omnipotent? I have always believed that the Great Ones can accomplish anything. The most fearsome elf. It seems the Great One excels in combat. But other abilities appear somewhat lacking in comparison. Ji Yu Qingfeng paid no heed to their comments, immersing himself in the chat group's marketplace. Yet after a lengthy search, he found nothing that suited his needs. There were options for transformation, such as the 9 turns of life and death. It allowed a total of 9 bodily transformations, yet it was akin to a technique. There were also other absurd options that randomized appearances. What he sought was an item that could allow for a prolonged return to his original visage. Serpent Holder, who defeated Seiya. Dimension's greatest. Do you not realize you possess this ability? It should be one of the most fundamental powers of a deity. There is no reason you wouldn't know Itita Ji Yu Qingfeng was taken aback. By all accounts, he shouldn't be unaware. The power levels in the Dragon Ball universe were indeed astonishing, yet the special abilities still lagged considerably. This piqued Madara's interest. He had yet to encounter any gods besides Gu Qingfeng and was eager to discern how deities compared to the Six-Path Sage. Oh, you also wish to dance. How do you phrase that? Have you encountered other gods? How do you know all deities possess such abilities? Serpent Holder, who defeated Seiya. I can perform certain supernatural feats. Anyone who has mastered the sixth sense possesses some basic abilities. For instance, those golden saints who comprehend the seventh sense can change their appearance. Ji Yu Qingfeng pondered. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. However, with differing worldviews, could Qi facilitate such transformations? in his natural state. Gu Qingfeng's body brimmed with divine energy, and he exchanged greetings with his father as he attempted to channel the divine energy within him, allowing it to permeate his limbs, gradually instigating a significant transformation, enveloped in a crimson aura after several moments. The red light dissipated, revealing Gu Qingfeng's true countenance. With the same sharp brows and bright eyes, his chiseled features exuded a tall and rugged masculinity. The smile gracing his lips radiated an aura of vitality. Yet his eyes hinted at a haughty disdain for the world. Gazing into the mirror, Gu Qingfeng mused that were he a woman, he would likely fall in love with himself. Indeed, his own form appeared far more appealing. It dawned on him how he had been oblivious for so long. Unaware that he could revert to his original appearance, Jiyu Tian was puzzled. After just a few exchanges, his son had turned to re-enter the house. Little did he know, mere minutes later, Gu Qingfeng emerged once more. "You, how did you transform back? Did you make a wish with the Dragon Balls?" Gu Qingfeng sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. "No, this is my own ability. I simply never realized it until someone reminded me that I could also change my appearance." Jiyu Tian, shaking his head, pointed at him, feeling too exasperated to even comment on his son's naivety. It had never occurred to him that his son could be so oblivious. Not long after, Shang Guanyun stepped out of her bedroom and, upon catching sight of Gu Qingfeng seated on the sofa, could hardly believe her eyes. Rubbing them to confirm she was not imagining things, she hurriedly approached him, enveloping him in her embrace. "You are Xiao Feng." Then who was the Xiao Feng from a few days ago? It had been quite some time since Gu Tian had been embraced by his wife in such a manner, prompting a twinge of jealousy. They are the same person. Your son has the ability to alter his appearance. But he only discovered it today, hence why he has reverted to his original form. That Jiyu Tian could understand Shang Guanyun's reaction. It was indeed disconcerting to behold a completely unfamiliar body housing the soul of her son. Though she felt somewhat awkward, she kept it to herself. The fact that her son was alive was far more significant than anything else. Of course, it was best that he could revert, and Gu Qingfeng offered no resistance as Shang Guanyun held him tightly. Weeping, she too needed to release the pent-up emotions, as bottling them up was not healthy. Seeing that Shang Guanyun's tears showed no sign of abating, Gu Tian stepped forward and delivered a light slap to Gu Qingfeng's head. "All right, enough of that. It's time to stop, you little rascal." He then embraced Shang Guanyun. Speaking soothingly to her, Jiyu Qingfeng, utterly bewildered, wondered what had just transpired to warrant the sudden slap. Upon witnessing his father's smug expression, Gu Qingfeng realized he was likely envious of his mother's affection. Since childhood, Shang Guanyun had been Gu Tian's prized possession. He had never allowed her to suffer any grievances. After the birth of Gu Qingfeng, this sentiment only intensified. Jiyu Tian had never anticipated that the first lesson his son would learn was to vie for his mother's love. This resulted in Shang Guanyun, after giving birth to him, rarely indulging in her own desires, claiming it was too exhausting. As they grew older, the situation escalated. Both father and son lavished affection upon her. Throughout his upbringing, Gu Qingfeng's primary activity had been competing for his mother's affection, with his father often emerging as the defeated party. Observing Gu Tian's triumphant demeanor, Gu Qingfeng chose to endure. After all, he was his father, and it appeared that if he did not reclaim his mother's attention soon, he would likely bear the brunt of his father's resentment. After much coaxing, Gu Tian finally managed to console Shang Guanyun, and the mood within the family lightened considerably, dispelling the awkwardness that had lingered in the days prior. In light of her improved spirits, Shang Guanyun decided to showcase her culinary skills, startling both father and son. But if there was one thing they dreaded, it was undoubtedly her forays into the kitchen. On ordinary days, while her cooking was passable, it was hardly delightful, yet they feigned enjoyment to avoid upsetting her. However, each time she announced her intention to demonstrate her culinary prowess, the resulting dishes bore a striking resemblance to poison. And over the years, there had been little improvement. Jiyu Tian exchanged a glance with Gu Qingfeng, who pretended not to notice. After a brief pause, Gu Qingfeng returned the look. Neither father nor son wished to be the first to speak, fearing it would provoke Shang Guanyun's displeasure. "You are the father. This is your wife. So you should address her, old man." A voice echoed in Gu Tian's mind. Instinctively, he glanced at Shang Guanyun, who seemed blissfully unaware. This was a mental communication technique. His wife could not hear it. Wasn't this a form of cheating? Gu Tian was simply incapable of transmitting such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly showered Gu Qingfeng with verbal jabs. Knowing she is my wife, you used to cling to her incessantly as a child, and now you compete with me as an adult. Back then, why didn't you mention that she was my wife? Ah, I see. Xiaoyun, why don't we postpone today's cooking? You look quite fatigued. Perhaps you should take a good rest. As Shang Wanyan was about to venture out to purchase groceries, she suddenly turned around to gaze at Gu Tian, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips. You do not wish to partake in my culinary creations, do you? With this single remark, Gu Tian's demeanor wilted. He fixated his gaze on Gu Qingfeng, steadfastly refusing to utter another word. Regardless of Gu Qingfeng's persistent attempts to persuade him through unvoiced communication, Jiu Qingfeng was left with no choice but to enlist Zhou Yu as a shield. Father did not mean it that way. We had planned to invite Uncle Zhou to dine out with us today, and perhaps inquire if he would consider moving into the villa with us. Shang Guanyun regarded Gu Qingfeng with a puzzled expression. Just a couple of days prior, he had been preoccupied with Zhou Yu's disregard for family matters, yet today he exhibited an entirely different attitude. Nevertheless, Shang Guanyun was a person of understanding. She had no inclination to blame Zhou Yu. Having witnessed firsthand the extent of his care for their family over the years, one cannot dismiss Zhou Yu's contributions based on a single incident. That's so. Very well, since you have returned. Let us extend the invitation to your Uncle Zhou to join us for a meal. Gu Qingfeng shot Gu Tian a knowing glance, signaling that this was the kind of assertiveness that could sway their mother. Gu Tian rolled his eyes. He too had considered using Zhou Yu as a scapegoat, but since the original plan was to dine at home, and Shang Guanyun was more than capable of preparing a meal, he refrained from bringing it up. The three engaged in idle chatter for over an hour, and upon realizing the hour was growing late, they finally made their way to knock on Zhou Yu's door. Old Zhou, I have come to see you. They could hear hurried footsteps from within, and the door swung open to reveal Zhou Yu's familiar face, immediately spotting Gu Qingfeng behind Gu Tian. Xiaofeng, I thought you were dead. How is it that you are still alive? Zhou Yu lamented. Truly, you have forgotten your elder brother now that you have. Gu Tian playfully scolded him, delivering a light punch as he strode into the house without hesitation. I apologize for causing you concern, Uncle Zhou. There was a minor incident, and I shall explain it to you in due time that I knew you would not perish so easily. You gave me quite the scare. Come in, come in. Zhou Yu embraced Gu Qingfeng's shoulders, warmly ushering him inside. He had believed Gu Qingfeng to be deceased, having uncovered his death record during official inquiries in the capital. The reason Zhou Yu chose to conceal this from Gu Tian upon returning from his meeting with Li Jun was that he had thought Gu Qingfeng was lost and felt powerless to assist Gu Tian. He also wished to spare Gu Tian any undue worry. However, seeing Gu Tian's apparent recovery, he felt no reason to avoid the conversation. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu was perplexed by the rapidity of Gu Tian's healing. He had accompanied him to the hospital when Gu Tian was injured. Such an injury would typically require a year or two of recuperation, often leaving lasting repercussions. How could he have recovered so swiftly? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Qingfeng interjected, I procured a special remedy from a friend, the very individual who just provided me with those green beans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's understanding dawned. No wonder that person had willingly offered assistance. It was a friend of Xiaofeng's. Despite the passage of time and the lack of recent encounters, there was no sense of estrangement among them, and Zhou Yu was genuinely delighted to see Gu Qingfeng. He enthusiastically called for a celebratory drink, which was precisely what Gu Tian had been awaiting, as he had longed for a hearty bout of revelry. Just as they were discussing their lunch plans, commotion erupted from downstairs. Gu Qingfeng recognized the source of the ruckus. Isn't that Aunt Zhou's voice? I shall go investigate. Zhou Yu momentarily froze, his expression darkening, and without uttering a word, he dashed downstairs. He feared that Li Jun's men had come to retaliate against his family. Gu Tian and Shang Guanyun, bewildered by the situation, followed Zhou Yu down, with Gu Qingfeng trailing behind them. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found several women surrounding Zhou Yu's wife, pointing and gossiping incessantly. When Gu Tian's family had encountered difficulties, the very men who had once claimed camaraderie had been the first to turn a blind eye during their time of need. Indeed, what sort of people are these? Now they deliberately bump into others' luxury cars, perhaps hoping to ingratiate themselves with the wealthy. Surrounding Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari were more than a dozen women, incessantly berating Aunt Zhou, who was crouched on the ground gathering vegetables. Zhou Yu's wife, accustomed to conversing only with Shang Guanyun, rarely spoke to others. After years of living in the community, she had few friends, and naturally, no one stepped forward to support her. She had her own struggles. Choosing to respect Zhou Yu's wishes to keep his actions private. Witnessing Zhou Yu's wife remain composed only emboldened the women, who unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Indeed, she often presents a fearless facade. Yet when faced with adversity, she cowers. It is merely a case of bullying the weak. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhou Yu's wife, who had merely ventured out to buy some vegetables, found herself inadvertently bumped into Gu Qingfeng's luxury car. These women, believing they could exploit the situation, sought to tarnish her character while attempting to cultivate a favorable impression of themselves with Gu Tian's family, although she was not accustomed to using coarse language. The relentless assault from the crowd left her feeling isolated as she gathered the scattered vegetables while attempting to defend herself. "You dare to bully my wife? Do you believe I won't take action against you?" Zhou Yu thundered as he rushed down the stairs, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, glaring at the onlookers with fury. The women, recognizing the palpable tension emanating from Zhou Yu, began to falter. Another voice emerged from the crowd. "Your wife saw that the Gu family has wealth and deliberately approached their car. Yet now she cannot bear the criticism." Zhou Yu had been recuperating at home. Tended to solely by his wife, Zhou Hui, he was entirely unaware of the recent developments involving Gu Tian's family. This car belongs to Tian Gu. When did he amass such wealth? When Gu Tian's family faced adversity. These women had kept their distance, yet now that he had found support, they sought to ingratiate themselves, utterly shameless. Zhou Yu dismissed their provocations, irritated by their ignorance. "Come on, Zhou Hui, let us leave this place. We do not need these worthless vegetables." Zhou Hui, upon seeing Zhou Yu, appeared entranced, lost in his presence until he pulled her back to reality. While others may be oblivious to Zhou Yu's injuries, she was acutely aware. Just this morning, he had been bedridden and unable to move. How could he possibly have recovered so swiftly? Doubt gnawed at her as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yu. Unaware of the shock his miraculous recovery had inflicted upon his wife, Zhou Yu, in high spirits, gently patted her on the head. "What is it? Do you not recognize me? Is it truly you, my husband? How is it that your injuries have healed?" It was no wonder Zhou Hui harbored such disbelief. Just hours ago, her husband had been incapacitated, and now he stood before her in full health. "A skilled practitioner assisted me in my recovery. Let us go." The three members of the Gu family had also arrived at the staircase, and upon witnessing the gathering crowd, they too were incensed. Joining in condemnation of Zhou Yu Qingfeng's irritation grew as he noticed the unfamiliar faces among the women, some of whom he had never encountered. After years of silence, they now sought to champion their family's cause. Were they not merely eager to curry favor now that they perceived him as wealthy? Silence. The indifferent words echoed, overpowering the clamor of the crowd, the simplicity of the two syllables resonating like divine pronouncements, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse the hearts of those present. All eyes were fixed upon him, faces etched with fear, bewildered by the inexplicable trepidation they felt towards this young man. Zhou Yu stood transfixed, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as the tone reminded him of the man who had visited his home that very morning. The same haughty arrogance radiated from him, his utterances compelling obedience without question. How could she engage in such shameless acts without fearing the judgment of others? Just as the atmosphere thickened with silence, a voice pierced through, belonging to a tall woman who, hidden in the throng, intended to slip away after uttering her words. The situation had escalated sufficiently. She would assess the circumstances before deciding whether to assist these fools or Zhou Yu's family. However, just as she took a step back, she found herself losing control of her body, rendered immobile. "You seem to enjoy stirring trouble. Perhaps we should have a chat." Gu Qingfeng maneuvered through the crowd, positioning himself above the woman. Instantly, her heart plummeted into terror. She had never anticipated being discovered. Yet at this juncture, Retreat was no longer an option. I only fear that your family might be deceived. My intentions are purely for your benefit. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, his laughter laced with derision. For the sake of his own family, a woman in her 20s had infiltrated a gathering of older ladies. Such a scenario was inherently absurd. Recognizing the woman, Zhou Hui realized that had it not been for her, she would not have been subjected to the scornful gazes of these older women. It was her who pushed me. Had she not intervened, I would not have fallen. The woman believed her actions to be discreet. Having seen Gu Tian and Gu Qingfeng disembark from a Ferrari 2 days prior, she had contemplated how to engage Gu Qingfeng in conversation. Coincidentally, upon her return to encounter Zhou Hui, a malicious idea had taken root in her mind. The Ferrari was parked not far from below, along Zhou Hui's path upstairs, and she intended to collide with Zhou Hui in that vicinity, subtly inciting public outrage. These idle older women delighted in belittling those beneath them. As the situation escalated, Gu Qingfeng would undoubtedly descend. That moment, she would reassess her stance, deciding which side to align with to curry favor with him. Despite graduating from a mediocre university and hailing from an ordinary background, she was acutely aware of her advantage, her beauty. She deemed herself worthy of any affluent heir, rather than consorting with the average men who pursued her. What had initially been a flawless plan encountered unforeseen complications, leaving her no choice but to adamantly deny any intent. I did not do it intentionally. Why would I push you for no reason? Zhou Hui found herself at a loss for words. There was no evidence to substantiate such claims. The Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment before stating, "Young lady, your acting is commendable. Yet you have overlooked a crucial point. Do you know why Li Jun has ceased to trouble my family?" The girl gazed at Gu Qingfeng with a look of incredulity, astonished that such a handsome man would pose such a foolish question. That wasn't it due to someone else's intervention? Surely, it wasn't you who resolved the issue. Didn't your family find a benefactor? The man with the Ferrari. Wasn't he the one who smoothed things over for you? Everyone knows that. Gu Qingfeng pointed toward Zhou Yu, his tone remarkably calm as he remarked, "That man is a relative of Uncle Zhou, who was the one to assist my family. As for the car, it originally belonged to Uncle Zhou. What reason would Aunt Zhou have to act in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The very individual who aided Gu Tian was indeed someone Zhou Yu had procured. However, skepticism lingered among the majority, as Zhou Yu's family was not particularly affluent, merely on par with the Gu Tian family. While they possessed some wealth, it was implausible that they would be acquainted with such influential figures capable of compelling Li Jun to halt his vendetta against Gu Tian. Moreover, if they could afford a Ferrari, they would not be residing in such modest accommodations. That is merely your fabrication. Don't think you could deceive everyone so easily. You claim the car is his. Do you have any evidence? Gu Qingfeng had anticipated this retort, for if he were to voice it, the impact would differ significantly. "Uncle Zhou, show her the car keys," though I suspect she wouldn't recognize them, as someone of her ilk could never afford a Ferrari. "Keys? What keys do I have?" Zhou Yu was well aware that he possessed no keys to such a vehicle. In your right trouser pocket. Uncle Zhou. Gu Qingfeng directed his thoughts towards Zhou Yu, who, perplexed, glanced at him. As he reached in his pocket, he indeed discovered an object shaped like a key. The onlookers fixated on him, and with little time to ponder how it had ended up there, Zhou Yu produced it. Everything unfolded according to his plan. The moment the woman posed that question, she found herself defeated. No matter how vehemently she denied it, no one would believe her. "But you see this? This is not a Ferrari key. Could it possibly belong to your electric scooter?" The older women, who had previously scrutinized Zhou Hui, now directed hostile glares towards the woman. The car belonged to Zhou Yu. She had instigated trouble and thus incurred his ire, as someone of his stature was far beyond her reach. The woman, embarrassed and furious, retorted, "It's just a car key. Perhaps you gave it to him in advance. If it truly belongs to him, why not produce the purchase contract for all to see?" Gu Qingfeng glared coldly at her. "And you think you are worthy of that? You, a pauper, have the right to see it?" He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yu, who understood and opened the car door, allowing them to enter and drive away. Left behind were the red-eyed woman and the multitude of older ladies glaring at her. The ease with which Zhou Yu maneuvered the vehicle confirmed its ownership. Women despise being labeled as poor. While her family background was indeed lacking and her education subpar, she prided herself on her beauty. Armed with cosmetics purchased with several backup plans, she meticulously crafted her appearance, believing it would be effortless to attract a wealthy suitor. At least in her mind, she felt deserving of such a partner. Observing the older women's envious expressions, she could only retreat in humiliation. Zhou Yu, seated in the driver's seat, had no experience with luxury cars, yet the vehicle seemed to operate autonomously, requiring no input from him. Gu Tian and his wife were entirely unaware of this feature and turned their gazes towards Gu Qingfeng. That Jiu Qingfeng acknowledged his involvement, having learned to operate the vehicle after witnessing his father do so once. He did not need to drive it himself, but could control it with his energy. That he vaguely alluded to his newfound abilities, claiming to possess extraordinary powers that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Zhou Yu refrained from pressing further. If Gu Qingfeng wished to disclose anything, he would do so of his own volition. However, one aspect perplexed Zhou Yu. When did you slip the car keys in my pocket? I didn't even notice. That Jiu Qingfeng could only smile and explain, I slipped them in just like that. My speed was simply too swift for you to detect. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, but did not respond. It was implausible for someone to be so fast that he could not see them. He regarded Zhou Yu's incredulous expression. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, choosing to remain silent. In truth, he had placed the keys in Zhou Yu's pocket in the blink of an eye. But his speed combined with the loose fit of Zhou Yu's trousers had rendered the act undetectable. Zhou Yu had initially believed Gu Qingfeng intended to stand up for him by driving away, unaware that the car was accelerating with no intention of stopping. This superpower of yours is quite convenient. By the way, where are we headed? Why aren't you stopping? Gu Tian interjected. Let us find a place to eat. It's a rare occasion for us to be together, and we must enjoy a good meal. Zhou Yu contemplated this, realizing the truth in it. Gu had recovered, he had healed, and their son was safe. Whether Li Jun was indeed dead, as the man who had treated his injuries had claimed, remained a mystery to Zhou Yu. However, it seems that they will not trouble Gu Tian's family any longer. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that there has been no movement for such an extended period. It truly is surprising that Brother Tian knows such formidable individuals. Zhou Hui remains unaware of the unfolding events. While Zhou Yu patiently explains how he has been healed and that Gu Tian has managed to settle matters with Li Jun, however, he is oblivious to the fact that beneath the exterior of Wujida lies the soul of Gu Qingfeng. Zhou Hui, upon hearing this, feels quite elated. Not only is Zhou Yu concerned for Gu Tian's family, but she shares the same sentiments, though she verbally insists that Zhou Yu should refrain from taking a stand for Gu Tian. Yet, when Zhou Yu sought out Li Jun and was left incapacitated, Zhou Hui did not utter a single complaint. If Zhou Yu were to refrain from intervening, he would cease to be the man she admires. Gu Qingfeng drove directly to Zitian Pavilion, the largest restaurant in Hebei. He instructed the four to enter first while he parked the car, promising to join them shortly. Jiu Tian and his wife had no objections. But Zhou Yu was taken aback. He had never been to Zitian Pavilion before. Although he frequently passed by it in Hebei County, he had heard that a meal here, even the least expensive, would cost at least 10,000, which is no trivial sum. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Yu decided to hold his tongue. Today was a day worth celebrating with a grand feast. The four of them made their way to the hall of Zitian Pavilion, while Gu Qingfeng parked the car several hundred meters away in the garage. Upon exiting, the security guard cast envious glances. Wishing for such wealth for himself. Soon as Gu Tian and the others entered the hall, they were intercepted by a waiter at the entrance, who, despite their ordinary attire, treated them with utmost respect and politeness. May I ask if you four have a reservation? The four exchanged glances and shook their heads, having never heard that reservations were required at Zitian Pavilion. Upon learning that they had no reservation, the waiter patiently continued, no reservation is not a problem. Those with a VIP card may order directly. They were aware of the restaurant, but were visiting for the first time and were unfamiliar with the procedures. We don't have one. Isn't it true that reservations are not necessary at Zitian Pavilion? Typically, it is not required, but this is a recent policy change. Dining now necessitates a reservation made a day in advance or possession of a VIP card from this establishment. After hearing the waiter's explanation, Zhou Yu contemplated leaving, as they had no VIP card. Yet Gu Tian stood still, unyielding. Let Xiao Feng handle it. He'll create a card in no time, now that he has money. He thought. Gu Tian, no longer interested in money, realized the power his son now held. While Shang Wanyan remained unaware, he knew just how formidable Gu Qingfeng was. The male waiter maintained a smile, intending to invite them to wait in the hall. When a neutral voice interrupted, a VIP card costs 50,000 apiece. If you can afford it, then proceed. If not, kindly step aside and don't obstruct other guests. A man with an effeminate appearance and heavily made-up face approached, his pallor indicating he had overexerted himself. Didn't Ti mention that we will get a card? My son is parking the car. Once he arrives, we will obtain one. Gu Tian felt quite displeased. He had rushed out, and all the money Gu Qingfeng had given him was in his bank card, which he had not brought along. Zhou Yu, not known for his patience, was on the verge of exploding at the disrespectful remarks, but he was restrained by Zhou Hui. Even now, Zhou Hui struggled to accept that both her husband and Gu Tian had been rendered incapacitated, yet within 2 days, everything was resolved, and Li Jun's matter had been settled. All of this felt surreal, but as they were on the brink of living a good life, she truly wished to avoid further conflict. The neutral man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the four of them once more, confirming he had no recollection of them. That's not my concern. Just don't stand at the entrance causing a hindrance for other patrons. Since your son has yet to arrive, why not wait outside? Zhou Yu could no longer contain himself. He pointed to a couple passing by and addressed the neutral man. What do you mean? Why are they allowed in? They have no reservation or card either. Look at their attire. Every piece is a designer brand. Now look at you, dressed in what appears to be street market fare. How can you compare? The neutral man's impatience was evident, his gaze flitting between Zhou Ran and Shang Wanyan. It must be said, though both had just crossed their 40s, their natural beauty made them stand out. Even without adornment, they exuded a mature charm that was undeniably captivating. And who wouldn't he be drawn to a married woman? With this thought, the man altered his tone. Ladies, would you consider dining with me? I am still single and in search of a companion for the later years of my life. The same words, the same tone, emerged simultaneously from the mouths of two different individuals. They could understand the man's disdain for their attire. After all, appearances do matter, and they were somewhat lacking in that regard. Although the man's words were somewhat abrasive, Gu Tian and Zhou Yu did not wish to engage further. However, for him to flirt with his wife in front of him was utterly intolerable. What the hell are you saying? Are you seeking death? The nearby waiter hurried over to mediate, recognizing that neither the customers nor the man were individuals he could afford to offend. Manager Wu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so carelessly. This is still a workplace, and one cannot flirt with another's wife. The man referred to as Manager Wu, however, persisted, unwilling to relent. He had never failed to secure a target he set his sights on. I have plenty of money. I could offer you both 100,000 in living expenses each month to be my wife for just 1 month. What do you think? He was a man of no particular merit, relying solely on his father's status as a shareholder of Ziqian Pavilion to attain the managerial position. Countless women had succumbed to his advances, but he had never encountered such exquisite married women before. If he happened upon someone formidable, he would not dare to act so brazenly. In all of Haibei, he was familiar with nearly every prominent wealthy figure, but he had no recollection of Gu Tian or Zhou Yu. Their ordinary attire gave him the impression of poverty, and now that he had stumbled upon such beauty, he could not afford to let them slip away easily. Zhou Yu, unable to contain his fury, slapped the man across the face. How dare you, you scoundrel! If you wish to die, just say so and don't act so disgracefully here. Setting aside Li Jun's affairs, it had been a long time since Zhou Yu had been this enraged. He usually wore a nonchalant smile that gave off a friendly demeanor. He was acutely aware of how beautiful his wife was, but he had never encountered someone as shameless as the man before him. Standing beside her, he still dared to flirt. If he could endure that, it would be better to perish. You have the audacity to strike me. Do you even know who I am? I will crawl out on my knees. The man produced a walkie-talkie, ready to call for assistance, but Zhou Ran swiftly snatched it away, pulling Zhou Yu to leave. Gu Tian remained immobile, while Shang Wanyan appeared unfazed, and Zhou Yu stood rigidly in place. He could not swallow this humiliation. Regardless of the circumstances, he demanded an explanation. Zhou Yu was generally easygoing, provided no one bullied his wife. Jiu Tian and his wife had witnessed Gu Qingfeng resolve Li Jun's matter within a morning, and they were not intimidated by the restaurant's arrogance. Jiu Tian felt even less inclined to retreat. He was in the right and saw no reason to leave in such a humiliating manner. Fine, just wait. My uncle is a shareholder of Zitian Pavilion, and you will regret this. The man, relying on his uncle's status, had never faced such indignity and pulled out his phone to make a call. Zhou Ran was frantic. He had never expected to encounter such an incident while merely dining out. This was somewhat understandable, as the four of them had always remained within a small circle, rarely encountering the wealthy and influential. Those at the bottom of the social ladder would never dare to openly flirt with married women. However, a man with a certain background like this one would not care whether someone was married. In fact, he might find it even more thrilling to flirt with another's wife. Nearby, the security guards noticed the commotion and hurried over. Manager Wu, is everything all right here? They are not foolish. They are well aware of Wu Sheng's character. Avaricious, lecherous, and utterly shameless. Countless young women have fallen prey to his flowery words, lured into his bed under the false promise of marriage. Some women, eager to wed a wealthy man, willingly participate, only to find themselves abandoned once he is finished. Bound by the power he wields, these women are left to suffer in silence, their grievances unspoken. Upon witnessing Shang Wanyun and Zhou Ranho, several security guards quickly surmised the situation. Yet, even with the knowledge of Wu Sheng's culpability, the guards feigned ignorance to protect their well-paying jobs. That Wu Sheng vehemently denied his earlier statements, casting aspersions upon Gu Tian and his companions. These individuals, lacking VIP cards, attempted to force their way into the hall. I, with good intentions, tried to dissuade them, only to be met with violence. Zhou Yu, undeterred, knew that the surveillance cameras above captured every sound in sight, making it difficult for Wu Sheng to deny his actions. Nonsense. If you hadn't flirted with my wife, would I have acted? Your surveillance has recorded everything. Wu Sheng smirked, confident that he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. Unfortunately, our camera encountered a malfunction and was not recording. The guards encircled Zhou Yu and his companions, while Zhou Yu shielded his wife, fearful of inadvertently harming her. Jiu Tian remained unfazed, simply holding Shang Wanyun's hand, while out of the corner of his eye, he noted that Gu Qingfeng was merely a few meters away. Wu Sheng leered at Shang Wanyun and Zhou Ranho, dismissing Gu Tian and Zhou Xiefeng entirely, convinced that he had the upper hand. Take them away. Don't let them disrupt business. You can deal with them later. These two women are mine. Ordinarily, this would be the case. With 7 or 8 guards arriving, Gu Tian and Zhou Yu posed little threat. He anticipated witnessing the expressions of these two women in his possession. Once they were alone, Jiu Qingfeng approached the guards from behind, patting them on the shoulder. Step aside, step aside. What's happening here? Gu Tian, arms crossed and still seething, glared at Wu Sheng. You shamelessly harass my mother and your Aunt Zhou. Wu Sheng, dismissive of Gu Qingfeng, youthful, clad in sneakers, radiating vitality, issued a warning. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, keep your distance and do not interfere. I'll grant you a chance. Clear the way now, and I will pretend this never happened. Jiu Qingfeng, wishing not to burden the guards who were merely following orders, was prepared to let them be, but would not hesitate to act if they sought their own demise. The parking lot was several hundred meters from the restaurant's entrance, and Gu Tian and the others had disembarked from their Ferrari at the main entrance of Zitian Pavilion, unbeknownst to the guards and Wu Sheng. The guards, unmoved, would not yield the path based on mere words. Fearing Wu Sheng's wrath, Gu Qingfeng disregarded him, engaging the guards in conversation without acknowledging his presence. Wu Sheng's anger flared. You truly think you're something special? Take them all away. Anyone who dares resist will be dealt with severely. The 2 young female servers at the front desk had witnessed the entire scene unfold and couldn't help but lament for Gu Qingfeng. Oh, that young man is so handsome, but he has crossed Manager Wu. His fate will surely be grim. In this day and age, beauty holds little value. The world is driven by wealth, and without it, one is deemed guilty. Encountering Wu Sheng was merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Jiu Qingfeng chose not to linger on words, suddenly turning to face Wu Sheng, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Wu Sheng hurtling backward like a tattered sack. Dazed and bleeding, he felt as though his bones were shattering. 7 or 8 guards were similarly thrown off balance, their senses overwhelmed. Let us go. After executing this feat, Gu Qingfeng strode confidently toward Zetian Pavilion, leaving Zhou Yu and his wife in shock. What just transpired? Was it truly the legendary ability to vanquish an enemy with a mere glance? The commotion drew the attention of several patrons within the establishment, all eager to discern the unfolding drama. The two servers, astonished, covered their mouths, having been closest to the scene, clearly witnessing Gu Qingfeng's singular gaze directed at Wu Sheng. It was as though they had been struck by a vehicle, all flung away by an unseen force. Was this a scene from a martial arts film? You scoundrel! Just wait. This isn't over. I will see to your demise. Wu Sheng roared in rage, his fury clouding his judgment as he writhed on the ground in pain. Gu Qingfeng had not delivered a fatal blow. Both Wu Sheng and the guards merely sustained superficial injuries. Though they could not rise immediately, their lives were not in jeopardy. Jiu Tian and his companions could not resist stealing glances at the fallen figures, while Gu Qingfeng remained indifferent, striding toward the front desk as if he had merely swatted away a few flies, utterly unconcerned. At a private room for us, regardless of the cost. The female cashier stared at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment. He had struck the son of a shareholder and dared to return for a meal. 1 could only admire his audacity or question his sense of reality. Sir, dining here requires a reservation. Without one, a VIP card is necessary. How much for a VIP card? Bring me one. The cashier smiled, harboring a dislike for Wu Sheng. Gu Qingfeng's actions pleased her immensely. A one-time recharge of 200,000 grants you a VIP card. Swipe the card. I'll take 2. Gu Qingfeng acted without hesitation, producing his bank card, causing the surrounding crowd to regard him as a lunatic. After offending the shareholder's son, he still dared to apply for a card. Did he not fear losing his life for a card while dining? Gu Qingfeng paid no mind to their thoughts. In his eyes, Wu Sheng was but a trivial figure, far beneath him. Acquiring the card was merely a means to facilitate dining for his parents and Uncle Zhou in the future. The cashier's eyes lit up. 2 VIP cards meant a significant commission for her. In this small place, she had never encountered someone willing to obtain 2 cards at once. Eagerly, she agreed, not considering whether Gu Qingfeng's card would remain valid when Wu Sheng's father arrived. Receiving the 2 cards, Gu Qingfeng confidently settled onto a sofa in the hall, with Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, though bewildered, sitting beside him. With a smile, Zhou Yu inquired, "Why did you get 2 cards? What are you planning to do here? 1 for you, 1 for your father. We're here to await his reinforcements. Better to intimidate him all at once than have him seek revenge while we're dining." Gu Qingfeng spoke with nonchalance, while Zhou Yu perceived a significant change in Gu Qingfeng's demeanor upon his return after a long absence. Zhou Yu harbored no fear of Wu Sheng, only concerned that a confrontation might inadvertently harm his wife. Planning to send her away first, Jiu Tian discerned his worry and whispered a few words in his ear, prompting Zhou Yu to gaze at Gu Qingfeng in disbelief, unable to fathom that what Gu Tian suggested could be true. Nonetheless, he chose to trust Gu Tian. Wu Sheng, struggling to extract his phone, found the screen shattered, but it still functioned. "Dad, come to Zetian Pavilion. There's a guy causing trouble, and he hit me to mention your name. But he said you're nothing." And he continued to act without hesitation. On the other end of the line, Wu Xiaofeng's heart raced with anxiety upon learning that his son had been assaulted. He was the sole heir of the Wu family, and thus he had always indulged this child. He advised Wu Sheng to ensure the guards protect him as he rushed to the scene. Growing more frantic upon hearing that the guards had been overpowered, hastily gathering several bodyguards to drive Overcure finished. "My dad will be here any moment," with a lingering desire to taunt further. Wu Sheng felt a sharp pain at the corner of his mouth, and his left cheek immediately swelled up. As he opened his mouth, a few teeth were expelled. Jiu Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, looked at Wu Sheng and calmly said, "Please continue." This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Everyone understood that Gu Qingfeng was responsible, yet none could fathom how he had accomplished it. He sat on the sofa, seemingly motionless, While the imprint of the slap on Wu Sheng's face was unmistakable, and blood poured from his mouth where teeth had once been in contrast to the others, Zhou Yu and Gu Tian's focus was distinctly different. They were more shocked by the fact that Gu Qingfeng maintained such a cheerful demeanor despite having reduced Wu Sheng to this state. This led them to ponder what experiences had transformed Gu Qingfeng so dramatically. Although Wu Sheng was indeed a bona fide rich heir, he was far from foolish. Lying quietly on the ground without uttering another word, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly eerie, and the dining patrons paused. Curious to see how Gu Qingfeng would resolve the situation, Wu Xiaofeng, not far away, arrived in just over 10 minutes, accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards clad in suits. These were all seasoned fighters from the underground boxing arena, individuals he had paid handsomely for. Ordinary people dared not approach them, let alone those common security guards. Upon entering Zetian Pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of his son sprawled on the floor. His clothes disheveled and blood trickling from his mouth, he rushed over to help Wu Sheng to his feet. Seeing his father, Wu Sheng's courage surged, and he stumbled upright, pointing at Gu Qingfeng and the others, ready to unleash a tirade of insults. However, before he could utter a word, another wave of excruciating pain struck him, causing his right cheek to swell painfully, prompting him to grimace and cry out in agony. Wu Xiaofeng mirrored the expressions of those before him. Bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, Gu Qingfeng glanced at him, then casually inquired, "Is he your son?" Yet, having spent years navigating the business world, Wu Xiaofeng was not to be outdone by his inept son, quickly regaining his composure. "Indeed, you know who I am, and yet you dare to harm my son. You are exceedingly presumptuous, young man, unaware of your own limits." Gu Qingfeng's gaze softened as he turned to Sheng Wanyun and Zhou Hui. "Aunt Zhou, how about we downplay today's events and let it go?" The two women, who had no desire for conflict, readily agreed, especially considering Wu Sheng had already been thoroughly chastised, his face swollen like a pig's head, with most of his teeth missing. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's suggestion, they all concurred to let the matter rest. But this infuriated Wu Xiaofeng. In a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. "You think you can just dismiss this? My son has been beaten to this extent, and you expect me to let it go? How can I maintain my standing in Haibei County?" Gu Qingfeng, uninterested in his ramblings, responded, "Very well then. Have that boy come over to bow and apologize, and I'll let this matter slide." The room fell into stunned silence. How could one demand an apology after inflicting such harm? Yet Gu Qingfeng believed himself merciful. Individuals like Wu Sheng needed to learn a lesson, or they would never remember their place. Wu Xiaofeng, seething with anger, commanded his bodyguards to confront Gu Qingfeng, to go after him, beat him to death. "I'll take responsibility for any consequences." Clutching his nearly unconscious son, he turned to leave, intent on getting him to the hospital. The bodyguards, cautious of the sudden violence, split into groups, ready to encircle Gu Qingfeng. Just as they took a few steps, a series of dull thuds echoed from behind. Wu Xiaofeng felt a chill run through him. An ominous sensation settling. Is there no one else? You've squandered your opportunity. Gu Qingfeng's voice, tinged with amusement, reached his ears. When Wu Xiaofeng turned around, he was met with the sight of his bodyguards lying motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Understanding he had encountered a formidable opponent, Wu Xiaofeng realized that someone capable of swiftly incapacitating 10 bodyguards could not possibly be a mere presence in this small Haibei County. His rebellious son seemed intent on leading him to ruin. At the very least, this individual was a high-level martial artist. With such humiliation today, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. But Gu Qingfeng did not intervene, merely observing as he completed the call, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If the person you called doesn't arrive within that time, I won't wait any longer." Time was running short, and Gu Qingfeng had little patience for delays. His audacity to act without restraint stemmed from his restored appearance, no longer needing to worry about suspicion regarding Wichita's identity. Since his return to Earth, he had ensured that every move he made was shrouded in secrecy, disabling nearby surveillance and recording devices to prevent detection. Yet now, with the emergence of a fictional character in reality, the transformation into an extraordinary martial artist was far more easily accepted. The patrons dining there, all possessing a modicum of wealth or influence, were not typical individuals. The common folk could hardly afford to dine in such an establishment. As the situation escalated, rather than leaving, the guests became increasingly animated, eager to witness how events would unfold. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Jiu Qingfeng and his companions merely called to the front desk, opting to order their meals in the hall rather than retreating to a private room. With the earlier commotion, the restaurant manager arrived promptly, his demeanor shifting to one of embarrassment upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's order, his gaze frequently darting towards Wu Xiaofeng. Lacking any substantial backing, the manager had ascended to his position solely through his own merits. Offending Wu Xiaofeng would be unwise, yet he could not afford to offend Gu Qingfeng either, having witnessed the arrogant Wu Shang being utterly subdued. The surrounding guests observed him curiously, eager to see how he would navigate this precarious situation. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, his phone rang, igniting an urge to curse. Such an awkward moment. Who could be calling? Upon checking, he found it was none other than the major shareholder of his restaurant. A potential lifeline. He quickly answered the call. After a brief conversation, he glanced at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment. Hastily agreeing to the demands, he instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal for Gu Qingfeng, ensuring no foul play occurred, especially given the possibility of Wu Xiaofeng's loyalists lurking in the kitchen. This left Wu Xiaofeng utterly dumbfounded. Had this young man truly lost his mind, daring to have the kitchen prepare food for him? Did he intend to remain at Zitian Pavilion? Yet Wu Xiaofeng dared not voice his objections, choosing instead to lean against the door, awaiting assistance. Before long, the entrance to Zitian Pavilion was filled with the thunderous roar of numerous vehicles, followed by the sound of synchronized footsteps. The familiar face, flanked by a cohort of subordinates, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiaofeng felt as though he had spotted a savior. Huge brother, I require your assistance once more. As long as you help me deal with this brat, I will pay any price. Wu Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at his son's pitiful state, his hatred threatening to consume his reason. Not a problem. He's merely a little brat. You truly are a waste, incapable of handling even a small child. Zhu, who had just been humiliated and was eager to teach a lesson. But Wu Xiaofeng's call had interrupted his plans. He gathered a throng of subordinates and made his way over in a grand procession. However, the mightiest Shun Lu did not arrive, still recuperating in the hospital after being thoroughly defeated by Gu Qingfeng last time. The guests found the situation amusing, each desperately covering their mouths, fearful of provoking Zhu Hu's ire. Zhu Hu himself was not gravely injured, yet his subordinates appeared even more disheveled than Wu Xiaofeng, each bearing visible signs of the recent conflict. While Gu Qingfeng had shown restraint previously, the ordinary individuals involved were not unscathed. Fortunately, their injuries were superficial and would heal with time, that a discerning observer could easily deduce that they had just been in a scuffle. Hence their current state of disarray. Amidst their laughter, curiosity lingered regarding who dared to challenge Zhu Hu, the undisputed underground emperor of Haibei. Suddenly, Zhu Hu's eyes lit up as he spotted Gu Tian and his wife seated beside Gu Qingfeng, involuntarily shivering at the memory of that formidable man who resembled a monster, likely their son. The prospect of unwittingly offending such a powerful figure sent chills down Zhu Hu's spine. His life could very well be at stake. With this thought, he straightened his posture and approached Gu Qingfeng and his companions. His subordinates trailed behind him, and the unconscious Wu Shang began to rouse, his face swollen and his body weak. You are finished, kid. Offending me means you can forget about leaving Haibei alive. Wu Xiaofeng glared at Gu Qingfeng, fear still gnawing at his heart. Yet he did not believe Gu Qingfeng would dare defy Zhu Hu. After all, anyone could provoke him, and if he failed to deal with this young man, he would become the laughingstock of Haibei's wealthy elite. Do you think this young man would dare lay a hand on Zhu Hu? Certainly not. Zhu Hu was a figure who navigated both the underworld and legitimate circles. Few in Haibei would dare cross him. This young man indeed possessed remarkable skills, having inexplicably bested so many. But against Zhu Hu, he was simply out of luck. The patrons in the hall had little hope for Gu Qingfeng, as Zhu Hu was the undisputed sovereign of this small county. Zhu Hu paid Gu Qingfeng no mind, instead lowering his head to greet Gu Tian and his wife. What brings you two here? Has that fellow Wu offended you? Zhu Hu was anxious to distance himself from the Wu family. Having been deeply traumatized by Gu Qingfeng, his most formidable subordinate had been toyed with like a child before Gu Qingfeng. Dozens of his men fell in an instant. It was as if Gu Qingfeng were a deity, commanding unparalleled strength after years of wandering the martial world. Zhu Hu understood one vital truth. When faced with an opponent far superior, the only choice was to keep one's distance. However, Zhu Hu's impression of Gu Qingfeng was faint, as he had only encountered him last time in the guise of Wujida. Now that Gu Qingfeng had returned to his true appearance, Zhu Hu found himself at a loss. Following their last encounter, Zhu Hu had dispatched someone to investigate Gu Tian's background. Hoping to steer clear in the future, he was aware that Gu Qingfeng was his son and that there had been a recent altercation with Li Jun. Had he known that the man before him was the same monstrous figure from the previous day, he might not have had the courage to approach. Gu Tian recognized him too, though he was unaware of the events that followed. Seeing Zhu Hu's politeness, he had no intention of making things difficult. My son has been foolish, and I wish to downplay the matter that I hope he remains unaware. Otherwise, it could lead to an uncomfortable situation for all. Upon hearing mention of his son, Zhu Hu's mind conjured the image of that man once more. Leave it to me. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution, sparing the esteemed individual further trouble. He turned and strode over to the bewildered Wu Xiaofeng, who was taken aback by Zhu Hu's unexpected courtesy. Despite being a well-known figure in Haibei, Zhu Hu had always regarded him with disdain, making his current demeanor all the more shocking. Without warning, Zhu Hu raised his hand and slapped Wu Sheng across the face, following up with a kick that sent Wu Sheng sprawling to the ground. Still disoriented, "Beat him senseless. You fool, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you." His subordinates were equally puzzled by Zhu Hu's erratic behavior. Some had encountered Gu Qingfeng before, but they had arrived after Gu Tian and his wife had departed, and thus could not comprehend Zhu Hu's motives. Wu Xiaofeng was alarmed. His bodyguards lay unconscious, and if Zhu Hu's men were to unleash their fury upon him, his son would surely suffer grievously. "Brother Hu, we had an agreement. I promised to hand over that parcel of land you coveted and provide additional compensation for your assistance in dealing with this young man." At this point, any notion of compensation was moot. No amount of money was worth crossing paths with that man again. He knew that antagonizing him would likely lead to his demise, and money was meaningless without life. Gu Tian was startled. He had mentioned Gu Qingfeng to intimidate Zhu Hu, yet he never anticipated Zhu Hu would react so fearfully, resorting to violence to sever ties and own need for violence. Let us simply ensure he keeps his mouth shut in the future. Qingfeng has already taught him a lesson. Zhu Hu instructed his men to halt, casting a surprised glance at Gu Qingfeng. There lay over a dozen individuals on the ground. Could it be that they had all been bested by Gu Tian's son? One should aspire to raise a son like Gu Qingfeng. Why is my own so utterly inept? Wu Sheng seethed with indignation, yet with Zhu Hu's presence, he realized he could not afford to antagonize this family any further. "I apologize. It was my lack of discernment that led to my offense, that I humbly request your forgiveness." Zhou Hui had no desire to escalate the matter, and with Wu Sheng's apology, she saw no reason to pursue it further. However, Shang Wanyun harbored disdain for Wu Sheng, not only due to his prior attempts at coercion, but also because of his familiarity with such underhanded tactics, suggesting he had likely victimized numerous innocent women. Coming from an influential family, she had a keen eye for character, yet the world was rife with scoundrels, and she did not wish to involve herself in others' disputes. With their responses received, the Wu father and son hastily departed. Fearful of any potential change of heart from the others, Gu Qingfeng had not intended to let them go so easily, but he had noticed the fleeting glimmer of intense hatred in Wu Sheng's eyes during his apology. However, he chose to remain silent, allowing them to retreat further. Zhu Hu cautiously turned to Gu Tian, producing a business card from his pocket. "Well, since all is well, I shall take my leave. Here's my contact information. Should you need my assistance, feel free to reach out." Gu Qingfeng appreciated Zhu Hu's pragmatism. He recognized when to concede and sought to ingratiate himself with Gu Tian's family. Zhu Hu showed no signs of resentment for the earlier incident, avoiding the pitfalls of pride that could lead to further conflict. Gu Qingfeng had initially expected Zhu Hu to take advantage of his absence to target his parents, but he had underestimated him. Gu Tian hesitated to accept Zhu Hu's card, glancing at Gu Qingfeng for guidance. With a nod from Gu Qingfeng, affirming that having more connections could only be beneficial, Gu Tian accepted the card. Zhu Hu's face lit up with joy. If he could align himself with Gu Qingfeng, he would have the confidence to expand his influence beyond Haibei, even infiltrating the underworld of the capital city. For years, he had only been able to dominate Haibei due to his lack of powerful allies. With only Shinfeng at his side, he could maintain control there, but in larger cities, he was merely an outsider without formidable support. As the meal was served, the long-awaited gathering of friends commenced as Jiyu Tian and Zhou Yu indulged, drinking to their heart's content. Typically, Shang Wanyun and Zhou Hui were quite strict, but today, in light of their joy, they chose to relax their oversight. Zhou Yu, his face flushed, looked at Gu Qingfeng, having watched him grow up and understanding his character well, that I truly cannot fathom what you have endured. Your return reveals a marked transformation. It seems you have faced considerable hardship. Ji Yu Qingfeng paused, then smiled faintly. Perhaps hardship is an apt description. When I first traversed this realm, I wandered through various dimensions in search of a way home. Before joining the chat group, I endured endless solitude, devoid of family or friends. Yet, it is nothing of great consequence. All of that is behind me. Have you not noticed? You have changed entirely from who you once were. The words were spoken in unison by Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, their tone remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of inebriation. However, after their utterance, the two remained silent, resuming their drinking. Jiyu Qingfeng, feeling utterly perplexed, pondered whether his transformation had indeed been so pronounced. Surely, if another possessed divine powers, they too would resemble him. He consoled himself, recognizing that he had not devolved into a mindless killer. Uncle Zhou, I have purchased a villa in the estate. You and Aunt Zhou should come and live with us, he declared. Zhou Hui, caught mid-bite, doubted her ears. What had Xiao Feng been up to? He had just spent 400,000 on a card, and now he spoke of buying a villa. Yet instinctively, Zhou Hui declined, stating, "We prefer to stay. We are accustomed to our old home, and moving there suddenly would not suit us." Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to persuade her, Zhou Yu interjected, "All right, no problem, that we'll pack up and move." Seeing her husband's disagreement, Zhou Hui found it difficult to refuse. The five of them continued drinking until midday, when Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were practically incapacitated. Suddenly, the owner of Zitian Pavilion paid an unexpected visit. Upon seeing her, Gu Qingfeng realized why, despite having offended Wu Sheng, the front desk still served him. The owner was none other than the mysterious woman from the Villa District. And Gu Qingfeng had not anticipated that Zitian Pavilion was her enterprise. Noticing that Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were intoxicated, she extended an invitation for the four to rest in a private room upstairs. Gu Qingfeng accepted, recognizing the hassle of dealing with the two inebriated men on the way home. He decided to let his mother and Aunt Zhou watch over them while he took the opportunity to converse with this woman. Just as he settled the two, a notification from the chat group popped up. The Gu has become soup has joined the chat. Retreat Marriage Villain has joined the chat. Book Loving Ghoul. The names of the two newcomers are quite amusing. Why the Gu has become soup? Is the second newcomer a villain? Do you want to dance too? I'm curious about why one would become soup, and I wonder about the newcomer's strengths. Serpent Holder who beat Seiya. They don't seem like they would pose a challenge. Their names are quite ordinary, perhaps just regular humans. Death God Elementary Student. As an ordinary person, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I feel quite insulted. White Horse Silver Spear battling thousands. Coming together is fate. Strength is not important as long as we support each other. The loyal and valiant Zhao Yun, who never ranked individuals by strength, stepped in to defuse the situation. Ice Queen is death. The weak have no right to be my friends. They may as well be my servants. The Gu has become soup. What is going on? I just joined the victory team, and suddenly I'm bombarded with this. Is this a communication device exclusive to the victory team? Retreat Marriage Villain. What the hell? You scared me. It turns out my golden finger is this chat group. I beg the seniors for support. Tony the Heartthrob. Stop with the lovey-dovey stuff. We have newcomers. As a manager, shouldn't you introduce yourself instead of just flirting, seeking to hug a thigh? I'm here now. What is the rush? You're so impressive. Why don't you tag the seniors and have them speak? Tony the Heartthrob. Aren't you picking the softest fruit? I'm losing and trying to trouble the seniors. His death was much simpler, not like Yun Yao, who would complain. She spoke clearly. Fire Fist Ace. In 3 seconds, I'm coming over for a one-on-one. World Destroyer. Another day of successfully courting death. There's no man in this world who enjoys courting death more than Tony. After glancing at the newcomers' names, Dagu recognized them well, who had transformed into light in their youth. Yet, what was this retreat marriage villain? The infamous fire-playing youth was not a villain at all. Seeking to hug a thigh. I also don't know the second new member. As for the first, I assume you're Dagu, right? You're Dig Ultraman, aren't you? Dagu has become soup. What's that? What is Ultraman? Seeking to hug a thigh. It seems you haven't encountered the pyramid yet. Soon you will encounter a pyramid where 3 ancient giants lie in slumber, and you will awaken one with your own light. The administrator, seeking to hug a thigh, uploaded the worldview of Diga Ultraman. Yun Yao explained the function of the chat group to the 2 newcomers, providing them with some knowledge. Retreat marriage villain. I'm aware of this. I feel like I'm doomed. The more I look, the more I feel this body is destined to be trampled by the female lead. Is there anyone who can offer me some advice? Book Loving Ghoul. Are you going to die just after joining the group? No worries. The group has resurrection methods. Just die and come back to life. Retreat marriage villain. Gu Qingfeng was also puzzled by this. He couldn't recall any notable figures bearing that name. Dimensional strongest. Retreat marriage protagonist. First, come to terms with yourself, newcomer. Retreat marriage villain. What the hell, with a snap of the fingers, one can extinguish stars, and with a wave. Explode the universe. Is this kind of cheat really allowed in this chat group? Dimensional strongest. It seems you have some knowledge of me, young man. Listening to his words, Gu Qingfeng felt that this fellow had a modern vibe. Could he be another transmigrator? Retreat marriage villain. I am a transmigrator, having crossed into a land of wizards where people cultivate magic, devoid of martial arts or cultivation. Only flamboyant magical attacks. I became the eldest son of the strongest family in this realm. Gifted from a young age. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that this body had just annulled an engagement days 8G. Oh, you want to dance too? What is a transmigration? Is it like us traversing the universe? Retreat marriage villain. More or less, but in my case, I died, and my soul entered another universe, inhabiting the body of a deceased person, granting him a second life. Death God Elementary student, I truly find your worlds difficult to comprehend. How can one die and still enter another universe? Seeking to hug a thigh. Retreat marriage villain. Did I get an infusion today? Can you guess what I received? Retreat marriage villain. Finally encountering a relative from Earth. Are you also a transmigrator? My universe was long ago occupied, and being ill, I had no chance to receive an infusion. Seeking to hug a thigh. I thought we were in the same universe. It seems you are not from my dimension. Retreat marriage villain. The Earth from my place was overrun by zombies years ago. Aside from the capital's protection zone, which is relatively safe, everywhere else is crawling with zombies. Yin Yao recalled the zombie universe she had crossed into, which sounded just like what the newcomer described. Dimensional strongest, the strongest family, and then you annulled the engagement. Why did you do that? Retreat marriage villain. The original owner of this body was a fool. His fiancée, he was beautiful and talented, but he just wanted to play around with other women for a few more years and foolishly annulled the engagement. On the day of the annulment, she angrily declared, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the poor girl. This is undoubtedly a protagonist template. It's clear I will be slapped in the face by her later and become a stepping stone on her path to success. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng and Yun Yao understood. This woman would undoubtedly make a comeback soon. She would either fall off a cliff and gain a supreme technique or possess a mysterious ring. Do you want to dance too? This is the legendary chosen one, just like that golden-haired show-off from our world. Retreat marriage villain. Should I send her some cultivation potions to seek her forgiveness? Tony the heartthrob. What is so difficult about that? She is beautiful. Just pursue her. If you win her over, you'll reach the pinnacle of life. She is currently at her lowest. You can take advantage of it to capture her heart. No wonder he was a renowned playboy. His ideas were unique. Retreat marriage villain. But the original owner just annulled the engagement days ago. Wouldn't it be strange for me to fawn over her now? Seeking to hug a thigh. So, do you want to be beaten every day in the future, or do you want to save face, the anti-hero of the marriage withdrawal, as a member of the most powerful family? You should realize that even if she is the destined one, there is nothing to fear. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether she will rise against her fate. Have you never considered sending someone to eliminate her while you still can? The anti-hero of the marriage withdrawal. This fool actually sent someone to do just that, and as a result, they all perished while that woman remained unscathed. He abandoned his breathtaking fiancée, for some gaudy harlot. Truly, this individual is utterly foolish, the strongest in the dimension. Take some healing potions and elixirs for cultivation, and simply state that you fear the public will accuse you of climbing the social ladder through my family. I can only put on a FA to spare you from external scrutiny. Seeking support. The boss plays it quite well, effortlessly shedding such a heavy burden. Surely, he cannot also be a scoundrel. The anti-hero of the marriage withdrawal. Indeed, I possess numerous miraculous elixirs, and the time to utilize them has arrived. Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave for now. The most sinister elf. He is indeed a scoundrel. Utterly despicable, the strongest in the dimension. How am I a scoundrel? You cannot unjustly malign me without cause. That moment. The ever-apathetic Tony Stark, upon witnessing their exchange, was poised to defend the boss's honor. However, someone in the group preemptively halted him. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Tony is not fickle. Do not seek your own demise. That it is of no consequence who insults whom. But should you dare to assist one in berating the other, you shall certainly face the consequences. Tony is not fickle. How do you know what I intend to do? The Grim Reaper elementary student. Who in the group is unaware of your penchant for courting danger? You seize every opportunity for reckless behavior, and even in the absence of such opportunities, you create them. Conan promptly retorted, rendering Tony speechless. The key was that Conan spoke the truth, leaving Tony with no room for rebuttal. Dagu, who had just encountered the pyramid, exclaimed, "The ancient giants lie within. Melba and Golzan are approaching. What should I do? I seek support. Seeking support. I am unsure. I only recall a rough outline of the plot. The specifics have long escaped me. Perhaps you should charge in and engage the two monsters in combat." Dagu. This is merely a patrol aircraft, equipped with only minor weaponry. How am I to confront such colossal beasts? Fire Fist Ace. I have yet to witness such a creature. Why not stream it live for us to observe? If things go awry, we can come to your aid. Tony is not fickle. Indeed. What is there to fear? If it is merely a matter of size, we can always ram a plane into it. I have dealt with monsters towering 7 to 8 meters before. Queen of Ice Esters. Bow before my feet. I regard mere monsters with disdain. Yun Yao merely introduced Dagu's worldview. She vaguely mentioned that the monsters were somewhat large, without delving into further details. Everyone in the group assumed it was merely a matter of size and did not perceive any imminent danger. The strongest in the dimension. Tony, have you faced monsters of 50 or 60 meters in height? Tony Stark nearly toppled from his chair. Had Yin Yao not only said they were somewhat large, does somewhat large truly encompass dozens of meters? The strongest in the dimension. Queen of Ice Esters, do not underestimate them. These monsters are incomparable to those in your world. What you have encountered, aside from their larger size, is trivial. Dagu must confront beasts that not even blades, mortars, or bombs can harm. Fire Fist Ace. So, once Dagu transforms into a giant, he will possess the power to defeat them, correct? This means Dagu will soon become the strongest in the group. Aside from the boss, Jiu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He truly had no clear understanding of Diga's combat capabilities. After all, the three riders of Diga each had differing interpretations of the character. If one were to consider the weakest portrayal, Diga would merely be on par with an ordinary Ultra. Whether he could defeat Uchiha Madara remained uncertain. However, under the latest interpretation, Diga's powerful form could rival the might of the Supreme Gaia, which likely places Uchiha Madara at a distinct disadvantage. Ultimately, it would depend on which version of Diga they were discussing. Seeking support. I do not know. Regardless, he is certainly stronger than us. Whether he can contend with Madara remains unclear. Do you wish to dance too? Once I am revived, I will have time to spar with the newcomers, but I must first attend to my own matters and assist Xiao Cho in eliminating the enemy. Group member Dagu initiated a live stream. Dagu. I had no idea we could stream in this chat group. I noticed there was no prior mention of it. Seeking support. Of course. This is a fundamental feature. IT is just that typically, people only stream when the group initiates it. However, everyone is quite curious about those monsters. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Perhaps we should find a way to rescue Dagu first. He is being pursued by a monster with no escape in sight. Fire Fist Ace. Before we even consider the possibility of combat, it is crucial to note that before a mission is announced, the chat group does not permit any alteration of the historical development of other universes. The most sinister elf. I do not see any issue here, judging by Dagu's adept piloting skills. He should be fine for the time being. Fire Fist Ace. However, if he is attacked by the monster at such a height, a crash would leave Dagu, an ordinary person, with no chance of survival. Dagu. That is certainly true. I pilot with remarkable stability. Crashing is simply not an option. I am renowned for my speed among our team. Gu Qingfeng thought that Dagu had just set himself up for a fall. According to some anonymous netizens, over half of the crashes in the entire Diga series were linked to Dagu. He was humorously dubbed the Prince of Crashes. The strongest in the dimension. Can crashing be done quickly too? In the live stream, Dagu confidently gestured toward another aircraft in the distance, displaying great trust in his teammates. Dagu. Shinjo is here too. He is our team's ace pilot. With him around, we can restrain one of the monsters. Gu Qingfeng felt that revealing the truth might demoralize Dagu, yet he was intrigued to witness Dagu's reaction to the impending misfortune. The strongest in the dimension. Let me share a little insight with you. Tony is not fickle. Why do I have a feeling Dagu is about to face misfortune? Every time the boss speaks like this, someone ends up in trouble. Dagu, eager to hear what the group's most powerful member had to say, quickly distanced himself from goals and below, attentively awaiting Gu Qingfeng's words, the strongest in the dimension. Prepare for a crash. If you are alone, the probability of encountering a monster and crashing is 90%. But if you are flying the same plane as Shinjo, the likelihood of crashing is essentially 100%. Dagu. That can't be true. Shinjo has never crashed, and surely it cannot be that exaggerated. The strongest in the dimension. Dagu equals an excellent pilot. Shinjo equals an excellent pilot. Thus, Dagu plus Shinjo equals a crash duo. Dagu nearly lost his grip on the control stick. Could it be that his future was to be so bleak? He was now contemplating whether to intentionally avoid teaming up with Shinjo in the future. Seeking support. I recall that Dagu has had a few instances where he didn't crash. There were 1 or 2 occasions where the plane landed safely after defeating the monster. The book-loving ghoul. Why only once or twice without incident? Dagu, before the camera, also wondered why he was said to crash so frequently, yet had a couple of successful landings. Perhaps he could learn something from this to apply in the future. I and the group, everyone awaited Gu Qingfeng's response. Their curiosity piqued, the strongest in the dimension, because on those 2 occasions, he was teamed up with Rina. When partnered with his future wife, it is only natural that he would pilot with exceptional steadiness. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Is this the power of love? Gu Qingfeng was also curious as to why Dagu never crashed when teamed with Rina. He had often pondered this question while watching Diga. Yet he could never arrive at a satisfactory conclusion and could only assume that Dagu prioritized romantic interests over friendships. Tony is not fickle. Did Yin Yao not mention earlier that Dagu was initially just a deliver man? How did you gain entry into your nation's defense organization? Dagu, I took the back door. It was quite smooth sailing. The serpent bearer who dominates Seiya. How can you so brazenly admit to such a shameless act? Dagu, what is so shameless about it? When I first arrived, I was unfamiliar with the front entrance and inadvertently stumbled upon the back door. Thus I entered through it. Tony is not fickle. So you truly took the back door. The book-loving ghoul. I believe Dagu is intentionally phrasing it this way to lead us to misunderstand. The destroyer of worlds. I concur, +1. Do you also wish to dance? I concur, +1. The knight on a white horse. I concur, +1. Dagu stewing in soup. This monster is pursuing me ever more relentlessly. I beseech for support. Administrator, how might I transform into that giant? Gorzin, realizing he could not catch up, relinquished his pursuit and headed towards the 3 statues within the pyramid. If he did not take action soon, it would be too late. Seeking support. Well, you currently lack the divine light staff. I have long forgotten how you fuse with Diga. Dagu stewing in soup. Could you refrain from faltering at such a critical moment? One of the statues has already been destroyed. Tony, the unfaithful. Hearing this compels me to scold you. You remember the useless details but forget the most vital aspect of transformation. Yun Yao felt quite aggrieved. How many women scrutinized Diga so closely? She had long forgotten the intricacies of the first transformation. Seeking support. I'm just a young girl. Merely having watched is commendable. How could I possibly recall all those details so clearly? Death God Elementary student. The strongest of dimensions. Great one. You must have a way. The strongest of dimensions. This is simple. Let Daegu pilot a helicopter and allow Gorzin to slap him. Fire Fist Ace. That doesn't sound particularly difficult. Daegu stewing in soup. Indeed, it sounds rather straightforward, albeit somewhat perilous. Daegu suddenly felt that these two administrators were increasingly unreliable. One had forgotten, and the other suggested a path to self-destruction. Would there be any chance of survival if Gorzin were to slap him? Given the proximity of a crash landing and parachuting, without any leverage in the air, Wu Ti that make him a living target for Gorzin, the strongest of dimensions. Fear not. Simply allow him to slap you. During the descent, you will be in danger, and your body, lacking ancient genes, will awaken, allowing you to merge with Diga in light. Gyuking Feng's reasoning was sound, and Daegu had no choice but to take this desperate gamble. Though it was his first encounter with such statues, they evoked a sense of familiarity that he could not ignore. Meanwhile, a message alert chimed in Conan's private chat window. The most malevolent spirit. How did you know Gyuking Feng had a solution? Death God Elementary student. Just a hunch. With your prowess, there must be a resolution. Conan did not speak the truth. While he had indeed surmised that Gyuking Feng could resolve the issue, it was not for that reason. Last time, Gyuking Feng urgently sought to return home, forcibly taking Monya to the villain's lair, yet he faced no retribution from the chat group. It is worth noting that the chat group had long warned that without a task, one must not actively disrupt the natural progression of history on a grand scale. Yet, this rule had no bearing on Gyuking Feng, as the chat group turned a blind eye to his actions. Perhaps others had overlooked this, but as the member with the keenest deductive reasoning, Conan had long recognized this detail. However, fearing to offend the chat group and potentially be expelled, he chose to keep this matter to himself, refraining from confiding in anyone. Kurumi, curious about how he knew, found Conan merely rambling, convinced he had spoken offhandedly, and she had no choice but to abandon her inquiries in the live group feed. Daegu charged fiercely at Gorzin, inevitably being sent flying by a resounding slap. As the plane descended, he transformed into countless beams of light, merging with the giant statue, the destroyer of worlds. Let us witness the true might of the light giant who saves the world. He was hailed as the destroyer of worlds. From Yun Yao's information, he learned that Daegu was revered as the light giant who rescues the world. Having vanquished countless formidable foes, including those capable of plunging the entire earth into darkness, he was deemed an invincible Superman by the people. Monya was intrigued by Diga, and similarly, as a formidable figure in Naruto, Uchiha Madara held the same opinion. The giant awakened, its body adorned in hues of red, purple, and white, rising from the ground with an impressively elongated form that conveyed a sense of harmony. Maruba, currently restrained by the flying swallow of Shinshing, let out a piercing roar and dove down from the heights. Launching an assault on Diga, Diga executed a stylish high kick, sending Maruba hurtling away, while Gorzin, slower to strike, found his attack arriving too late. Diga, unflinching, absorbed the incoming punch and with a powerful swing of his right arm, sent Gorzin staggering backward. Tony the Unfaithful. Wow, that's incredible. This is far more impressive than my iron armor. Madara, observing the confrontation, contemplated whether he could achieve such prowess by activating his complete Susanoo. Yet he ultimately conceded that, had he been in Diga's position, even facing two foes might have been manageable, but would never have been as effortless as repelling two monsters. Fire Fist Ace. Daegu seems to be on another level. He gives me the impression of reigning supreme now. In truth, he was not alone in this sentiment. Others in the group shared the same feeling, particularly Yun Yao, who understood the plot. Seeking support. The strongest of dimensions. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Shouldn't Diga have needed to transform to defeat them? Why does he now possess overwhelming power in this combined form? Gyuking Feng speculated that this might not be the universe they were familiar with. It could very well be akin to a parallel universe. This Digga was evidently beyond the normal parameters, and the aura he exuded was likely that of the true Digga AS. It was Dagu's first transformation. He was undoubtedly unfamiliar with Digga's abilities. Perhaps the genes within him had awakened a fragment of the true Digga's consciousness, placing him in a substitute role. The strongest of dimensions. It should be an enhanced Digga. However, Maruba appears somewhat off. Take a closer look at its body. Gyuking Feng's observation drew the attention of others. They beheld Maruba, having been struck away, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, with dark patterns faintly appearing on its massive frame. Maruba charged once more, but its target was not Digga. Instead, it lunged toward the grounded Gorzin. Maruba's speed surged, closing the distance from several hundred meters in an instant, sinking its fangs into Gorzin's neck. An unknown black substance infiltrated Gorzin's body through Maruba, causing his form to undergo a transformation in the blink of an eye. Black patterns emerged, rendering him even more ferocious, his eyes turning into an inky abyss. Digga remained motionless. The crystal atop his head radiated a crimson light, while his body took on an entirely red hue. Without any unnecessary embellishments, the two beasts and Digga collided head-on, with the speedster Maruba recklessly adopting an exchange of injury strategy. In his powerful form, Digga's strength had significantly amplified, yet he no longer held the overwhelming advantage he once had. Now he found himself evenly matched against the two monsters, and as time progressed, Digga gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The chat group issued a mission to aid Digga in defeating the dark-affected Maruba and Gorzin. Mission difficulty, level 6. Dagu's stewing in soup. I believe it's time for everyone to come to my aid. I am on the verge of being pummeled to death by these two monsters. Why is it that my opponents are so formidable right after I transform? Shouldn't there have been weaker foes for me to practice against first? The strongest of dimensions. They are indeed here for your practice, but it seems something went awry. They have been corrupted by dark forces, thus becoming significantly stronger than usual. In light of this situation, he too was a loss. Both the initial overwhelming power of Digga and the mutations of the two monsters deviated from the original plot. Seeking support. Everyone, let's not rush to claim the task. First, see who truly needs the points. Only 4 individuals can participate. Yin Yao's statement was understood by all. Within Dagu's battle group, no one else could intervene. Only Madara might stand a chance, while the others were entirely outmatched. This task, to put it bluntly, was merely a means to accumulate points. With Gyuking Feng present, the utility of points was vast, and it was better to distribute them wisely among the limited members who could participate. Do you also wish to dance? I shall refrain from joining. I relinquish this opportunity. The points provided by the Great One suffice for my revival, and you all need to bolster your strength. As one of the most formidable entities in the group, second only to Gu Qingfeng, Ban contemplated and ultimately resolved to grant the opportunity to others, seeking support. I am in the same boat. I have no immediate use for my points. Upon returning to my hometown, the system did not compel me to re-enter the zombie universe. The points I possess are sufficient to enhance my abilities. Earth poses little danger, especially with the formidable presence of Senior here, the destroyer of worlds. I feel the same. While accumulating points can be exhilarating, the rewards are rather meager and offer minimal enhancement to my strength. I shall leave it to you all. Moshi sure expressed a desire to participate, yet the bounty points were not particularly high, and dividing them among 4 individuals would yield a paltry sum. The distribution of additional reward points was contingent upon task contributions. Every time, Gu Qingfeng would effortlessly dispatch opponents, leaving the rest to acquire only a few tens of thousands. After some deliberation, it was decided that Tony Stark, Hiku Hina, and Idagawa Conan would venture forth together. Tony's capabilities were modest, and the bounty points would significantly bolster his strength, while Conan, being an ordinary human, required no further mention. Hina, though considered weak in the world of ghouls, could benefit from accumulating points to enhance her power, thus avoiding the risk of being slain by either humans or other ghouls. The strongest of dimensions accepted the task. The book-loving ghoul accepted the task. The unflirtatious Tony accepted the task. The Shinigami Elementary student accepted the task. While they were in discussion, Dagu was lamenting his plight, having thought he had risen to prominence, only to find himself in such a disheveled state. As he transformed into light to revive Diga, an inexplicable consciousness seized control of his body, indicating that it was not he who was fighting to it was likely the consciousness of Diga himself, allowing him to effortlessly repel two monsters. However, once Myerba succumbed to darkness, that consciousness transformed into a stronger form and subsequently vanished. Control of his body returned to him, which explained why, despite becoming a stronger form, he was performing worse than in his composite form, continuously being overwhelmed by the two monsters at that moment. He was being battered, the warning lights flickering, about to revert to human form. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the sky and collided with one of the monsters, piercing through the body of Golzin Myerba in a single strike. Yet their colossal forms rendered such wounds trivial, and despite this attack, their movements halted as radiant golden light erupted from within them, rapidly expanding until both monsters were engulfed in the brilliance. Mission accomplished. The bounty points totaled 60,000, with each member receiving 15,000 points in just 1 second. The additional reward points amounted to 100 million for the strongest of dimensions. While the Shinigami Elementary student, the unflirtatious Tony, and the book-loving Ghoul each received 30,000 points. Just as expected, another instant kill. In the presence of such a powerhouse, size disparity means nothing. With just a fraction of the senior's strength, I could restore the Han Dynasty and serve my country loyally. I genuinely cannot comprehend how such an extraordinary individual exists. I ask there truly anyone capable of defeating him. The gods of our world can indeed create universes. Should they encounter the senior, I cannot ascertain who would prevail. Seeking support, it is of little utility. While the gods in your realm are formidable, I still place my faith in the senior. Those second-tier ordinary primary gods are hardly worth mentioning. Even the strongest chief god, the sun god, would likely struggle to contend with the senior, the most fearsome elf. Are gods ranked in tiers? Is there such a significant disparity between them? Seeking support, one might surmise that a second-tier god could be effortlessly slain by a chief god. That I am a Saint Seiya devoted to the goddess Athena, who is one of the chief gods governing war and wisdom. Seeking support, I am not well versed in the subsequent developments regarding deities. However, I've come to realize one crucial aspect: the significance of finding a good man. Yin Yao had long forgotten the plot of Saint Seiya. After all, Athena was unbeatable, and the human Seiya could not best anyone either. Devoted followers always end up with everything. I am but a guardian of love and peace. The saint of the goddess Athena, that we do not harbor any ulterior motives. Sharna fought for Athena, as was the fate of the saints, and she had always held this belief that the goo was left in a daze. As was the new city pilot, bewildered by the unfolding events. Two colossal monsters had inexplicably appeared, followed by a human-shaped giant, yet his combat prowess seemed ineffective. Who was this man who emerged and effortlessly dispatched them with a single blow? Am I dreaming? Have the pressures of recent times caused me to hallucinate? Gu reverted to human form, grasping a divine light staff formed from concentrated radiance. Hina's eyes sparkled with admiration, finding Gu Qingfeng to be exceedingly handsome, especially since he had appeared in his own form this time. Unlike the aloof and imposing visage of Wujida, Gu Qingfeng exuded a warm and approachable demeanor. During their last encounter, Hina had been too intimidated to speak, as Wujida had instilled a profound sense of pressure within her. In an admiring tone, Hiku Hina remarked, "Senior brother, you are so impressive. If I possessed your strength, my parents would never have perished to this." Conan could only respond with a chuckle. Even if he possessed Hina's strength, he would not have been pursued so relentlessly by the dark organization. Yu Qingfeng gently patted Hina's head, saying little, but unnoticed by all. A flicker of blue light slipped from his palm into Hina's body. Gu approached to express his gratitude to Gu Qingfeng, acknowledging that without his timely assistance, he might have perished moments ago. "Thank you. Your arrival was impeccably timed. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been finished." Yu Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings, emanating an aura that disrupted the spatial integrity of their location. He wished to remain undetected. The pyramid ruins lay within deep mountains, devoid of surveillance equipment, and with no living souls nearby. After disrupting the space, satellites could no longer observe this area. Not at all. But have you contemplated what you shall do next? Dagu paused, pondering what he ought to do, considering the monsters had been vanquished. Despite knowing Dagu's character, Gu Qingfeng felt compelled to inquire. Could anyone genuinely resist the allure of power? You possess the ability to transform into a giant, a feat achievable only by you in the entire world. You could easily leverage this power to dominate the earth. Dagu scratched his head, evidently taken aback by Gu Qingfeng's words that I harbor no interest in ruling the earth. Since heaven has bestowed upon me strength, I shall use it to protect others, not to fulfill my own selfish desires. Gu Qingfeng murmured, the mindset of a standard protagonist. Indeed, a selfless character indeed. Are you not the same? You have always fought to protect humanity. The others in the group have spoken of your assistance to them. When Dagu spoke these words, his expression was one of utmost certainty. He believed that the strong exist to fight for the weak. Gu Qingfeng must also be a fighter for the sake of protection. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng burst into uproarious laughter, his mirth growing louder. I do not possess such noble ideals as you. I do not fight for others. Dagu found hard to believe. Did you not come to save me? Surely, you harbor a sense of justice. I am unlike you. I will only save those within my capacity. I help you solely for the points, though I must admit, part of the reason is that I admire you. Gu Qingfeng's statement bore a mix of truth and falsehood. He did not perceive himself as a savior, nor did he have any interest in rescuing the world. His assistance to the group stemmed merely from familiarity with the characters, evoking a sense of kinship. Were it not for figures like Danzo or Akainu in the group, he might have annihilated them rather than offer aid. He genuinely appreciated Gu's character, a quintessential protagonist template. However, he does not wish to become such a person, for living has grown exceedingly burdensome. Even though he understands that humanity is not worthy of protection, he would still expend his very life to safeguard them. Despite being invincible across the myriad realms, he has not nurtured any lofty ideals. He remains unchanged, focused solely on protecting those who hold significance in his life, leaving the task of saving the world to others. Dagu is likewise perplexed. This esteemed individual does not align with his expectations. Although he does not fully agree with Gu Qingfeng's perspective, he refrains from voicing further objections. Acknowledging that each person possesses their own philosophy, A.S. Idagawa Konan gazed at the sky, the initially darkened heavens, overshadowed by the two monsters of Golzan, gradually transformed into a brilliant blue. The glasses glinted under the sunlight, reflecting dazzling rays, as he inquired of Gu Qingfeng. If I recall correctly, those two monsters were corrupted by darkness. What magnitude of darkness could possibly corrupt such colossal beasts? Gu Qingfeng, in truth, was also uncertain, as the original narrative did not encompass such a scenario. It merely indicated that Golzan had evolved into Flame Golzan, significantly augmenting its strength. The notion of dark corruption was baffling. Yet, when darkness is mentioned in the context of the world of Diga, his first thought is of the Dark Ruler, Gitangir, and it may be the machinations of your future greatest adversary, he surmised, for that individual possesses considerable strength. Tony Stark, reveling in the unfolding drama, patted Dagu on the shoulder, wearing an expression of righteous indignation on behalf of Daga. So, Dagu, upon your transformation, it seems you may have encountered a major boss without the benefit of minor foes to build your experience. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune. This statement struck at Daga's core. Even in gaming, a novice protection period exists. Why must he endure such adversity? Meanwhile, the petite Hoshino, observing Tony Stark's demeanor, could not help but express her exasperation. Uncle Tony, while comforting Dagu, could you please refrain from appearing so delighted? Dagu abruptly turned his head, only to find Tony's expression grave, though a hint of amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth. The more Dagu looked at Tony, the more he sensed a malicious glee, igniting an impulse to land a punch on his face. Tony, caught in the act, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been enjoying himself at Dagu's expense, only to be betrayed by Hoshino's words that I don't wish to laugh. Tony protested, but your luck is truly abysmal. If such monstrous entities become the norm, won't you be perpetually outmatched? Dagu, overwhelmed by frustration, contemplated the futility of facing the dark corrupted beasts. Realizing that if he encountered that boss, his demise would be inevitable, he could only look to Gu Qingfeng, hoping he might possess a solution. That Yu Qingfeng hesitated, uncertain of the situation. He could not predict when Gatangier would resurrect. I suspect that for the time being, he will not revive. Otherwise, he would not need to manipulate Golzan. He could confront you directly. Hoshino, ever compassionate, expressed concern for Daegu. Sigh, Dengaiken cannot possibly defeat such monsters. Had he not been present today, he would likely have met his end. Daegu shared this sentiment. The power of the two beasts, enhanced by darkness, rendered him no match for them. Fear not, in a one-on-one encounter, Daegu stands a significant chance of victory. This time, he faltered merely due to his unfamiliarity with Diga's physique. With time, he shall grow ever stronger. Gu Qingfeng attempted to offer reassurance, having observed that during Daegu's transformation into a powerful form, he did not falter against Golzan. The disarray he experienced was attributed to the interference of Myurba and his lack of combat experience in a two-on-one scenario. Tony Stark remained unconcerned about Daegu's precarious predicament. If you can fight, then fight. If not, issue a quest. The group can tackle it together. There is always a solution. Young people should remain calm and composed. Although he could not assist directly, he reminded them that others in their chat group were available for aid. The purpose of the chat group was to foster mutual support among its members, and danger would trigger a bounty quest. With the likes of Minya, a purported world-destroying Kamen Rider, and the strongest Uchiha, the 3 against 1 should not pose a significant challenge. Tony mused that Daegu's recent battle was comparable to facing off against a foe of similar strength to Ban. The battle footage in the group showcasing Ban's final confrontation with the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, depicted titanic giants clashing with destructive power rivaling that of Diga's recent encounter. Daegu felt a twinge of guilt. Having just joined the chat group, he was already imposing on others, yet he saw no better alternatives. That boss is not the kind of foe you could defeat merely by banding together. Relying solely on your numbers would be futile. Yu Qingfeng wished to temper their enthusiasm, yet he felt compelled to dampen their spirits. How formidable is that monster? Are we truly without a chance? Even when united, Daegu's tone was resolute, undeterred by the might of his adversary. I will not succumb. I shall strive to save the people of this world. Daegu's conviction remained unshaken, despite the daunting strength of the foe. Perhaps, Gu Qingfeng replied, that monster could plunge the entire earth into darkness in a matter of moments. Your strength is not on the same plane. His words conveyed the overwhelming power of Gatangier, which to him was unremarkable, yet for Daegu and his companions, it represented an insurmountable peak. Daegu was profoundly shaken. He had suspected the enemy's strength, but had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming. Would he truly have the opportunity to confront such a creature in the future? As doubt crept into his heart, he recognized that he had just transformed, unlike in the narrative where one gradually honed their abilities, ultimately awakening their fervent heroic spirit. Presently, he was merely a mortal newly endowed with power, lacking a clear objective amid the sudden influx of abilities. Well, I must take my leave. Your comrades shall arrive shortly. Daegu, remember this. Whether you become light or darkness is entirely within your own thoughts. Gu Qingfeng's form dissipated with the wind, leaving behind his parting words echoing in Daegu's mind. Tony Stark and the others prepared to depart as well. For their own abilities were not formidable. Having accrued points, they intended to exchange them for items to enhance their strength.